With a sense of regret lingering in the air, Ye Hao unexpectedly traverses the Douluo Continent, acquiring a life simulation device. Simulating life. Please select a simulation subject. Ye Hao. Is there even a need to ponder? Simulation successful. You have successfully simulated. You awakened your martial soul at the age of 6. What? Apologies, I seem to have made a mistake. Ye Hao. The simulator abruptly malfunctioned, leaving Ye Hao gazing at the strange, yet familiar world before him, momentarily engulfed in confusion. One day, when Ye Hao unleashed his dual martial souls, the crowd. What is your relationship with her? Bibi Dong. Chapter 201. The meeting of Ye Hao and Bibi Dong, mother and son. Outside the gates of the papal hall, Bibi Dong's expression darkened. Upon hearing Yu Shaojing verbally declare his intent to kill Ye Hao, Bibi Dong, at this moment, could no longer endure. She slowly raised her hands, placing them against the heavy gates. To her astonishment, the formidable doors were indented beneath her touch, leaving an unmistakable handprint engraved upon them. Xiao Hong swallowed hard. It is said that a woman's fury is the most terrifying, and she was witnessing it firsthand. Is there anyone else who can attest to my words? I said such things. Ha ha ha. Bibi Dong took a deep breath and gradually pushed the weighty gates open. I can testify. As the doors swung wide, Bibi Dong entered with a calm demeanor, but her eyes flashed with disdain upon seeing Yu Shaojing lying on the ground. Ye Hao was taken aback by Bibi Dong's personal arrival. He could not help but marvel at the power of the system. Her visage was strikingly similar to his own, as if sculpted from the same mold. You're not Bibi Dong. You are Ye Hao in disguise. Yu Shaojing had completely lost his sanity, rambling incoherently. Bibi Dong regarded him with a cold stare, choosing to disregard Yu Shaojing's mad utterances. Suddenly, she approached Yu Shaojing, casting a chilling glance. In the next instant, Yu Shaojing's eyes widened in terror as Bibi Dong delivered a precise kick to his groin. The egg had cracked. The excruciating pain penetrated Yu Shaojing's very bones, causing him to crumble. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he clutched his groin, his words slurring into incomprehensibility, rendering his speech unintelligible. You deceived me, betrayed my feelings. Your sole aim was to exploit me to approach the martial soul hall, all to validate your worthlessness. For Lu Erlong, you shamelessly forged a spiritual bond with her. Yu Shaojing, you truly disgust me. Even now, you conspire with Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, remnants of the Haotian sect, to plot against my son. This kick is your just deserts, the source of all evil, Yu Shaojing. Come forth. As Bibi Dong's words concluded, 2 palace knights immediately entered. Upon seeing Yu Shaojing sprawled on the ground, hands gripping his groin, they instinctively tightened their legs, a sensation only men could fathom. Drag Yu Shaojing away and imprison him in the dungeon. Also, summon a doctor. If it can be severed, then let it be severed. A man like him only wastes that which he does not deserve. He is unworthy of genuine affection. Understood. The 2 palace knights gulped nervously as they hauled Yu Shaojing away. Before being dragged off, his eyes brimmed with resentment and fury. Bibi Dong inhaled deeply, her mood plummeting. It was only now that she truly recognized Yu Shaojing's character, having felt frustrated for years. Now, her only unresolved issue had been addressed. Her sole objective remained, to unify the continent. Ye Hao descended from the papal throne and approached Bibi Dong, who was lost in thought. The revelation of Yu Shaojing's true nature, coupled with that kick, had liberated Bibi Dong from her previous state of mind, allowing her to confront reality. You are quite clever. Did you anticipate that Yu Shaojing would come to the papal hall? At that moment, Xiao Hong approached. Ye Hao smiled wryly and shook his head. Yu Shaojing brought this upon himself. He has no one to blame. I realized his intentions halfway through, so I seized the opportunity to stage this grand performance. Bibi Dong remained silent for a long while before slowly raising her head. When her gaze met Ye Hao's, she was momentarily taken aback, reminiscent of the expressions of those who had come before her. Before her stood a mirror, perfectly reflecting her current self. It truly resembles me. Bibi Dong was astonished, stepping forward and extending her hand. Seeing this, Xiao Hong cleared her throat and said, I'll take my leave now, goodbye. With that, Xiao Hong hurriedly departed. As she left, Ye Hao's heart raced. He watched Bibi Dong approach him step by step, her bright eyes radiating warmth and astonishment, in stark contrast to the cold malice she had displayed towards Yu Shaojing. Bibi Dong caressed Ye Hao's cheek, her gaze filled with curiosity. Just as Nana had said, Ye Hao was indeed a near-perfect reflection of herself. Initially, Bibi Dong had been skeptical, thinking the world was full of wonders. How could this be possible? Now, however, she believed it completely. Your name is Ye Hao, is it not? Bibi Dong inquired, her every word and action exuding tenderness. her eyes gleaming with a soft light. This revelation caused Ye Hao to exhale in relief. Yes, you are. Your Holiness. Ye Hao spoke slowly. This was his first encounter with Bibi Dong. Although she had publicly acknowledged their mother-son relationship, witnessing her previous actions filled him with awe and trepidation. Bibi Dong paused, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. You did not express this in your letter. Do you still call me your Holiness? Ye Hao faltered. I took the liberty of disguising myself earlier. Please do not hold it against me. Without Bibi Dong's consent, his impersonation was undoubtedly a transgression. Bibi Dong suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. You have offended me first, and, as the Pope of the Martial Soul Hall, I ought to punish you. Call me mother. That shall be your penance. Bibi Dong smiled, her expression gentle. Ye Hao abruptly lifted his head, disbelief etched across his features. This is our first meeting. Although we have corresponded previously, this is all so sudden. Ye Hao's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Seeing Bibi Dong's expectant expression, he realized that prolonging this would only lead to further discomfort. Mother, Ye Hao managed to utter, making the most significant decision of his life. The utterance of mother enveloped Bibi Dong in a warm embrace, elevating her spirit and soothing her soul. The resentment she harbored towards Xiaojiang's betrayal dissipated entirely the moment Ye Hao called her by that long-awaited term. Son, Bibi Dong exclaimed joyfully, stepping forward to envelop Ye Hao in her arms. In that instant, Bibi Dong's maternal affection overflowed. She tenderly stroked Ye Hao's head, holding him tightly. This was her first time allowing someone to call her mother. Although Ye Hao was not her biological son, Bibi Dong's heart had already accepted him as such. At this moment, time appears to be suspended, as the temperature within the papal hall rises dramatically, enveloped by an overwhelming aura of maternal affection. Ye Hao is evidently taken aback by Bibi Dong's actions. He cannot fathom that a mere utterance of mother could evoke such a profound response from her. Instinctively, Ye Hao feels himself being embraced even more tightly. A mother's embrace is eternally warm, and he truly experiences this warmth. Mother, could you please loosen your hold? I can hardly breathe, he implores, finding himself ensnared in the comforting embrace, yet on the verge of suffocation. And you dare feel embarrassed? You were quite jovial when you disguised me earlier, Bibi Dong remarked, her expression brightening as her mood lifted. By the way, why did your voice sound so much like Nana's when you impersonated me? To deal with that shameless rogue Yu Xiaojiang, I first sought out Hulaina to record her voice in advance, Ye Hao explained. I see. Bibi Dong nodded slowly, commending Ye Hao's cleverness. By the way, I have a question I have long wished to ask you. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Hao finally inquired. Go ahead, what is your question? Bibi Dong smiled. I am not related to you by blood, and when I was mistaken for your brother in Tiantou City, rumors began to circulate that I was your son. How is it that you suddenly acknowledge me as your child? Ye Hao expressed his curiosity. Bibi Dong, known for her fierce temperament, stubbornness, and clarity of judgment, found herself perplexed by this very question. Why would two strangers, who had never met, suddenly come to recognize one another? Initially taken aback, she then sighed and shook her head. Come, let us sit over there. The mother and son settled onto the sofa, where Ye Hao poured a fragrant cup of tea for Bibi Dong and handed it to her. She smiled gently, accepting the tea and taking a delicate sip. This world is truly marvelous. There is no shortage of wonders. When I first heard from Nana about your Death Spider Emperor Martial Soul, I was merely curious, especially regarding your irregular Martial Soul ring configuration, which astonished me and intensified my desire to meet you. Moreover, I later learned that you bear a striking resemblance to me. With that, Bibi Dong set the tea down and gently caressed Ye Hao's face, scrutinizing him closely. Indeed, you resemble me as if carved from the same mold. Ye Hao fell into silence, allowing Bibi Dong's warm hand to continually graze his cheek. After a moment of gentle stroking, Bibi Dong withdrew her delicate hand, sighing, Later, due to a lapse in my oversight, you misunderstood my intentions to capture you, and then you vanished. The only remnant left was the name Yi Ritien, but with such a vast continent, where could I search for Yi Ritien? Thus, this matter was postponed, and as time passed, I even began to question whether Yi Ritien truly existed. She continued, and so, after nearly a year had elapsed, Bibi Dong finished her tea, prompting Ye Hao to refill her cup. Do you recall Nana's journey to Tiantou City in search of you? Bibi Dong inquired. Ye Hao nodded and responded, Of course, Hulaina came to my home on your behest. Indeed, Nana happened to overhear some news about you and rushed to find me. In this manner, the flames, which should have extinguished, were reignited, prompting me to arrange for Nana to seek you in Tiantou City. Later, when Nana returned from Tiantou City, she informed me of your striking resemblance to me. Not only that, but you also possess the Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Eating Spider Emperor martial souls. Upon hearing this news, my long-dormant heart was stirred anew. During that time, I frequently dispatched individuals to gather information about you and even inquired personally about your whereabouts. By chance, I also heard of a certain rumor. Ye Hao smiled knowingly. Is it the rumor concerning our mother-son relationship? Yes, Bibi Dong nodded calmly. This rumor spread like wildfire, nearly convincing me that I indeed had a son out there. Eventually, even Qian Daolu got involved. Indeed, public opinion is the mightiest force. Bibi Dong chuckled at her own amusement. Suddenly, Bibi Dong fell silent, her smile fading. I must apologize to you, my dear. Her unexpected gesture left Ye Hao utterly astonished. Mother, what do you mean? Ye Hao genuinely could not comprehend. Bibi Dong slowly elucidated. The primary reason I acknowledged you as my son was largely due to those two spider emperors. The spider and the spider child, the death spider emperor and the soul-eating spider emperor. Ye Hao instinctively interjected. Precisely, Bibi Dong affirmed, shaking her head. Like me, you possess dual martial souls, the Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Eating Spider Emperor. My 9th soul ring for the Death Spider Emperor originates from a 100,000-year-old Death Spider Emperor. Following that, I carefully selected suitable soul beasts for my soul rings. Currently, I am only 2 soul rings short for my 2nd martial soul, the Soul-Eating Spider Emperor. Especially upon hearing that you were accompanied by both the Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Eating Spider Emperor, I chose to acknowledge you as my son, whom I had never met. In truth, my primary motive was for those two, thus serving my own interests. Ye Hao nodded in a haze, having already surmised the situation. What infuriates me even more is that he actually conspired with Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, contemplating to eliminate you halfway. I was genuinely enraged just now. As you previously stated, Yu Shaojiang is the source of all evil. Without him, I would not have found myself in this predicament. Without him, the Li family would not have been vanquished by you. Without him, perhaps we would not be facing such a multitude of troubles today, all of which stem from him. Yu Shaojiang, this duplicitous man, I have come to see through him. He seeks to destroy you and, indeed, aims to obliterate the entire Spirit Hall. As for your mother, I shall annihilate the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, compelling him to witness firsthand how his own lineage is inexorably dragged into the abyss by this source of all evil. With that said, a furious blaze ignited in Bibi Dong's eyes, and a chilling aura began to spread. Alas, Bibi Dong sighed deeply. After so many years as the Pope, I have dedicated myself to the robust development of the Spirit Hall. To everyone else, the position of Pope may seem exalted, but in my eyes, is fraught with loneliness, leaving me solitary to this day. As she spoke, tears welled in Bibi Dong's eyes, but she quickly looked up at the heavens, allowing those tears to be beautifully concealed. But now I have you. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I felt an inexplicable connection, as if we were mother and son in a past life. Perhaps it is due to our similar appearances, or perhaps it is our shared martial spirits. But now, I am your mother, and you, Ye Hao, are my son. Though not by blood, you hold a significant place in my heart. Sometimes, fate unfolds in such ways. Our encounter is destiny, and your possessing the same twin martial spirits as mine is yet another twist of fate. As she spoke, Ye Hao felt his eyes moisten. He could sense the genuine affection emanating from his mother. Her gaze was undeniably sincere. You know, you have an older sister named Qianrenxue. I believe you've already recognized each other, haven't you? Bibi Dong's expression was complex. Yes, Ye Hao nodded. My sister treats me exceptionally well, and I truly cherish her. Is that so? Then, that is wonderful. A knowing smile graced Bibi Dong's lips. I have always felt an overwhelming sense of indebtedness towards her. Over the years, from my initial lack of recognition to the multitude of experiences we've endured, I've gained clarity on so much. I cannot say I harbor hatred. It is merely a psychological struggle. Now, I genuinely hope that Xiao Shui can call me Mother. That would bring me immense satisfaction. With that, tears welled in Bibi Dong's eyes, rolling down her cheeks. Observing this, Ye Hao was deeply moved by the current situation, astonished that his mother had undergone such a profound transformation today. Immediately, he grasped his mother's hand even tighter. Mom, I believe my sister will understand. I hope so. Bibi Dong sighed. The moment you called me Mom, I truly felt an unprecedented warmth, truly. As she spoke, Bibi Dong gently enveloped Ye Hao in her embrace. Mother must confess something to you. In truth, I am the inheritor of the god of Azura. And you, as I have heard from Xiao Hong, are the inheritor of the god of death. Am I correct? Yes. Ye Hao nodded, lost in the warmth of his mother's embrace. After being alone for so many years, perhaps you are the greatest gift bestowed upon me by the heavens. Of course, both you and your sister are equally precious. Her words were filled with warmth. In truth, I harbor a deep disdain for those so-called nobles who, driven by selfishness, neglect the common people possessing exceptional martial spirits. They lack the proper guidance for martial spirit awakening, resulting in a tragic waste of talent. Conversely, these so-called nobles do not regard commoners as human beings. They merely content themselves with the status quo, continuously exploiting the interests of the common people to solidify their own positions. Ye Hao profoundly agreed. In my youth, I witnessed far too much. The three upper sects are a prime example, as well as the two great empires. Previously, the Snow Knight Emperor of the Tiando Empire sought to confer a title upon me, but I deftly evaded it. Only after I achieved victory in this tournament would I accept his accolades. Thus, that fellow was deceived. Had he known my true identity, he would surely have been astounded. Mother, let us join forces and forge a new world together, eradicating those archaic customs one by one. Let those so-called sects fade into the dust of history, and let the two great empires become mere relics of the past. Indeed, Bibi Dong smiled faintly. At that time, you and I, united as mother and son, shall eradicate those so-called sects and empires, allowing the brilliance of the Spirit Hall to illuminate every corner of the Douluo Continent. Yes, a spark ignited in the eyes of both mother and son. Mother has answered your questions. May I pose one to you in return? Bibi Dong inquired. Ye Hao nodded, and then Bibi Dong continued. Why do you and I bear such an uncanny resemblance, even to the extent of having similar martial spirits? I secretly dispatched someone in Nodding City, the place of your first appearance. At that time, it was a man named Su Yuntao who awakened your martial spirit. Later, I sent someone to bring him to the Spirit Hall for a confrontation with me, only to discover that your arrival was shrouded in mystery, as though it had all been meticulously orchestrated. Since your arrival in the Douluo Continent, many events have unfolded, most of which have benefited the Spirit Hall. Now it is your turn to answer my question. Where do your twin martial spirits come from? And what about you, my son? Chapter 202. The Heir of the Spirit Hall. Ye Hao. Ye Hao. In light of the current circumstances, Ye Hao had long anticipated this moment. I apologize, my dear brother of death, but for the sake of my future, I must sacrifice you. Rest assured, to atone for this, I shall ascend to take your place a year earlier. At this juncture, I shall no longer conceal the truth. Ye Hao wore a bittersweet smile as he gestured upwards. Mother, do you recall the incident when the Spirit Hall invaded Sea God Island back in the day? Of course. I remember. Bibi Dong nodded. Are you connected to this matter? Somehat, Ye Hao replied earnestly. At that time, the invasion by the Spirit Hall caused significant devastation to Sea God Island, inciting great wrath from the one above. As you know, the deity worshipped at Sea God Island is the Sea God, who holds the legacy of divine authority. Following the invasion, the Sea God was furious and chose an heir to seek vengeance against the Spirit Hall. At this revelation, Bibidong's composure faltered. The Sea God selected an heir, intending to use that individual to annihilate the Spirit Hall. Indeed, Ye Hao confirmed, mustering his courage to nod. And that individual is Tang San, the son of Tang Hao. Tang San, he is the heir of the Sea God. Bibi Dong exclaimed, astonished. Ye Hao nodded correct. Gods are not permitted to meddle in the affairs of the Douluo Continent. Nonetheless, he has chosen Tang San as his successor. Following the incident with Qian Xuanji, the Haotian sect has harbored an unquenchable hatred toward the Spirit Hall. The Sea God intends to utilize Tang San as his heir to orchestrate the downfall of the Spirit Hall. Ye Hao paused for a moment before continuing, as for me. You previously mentioned that you are the inheritor of the Rakshasa God, who represents malevolence, while my death god embodies mortality. At that time, shortly after you inherited the trials of the Rakshasa God sensed the Sea God's anomaly. Should Tang San complete the inheritance of the Sea God's authority, the future of the Spirit Hall would undoubtedly be perilous. As the inheritor of the Rakshasa God, you would inevitably align with the Spirit Hall. In the future, as the Spirit Hall establishes the Spirit Empire, its adversaries would be the two great empires and the representatives of the top three sections. Thus, the Death God devised a plan to create a god. Create a god? Bibi Dong furrowed her brow. Indeed, create a god. A child capable of inheriting the authority of the Death God. Under the guidance of the Rakshasa God, the Death God utilized everything you provided. Ultimately, the Death God succeeded in creating me. Bibi Dong fell into silence. Ye Hao let out a gentle sigh and continued, a little over a year ago, at the moment I inherited the position of the Death God, I became acutely aware of my origins. To put it bluntly, I am a being devoid of parents. Merely a creation of the gods, or rather, a tool, a vessel for inheriting divine authority. During that period, I found myself plagued by self-doubt, questioning the value and meaning of my existence. However, not long ago, the death god suddenly appeared in my dreams and imparted a singular message. You are not a mere tool. You are a person, a living, breathing individual. Ye Hao paused for a moment, gazing at Bibi, whose expression was a complex tapestry of emotions, and self-deprecatingly remarked, "Mother, by this point you must understand. I am merely a tool." Suddenly, Bibi stepped forward and enveloped Ye Hao in her embrace. "Who says you are a tool? You are my son," Bibi declared with formidable conviction. "You previously stated that you are the being created by the death god, a living entity. In other words, you are my son." Bibi tightened her embrace around Ye Hao, the shock of this revelation overwhelming her. Ye Hao then gently caressed the heart of death resting upon his hair. "Great Lord of Death, I implore you, in the divine realm, within the death god's temple." The death god found the situation both amusing and exasperating. He could not help but admire the vivid imagination of his heir. "You truly spun quite the tale. Very well. I shall consult with the Rakshasa god." Ye Hao inwardly rejoiced. "Thank you. Rest assured, I will return with a splendid victory in your wager with the sea god." "That's the spirit. I'm off to meet the Rakshasa god. You keep up the good work." With that, the death god's voice gradually faded from Ye Hao's consciousness. "You should have come to the spirit hall sooner." Bibidong's eyes glistened with tears as she tenderly stroked Ye Hao's head. "Mother, am I not here now?" Ye Hao wiped away the tears from the corners of Bibidong's eyes. "The reason I delayed my arrival at the spirit hall was that I feared you would be reluctant to accept me. My earlier endeavors in capturing the Titan giant ape and the demon whale sharks were aimed at doing something within my capabilities for the spirit hall, hoping to leave a favorable impression on you." At that moment, a flash of purple light flickered across Bibidong's forehead, and the voice of the Rakshasa god resonated within her mind. In that instant, Bibi was utterly convinced. She joyfully stepped forward and gently embraced Ye Hao, exuding a profound maternal love as if she had reunited with a long-lost child. "Impudent boy, am I the type of person to abandon you?" Bibi exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face. Today, her heart was light. "From this day forth, you are my son. Remember, you are not a tool. You are a child with a mother." Ye Hao nodded vigorously, then said, "Mother, there's a matter I must discuss with you." "Speak, what is it?" Bibi replied with a smile, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Ye Hao. After all, he was a being fashioned by the gods, created in her likeness. And no matter how she looked at him, she found him delightful. "During my time in Heaven-Do City, I was fortunate to have my sister care for me. She brought warmth to my life. However, I'm just a bit shy about you." Bibi raised an eyebrow, probing. "You don't mean to say you have feelings for your sister, do you?" Ye Hao fell silent, his head bowed in embarrassment. "Mother, you can see through me." "Indeed?" Bibi sighed with a wry smile. "Am I so oblivious to your little secrets? What is your sister's current stance?" "She said that we are siblings and that it is impossible for anything more. But I have my reasons. My origins have been clarified now. The purple light that appeared on your forehead earlier must have been the Rakshasa god informing you of my situation." Bibi did not shy away from the truth. "That is indeed the case. However, little Shui has a strong character. Can you handle her?" Upon hearing this, Ye Hao's eyes lit up. "Mother, does this mean you approve?" Bibi smiled faintly. "The matters of youth are not for me to dictate. Although you are now my son, you are not my biological child. As long as you explain this to Xiao Shui, I believe she will gradually come to accept you. This would be even better. A complete family, having a son and soon a daughter as well. I, Bibi am truly a winner in life." As she spoke, Bibi excitedly pinched Ye Hao's cheeks, drawing him close in a tight embrace. Subsequently, Ye Hao retrieved 4 soul bones from the heart of death. "Mother, these soul bones are of no use to me. Please take them and give them to those who need them." The 4 soul bones radiated different glows, and Bibi could sense that one of them was particularly valuable, while the other 3 were equally impressive. Bibi was taken aback, clearly startled by Ye Hao's generosity. It was known that the Spirit Hall had only produced 3 soul bones for the current tournament, with the most valuable being the head bone, personally obtained by the former pope. Yet, before her now, these 4 appeared to overshadow them. "Where did you acquire such a multitude of soul bones?" Bibi shook her head in disbelief, gently ruffling Ye Hao's hair. Ye Hao offered a faint smile as he introduced. "This soul bone is the left leg bone of the Blue-Silver King, which I obtained after slaying a Blue-Silver King that had existed for 85,000 years. This particular piece was dropped by a soul master of considerable renown. As for these 2, he continued, they are the legacy soul bones of the Haotian clan. A few days ago, Tang Xiao and Tang Hao came to challenge me. After a prolonged battle, I managed to sever one arm and one leg from Tang Hao, which explains the origin of these 2 soul bones." "So, are you all right?" Tang Xiao exclaimed. For both he and Tang Hao were formidable opponents. Their combined might truly formidable. Mother, I am fine, Ye Hao replied, nestling comfortably in Bibi Dong's embrace before adding, Zhu Zhu and I share a martial soul fusion technique. And under the connection of the heart of death, we can perform the twin Spider King martial soul fusion, which ultimately allows my power to ascend dramatically, elevating me to the level of a 99 ranked ultimate Douluo. Though it lasts only 3 minutes, it will suffice to deal with those two. Suddenly, Ye Hao extricated himself from Bibi Dong's warm embrace. Mother, I have heard from Xiao Hong that you might also be able to perform a martial soul fusion technique with Zhu Zhu, which may lead to a breakthrough to the 100th level. The 100th level, a mere legend. For it had been nearly 10,000 years since anyone had achieved such a feat on the continent. Indeed, that dog mentioned a method through which I could break through to the 100th level. I inquired further, but only spoke in riddles, suggesting that I would understand once you arrived. Bibi Dong nodded seriously. Now I comprehend. That dog is indeed extraordinary. Ye Hao sighed softly. Xiao Hong enjoys being cryptic, yet she is undeniably reliable. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of the sea god, the artificial ocean behind us would not be solely occupied by the evil spirit orca, but also by the deep-sea demon whale king. Mother, please accept these 4 soul bones. The martial soul hall is in dire need of them, Ye Hao urged, pushing the soul bones towards Bibi Dong. And what of you? The quality of these soul bones is exceptionally high. They're among the finest I have encountered. You require them more than I do, Bibi Dong replied, clearly reluctant to accept. There's no need, mother. In truth, I already possess a soul bone in my right leg, the 100,000-year blue silver emperor's right leg bone, which was left behind after Tang Hao's wife perished. Moreover, Zhu Zhu and Zhu Er, along with the evil spirit orca, will offer their sacrifices to me once I become a title Douluo. The heart of death will transform them into humans, and upon their sacrifice, their souls will enter the heart of death. In the future, when I ascend to become the god of death, it will mark the day of their resurrection, and we shall share eternal life together. They have aided me immensely. They are akin to family, and I cannot forsake them. This is my promise to them. Therefore, mother, please accept these 4 soul bones. The martial soul hall requires them far more than I do at this moment. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong ceased her hesitation and accepted the 4 soul bones into her soul bone vessel. Then I shall not be modest. Thank you for your contribution to the martial soul hall, she said, and seeing Bibi Dong accept them with joy, Ye Hao finally revealed a radiant smile. Let's go. I wish to introduce you to my family. The atmosphere was dark, cold, and damp, imbued with an indescribable stench. In the dungeons of the martial soul hall, many heinous criminals were imprisoned, some destined to be sent to the city of slaughter, ensuring they would lose their freedom forever. I will destroy the martial soul hall. I will kill Ye Hao. I will annihilate all of you. Frenzied shouts pierced the darkness, revealing pairs of blood-red eyes that gaze at the buzzcut man being dragged in by the holy knights. Ah, a newcomer has arrived. It has been ages since we had fresh meat. I wonder what this one will taste like. I'll take a wild guess. This fellow seems like a novice. Clang! The prison doors swung open violently, and 2 holy knights hurled Yu Xiaojing inside. Source of all evil, Yu Xiaojing, how dare you threaten to destroy the martial soul hall? You must be tired of living. Bah, you don't know your own insignificance. May you rot here until you grow old and die, never to escape. With that, they slammed the prison door shut once more. Yu Xiaojing curled up on the ground, his lower body ablaze with pain, numb and devoid of sensation. What a foul stench. He retched, glancing around the dark environment. After his previous day of exploration in the dungeon, he had become particularly sensitive to the darkness. His eyes widened in horror as he saw. Ah! From the shadows, countless large hands grasped Yu Xiaojing tightly, dragging him into the abyss. No matter how he screamed, it was ultimately in vain. As the sound of tearing fabric and Yu Xiaojing's anguished cries echoed, silence reclaimed the space once more. The weather today was splendid, with a gentle breeze and warm sunlight bathing the martial soul hall. Mother, are you planning to assign me to the martial soul hall's combat team for the competition? Bibi Dong nodded, smiling. Now that you are home, there is no need for you to go to the Tiando Royal Academy. When the competition begins, you will represent the martial soul hall alongside Nana and the others. However, the final prize for the competition is 3 soul bones, which I presume you would not desire. Give them to Hulaina and the others. I know those 3 soul bones were intended for them. And as for me, Ye Hao chuckled, a sly grin gracing his lips. I would feel remiss not to acquire a complete set of 100,000-year soul bones. You. Bibi Dong shook her head with a wry smile, playfully ruffling Ye Hao's hair. Exuding warmth. Onlookers, disciples of the martial soul hall, gazed in astonishment, witnessing someone walking alongside the Pope, who bore an uncanny resemblance to her. Whispers and speculation filled the air. Zhu, prepare to perform the martial soul fusion technique. In the spacious reception hall, Xiaohong lounged on a warm blanket, lazily observing the two. Huh, Brother Hong, our master is home. Why must we still perform the martial soul fusion technique? Zhu inquired. You'll understand shortly. Xiaohong replied, revealing a bright, pearly smile. Creak. The door slowly opened. Ye Hao and Bibi entered the room together, and at that moment, Zhu and Zhu were momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom how similar the two were. Was this a trick of the light? At last you have arrived, they said as the reception hall door creaked open. Bibi and Ye Hao stepped in side by side, and at that instant, the air around them seemed to freeze, save for the calm demeanor of Xiaohong. Zhu, the evil spirit orca, and even Zhu wore expressions of shock, as if they had been astonished for an entire year. This is too much of a coincidence. Zhu swallowed hard, unable to believe her eyes. They look as though they were carved from the same mold. The evil spirit orca nodded in agreement. When he first laid eyes on Bibi upon entering the martial soul hall, he too had been momentarily stunned. Zhu remained silent, a ripple passing through her otherwise serene gaze as she moved to a nearby bookshelf and began to read a tome with deliberation. Greetings, I am Bibi the Pope of the martial soul hall. You must be my son's family, she said with a gentle smile, surveying the faces of Zhu and the others. Yes, greetings, Your Holiness. I am Zhu, the 10,000-year death spider king. Zhu introduced herself. I need no introduction, the evil spirit orca chimed in with a grin. Hello, I am Zhu the 10,000-year soul devouring spider, she stated softly. I have no need for one, Xiaohong added, smiling brightly. At that moment, Ain felt a wave of awkwardness wash over her. She was unsure how to introduce herself. Ever since entering the martial soul hall, she had felt out of place. Ye Hao stepped forward with a light chuckle. This is Ain, Tang Hao's wife. After her sacrifice, she became a blue-silver emperor. I revived her not long ago, and she is now my maid. Ain, Bibi gaze sharpened as she scrutinized her with newfound interest. So you are Ain. In the beginning, Chihiro's actions were motivated solely by her feelings for him, which led to her confrontation with Tang Hao, ultimately resulting in a tragic outcome. Bibi comprehended her son's actions. His resurrection merely added another 10,000-year soul ring and soul bone. Ain, in her current state, was but a mere pawn, destined for sacrifice once Ye Hao attained the rank of title Daw. Were Bibi in her position, she would undoubtedly act similarly. Under the scrutinizing gaze, Ain felt a profound discomfort. Within the spirit hall, she was acutely aware of her precarious situation, as if death were merely a heartbeat away. You truly are fortunate, Bibi remarked with a bittersweet smile, for she found herself surrounded by 4 10,000-year soul beasts, not to mention Xiaohong, this divine creature. It was often said that 10,000-year soul beasts were rare across the continent. But where were those naysayers now? I welcome you to the spirit hall. Should you require anything, feel free to approach me directly, Bibi added, her smile unwavering. How could we dare? Zhu responded humbly. Our current standing is owed entirely to our master. We wish only to remain by his side, with no further desires. Zhu, relax. You have always been my family, my brothers. Now that you have returned home, consider the spirit hall your own abode. There is no need for such formality, Ye Hao said with a gentle smile. In that moment, he felt the warmth of home, a sensation he had not experienced for many years, the last time being on Earth. Regrettably, he could not return, but the present was satisfactory. He preferred to maintain the status quo. Upon hearing these words, Zhu was moved to tears, while Zhu's eyes shimmered with emotion. Evil Tiger blinked, secretly rejoicing at having chosen the right path. At that moment, Xiaohong stretched lazily and approached from the blanket. Let's set aside reminiscing. There is an important matter that requires the cooperation of Zhu and Zhu Xiaohong stated, directing her gaze at the two. What do you need us to do? Zhu inquired, setting down her book. Brother Hong, please give your orders. I will go through fire and water for you. Zhu declared, unwilling to be outdone. There is no need for such solemnity, Zhu. I merely wish for you to once again demonstrate your martial soul fusion technique. There is no need to treat it as though it were a matter of life and death. Xiaohong replied, shaking her head in exasperation. You may be passionate, but do not let it cloud your judgment. What will be difficult about this? Master, let us begin, Zhu said, her demeanor relaxed. Yet Ye Hao shrugged. Zhu, this time the martial soul fusion technique will not be performed by me, but rather by me. Bibi stepped forward. In the cold, dark confines of a prison. Yu Xiaojiang sat in tattered clothing, his eyes vacant, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. At this moment, regret washed over him. Why did I come to the Spirit Hall? Would it not have been better to remain at Shrek Academy? As he spoke, he adjusted his torn trousers, feeling an overwhelming sense of despair in the pitch-black dungeon. Suddenly, a sharp pain coursed through him, causing his body to jerk involuntarily. Ha ha ha, this is just the beginning. In a few days, I will be sent to the city of slaughter. Tonight, let us continue. From the shadows of the prison emerged several figures, their disheveled hair and malevolent aura striking terror into Yu Xiaojiang's heart. Stay away. Don't come any closer, he pleaded, his fear palpable as he faced the most unbearable suffering of his life. Such disgrace. With a heavy sigh, Yu Xiaojiang felt the flames of vengeance ignite within him. Directed at the Spirit Hall, at Ye Hao, and even at Bibi, his hatred had reached its zenith. When I have the opportunity to escape, I will devote my entire life to destroying the Spirit Hall. Yu Xiaojiang trembled with rage, his fists clenched in determination. Fool, what nonsense are you muttering? Two holy knights who had imprisoned Yu Xiaojiang entered the dungeon, their laughter echoing off the walls as they beheld the pitiful sight before them. To be locked up here, one must be a truly wicked individual. Yu Xiaojiang, your downfall is of your own making. And no, nothing, Yu Xiaojiang stammered, shaking his head. Are you here to set me free? Despite the dire situation, he clung to the hope of escape, recalling that these two were the ones who had initially brought him here, where he had suffered inhuman treatment. Even now, his legs shook uncontrollably. What luck! Just arrived and already set to be released. One of the knights sneered at Yu Xiaojiang. We're about to be dispatched to the city of slaughter. It's a shame you want to be joining us. If I had known you would be such an easy target, I would have pressed harder. The scarred-faced knight's cold smile sent shivers down Yu Xiaojiang's spine, as if he were plunged into an icy abyss. Let you out? Another knight burst into laughter. You, who have been personally ordered to be captured by His Holiness the Pope, dare to dream of freedom. Prepare yourself to remain here for the rest of your days. At these words, Yu Xiaojiang felt as though he had been struck by lightning, collapsing to his knees, his body devoid of strength. It's over. My life is utterly ruined. In this lightless prison, how could he ever showcase his talents to destroy the Spirit Hall? What are you doing? Yu Xiaojiang was startled to find his limbs being restrained. No matter how hard he tried, he could not move, forced to watch helplessly. Just then, an elderly man carrying a medicine box entered, the stench of the prison wafting around him. Without a word, the old man set the box down and withdrew a curved knife from within. With a steady breath, he cast a fleeting glance at the struggling Yu Xiaojiang. If not cut, you will rot. This is for your own good, the old man stated matter-of-factly. Then, under the gaze of Yu Xiaojiang's despairing eyes, the knife fell. Ah! A blood-curdling scream erupted, echoing throughout the dungeon. Could it be, Master, that your mother can also perform the martial soul fusion technique with us? Zhu Zhu inquired, bewildered as she looked at Ye Hao. Ye Hao smiled gently. Why not? The martial soul fusion technique of you, me, and Zhu Zhu, twin spider emperors, will be executed under the influence of the Heart of Death. After fusion, our combat power will rival that of a 99th level unparalleled Douluo. My mother's martial soul mirrors mine, while she lacks the Heart of Death. She possesses another item that can serve as a substitute. As he spoke, Ye Hao produced the Heart of Death. The Heart of Death came with a skill, Dark Embrace. The entire room was completely isolated by the Heart of Death. At that moment, Bibi Dong's eyes transformed into a deep emerald green, exuding an eerie aura. As a purple-black scythe materialized in her grasp, the Rakshasa demon scythe, Xiaohong immediately recognized that Bibi Dong was the inheritor of the Rakshasa god, now acknowledged by the Rakshasa demon scythe. With the final two crucial soul rings, she would ultimately complete the divine inheritance of the Rakshasa god. The emergence of the Rakshasa demon scythe caused Ye Hao to furrow his brow, feeling the overwhelmingly malevolent energy emanating from it. Thankfully, the Heart of Death had perfectly sealed off the area. Otherwise, the entire Spirit Hall would be engulfed in its evil aura. Faced with such a divine artifact, the soul beasts present felt an acute sense of danger. The chilling intent to kill and the surging waves of malevolence rendered their legs as heavy as lead, immobilizing them. Like Hauer, I too am a divine inheritor. I inherit the power of the Rakshasa god, and this is the Rakshasa god's divine artifact. The Rakshasa demon scythe, Bibi Dong declared, wielding the scythe in her right hand. What is our next course of action? Bibi Dong asked, turning her gaze toward Xiaohong. Xiaohong grinned boldly, a serious expression crossing her face. The reason Haozi can perform the martial soul fusion technique is, of course, due to the Heart of Death. However, for your mother, it is different. Zhu Zhu and Zhu Air possess the power of the heart of death, allowing them to resonate with it, but you do not. Similarly, by using the Rakshasa demon scythe as a catalyst, as long as it carries the combined essence of the three of you, the martial soul fusion technique can be completed. After a brief pause, Xiao Hong continued. The martial soul fusion technique not only tests the abilities of the fusers, but also the compatibility between their martial souls. Much like the spider and its offspring, there are the Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor, who have existed for 100,000 years as soul beasts. With the assistance of the Heart of Death, bestowed by Haozi, they have now transformed into human forms, establishing a profound connection with him. Consequently, it is indeed feasible for them to execute their martial soul fusion technique. Should you also wish to achieve this martial soul fusion, the foremost issue to address is this very connection. Upon stating this, Xiao Hong gestured for Bibi to place the soul-devouring scythe upon the ground. Just like Haozi, his mother possesses the same martial soul, which is an inherent advantage bestowed by nature. All three of you must each let a drop of blood fall upon the soul-devouring scythe. And Haozi, you too, Xiao Hong promptly instructed. Haozi, perplexed yet compliant, followed her command. The moment the 4 droplets of blood mingled upon the soul-devouring scythe, a wondrous spectacle unfolded. Their blood seamlessly fused together. Moreover, Bibi experienced a sudden flash of insight, establishing a faint connection with the spider and its offspring. The same was true for the spider and its offspring. Yet Haozi felt nothing at all. Previously, Haozi had centered upon the heart of death, but now, the soul-devouring scythe took precedence. The blood they had shed was crucial to this process. As for the reason Haozi was required to contribute his blood, it was merely to serve a harmonizing function. Being the heir to the heart of death, and given that the soul-devouring scythe is a divine artifact of the soul-devouring god, there existed a slight impediment due to the prior martial soul fusion being initiated by the heart of death. Fortunately, Haozi's blood could provide the necessary equilibrium. Now, proceed with your martial soul fusion technique. Xiao Hong murmured to herself, contemplating whether the Lord of Death's earlier conjecture was indeed correct. Without hesitation, the spider's 9 soul rings illuminated beneath its feet, and the Death Spider Emperor's true form silently emerged behind it. Following suit, the offspring also manifested its 9 soul rings, completing the transformation into the soul-devouring Spider Emperor. Bibi, adhering to Xiao Hong's earlier instructions, promptly unleashed the Death Spider Emperor's martial soul. The upper half of her body became enveloped in a layer of dark purple armor, even her face obscured by a piece of shell, accompanied by 4 small eyes sprouting forth. Bibidong's legs vanished, her lower body morphing into a massive spherical form from which 8 sturdy legs, adorned with thorns, emerged, evoking an indescribable sensation. Haozi, feeling the weight of this transformation, recognized that he was indeed the possessor of the Death Spider Emperor's martial soul. Yet the disparity between his own manifestation and that of his mother was stark. The 9 soul rings aligned perfectly. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red. Bibidong's 9th soul ring intimidated the Death Spider Emperor, its aura unmistakable. The realization struck him. His mother had once hunted a Death Spider Emperor. However, the circumstances had changed. As Bibi completed the embodiment of the Death Spider Emperor, the spider's form swiftly integrated into her being, a dark magical pattern spreading across her body. Half of her face mirroring this transformation. A surge of primal energy coursed through her, akin to a relentless river. Then, Bibidong's 2nd martial soul emerged. The soul-devouring Spider Emperor, possessing merely 7 soul rings, 5 black and 2 red. A dark green spider web pattern adorned her forehead. An illustrious dark green glow radiated from her, while 3 pairs of dark green spider legs sprouted from her back, her arms morphing into similar elongated spears. Her lower half enveloped in a layer of dark green light. In a manner identical to the offspring, it too merged into Bibi. The 2 forces intermingling as she closed her eyes, revealing signs of a breakthrough in her previously stagnant soul power. Do you sense it? Haozi inquired, glancing at Xiao Hong. She nodded silently, acknowledging the momentous occasion. The first 100-level breakthrough on the Douluo Continent was imminent. Alas, while it is a breakthrough to 100, the soul-devouring scythe does not confer the status of the soul-devouring god. This is due to your mother's unfinished divine trial, Haozi remarked. Indeed, although it may seem trivial, it is not without significance. One day, your mother will complete the trial of the soul-devouring god. This martial soul fusion technique merely allows her to temporarily surpass the 100-level threshold, aided by the soul-devouring scythe. Without this divine artifact, even if the martial soul fusion technique were completed, her soul power would remain capped at 99, a pinnacle of semi-divinity, Xiao Hong stated with utmost seriousness. Centered around Bibi Dong's form, a milky white sphere of light began to shift and transform, resembling a state of chaos. At that moment, the soul-devouring scythe erupted with a dazzling purple light, an evil aura cascading forth. It swiftly soared into the light sphere, while Haozi's expression shifted to one of alarm. A bitter smile gracing his lips. It appeared the heart of death was nearing its limits. The power of this martial soul fusion technique was overwhelming. Xiao Hong nodded in agreement, stating, "There's no escaping it. Your mother was originally a peerless title Douluo at 99 levels, while the spider and its offspring, upon becoming human, are around 97. Coupled with the intrinsic power of the soul-devouring scythe, the convergence of these four forces is unimaginable." At that moment, the once clear skies over the spirit hall were shrouded in a layer of gray. Sensing an anomaly, Qian Daolu emerged from the elder hall, accompanied by several other esteemed elders. "Brother, I cannot shake this ominous premonition," remarked the golden crocodile Do, a hint of worry in his tone. Qian Daolu shared a similar sentiment, gazing skyward with furrowed brows. Suddenly, a milky white sphere shot into the sky. As it gradually took shape, it astonishingly morphed into Bibidong's likeness. Clad in black armor, she emanated an evil aura that spiraled around her, with sinister purple energy cascading over her armor. Particularly striking were the four massive scythes extending from her back, crackling with purple-black lightning across the somber sky, resembling a harbinger of the apocalypse. At last, it has succeeded. Xiao Hong and Haozi approached the elder hall, their eyes drawn to the familiar silhouette in the sky, both sensing the sheer terror of the power unleashed. "Haozi, what on earth is happening?" Qian Daolu could no longer contain his curiosity. "It's grandfather. No need for alarm. It's merely my mother reaching the 100-level threshold. Nothing more," Haozi replied nonchalantly. "Breaking through 100? Qian Daolu's eyes widened in disbelief. The gathered elders and worshippers turned pale at the revelation. 100-level soul power was merely a legend, yet here it was, unfolding before them. As Bibi Dong reigned in her aura, the moment her eyes opened, the malevolent energy surged forth, swiftly engulfing the entirety of the Douluo Continent. Meanwhile, the Academy's team, making their way towards the Spirit City under the protection of the Tiando Royal Knights, was progressing steadily. At this pace, they would arrive by dawn's first light. However, the lead warhorse suddenly became skittish, rearing and throwing its rider to the ground. More and more steeds became unsettled, resulting in a once orderly formation descending into chaos, with carriages toppling over. "What is happening?" someone speculated. "It must be caused by the horse's fright," another replied. "That shouldn't be. The road is flat, and the Tiando Royal Knights are elite soldiers. It's inconceivable." A chorus of confusion ensued. "What on earth is going on?" Xue Qinghe furrowed his brow as he stepped out of the carriage, glancing in the direction of Spirit City. Just moments ago, a powerful ripple of soul power had resonated here, one that felt eerily familiar. "Fengzi, isensa furawudinuman. Our journey to the Spirit Hall will be fraught with peril," said the Sword de Law, his expression grave. Ning Fengji fell into silence. In the city of slaughter, a blood-red figure slowly rose, unfurling two pairs of blood-colored wings. On Sea God Island, Sea God Doa Poseidon stood atop the peak of Sea God Mountain, gazing longingly towards the continent, lost in thought. As the dust settled, Bibi Dong descended from the air, making her way towards the Elder Hall, slowly approaching Ye Hao. The onlookers dared not utter a word, their breaths becoming exceedingly cautious, for the aura emanating from Bibi Dong was such that even her very breath could spell their demise. In her presence, the once proud elders who claimed the title of Title de Law were now acutely aware of their insignificance. The Titan giant ape, locked away in front of the Elder Hall, trembled in fear, its massive, mountain-like form curled on the ground, its lantern-sized eyes filled with profound despair. Qian Yu's emotions were conflicted. Should he rejoice at Bibi Dong's breakthrough to the 100th level, a momentous occasion for the Spirit Hall, or lament? As this news was far from favorable for the entire Angel clan. "Hao, my beloved child, I am proud of you," Bibi Dong said softly, embracing Ye Hao. Despite the malevolent energy that surrounded her, Ye Hao could still feel the warmth emanating from his mother's heart. Observing this, Qian Daolu finally breathed a sigh of relief. "From this day forth, my son Ye Hao is the heir of the Spirit Hall." Bibi Dong's voice echoed throughout every corner of the Spirit Hall. It was both a command and a proclamation. An era uniquely belonging to the Spirit Hall was on the horizon. Yes, The disciples of the Spirit Hall responded in unison, the simplicity of their affirmation resonating deeply within their hearts, confirming Ye Hao's identity. After a brief moment of astonishment, Bibi Dong led Ye Hao into the main hall of the papal palace. Upon entering, Bibi Dong transformed once more into a milky white orb of light, from which Zhu Zhu and Zhu Air emerged, their expressions grim, reminiscent of Ye Hao after utilizing the spirit fusion technique, utterly drained of soul power. Zhu Air, are you alright? Ye Hao asked with concern. The two shook their heads to indicate they were fine, then sat cross-legged on the ground to gradually restore their soul power. At that moment, Bibi Dong regained her true form, appearing pale as a sheet, gasping for breath. The exertion from employing the spirit fusion technique had taken a tremendous toll on her physical and soul power. She had truly experienced the might of the 100th level. Mother, are you alright? Ye Hao hurriedly offered his support. Bibi Dong shook her head and smiled. I'm fine, just exhausted from the soul power consumption. The strength of the 100th level is intoxicating. In that moment, it felt as though the entire Douluo Continent bowed before me. Alas, this state can only be maintained for a mere half an hour. Half an hour? Ye Hao was Leipzig. It was far better than the brief 3 minutes he had experienced. Chapter 203. Has Yu Xiaojing died? With Bibi Dong's temporary breakthrough to the 100th level, Ye Hao's identity was officially announced throughout the Spirit Hall, the heir of the Spirit Hall, Ye Hao. That evening, to celebrate Ye Hao's ascension, Bibi Dong hosted a grand feast, attended by nearly all the elders of the Spirit Hall. Surprisingly, even the usually reclusive Qian Daolu graced the banquet with his presence, underscoring his high hopes for Ye Hao. The following morning, as the sun rose, its warm rays streamed through the clouds, illuminating Ye Hao's face as he lay motionless in bed, still in the depths of slumber. The previous night had introduced him to an overwhelming number of people. He had met numerous high-ranking members of the Spirit Hall, greeting each in turn. Since Bibi Dong's temporary breakthrough, the atmosphere had indeed shifted. Those who once harbored grievances against her had now become cordial, even cautious in their speech. Ye Hao let out a loud cry, jolting upright in bed. Mother, why are you in my room? He exclaimed, clutching the blanket, his eyelids feeling heavy. Bibi Dong, hands on her hips, replied sharply, what time is it? As the heir of the Spirit Hall, how can you afford to sleep in? Hurry up and help me with the Spirit Hall's affairs. Huh? A large question mark appeared over Ye Hao's head. Being the heir of the Spirit Hall was no easy task. Thus, under Bibi Dong's authoritative demeanor, Ye Hao found himself rising for the first time in his life without lingering in bed. Presently, Ye Hao trudged through the corridors of the papal palace, sporting dark circles under his eyes. Along the way, the disciples of the Spirit Hall bowed to him, his status commanding respect. After a brief breakfast, Ye Hao arrived at Bibi Dong's office, where she was diligently attending to Spirit Hall matters. As previously stated, being the Pope was not as effortless as one might imagine. Come in, sit down, and help your mother. Bibi Dong gestured for Ye Hao to take a seat. He sat beside her, casually picking up a book to glance through, only to be overwhelmed by a sense of dizziness. Mother, don't you have a Laina? Why did you still call me over? Ye Hao shook his head vigorously, the contents before him appearing as incomprehensible as ancient texts. Laina is preparing for the upcoming elimination rounds, and since you've returned, being the heir of the Spirit Hall is no leisurely position, Bibi Dong remarked as she scribbled furiously. Ye Hao sighed. Is it too late for me to regret coming back? Mother, don't forget, I'm also one of the competing students. Bibi Dong shot him a disapproving glance. With your strength, I doubt Laina and the others will need to intervene. You alone could probably dominate the entire arena. Do you really think I need to train? Ye Hao's lips twitched, realizing the truth in her words. At that moment, a glimmer of realization crossed Ye Hao's face. Mother, I remember that Elder Zhu and Elder Gui are heading out to hunt Tang San, right? Indeed, Bibi Dong nodded, savoring a cup of fragrant tea. They left last night. It should be long before action is taken. Suddenly, Bibi Dong appeared to remember something, smacking her forehead in exasperation. I almost forgot. Didn't Ti, the god of death, and the sea god agree that Tang San cannot die right now? It seems that Gui, Mei, and the others went for naught. No. Ye Hao replied with a slight smile. Gui, Mei, and the others did not go in vain. As per our prior agreement, I cannot kill Tang San until he has completed the sea god's trials. However, that does not mean I cannot plunge him into despair. During the previous matches, I've already made him taste despair several times, and now presents an excellent opportunity. For Tang San, that useless Yu Xiaojing is akin to his second father. Now that Yu Xiaojing is imprisoned by us. Ye Hao paused before continuing. Sometimes, tormenting a person can be far more gratifying than ending their life. Mother, let me go. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Seeing his determination, Bibi Dong chuckled. Go on, go on. You look utterly displeased. Dealing with the affairs of state seems to be draining the life out of you. Who do you plan to take with you? Without a moment's thought, Ye Hao replied, the evil tiger will suffice. Zhu Zhu and Zhu Air should stay with you for now. They're still unfamiliar with the spirit hall. Very well, the sooner you leave, the sooner you may return. After bidding farewell to Bibi Dong, Ye Hao prepared to set off towards the location where Tang San lay in ambush. Meanwhile, in the dimly lit dungeon, Yu Xiaojiang, battered and filthy, huddled in a corner, utterly devoid of his former arrogance, gazing at the scar-faced men before him, who were greedily devouring steamed buns. He pressed his emaciated belly and couldn't help but plead, Scarface, I've gone 2 days without food. Could you spare me a bun? Scarface's face contorted in displeasure. You, neither man nor woman, dare to ask me for food? We're doing this for your own good. You've just arrived here, and you have plenty of oil in you. Eating this isn't healthy for you. In a few days, you'll have food. Yu Xiaojiang clenched his fists, reflecting on how far he had fallen, reduced to competing with prisoners for scraps. Just then, 2 men wielding steel knives slowly entered. At this very moment, the atmosphere within the prison was laden with tension. Yu Xiaojiang felt his entire being taut with apprehension as he beheld the glimmering steel blades gripped by the 2 figures before him, a shiver coursing through his frame. Could it be that these men had come to claim his life? A long, piercing howl erupted as one of the assailants positioned the cold steel of the knife against Yu Xiaojiang's throat, exuding an aura of lethal intent. His eyes widened in terror, and he dared not utter a word. It was clear that these men were indeed there to extinguish his existence. Yet in the next heartbeat, as warm blood splattered across his visage, Yu Xiaojiang's composure shattered. He fell to his knees, trembling uncontrollably as tears cascaded down his cheeks like a breached dam. Hurry, take it away, as instructed by the young master. One of the assailants commanded, swiftly severing the head of the evil soul master and stuffing it into a bag. Pathetic waste, they laughed, mockery lacing their voices before they departed with a swagger. Though only mere minutes passed, to Yu Xiaojiang, it felt as if a century had elapsed. Gazing at the darkened confines of his cell, an indescribable sensation enveloped him. He feared he might be condemned to linger there for eternity. I refuse to accept this, he bellowed in despair, only to be met with a brutal onslaught from the Scarface thugs. Since his arrival at this dismal prison, peace had eluded him entirely. Meanwhile, Ye Hao had departed from the spirit hall and was soaring through the skies at breakneck speed, fully committed to reaching his destination. Concurrently, the convoy of the Tiando Imperial Empire clashed with the spirit hall, as an increasing number of cloaked figures encircled the Tiando Royal Knights, utilizing massive boulders to isolate the canyon into several battlegrounds. Although the Royal Knights were the elite forces of the Tiando Empire, most were merely ordinary individuals, struggling against the formidable soul masters they faced, and soon found themselves embroiled in a fierce battle. With the activation of his 6th soul skill, Golden Core Radiance, the 6th soul ring beneath Zhu Duo glimmered to life, and the extraordinary heavenly chrysanthemum materialized in his grasp. This powerful flower, infused with immense soul energy, unleashed petals that transformed into a meteor shower, raining down upon the battlefield. After consuming the heavenly chrysanthemum gifted by Ye Hao, Yu Guan's stagnant soul power had remarkably surged to the 97th rank, significantly elevating his status within the Spirit Hall. It is worth noting that for a rank 95 title Douluo, the ascent to the next level of soul power is a daunting challenge. Yet, with but a single heavenly chrysanthemum, Yu Guan had achieved a 2-level enhancement. Gratitude swelled within Yu Guan for Ye Hao, and he silently vowed to devote his life in loyalty to the Spirit Hall. The petals, cascading like a floral rain, were as hard as steel, capable of cleaving the very air as they fell. Yu Guan's sole objective was clear. Tang San must not survive to reach the Spirit Hall, as it was a directive bestowed upon him by Bibi Dong. Faced with a title Douluo, Tang San found himself utterly powerless, slumped upon the ground, a mere fish on the chopping block, awaiting his fate. Little San, Flinder, weary from combat, found the threat posed by the Soul Master wielding the golden withering spirit overwhelming. On the other side, Lu Erlong faced a similar plight. Despite unleashing her most potent 7th soul skill, Spirit Manifestation, she too was ensnared, caught in a desperate struggle against the overwhelming numbers of Spirit Masters. Meanwhile, the remaining members of the Shrek 7 monsters bore numerous injuries, choosing to momentarily regroup when under attack. Now, at 97 levels of soul power, Yu Guan viewed these students as nothing more than feeble insects, their assaults utterly ineffective against him. In a critical moment, Qin Ming, despite his grievous wounds, managed to carry Tang San away, though blood poured from his mouth. Even with his martial spirit activated, he faced the relentless onslaught of a tidal Douluo's might. Qin Ming felt himself teetering on the brink of collapse. Senior Qin, Tang San. His eyes reddened, looked up at Yu Guan hovering above, his anger igniting. If I survive this day, I swear I will slay you with my own hands. Upon hearing this, Yu Guan's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. Boy, one must be accountable for their words, though you possess twin martial spirits. This shall be your final resting place. Just then, a figure clad in black, wielding the Haotian hammer, sprang forth, its 9 soul rings perfectly aligned. Upon witnessing this, Tang San and his companions felt a wave of relief wash over them. Tang Hao. Yu Guan narrowed his eyes, recognizing that this was not Tang Hao. The aura emanating from this individual was vastly different. It could not be Tang Hao, who had lost an arm and a leg at the hands of the young master, and was now but a shell of his former self. You are Tang Xiao. Yu Guan smiled faintly, intrigued. Who would have thought that as the leader of the Haotian sect, you would choose to confront us directly? Has the Haotian sect decided to abandon its cowardice and re-enter the world of soul masters? Tang Xiao, you seek to kill my nephew. How could I stand idly by? The humiliation the spirit hall inflicted upon the Haotian sect will be repaid in full today. Yu Guan, prepare to meet your end. Tang Xiao swung the Haotian hammer, its 9 soul rings illuminating brilliantly as he aimed a devastating strike at Yu Guan's head. At this sight, Yu Guan chuckled softly, slowly extending his right hand, where a heavenly chrysanthemum appeared, morphing into a golden barrier designed to withstand the tremendous pressure exerted by the Haotian hammer. Little San, are you all right? Flender, bloodied and with his crystal glasses shattered, descended swiftly to Tang San's side, breathing a sigh of relief upon seeing him unharmed. Xiao Ming, Flender rushed to support Qin Ming, bracing himself against the 6 soul skill of a tidal Douluo. At that moment, Qin Ming was left with barely a breath. Dean Flender, Little San is all right, isn't he? Qin Ming asked weakly. Flender, tears streaming down his face, reassured him. It's all right, Little San is fine. Xiao Ming, do not speak. Conserve your strength. Jiang Zhu prepared to tend to Xiao Ming, while Oscar readied sausages. Under Flender's command, the two sprang into action, with Jiang Zhu's healing staff aimed at Qin Ming, and Oscar producing sausages for distribution among the group, aware that the battles ahead would be far from simple. Dean, these individuals are undoubtedly sent by the Spear Hall. Tang San asserted with certainty. Flender nodded heavily in agreement. Who else but the Spirit Hall could wield such power in this realm? My greatest concern lies not with anything else, but with the fate of Xiaojiang at the Spirit Hall. It may be dire. Yu Xiaojiang held a significant place in Tang San's heart, equating him with his own father, essentially a second father figure. Have faith, Dean Flender. Teacher possesses great fortune and resilience. He shall certainly be unharmed, Tang San said, though doubts gnawed at him. Let us hope so, Flender sighed deeply. Meanwhile, Tang Xiao wielded the Haotian hammer, which loomed larger than even Yu Guan, its tremendous force sending chills of dread through those present. Was this truly the might of the world's foremost weapon martial spirit? Yu Guan remained unfazed, simply employing a barrier crafted from the heavenly chrysanthemum to withstand the oncoming assault. With a series of resounding impacts, the Haotian hammer struck against the barrier formed by Yu Guan. Astonishingly, it remained steadfast and unyielding, impervious to Tang Xiao's relentless strikes. Tang Xiao, you are merely at 96 levels. How could you hope to contend with my 97? Yu Guan laughed, as the heavenly chrysanthemum transformed into a golden blade. Fought for Zipling Tang Xiao. Tang Xiao was taken aback. Yu Guan's soul power vastly surpassed his own, rendering such an outcome impossible. Initially believing the Haotian sect's retreat would lead to a more subdued demeanor, he was astonished to find the sect's leader so brazenly seeking confrontation. If that is your wish, then I shall oblige you. Old ghost. If not now, then when? Yu Guan's voice rang out. In that instant, Tang Xiao's heart sank further into despair. Before the assembled crowd, another figure emerged beside Yu Guan, shrouded in darkness, indistinct yet formidable, devoid of visible soul rings. Only the tidal Douluo could stand shoulder to shoulder with Yu Guan. Tang San gritted his teeth, filled with resentment. To eliminate him, the Spirit Hall had dispatched not one, but 2 tidal Douluo, truly underestimating him. He had not anticipated the presence of Ghost Douluo as well. Tang Xiao swallowed hard. If the situation continued to develop as it had, it was inevitable that their group would perish here. The 2 tidal Douluo had instilled a profound sense of crisis among the Shrek members. The likelihood of dying today had significantly increased. Together, Ghost and Yu Guan attacked, their synergy resembling that of a singular entity, rendering Tang Xiao powerless to retaliate. As he fought and retreated, he found no advantage. Subconsciously, Tang Xiao cast a glance at his nephew Tang San, the future hope of the Haotian sect. As long as San was alive, there would always be a chance for the future. Tang Xiao, Ghost, with his right hand manifesting a ghostly claw, was poised to deliver a lethal blow when, at a critical moment, a silver longsword sliced through the air, exuding an overwhelming aura. In an instant, as the sword struck the ground, both Yueguan and Ghost understood the identity of the newcomer. The silver longsword stood firmly on the ground, and, simultaneously, an elderly man clad in white robes and with white hair approached slowly. He glanced at the panting Tang Xiao and said calmly, "Brother Tang, are you all right?" "I'm fine. Not dead yet." Tang Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood shoulder to shoulder with the white-haired elder. The abrupt turn of events was so significant that both Yueguan and Ghost felt an unsettling sense of unreality. "Jiandao, Qinshin?" Yueguan questioned in surprise. It is well known that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and Shrek Academy are at odds. Today, you choose to intervene for this Tang San, which clearly positions you against us. In response to Yueguan's inquiry, Ning Fengji, holding the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, stepped forward. The 7 spirit rings on the pagoda were arranged in perfect order, radiating a dazzling array of colors. "Elder Ju, you are mistaken. We are here at His Majesty's behest to ensure the safety of the Crown Prince. You have assembled so many soul masters for a mere 14-year-old Tang San. Isn't that a bit of an overreaction, compelling both of you, titled Douluo, to take action?" With a calm smile, Ning Fengji activated the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, which instantly erupted in resplendent colors. In an instant, as the light enveloped Tang Xiao, he was fully rejuvenated. The Haotian hammer in his hand felt incredibly heavy, and his eyes blazed with fire. With the continued support of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, it was as if he had consumed a calming elixir. Ning Fengji's actions were also born of necessity. Yueguan and Ghost were inseparable and rarely faced opponents of their caliber together. Moreover, it was utterly unexpected that Yueguan's soul power had suddenly surged to level 97. Had Tang Xiao perished here, the Haotian sect would be left leaderless. And with the already maimed Tang Hao, the Haotian twin stars would be diminished, leaving the sect severely weakened. The Spirit Hall would undoubtedly strike at the upper 3 sects. And in this critical moment, the saying about the upper 3 sects being united truly rang true. Damn it! The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has chosen this moment to intervene. Yueguan gritted his teeth, overwhelmed by the drastic turn of events. Seeing the situation shift, Tang San promptly moved behind Tang Xiao and whispered, "Uncle, eliminate these 2. This suggestion caused Tang Xiao to furrow his brow. In a 2-on-2 scenario, even with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's involvement, killing the 2 before them would be exceedingly challenging. It must be noted that their martial soul fusion technique, 2-level forbidden domain, could immobilize everything within a certain range. This was the reason Tang Xiao and his companions hesitated to engage. "Stay out of this. This is a battle for adults. What business do you have here as a child?" "Dan Xiao at Monitz than Li." At this, Tang San was momentarily taken aback. Then, filled with dissatisfaction, he returned to the rear of the group, casting a resentful glance at those before him, his loathsome expression vividly on display. "Yueguan, I advise you to leave quickly, while the situation has not escalated. If this continues, not only will you fail to kill Tang San, but you may also be implicated." With that, Ning Fengji deemed further words unnecessary. Some matters were best left unsaid. Yueguan and Ghost exchanged glances. Given the current circumstances, it was becoming increasingly implausible to eliminate Tang San. With Ning Fengji's 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda and the Sword Douluo joining the fray, the pressure had shifted decidedly onto Yueguan. After much deliberation, Yueguan and Ghost exchanged a decisive glance and promptly made a decision. Suddenly, a scarlet figure descended from the sky. A man, towering over 2 meters with bulging muscles and key areas covered in black scales, clad in black attire and sporting long sea blue hair cascading behind him, landed before them. His blood-red eyes sent a chill through the gathered crowd. "Shehu, what brings you here?" Yueguan asked in astonishment. With a grave expression, Shehu disdainfully surveyed the crowd before turning away. "The young master has commanded you to retreat immediately." "The young master's orders?" Yueguan was momentarily taken aback, then let out a reluctant sigh, promptly departing with Ghost. As the 2 elders withdrew, the surrounding black-robed disciples of the Spirit Hall also retreated, their figures vanishing like a receding tide. Seeing this, the Shrek members finally breathed a sigh of relief. The crisis had been averted. But who was this person? Who was the young master he spoke of? In Ning Fengji's recollection, It seemed that this individual had never before appeared in the spirit hall, and the overwhelming stench of blood emanating from him made even Tang San, a former disciple of the Tang sect, feel a sense of dread. Shortly thereafter, another figure descended from the heavens. Could we not have them all come at once? This way of doing things is putting immense pressure on them, one voice remarked. Ye Hao, it's you. Tang San was the first to react, his eyes burning red as he faced the one he wished to kill at every turn. A palpable aura of killing intent radiating from him. Ye Hao smiled serenely, choosing to ignore Tang San. Ning Fengji, how could you choose to side with the Haotian sect? He had witnessed the earlier events unfold. Frankly, he was astonished that Ning Fengji would choose to intervene. It seems my Chilua tulip has become a boon for the enemy. No, let me explain, Ning Fengji insisted repeatedly. Explain what? Ye Hao's gaze sharpened as he regarded Ning Fengji with a knowing look. I can gift you the Chilua tulip, or I can reclaim it. Then, Ye Hao produced a blood-stained burlap sack from the heart of death, the blood still fresh. Droplets falling to the ground and forming a small pool of crimson. Ye Hao, what trickery is this? Tang San roared in fury. Everything that had transpired today was orchestrated by Ye Hao. Were it not for the strong support of his uncle and the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, he would have surely perished. Tang San's hatred for Ye Hao transcended time, beyond what words could express. Moreover, arranging for such a multitude of black-clad individuals, including two titled Douluo, could only mean one thing. They sought his death. Ye Hao's lips curled into a slight smile as he lifted the bloodied sack. Tang San, do you know what lies within? In that moment, a sense of foreboding washed over Tang San. What is it? The head of Yu Shaojiang, Ye Hao replied coolly. Chapter 204. Ye Hao reveals his heart to Qianren Xue. The demonic orca and the soul-devouring great white shark, both formidable carnivorous soul beasts of the ocean, occupied distinct tiers within the food chain, each layer characterized by its own brutal dynamics. In contrast to other realms, the ocean's food chain is particularly merciless. The soul-devouring great white shark venerates the sea god, even serving as its steed, thus possessing the audacity to declare who dares to disregard the divine. The sea god remains largely indifferent to earthly matters, yet Xiao Bai, as the voice of the sea god among marine soul beasts, can indeed assert that the demonic orca king is a bloodthirsty entity. This is the rationale underpinning its formidable prowess. Tang Sin was sent hurtling backward, akin to a kite severed from its string. Brother, Xiao Wu rushed to assist Tang San, whose gaze remained steadfastly locked on Ye Hao. Xiao Gong, with tears glistening in his eyes, recalled the days spent traversing the continent with his companions. Xiao Gong, you mustn't die, wailed Lu Erlong, collapsing in despair, utterly unable to fathom this grim reality. Just days prior, all had seemed well. Now, how could he have been slain? Ye Hao, the spirit hall. I shall never forgive you for this. Lu Erlong's voice was hoarse, her aura radiating a chilling intent for vengeance. Xiao Gang had brazenly infiltrated the spirit hall, only to be cut down on the spot. Upon returning to the spirit hall, I was confronted with the sight of Xiao Gang's headless corpse. Ye Hao, with malice, trampled upon the severed head, proclaiming, "You ought to be grateful to me. Had it not been for this, you might never have seen him again." The crowd, however, was clearly unconvinced by Ye Hao's words. The deceased are lost to us. Tang Xiao sighed deeply. Ye Hao, remove your foot. My master was once a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, and your actions are a blatant challenge to them. A challenge? Ye Hao laughed heartily. This is merely the retribution Xiao Gang deserves. He sought my life, first allying with the Titan clan, only to find that they no longer exist. Indeed, it was you. You annihilated the Titan clan. Tyren seethed with rage, yearning for vengeance for his kin, grandfather, and father. Yet, he was restrained by the others, for they were far from being Ye Hao's match. Moreover, numerous powerful figures loomed behind Ye Hao, with titled Douluos in abundance. The crowd fell silent. Though they had long suspected Ye Hao's role in the Titan clan's demise, his admission now bore a weight of despair. In a single night, an entire clan had been extinguished. The Titan clan served as an ominous warning to all present, leaving them to wonder which of their factions might be next to fall. Ye Hao, you are declaring war on the entire Douluo Continent. Ning Fengji could no longer contain himself. The current situation was painfully clear. Ye Hao's decision to confront the three sects was merely a matter of time. The Titan clan's obliteration served as a potent stimulant for the upper three sects and various other factions. A dire warning. Va? Ye Hao simulated faintly, applying slight pressure with his right foot, causing Xiao Gang's head to explode like a watermelon. Let me be the one to betray the world. Never shall the world betray me. The crowd was left aghast. Ye Hao was prepared to declare enmity against the entire continent. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the Haotian School, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan now stood united. Ye Hao's mocking laughter echoed, his gaze icy. Ye Hao, in this life, I will surely kill you. Tang San's eyes blazed with fury the moment he learned of his teacher's decapitation, especially the desecration of his remains. An unprecedented rage surged within him. The master had been like a second father, caring for Tang San throughout the years. Now, slain by the spirit hall, and with his body disrespected, this was an affront, a profound humiliation for Tang San. Lu Erlong's eyes were vacant, swollen from tears with Xiao Gang's death. She felt as though she had lost her will to live. Yet, she rose anew, her gaze glimmering with cold fury, the cerulean flames igniting within her eyes. Seventh spirit ability, true form of the Crimson Dragon. The seventh spirit ability illuminated beneath her feet as she transformed into a colossal blue dragon, exhaling scorching dragon breath. Kill Ye Hao! Kill Ye Hao! Kill Ye Hao! This singular thought consumed Lu Erlong, her foremost desire. Seventh spirit ability, true form of the cat eagle. Third spirit ability, web of binding. Fourth spirit ability, white tiger meteor shower. First spirit ability, phoenix fire line. In an instant, the Shrek team was ablaze with righteous fury, each member unleashing their most formidable spirit abilities. The shock of Xiao Gang's death weighed heavily upon them. First the Titan clan, now Xiao Gang. Having experienced these tragedies, their hearts were perpetually on edge, fearing that they might be the next victims. In avenging Xiao Gang, and for their own survival, they collectively decided to confront Ye Hao. They doubted whether such a colossal assault could be effortlessly dispelled by him. Adhering to the principle of no harm without smoke, they unleashed their most powerful abilities in unison. The atmosphere thickened with tension, their brows furrowed in determination. As the smoke cleared, 6 enormous mirrors appeared before Ye Hao. Impossible! How can you still be alive? Tang Sen gasped in shock. The others were equally dumbfounded, cold sweat trickling down their brows, their backs soaked. Xiao Gang and the Titan clan had perished at Ye Hao's hands. Did this not imply that those who had once wronged him were also doomed? Flinder hesitated, his heart filled with trepidation. A visit to the spirit hall now promised little more than disaster. Perhaps the earlier fury had clouded their judgment. But as they met Ye Hao's glacial stare, a shiver ran down their spines, their hair standing on end, hearts racing with anxiety. Well, you are all quite something. Ye Hao clapped his hands, the sound echoing ominously. Clap, clap, clap. The claps grew louder, akin to a death knell, inducing panic among the crowd. Ma Ongjun, trembling, collapsed to the ground, quaking violently. Xiao Gang's demise was well-deserved. His death is of no consequence. I welcome you all to seek vengeance whenever you wish. Ye Hao spread his hands, facing everything with nonchalance. But let me make it clear. If you can kill me, then consider it an achievement. If you cannot, then I shall systematically eliminate each one of you today. Ye Hao's words were cold and incisive, each syllable piercing the hearts of those present. Ye Hao, you are exceedingly arrogant. Tang Xiao furrowed his brow, warning, do not forget, evil cannot triumph over righteousness. One day, you shall pay for your actions. Ye Hao simulate faintly, his gaze icy as he turned toward Tang Xiao. Tell me, what is righteousness and what is evil? Ye Hao asked casually. Tang Xiao faltered. You are the embodiment of evil. Tang Sen stepped forward, pointing an accusing finger at Ye Hao. Evil? Ye Hao scoffed. This world is inherently so. It is a realm of the strong devouring the weak. History is written solely by the victors. If you deem someone evil, then they are evil. If you label someone good, even if their hands are drenched in blood, they are good. Good and evil can be inverted, and truths can be twisted. Humanity is no different. Ye Hao paused before continuing, just like you. Me? Tang San's brow furrowed, his fists clenched tightly. Do you remember those 6 innocent soul masters you killed back in Soto City? Ye Hao's expression twisted into a sinister smile, his eyes glinting coldly as he fixed his gaze on Tang San. Tang San's complexion drained of color, his heart racing as he trembled, staring at Ye Hao in disbelief. What are you talking about? I don't know what you're referring to. Tang San vehemently shook his head, desperately seeking to clear his name. Then, he glanced around at the bewildered faces of his companions, exclaiming, Everyone, you must believe me. This is all a fabrication by Ye Hao, to seek the path of death. What a splendid path to choose. Ye Hao slowly approached Tang San, hands clasped behind his back, his expression impassive, each step intensifying the oppressive atmosphere. Astonishingly, they could only watch as Ye Hao approached Tang San, powerless to intervene. Surrounding Ye Hao was a transparent barrier, impervious even to Tang Zhao's mighty swing of the Haotian hammer. What do you intend to do? Tang San inquired, trembling with fear as he sensed an overwhelming aura of danger emanating from Ye Hao. You and your father are truly peculiar, Ye Hao replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. One loves grass, the other favors rabbits. Indeed, they are not of the same family, nor do they share the same door. Tang San wiped the cold sweat from his brow, glancing at the trembling Xiao Wu, who was hiding behind Lu Erlong, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Ye Hao, I will not let you off the hook, he declared fiercely, and at that moment, the Zhuge divine crossbow appeared in his hand. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, a bolt of purple-black lightning descended from the heavens, striking the crossbow from Tang San's grasp. Tang San cried out as his right arm went numb, crimson blood gushing forth. Concealed weapons, a means only a novice would resort to. Of course you, the inventor of such devices, are no exception, Ye Hao remarked coolly. Tang San's pupils constricted as Ye Hao delivered a crushing blow to his abdomen, causing him to vomit bitter bile, agony racking his body and leaving him trembling on the ground. Let me share a secret with you. Ye Hao whispered close to Tang San's ear. I am Ye Tion. As soon as the words left his lips, Tang San's eyes widened in disbelief. Farewell, everyone, Ye Hao said, sprouting 6 wings of purple light and departing alongside the sinister tiger. The sun dipped low in the west, casting its golden rays across the land. After a fierce battle, the royal knights grew increasingly cautious. And it was not until deep into the night that the team led by the Tiando Empire finally arrived at Wuhuan City. The events of the day's ambush were understood among them without the need for words. Ensure the participating students are settled. The elimination rounds will commence in a few days. And I do not wish for any further complications, Xue Qinghe commanded sternly, hands clasped behind his back. Yes, the group replied in unison. Above the Pope's hall, Ye Hao sat alone on the rooftop, enjoying the refreshing night breeze as he observed the entering representatives of the Tiando Empire. Tang San, you are certainly unaware that Yu Shaojiang is still alive. I cannot kill you now, but I never said I couldn't bring you to spare. That is a far greater punishment than death. Ye Hao mused with a faint smile before returning to his chamber. With days remaining until the elimination rounds, the participants needed to acclimate to their surroundings and adjust their mindsets, especially Tang San's, whose demeanor had been increasingly troubled ever since he learned the truth about Ye Tion. From that day forth, Tang San's eyes had not returned to normal, filled with a murderous intent for 16 hours out of every 24. Flinder had inquired what Ye Hao had said to Tang San to provoke such a transformation, but ultimately, Tang San remained tight-lipped, left with no other choice. Flinder could only relent and warn Tang San not to do anything foolish. This is the Wuhuan Hall. The Wuhuan Hall. On the final day before the elimination rounds commenced, Xue Qinghe finally found a moment to breathe after concluding all affairs on behalf of the Tiando Empire. Under the cover of night, she resumed her true form as Qian Rinxue, making her way directly into the Pope's hall without being noticed, as her identity was known only to the higher echelons of the Wuhuan Hall. In the dim light, Ye Hao was engrossed in reviewing official documents of the Wuhuan Hall, the bright illumination casting a glow upon his face. If anyone were to look in from outside, they might easily mistake him for Bibi Dong. As Bibi Dong had said, do not presume that the burdens of the Wuhuan Hall's young master are light. With a crown comes great responsibility. Ye Hao scratched his head, pondering how there could be so much official business when he had not had a proper rest in days. At that moment, a graceful figure draped in a black cloak entered the room. Ye Hao stared in bewilderment at Qian Rinxue and through the shadow of her hat. He could discern her flowing golden hair, shimmering with a golden halo in the light. I have returned, the cloaked figure, evidently female, announced, her voice familiar to Ye Hao. Sister, it's me, he replied, somewhat exasperated, recognizing her voice immediately. Wait, what? Is it you? Qian Rinxue exclaimed, startled by the familiarity of the voice. She lifted her hat, revealing a strikingly beautiful visage, exuding confidence and grace. Little brother, what are you doing here? She asked in surprise. I should be asking you that. Ye Hao retorted, observing Qian Rinxue in her oversized black cloak, which despite its size, could not conceal her perfect figure, voluptuous and alluring. Sister, you wouldn't mistake me for our mother, would you? Ye Hao speculated, sensing the underlying truth. Qian Rinxue nodded silently, a flush creeping on her face as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. At this hour, she should have been engaged in state affairs. But with her younger brother's unexpected return, she found herself liberated from her duties. You continue with your work. I'm heading to Grandfather S, she said, attempting to leave. But Ye Hao swiftly blocked her path. Little brother, move aside, Qian Rinxue demanded, her beautiful brows knitting together. Ye Hao resolutely stood his ground, knowing she intended to report his actions. In Qian Douluo's eyes, Qian Renxue was Ye Hao's sister, and he, her brother. Thus, they could never be together. Perhaps sensing his concern, Qian Renxue's lips curled into a slight smirk. Now you're scared? Back in Tiando City, you certainly took advantage of me, didn't you? You kissed me 1, 2, 3 times. She teased, raising her thumb to indicate her triumph. I'll be sure to tell grandfather, so he can give you a proper reprimand. Ye Hao could only nod in resignation, and as Qian Renxue reveled in her victory, he skillfully swept her into his embrace, his large hand encircling her delicate waist. The warmth of her presence ignited a fire within him. You little brother, let me go. Sister is truly angry, Qian Renxue protested, her cheeks flushed like a ripe peach, evoking a rush of blood to Ye Hao's head. Sister, I need to confess something to you, Ye Hao said earnestly. Qian Renxue paused, sensing Ye Hao's intent to move closer, and her heart raced. If you have something to say, just let me go, she implored. As she struggled, Ye Hao resorted to his old method, pulling her closer, and as their lips met, Qian Renxue felt a jolt of electricity surge through her. What had started as playful flailing transformed into complete immersion. Time slipped away unnoticed, and when their lips parted, Qian Renxue seized the opportunity to escape Ye Hao's grasp. You little brother, are you looking for a beating? I will definitely tell grandfather. He will discipline you properly. Ye Hao feigned indifference, stepping aside to let her pass. Go ahead. Once you tell grandfather, I have my reasons, and he will undoubtedly agree, he said, a confident smile gracing his lips. Qian Renxue's beautiful eyes narrowed. She knew her brother too well. He would never undertake something without assurance of success. Deciding to sit down, she removed her black cloak and crossed her legs, revealing her flawless, porcelain-like skin. Speak then. I want to hear what you are so confident about. You know grandfather's temper well. Ye Hao chuckled softly, taking a seat opposite her. Suddenly, his expression turned serious as he declared, I am not our mother's biological son. Oh, Qian Renxue's eyes widened in astonishment, a glimmer of intrigue flashing across her features, though quickly masked. What did you say? I said. Ye Hao cleared his throat, taking a sip from the cup on the table to steady his voice. I, Ye Hao, am not our mother's biological child. Ye Hao's voice resonated with the clarity of a resonant bell, echoing continuously within Qian Renxue's mind. Her expression transformed into one of astonishment as she covered her delicate lips, glancing at Ye Hao in disbelief. What on earth had transpired? This news was undoubtedly explosive, profoundly impacting Qian Renxue and reshaping her understanding of reality. With a soft sigh, Ye Hao began to recount. Years ago, the spirit hall invaded Sea God Island. In the dimly lit room where Ye Hao found himself, tranquility enveloped the atmosphere. The flickering light illuminated the scene where Ye Hao and Qian Renxue sat facing each other, infusing the stillness of the night with a unique vibrancy. Qian Renxue, seated across from Ye Hao, listened attentively to his narrative, her facial expressions becoming increasingly animated, punctuated by gasps of astonishment. And just like that, my mother recognized me, Ye Hao said, a sense of relief washing over him, a smile of triumph gracing his lips as he felt one step closer to success. A look of sheer incredulity crossed Qian Renxue's face, a light sigh escaping her lips as she grappled with the unimaginable revelation. After a long silence, her eyes sparkled with an intensity that revealed confusion. Her brother, now, seemed a stranger to her. The prior familiarity of siblinghood had been upended in an instant. It turned out that her brother was not her biological kin, but rather a creation fashioned in her likeness by deity. This revelation left Qian Renxue profoundly stunned. Yet she found herself harboring an inexplicable sense of joy amidst her bewilderment. But I still cannot believe it. Surely you jest, she exclaimed, her gaze fixed intensely on Ye Hao. As their eyes met, Ye Hao's expression was earnest, his gaze calm and undisturbed, which momentarily assuaged Qian Renxue's doubts. Yet, the sheer absurdity of the situation, this revelation concerning her brother, or rather, Ye Hao, was still hard to fathom. Sister, no, you should now call me Schwer, Ye Hao teased, flashing a smile that showcased his pearly whites under the light. Qian Renxue felt a rush of embarrassment, her cheeks flushing crimson at being addressed differently after so long. Perhaps it would be better if you continue to call me sister, as it sounds more familiar, she replied, taking a deep breath in an attempt to quell her unease. Observing her reaction, Ye Hao stood and took her hand, leading her toward the door. Where are you taking me? Qian Renxue inquired, hurriedly donning a nearby black cloak to ensure her appearance was proper. To meet our mother. Since you doubt my words, let her clarify. Only we, mother and son. truly understand the situation, Ye Hao responded as he guided Qian Rinxue towards Bibi Dong's chamber. As the night deepened, the Hall of the Pope was eerily quiet save for the occasional patrol. The two moved stealthily, mindful of Qian Rinxue's identity and the need for discretion. Ye Hao activated the Heart of Death, allowing them to traverse the hall with impunity, unnoticed by the patrolling disciples of the Spirit Hall. Approaching Bibi Dong's chamber, just as Ye Hao was about to knock, Qian Rinxue hesitated, seizing his hand, uncertain. Perhaps we should reconsider. It is late, and she is likely asleep. We ought not to disturb her. Ye Hao smiled gently, leaning down to plant a soft kiss on Qian Rinxue's cheek. Do not worry, I know how to proceed. Ignoring the look of resentment that flickered in her eyes, he knocked softly. Inside the room, Bibi Dong, clad in a purple nightgown and nestled under a fragrant quilt, leaned against the bed's edge, quietly engrossed in her reading. Glancing out the window at the pitch-black night, she mused, Howard must have finished his tasks and returned to rest. Just then, a gentle knock resonated through the air. Who is it? She inquired, her tone serious. Outside, Ye Hao felt a shiver run down his spine. Was this truly the Supreme Pontiff? How intimidating. Mother, it's me, he whispered. How, eh? Bibi Dong paused, momentarily startled, before rising to open the door, which she had secured tightly. Howard, why are you still awake at this hour? She greeted him with a warm smile, but her expression shifted as her gaze fell upon the shadowy figure behind him. Howard, who is she? Ye Hao smiled slightly, stepping aside to reveal Qian Rinxue. I am back, Qian Rinxue declared, lifting her hood to reveal her face. Upon recognizing her, Bibi Dong's stern expression softened, her features reflecting a complex mixture of emotions as her heart raced with confusion. It is quite cold tonight. Do come in, Bibi Dong said, turning to re-enter her room without looking back. Ye Hao gently urged the hesitant Qian Rinxue forward, giving her an encouraging nod as they entered hand in hand. The room was cozy, and as Qian Rinxue removed her black cloak, she lowered her head, appearing as though she had committed a grave error, her fingers fidgeting nervously in her lap. Howard, what brings you here at this hour? Bibi Dong inquired, her tone cool and measured. Ye Hao poured some clear tea from a cup on the table, presenting it to Bibi Dong with both hands. Mother, my sister has come to inquire about my origins. He replied with a smile. Oh, Bibi Dong's gaze lingered on Ye Hao, realizing that his affections for Qian Rinxue had been evident for some time. As she accepted the fragrant tea and took a sip, a smile crept onto her lips. Truly a match made in heaven. Bibi Dong had not forgotten the transgressions committed by Qian Xuanji in the past. The memory was like a dagger lodged in her heart. Yet as time passed, she found herself forgiving, recognizing that it was unfair to hold Qian Rinxue accountable. After all, she was a piece of her own flesh and blood. The bond between mother and daughter was unbreakable. Howard was a creation of the divine, crafted in her likeness. Throughout their time together, his brilliance, courage, and charm had endeared him to Bibi Dong. Suddenly, a remarkable thought struck her. Perhaps she could arrange for Howard to marry Qian Rinxue. After all, he was not truly her son. This arrangement would benefit her as well. Ah, Qian Xuanji, you would never believe that my son would end up marrying your daughter. Bibi Dong mused with a knowing smile, gazing at the pair before her. So perfectly matched, a true harmony of talent and beauty. With a serious expression, Bibi Dong nodded. I have surmised the purpose of your visit. As Howard has stated, he is not my biological son, but rather a child created by the divine in my image. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's confirmation, Qian Rinxue's eyes brightened, casting a glance at her brother, her expression tinged with a hint of melancholy. No wonder he had seemed so self-assured in Tianshui City. He should have revealed the truth sooner. Ye Hao, feeling a bit sheepish, scratched the back of his head, diverting his gaze. As they exited Bibi Dong's chamber, Ye Hao and Qian Rinxue walked through the corridors of the Spirit Hall. Ye Hao sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Qian Rinxue strode ahead, her demeanor resembling that of a child wronged. You should have told me sooner, she said suddenly, her eyes reflecting a mix of hurt and reproach. Sister, I wanted to explain, Ye Hao replied with a helpless smile, but every time I tried, you insisted that we were siblings and could not be like that. Qian Rinxue fell silent, processing his words. So, that's why Ye Hao shrugged. In hindsight, I think it was best to maintain the status quo. Remember when we ventured to the Stardow Forest? You once said that if we weren't siblings, you would. Ye Hao raised an eyebrow playfully. In a fleeting moment, Qian Rinxue's delicate visage flushed a deep crimson, prompting her to shyly cover her face before letting out a cold snort and striding to the forefront. Having returned after a long absence, her primary purpose today was to visit her grandfather. She had anticipated confronting her odious brother about his accusations. Yet she could hardly fathom that the situation had escalated far beyond her expectations. The shock she experienced today was so profound that she had yet to fully process it. Odious brother, do you have any other secrets you are concealing from me? Qian Rengshu inquired, determined to avoid being caught off guard again. Indeed. Ye Hao replied with a mysterious smile. You are quite astute. You should now divulge everything to your sister. Not a chance. Why not? Qian Rengshu queried, in confusion. Everyone possesses their own little secrets. I have the right to keep mine. But I am your sister. Even sisters must respect boundaries. If you truly wish to uncover my secret, it would require. Qian Rengshu was acutely aware of Ye Hao's intentions. To be frank, her emotions were quite tumultuous at the moment. Just moments ago, he was her odious brother, and now she was informed that he was not her biological sibling, that they shared no blood ties. This revelation left her reeling, and she struggled to believe it even now. The two entered the elder hall. Grandfather, Qian Rengshu said, removing her black robe and bowing respectfully to Qian Douluo. Qian Douluo smiled knowingly and swiftly approached Qian Rengshu. It is good to have you back. His gaze softened as he carefully supported his granddaughter. How are you here too? Ye Hao smiled faintly. Sister has returned to the spirit hall after a long time. She came to see you first. Shui, Hao, you are the future of the spirit hall. You must work together in unity, Qian Douluo advised, patting their shoulders with earnestness. Grandfather, I understand, Qian Rengshu replied, her mind seemingly elsewhere, as if burdened by unspoken worries. Noticing this, Ye Hao sighed in resignation. The time had come for him to reveal the truth. Grandfather, there is something I have concealed from you. Qian Douluo paused, his brow furrowing. Concealed from me? What is it? As he learned the background and ramifications of the situation, Qian Douluo found himself utterly bewildered. The child of God, he murmured, realizing that Ye Hao was a creation born from Bibi Dong's machinations. No wonder Ye Hao bore such a striking resemblance to her. It all made sense now. Grandfather, I apologize. I never intended to keep this from you. Qian Douluo shook his head with a smile. It is all right. You have revealed it now. Standing by, Qian Rengshu felt a wave of frustration wash over her. She had hoped to see her grandfather reprimand her odious brother, but the situation had escalated beyond her expectations. Grandfather, do you remember what Xiao Hong said to you? At Ye Hao's prompting, Qian Douluo suddenly recalled and turned to Qian Rengshu with urgency. Shui, I heard you have someone you like. Where is he? The legacy of the Angel clan was of utmost importance. Since the passing of Qian Xuanji, only Qian Douluo and Qian Rengshu remained. Given Qian Rengshu's lofty standards, few men could ever capture her attention, making Qian Douluo particularly concerned. With a heavy sigh, Qian Rengshu cast a glance at Ye Hao, her gaze filled with a deeper sense of resentment. Him, she huffed, crossing her arms and sulking in a corner. How, eh? Qian Douluo exclaimed, astonished, as he turned to Ye Hao, his eyes wide with disbelief. Ye Hao, seeing the incredulity in Qian Douluo's expression, could only helplessly reveal the truth. Qian Douluo fell silent, pondering the implications. Was this truly a case of karmic retribution? Ahem. You young people should sort out your own matters. I'm getting old. Qian Douluo remarked, gazing at the agitated Qian Rengshu. Shui, you are nearly 30. You need to consider your lifelong commitments. Once the mission in Tiando City concludes, it will be time for you to accept the responsibilities of the Angel clan. Hao is a good person, he added before returning to the angel statue. His eyes fixed in earnest contemplation. As they exited the elder hall, Ye Hao's face lit up with joy. Sister, does this mean grandfather has given his approval? Alas. Qian Rengshu sighed heavily, still feeling burdened and unable to accept the reality. Brother, to be honest, had you revealed the truth earlier, perhaps I would have been moved by you then. And what about now? Ye Hao asked eagerly, yearning for an answer from Qian Rengshu. Now, Qian Rengshu gazed up at the inky night sky, exhaling a weighty sigh. It's an indescribable feeling, almost like a dream. I have long regarded you as my true brother. Yet now I am told you are not. My emotions are in turmoil. As they spoke, Ye Hao escorted Qian Rengshu to the back entrance of the spirit hall. I will see you off here. You are now the young master of the spirit hall. If people notice you are too close to a stranger, it could lead to scandal. Let them talk. Ye Hao replied indifferently. In truth, you are the rightful young master. You have sacrificed so much for the spirit hall. Qian Rengshu smiled gently. Such is the nature of great endeavors. For the spirit hall, I would do anything. Farewell. Just then, Ye Hao called out to her. Qian Rengshu turned slowly, inquiring, is there something else? Sister, no, Shui, I love you, Ye Hao confessed, his face flushing crimson. Taken aback, Qian Rengshu paused before a faint smile graced her lips. Adjusting her black hat, she waved her hand, her figure gradually fading into the darkness. After watching Qian Rengshu depart, Ye Hao smiled softly, feeling unburdened and uplifted. The following morning, the elimination rounds of the Continental High-Level Elite Soul Master Tournament commenced. Participants from the Tiando Empire, Xingluo Empire, and the Spirit Hall gathered, all seated in anticipation for the event to begin. The royal combat team appeared particularly sullen, especially upon learning that Ye Hao was the young master of the Spirit Hall. Their shock was palpable. Having spent so long together, the revelation left them disconcerted and shaken, their confidence in claiming victory waning. In the Pope's Hall, there was still some time before the tournament would commence. "Are you planning to slay that Titan giant ape now?" "Indeed," Bibi replied, nodding. "As you're aware, that 100,000-year softbone rabbit is currently within Shrek Academy. After this tournament, I must capture that rabbit. The Titan giant ape is quite close to it. Eliminating the ape will allow me to absorb its soul ring, inciting the rabbit's fury. This is what I call killing the monkey to anger the rabbit." With a resounding clang, the heavy doors of the Pope's Hall swung open, revealing Bibi clad in a magnificent golden robe, a purple gold crown adorning her head, and a 2-meter-long staff embedded with countless jewels in her grasp. As she stepped forward, the crowd gasped at her regal presence, turning heads in awe. "Your Holiness, we pay our respects." The disciples and elders of the Spirit Hall knelt in reverence, bowing deeply to Bibi, perhaps influenced by the atmosphere. Many participating teams also bowed in respect, overwhelmed by Bibi's imposing aura. In the viewing area, Ning Fengji, the master of the 7 Treasure glazed tile school, wore a fluctuating expression. Reports had indicated that Bibi had recently transcended the 100th level, a concept that was almost mythical. The 100th level was a realm that a soul master like him could scarcely aspire to. Even the sword Douluo beside him looked on with envy. "If I had known, I would not have intervened." Ning Fengji sighed deeply, realizing that the Spirit Hall's current strength was now comparable to that of the 2 great empires. As the leader of his sect, it was time for him to reconsider his allegiances. Everything is dictated by self-interest. That wretched woman, she is the one responsible for Xiao Gang's demise. Amidst the throng of Shrek Academy, Lu Erlong clenched her fists. As a fervent romantic, she bore witness to the tragic moment when her beloved's head was crushed beneath Ye Hao's foot, leaving Yu Xiaojiang utterly annihilated. For days, Lu Erlong's tears had nearly run dry, and beside her, Xiao Wu's eyes were bloodshot, a faint aura of vengeance beginning to materialize. The mother and daughter duo was unmistakably formidable. "Please, no formalities." Bibi raised her wrist, prompting the elders and disciples to rise in unison. "I hereby declare the commencement of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Competition." With the announcement, thunderous applause and cheers erupted in the arena. The elimination rounds had officially begun. Concurrently, Ye Hao emerged from the Pope's Hall, adorned in splendid attire. He cast a glance at the royal battle team before shifting his gaze towards Shrek Academy. The former exuded a sense of sorrow and confusion, while the latter radiated an aura of hostility, particularly from Tang San, Lu Erlong, and Xiao Wu, who seemed eager to rend Ye Hao limb from limb to alleviate their resentment. Clap, clap, clap. Ye Hao applauded, and suddenly, the heart of death atop his head burst forth. Under the gaze of all, it descended upon a cleared area at the foot of the Wuhuan Hall, where an enchanting purple light fell. Before them stood a Titan great ape, colossal as a mountain, bound by 6 purple chains, rendered immobile, its eyes vacant as it let out a feeble roar. The incident of the Titan great ape's capture by the Wuhuan Hall was known throughout the continent. But today, Bibi spoke. "As we commence the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Competition's elimination rounds, to celebrate this grand event, I, in consultation with the elders, have decided to use the blood of the Titan great ape to officially inaugurate this round and wish everyone great success in their endeavors." Bibi's words were unambiguous. The Titan great ape was to be slain. The significance of a 100,000-year soul beast is immense, and the Titan great ape, as the sovereign of the Stardow Forest, had long been a forbidden zone for any brave enough to enter. According to reliable sources, since the Wuhuan Hall captured the Titan great ape, the 10,000-year sky blue bull python had turned vengeful, attacking any soul master entering the forest or even ordinary humans merely passing by its periphery. The Pope was preparing to personally slay the Titan great ape. What a sensational news. Indeed, the Titan great ape, being the ruler of the Stardow Forest, was not something one could encounter casually. Today, we are fortunate not only to witness it, but also to behold its demise. What an honor. The crowd buzzed with excitement. However, among Shrek Academy, Xiao Wu, upon learning that the Titan great ape was to be executed, felt her mind go blank, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. "Ye Ming, rest assured, I will not stand idly by as you are killed," she thought resolutely. Immediately, she grasped Tang San's wrist and whispered, "Brother, you must save Ming. He is my only family in this world." Faced with Xiao Wu's desperate plea, Tang Sen shook his head in helplessness. Xiao Wu, it's not that I refuse to help, but look below. Following Tang San's gaze, 5 tidal Douluos emerged around the Titan Great Ape, their soul rings beginning to materialize. Unbeknownst to them, Bibi Dong had already positioned herself directly above the Titan Great Ape, having completed her soul-devouring Spider Queen possession. Her arms transforming into eerie green spider spears, with 5 black and 2 red soul rings beneath her feet. It's too late. Brother, I beg you, let father intervene. Xiao Wu cried, tears streaming, her teeth nearly ground to dust from anxiety. Tang San, feeling equally helpless, slowly shook his head. In that moment, Xiao Wu understood that Ming was beyond saving. Finally, that beast is about to die. At that moment, Ma Hongjuan's shout shattered Xiao Wu's gloomy mood. Exactly. Back in the Stardow Forest, that beast nearly caused the demise of our entire Shrek Academy. Now it's finally meeting its end, and my spirits are soaring. Dai Mubai exhaled, recalling the haunting memories of their ordeal in the Stardow Forest. The profound sense of helplessness still lingered, but now, the Titan Great Ape's impending doom felt like a release of pent-up frustration. As her teammates spoke, Xiao Wu suddenly erupted, her eyes filled with hatred as she slowly stood, pointing at Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, unleashing a torrent of curses. The vitriol was so intense, it even cursed their ancestors. The onlookers were taken aback. Xiao Wu appeared innocent and harmless, yet her words were venomous. Dai Mubai, flastered, resembled das Lamberingu Tiger. As the prince of the Star Luo Empire, he could not tolerate such humiliation. Furthermore, the ire directed at him had implications for the entire royal family. Across from Shrek Academy, a similarly golden-haired man, resembling Dai Mubai, but more mature, felt a surge of murderous intent as he witnessed Xiao Wu's vehement outburst. Dai Mubai, after just a few years away from home, how can you allow a mere girl to insult the Star Luo royal family so severely? You truly are a disgrace to the Star Luo Empire. Just as he smirked, he saw Xiao Wu sent flying. Dai Mubai's fists raining down like a storm upon her face, his voice booming. Let you curse. I'll make you pay for it. With each blow, Xiao Wu spat out a mouthful of ancient blood, mixed with shattered teeth, revealing the ferocity of Dai Mubai's assault. In an instant, the crowd was stunned. The captain of Shrek Academy had struck a female student with such brutality. However, upon reflection, it seemed that she had brought this upon herself. The Titan Great Ape's demise had nothing to do with her, yet she acted as if she were a saint, fretting over matters that were not her concern. Dai Mubai merely spoke a few truths, yet she reacted as if a rabid dog, viciously attacking him. Everyone has their pride, and for Dai Mubai, as a prince, Xiao Wu's tirade could have significant repercussions for his future. Moreover, as the leader of the Star Luo Empire's representative team, he had close ties to Dai Mubai, which could be exploited by others. If Dai Mubai did not assert his stance now, he risked being the first to face repercussions upon returning to the Star Luo Empire. Cry out, weren't you just enjoying yourself? Dai Mubai pressed Xiao Wu beneath his foot, showing no mercy. At this moment, he was consumed by rage, disregarding any camaraderie. As the situation escalated beyond expectation, the Wuhuan Hall's officials attempted to intervene, only to be halted by Ye Hao. Let them continue. That rabbit brought this upon herself. We merely need to sit back and enjoy the spectacle. Ye Hao, with a bemused demeanor, crossed his arms and watched with interest. Such internal strife was indeed a rare occurrence. However, it was not entirely Dai Mubai's fault. Only Tang San understood Xiao Wu's true identity. Seeing Xiao Wu battered and bruised, Tang San suddenly erupted, shoving Dai Mubai aside and cradling Xiao Wu in his arms. Dai Mubai, his eyes blazed with fury, a chilling aura of vengeance enveloping him. Anyone who harmed Xiao Wu would pay dearly. Dai Mubai let out a cold snort. Is it not true that I, too, possess a path to death? Tang Sen was momentarily at a loss for words, glaring at Dai Mubai as if he were a sworn enemy. Just moments ago, he had heard the scathing remarks directed at him and fatty by that maid. It was clear that everyone present was not deaf. He understood that you usually indulged her, but that should not serve as justification for her unabashed behavior. After a brief pause, Dai Mubai continued. What did I say that was incorrect? The Titan giant ape deserved to die. And was there any mention of her in my words? Pray tell. At this juncture, Tang San fell silent, acutely aware of his own shortcomings, yet adopting an aggressive demeanor. Dai Mubai, it is a disgrace for you to act as captain when merely a few words from Xiao Wu provoke you to such violence. Why do you have to lead this team? Dai Mubai let out a cold, derisive laugh. Though I do not consider myself a good person, I am still self-aware. Tang San, you have indulged Xiao Wu for far too long. When Fatty merely consumed rabbit meat, she threatened to kill him. Now, for me to utter that the Titan giant ape deserved death, Xiao Wu heaps insults upon me, even dragging my ancestors into it. Dai Mubai spoke through clenched teeth, his gaze piercing as it fixed upon Xiao Wu. Had it not been for the ongoing competition, he might have already taken her life. This was no empty threat. Dai Mubai was fully capable of such an act. Enough, Lu Erlong bellowed, unable to endure the sight of her daughter being beaten to a pulp. Is the commotion not enough? Lu Erlong embraced Xiao Wu, distraught over the loss of Xiaojing. The Shrek Academy cannot afford such turmoil. While Xiao Wu is at fault, Dai Mubai, your actions were unnecessarily severe. A few words would suffice. Was it truly necessary to strike her so fiercely? Dai Mubai shrugged. Vice Dean Erlong, I truly empathize with your feelings. However, consider my perspective. Some people incessantly declare that you possess a path to death. And if today Xiao Wu berated me and I remained silent, what would that make me as a man? People have dignity. I, Dai Mubai, am far superior to those who have lost all sense of shame. If I had insulted Xiao Wu today, I can assure you someone would seek vengeance after the match. Let me make this clear. Do not provoke a man's bottom line with your ignorance. Tang San may indulge you, but I will not. If you anger me, I shall take you down with her. With that, Dai Mubai rose in fury, retreating to the back of the team, ashamed to be associated with such individuals. Now, that is a real man. Ye Hao could not help but give a thumbs up to Dai Mubai. Tang San was infuriated, casting a resentful glare at Dai Mubai, mentally designating him as a target for elimination. At that moment, Xiao Wu began to stir, instinctively looking down the mountain. She witnessed Bibi Dong transform into a green flash, charging toward the Titan giant ape, and within a heartbeat, the Titan giant ape was cleaved in two, its massive head crashing to the ground, utterly lifeless. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Wu felt as if her heart was being torn apart. A sweet taste filled her mouth as she spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing into unconsciousness. Ha ha! Ye Hao roared with laughter, disregarding Tang San's murderous glare, and soared down with 6-foot purple wings. Shortly after the Titan giant ape fell, a vibrant, blood-red 10,000-year soul ring appeared. The crowd stood in stunned silence, their eyes filled with longing and greed. This was the coveted 10,000-year soul ring, a goal cherished by all soul masters. However, upon reflection, they quickly dismissed the notion. Facing so many titled Douluos was akin to courting death. Ye Hao approached the Titan giant ape's corpse, examining it closely before using his arms like scythes to carve the creature into several pieces. Finally, when Ye Hao held a piece of blood-red bone in his hand, the onlookers were once again thrown into a frenzy. A 10,000-year soul bone. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Soul bones were already a sensitive subject, and this particular piece was from the Titan giant ape, a 10,000-year soul bone. Many gazes turned envious, wishing they could snatch it away. Here is a piece of the Titan giant ape's left leg bone. It's quite decent, I suppose. Ye Hao held the soul bone in his hand and commanded, throw the Titan giant ape's remains to the evil demon whale pack. The flesh and blood of this 10,000-year soul beast will be a great boon for them. In the eyes of the envious crowd, Ye Hao returned with the left leg bone of the 10,000-year Titan giant ape. He understood the principle of innocent man suffers for having a precious gem. Noticing the many peculiar gazes upon him, he remained unfazed. With a disdainful cold snort, Ye Hao declared, only the weak would exhibit such envious looks. Let me be frank. I personally captured that Titan giant ape. If you wish to obtain a soul bone, there is a celestial blue bull python in the Star Doe forest. Why not capture it yourselves? His words left the crowd speechless, forced to watch helplessly as they lost their chance at the 10,000-year soul bone. It was most detestable to covet what one could not attain. With that, Ye Hao sat cross-legged and pressed the Titan giant ape's left leg bone against his own, channeling his soul power to absorb it gradually. The heart of death hovered above Ye Hao's head, pouring its power into the soul bone, assisting him in the absorption process. Ye Hao, you truly deserve to die. Tang San's features twisted in fury as he watched Ye Hao absorb the 10,000-year soul bone, feeling an overwhelming sense of imbalance. He, with his dual martial souls and otherworldly advantages, was left wondering why all the benefits fell to Ye Hao. Tang San, refused to accept this. Soon, with the aid of the heart of death, Ye Hao effortlessly completed the absorption of the Titan giant ape's left leg bone. His soul power surged to level 57. Ye Hao clenched his fist, elated. Simultaneously, Bibi Dong also completed the absorption of the Titan giant ape's 10,000-year soul ring, appearing before the Hall of the Pope, her aura becoming unfathomable. The academies participating in the elimination rounds were all renowned across the continent, and during the subsequent drawing process, Shrek Academy drew the star Luo Royal Academy. At that moment, Dai Mubai exchanged knowing glances with the golden-haired youth opposite him. Perhaps this was fate. Meanwhile, the Spirit Hall team drew the Imperial Fighting Team, causing Ye Hao considerable distress. Very well, he would personally escort his old comrades back home. The members of the Imperial Fighting Team wore grim expressions. They had just arrived, and their luck seemed abysmal, drawing the very team they had hoped to avoid. Moreover, they had to face old teammates. What irony! Meanwhile, far away in the Tiando city, within the Tiando Imperial Palace, Emperor Shui bore a pained expression, his face as dark as coal as he perused a report delivered by his spies. He was on the brink of collapse. He trembled as he tore the document to shreds, disregarding the dignity of an emperor, cursing vehemently. Ye Hao, the young master of the Spirit Hall. Very well, Spirit Hall. You have outdone yourselves. I have truly been blind, believing that Ye Hao could bring revival to the Tiando Empire, only to discover he is a pawn planted by the Spirit Hall within the Empire. Ye Hao, I will kill him. Suddenly, Emperor Shui's expression stiffened, blood erupting from his mouth like a fountain. Observing this, Prince Shuixing rushed forward to support him. Brother, do not frighten me. No matter how much Prince Shuixing shouted, Emperor Shui remained unresponsive, evidently on the verge of a critical condition. It was no wonder he was suddenly spitting blood. He had viewed Ye Hao as the hope for the revival of the Tiando Empire. Now, to be informed that Ye Hao was the biological child of the Pope Bibi Dong and the young master of the Spirit Hall was a blow too great to bear. As night fell, the first round of the elimination matches is set to commence tomorrow. Ye Hao stands alone on the training ground, testing the formidable prowess bestowed upon him by the left leg bone of the Titan giant ape. This ancient relic, aged 100,000 years, grants Ye Hao two significant soul bone abilities. The first, Titan's Divine Strength, a charged strike capable of flattening a small mountain. The second, Gravity Swamp, which can momentarily immobilize an opponent's movements, restricting their offensive capabilities. Ye Hao activates the Gravity Swamp ability. As he lifts his left foot, an overwhelming pressure rapidly disseminates across the training area, where numerous training dummies are set up for practice. In an instant, those dummies shatter into countless fragments under the weight of the pressure. As for the Titan's Divine Strength, Ye Hao refrains from testing it, concerned that an accidental misfire could lead to the collapse of the arena, resulting in considerable embarrassment. At this late hour, why are you still awake? At that moment, Bibi Dong approaches, having sensed the commotion within the training room and coming to investigate. Mother, are you not also awake? Ye Hao replies with a slight smile. With the battles commencing tomorrow, I wish to take this opportunity to further hone my mastery over the Titan giant ape's left leg bone. Oh, is that so? How potent are the soul bone's abilities? Bibi Dong inquires, casting her gaze upon the obliterated dummies that lie before them, a sense of certainty dawning upon her. Quite impressive. The abilities granted by this 100,000-year soul bone are evidently formidable. Furthermore, upon absorbing the soul bone, my soul power has ascended to the 57th level. 57th level. Bibi Dong's eyes glimmer with excitement. Keep up the hard work. The hour is late. You should return to rest. Tomorrow, you will represent the Spirit Hall in the opening match. She acknowledges the pressure on him, recognizing that his opponents are former teammates. And to claim there are no feelings involved would be disingenuous. I understand, Mother. You should also rest early. Ye Hao nods in agreement. At that moment, Bibi Dong suddenly states, I almost forgot to inform you. News has arrived from Tiando City. The Snow Knight Emperor was enraged upon discovering your identity, even spitting blood in his fury. He has invested considerable effort into you. Now, upon learning you are the heir to the Spirit Hall, the old Emperor can hardly contain himself. Ye Hao had anticipated the Snow Knight Emperor's reaction. Long before in Tiando City, the Emperor had extended an olive branch to him, only for Ye Hao to explain that he would pledge allegiance after securing victory in the tournament. However, now that circumstances have escalated to this point, the Snow Knight Emperor can only lament his misjudgment, harboring resentment not only towards Ye Hao, but also towards the Spirit Hall. I knew it, Mother. I have a request. Please spread some rumors, claiming that the Snow Knight Emperor's 3 sons perished at my hands. Bibi Dong is taken aback. Are you out of your mind? The Snow Knight Emperor's sons were killed by your sister. Why would you take the blame upon yourself? If I do not take such a course of action, my sister's covert plan will be in jeopardy, Ye Hao explains. The Tiando royal family is well aware of my close relationship with Shuixing. Now that I am the heir of the Spirit Hall, the danger to my sister will significantly escalate. Moreover, her mentor, Ning Fengji, is no ordinary adversary. The secrets to be uncovered are numerous. By attributing this incident to me, I can clear my sister's name, which is beneficial for all. Upon hearing Ye Hao's reasoning, Bibi Dong nods sympathetically. Child, this is a heavy burden for you to bear. It's all right, Ye Hao replies with a wry smile. The Tiando royal family would not hesitate to eliminate me at the first opportunity. If it is to be trouble, then let it be multiplied. When the Snow Knight Emperor discovers the true fate of his 3 sons, the likelihood of him meeting his end in fury will significantly increase. At that point, my sister can directly ascend to the throne, thereby avoiding unnecessary complications. The following morning, the first day of the elimination matches begins with fervor. The first duel features the Shrek Academy against the Xingluo Royal Academy, with both sides exuding palpable tension and hostility. The captains of both teams are of notable stature, and upon learning from Davis, the captain of the Xingluo Royal Academy, of Dai Mubai's true identity, Tang San is momentarily taken aback before hastily removing Dai Mubai's name from his assassination list, considering the possibility of leveraging the situation to his advantage. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, sporting a swollen face from her previous encounter with Dai Mubai, enters the arena filled with resentment. However, what perplexes her most is why Dai Mubai would target her, and why Davis from the Xingluo Royal Academy would be the first to strike. His attacks are relentless, showing no regard for her as a girl, landing blow after blow, leaving Xiao Wu defenseless. This provokes Tang San's ire, and ultimately, with the activation of the Haotian hammer, he manages to secure a narrow victory. Yet, Xiao Wu suffers further, her face now even more swollen than before. Chapter 207. The Finals, the Rabbit's Revelation Spear Hall Team versus Imperial Fighting Team. Please welcome both sides to the arena. The battle between Shrek Academy and Xingluo Royal Academy concludes, and as they step back, the moment Ye Hao leads the Spirit Hall team to confront Shrek Academy, tensions escalate rapidly, the atmosphere thick with hostility. Ye Hao, you killed my teacher. I will not let you escape unscathed, Tang San declares. Supporting the now even more swollen Xiao Wu, Yuan Xiaojiang brought this upon himself. He has no one to blame but his own actions. Moreover, your teacher conspired with the Li family and your father to conspire against me. Thus, Yuan Xiaojiang deserves his fate and warrants no sympathy. Ye Hao's words ignite Tang San's fury, yet he reminds himself that they are on the Spirit Hall's territory, compelling him to suppress his anger. Very well, Ye Ritian. If I find the chance, I will repay you 100-fold for the pain you caused me. Ye Hao scoffs dismissively, leading his team toward the stage. Master, that Tang San is insufferably arrogant. Once the tournament concludes, allow me to deal with him personally. Yin Shi expresses his frustration palpable. After learning of Ye Hao's true identity, he has altered his previous demeanor, regretting many of his past actions. Ye Hao, however, sees no need to hold a grudge. They are all part of the same family. Tang San is hidden deep. You are not his match, Ye Hao remarks with a bitter smile, shaking his head. What you must understand is that Tang San's greatest strength lies not in his twin spirits, but rather in his unreasonably powerful hidden weapons. In Ye Hao's understanding, hidden weapons are merely throwing daggers or needles, akin to the famed Little Leaf flying dagger from a past Life as television series. Yet in Tang San's hands, these weapons possess a distinctly formidable quality. Perhaps this is what they refer to as a cheat. Master, could it be that Tang San has some secret weapon yet to be revealed? Hulaina inquires, puzzled. Indeed, the hidden weapons are precisely that. Ye Hao thesis, glancing at Hulaina. Soon, both teams enter the arena, as Ye Hao leads the Spirit Hall team against the Imperial Fighting Team commanded by Yu Tianheng. An inexplicable sense of melancholy washes over him. Yu Tianheng and his companions, once comrades in arms, now find themselves transformed into adversaries, standing on opposing sides. It is a bitter pill for anyone to swallow. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, positioned within their ranks, gaze resolutely at Ye Hao, determined that they will not concede victory simply because their opponent is Ye Hao. Come forth, heir of the Spirit Hall. Our Imperial Fighting Team will never yield. Yu Tianheng sighs inwardly, his expression a mixture of complexity and resolve. Ye Hao's gaze remains indifferent, his heart heavy with nostalgia. Let us begin, he responds softly. With both sides prepared, the referee promptly announces Spirit Hall Team versus Imperial Fighting Team. Commence the soul battle. In an instant, both teams unleash their spirits. Those who have reached the elimination rounds are no mere novices. All participants are at least soul ancestors, with the 4 members of the Spirit Hall Team drawing the most attention. Ye Hao manifests a combination of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black rings, while the Golden Generation, led by Hulaina, showcases 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. The remaining members boast optimal spirit ring configurations. The pressure immediately escalates for Yu Qianheng and his team. Yu Qianheng swallowed hard, recalling the time at the Tiando Royal Academy when, even united, they were no match for Ye Hao. Just yesterday, Ye Hao had absorbed the left leg bone of the Titan giant ape, a soul bone that had existed for 100,000 years. The outcome of today's battle was already apparent to Yu Qianheng and the others. They merely sought an explanation for why Ye Hao had deceived them. Charge! Yu Qianheng bellowed, and Ning Rongrong's 9-treasure glazed tile tower suddenly radiated a dazzling brilliance. Simultaneously, Zhu Zhuqing transformed into a purple afterimage, akin to an assassin concealed in the shadows. Duguian's emerald phosphor snake king unleashed its serpentine essence, its emerald scales glimmering under the sun. The brothers Shimo and Shimo positioned their Xuanjia turtle martial souls at the forefront, while Yilong, as a healing soul master, naturally assumed the role of healer. This formation was all too familiar to Ye Hao. Ye Hao sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Truth be told, he had no desire to engage them in battle, yet fate had conspired against him. With the Titan giant ape's skill, gravity quagmire, Ye Hao lifted his left foot and stomped lightly. In an instant, the 7 members of the Imperial fighting team collapsed to the ground, immobilized, as if ensnared in a quagmire. The harder they struggled, the deeper they sank. Was this the true power of a 100,000-year soul bone? The onlookers' eyes turned cold, greed glistening within them, for the value of such a soul bone was immeasurable. Ye Hao would inevitably find himself alone at some point. At that moment, their ulterior motives would surface, and they could not help but wear sinister smiles. Ye Hao smiled faintly, amused by their short-sightedness and overconfidence. Then, a black silhouette appeared, a man clad in a dark robe, wielding a black scythe, as if he were a harbinger of doom. The crowd gasped in astonishment, their hearts racing in fear, as if he would soon swing his scythe to reap their lives. A group of self-serving parasites. The presence of such individuals on Douluo Continent was indeed tragic. Bibi stood atop the platform, surveying the scene, perfectly capturing the greed reflected in the eyes of those gathered. Just wait, she thought, once the tournament concludes, we shall settle the scores. On the arena, Yu Qianheng, crushed beneath the weight of defeat, clenched his teeth in frustration, attempting to break free. But it was all in vain. We surrender, he uttered weakly. Upon hearing this, Ye Hao ceased his torment, gradually retracting his soul power as the crimson light emanating from his left leg began to dissipate, restoring tranquility to the surroundings. Captain, Shimo hesitated to speak. Yu Qianheng slowly rose, his gaze filled with confusion as he looked at Ye Hao. Why did you deceive us? In response, Ye Hao shook his head. I have never deceived you. I am Ye Hao, and I am also the heir of the Spear Hall. Nothing has changed. With that, Ye Hao turned and departed without a backward glance. In the stillness of the night, Ye Hao sat alone in his study, surrounded by mountains of Spirit Hall affairs. Perhaps only this solitude could quell the restlessness within his heart. From this day forth, he was solely the heir of the Spirit Hall. The former Ye Hao was lost forever. Anyone who obstructs my path shall face my wrath, he declared resolutely. Setting down his pen, he rose to the balcony, gazing at the myriad of lights below, his eyes growing distant. The elite tournament of high-level soul masters across the continent was in full swing, with the Spirit Hall team maintaining their formidable dominance. Soon, the final day arrived. After days of fierce competition, the championship battle was about to commence. Spirit Hall versus Shrek Academy. The atmosphere in the arena was tense. Even before the fight began, the air was thick with anticipation. The Spirit Hall team, led by Ye Hao, was poised for battle, while across from them, Shrek Academy's members instinctively felt their legs weaken at the sight of Ye Hao. During the previous one-on-one match in the qualifiers, Ye Hao had utterly overwhelmed them. On Shrek Academy's side, apart from Tang San as a Soul King, Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu as Soul Sex, the remaining 4 were all Soul Emperors. They were simply not on the same level of combat prowess. How could they possibly contend against 4 Soul Kings from the opposing side? In other words, Shrek Academy's journey to this point was largely thanks to Tang San. The pressure fell heavily upon them. For Soul Kings, Dai Mubai thought dismayed. How on earth are we supposed to fight? Relying solely on Tang San was insufficient, especially since Tang San's prideful hidden weapons had been prohibited, binding his hands. Moreover, Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai had fallen into discord after a heated exchange, leaving no room for reconciliation. Shrek Academy was now at an impasse, with Tang San, Lu Erlong, Xiao Wu, and Tai Long forming one faction, and Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar another. The third faction comprised Flander, Huang Yuan, Jing Ling, and Jiangzhu. It was likely that after the tournament, these relationships would fracture irreparably. The final match was about to begin, with Bibi Dong present to witness, having made extensive preparations to ensnare her prey. Accompanied by Ju and Ghost Douluo, their martial soul fusion skill, the two-level forbidden domain, held the potential to turn the tide of battle. Numerous soul masters lay in wait, encircling the arena with layers of defenses. The rabbit would find it impossible to escape, and as for Tang San, Bibi Dong glanced over her shoulder, revealing Ain had been brought to her side. "Do you see? That is your son," Bibi Dong stated. Ain, looking down from above, recognized the boy with blue-silver grass sprouting from his feet, his aura unmistakably akin to her own. In a moment of vulnerability, Ye Hao had previously introduced Ain to Tang San. Hence, Ain instantly recognized him as her son. "Please do not kill my son. I am willing to become your soul ring, your soul bone. Anything, just spare his life." Ain wept pitifully, evoking sympathy. However, Bibi Dong, too, understood the anguish of a mother. "I'm a mother as well. Look, my son is down there too, soon to face your son in battle." Bibi Dong sealed Yin's soul power, rendering her a mere ordinary woman. Yet, one thing could be assured. Although she yearned to eliminate Tang San for certain reasons, her son would remain unharmed for the time being. That is only temporary. When the time comes, your son will ultimately perish. Bibi Dong's eyes glinted coldly. "Do you see the girl with the scorpion tail braid?" Ain followed Bibi Dong's gaze. It was a girl shorter than Tang San, with a scorpion tail braid. Her face slightly flushed, bearing faint handprints as if she had recently endured hardship. She appeared to be an ordinary girl, lacking any distinctive traits. "Is that so?" Bibi Dong's lips curved into a subtle smile. "That is merely concealed. You cannot see it. That girl is named Xiao Wu, the one your son holds dear." Xiao Wu. Ain mused is a lovely name. "Are you planning to target Xiao Wu to compel my son to submit? You think far too little of us. The rift between humans and soul beasts is profound, yet in your and Tang Hao's case, I do not comprehend. You, who are fundamentally a soul beast, willingly united with a human, and bore a child like Tang San, who embodies both human and soul beast bloodlines." Bibi Dong wore a bittersweet smile. "Do you know? That girl, like you, is also a 100,000-year soul beast." At Bibi Dong's revelation, Yin's eyes widened in shock. Confusion washed over her face as she scrutinized Xiao Wu, realizing that she was merely an ordinary girl, devoid of the aura typical of a soul beast. Moreover, the transformation of soul beasts into humans is inherently arduous. Once transformed, they must undergo a period of recultivation, which is divided into juvenile and mature stages. Only upon reaching maturity can they be deemed true humans. And if this girl truly is a soul beast, she must currently be in her juvenile phase. A chilling thought arises. A 10,000-year-old soul beast, having just taken human form, dares to brazenly infiltrate the human realm and even participates in the elite competition of high-ranking soul masters across the continent. One cannot help but admire the audacity of this girl. The tastes of Tang Hao and his son are truly inscrutable. Do they find human women less appealing? Or are they particularly enamored with soul beasts in human form? The two of them are indeed cut from the same cloth. Just wait and see how we capture that rabbit. As Bibi Dong spoke, she gestured for the competition to commence. Capture? A silver-haired girl instinctively understood. Could it be that what had transpired to her would happen to the son as well? The finals of the elite competition of high-ranking soul masters across the continent were about to begin, with both sides given 1 minute to summon their respective martial spirits. And the battle was set to commence. At the sound of the referee's command, the atmosphere in the arena became palpably tense. The Shrek team, led by Dai Mubai, began to release their martial spirits one by one. 5 soul rings illuminated beneath Ye Hao's feet, followed closely by Xiaoyu, Hulaina, and Yan. The overwhelming pressure from the 4 soul kings nearly left Ma Hongjun and the others gasping for breath. Xiaoyu, Laina, unleash your martial spirit fusion technique to deal with the remaining opponents. As for Tang San, leave him to me. Upon receiving Ye Hao's command, Xiaoyu and Hulaina commenced their martial spirit fusion technique. A dense red mist, infused with a unique energy of enchantment and malevolence, began to envelop the arena. But this was not the most terrifying aspect. Within the red mist, the figures of Hulaina and Xiaoyu merged continuously. This is bad. It's a martial spirit fusion technique. Tang San's heart sank in horror. During the previous skirmishes, he had not realized that the opponents possessed a martial spirit fusion technique. The first soul skill bind. Tang San activated his first soul ring. With the power of the purple extreme demon child, he could discern the movements of the two within the red mist. The blue-silver grass beneath his feet began to grow wildly, hoping to obstruct them before they could fully merge. Suddenly, Ye Hao transformed his arms into scythes. severing Tang San's blue silvergrass in quick succession. Tang San, I offer you a chance to challenge me alone. Chapter 208, Capturing the Rabbit. I only bow to Ye Hao. The sky was devoid of clouds, enveloped in a somber stillness. The streets of Tiando City were sparsely populated, a stark contrast to its former glory. Within the resplendent imperial palace, guards stood vigilant every few steps, and patrolling soldiers were visible everywhere, contributing to the oppressive atmosphere in Tiando City. Inside the palace, it had been over half a month since Emperor Shui Yi had fallen into a coma, and visibly, his condition continued to deteriorate day by day. The revelation of Ye Hao as the heir of the Spirit Hall had dealt a significant blow to him. Since the day he had coughed up blood, the emperor's vitality had gradually waned, as if he were on the brink of death. Gradually, as the feeble-eyed emperor opened his weary gaze, he noticed the royal ministers gathered around him. Your Majesty, you have finally awakened, Prince Shui Xing sighed, clearly having not rested well during this time. Father, Shui Bong knelt before Emperor Shui Yi, his eyes bloodshot as he vowed. Father, I swear that I will personally eradicate the Spirit Hall and behead that Ye Hao in my lifetime. It was ironic that Shui Bong had always referred to him as elder brother. Little did he know that Ye Hao was part of the Spirit Hall, and even its heir. However, Emperor Shui Yi shook his head weakly and replied, the Spirit Hall is no longer as it once was, now that Ye Hao is its heir. Our only hope of defeating the Spirit Hall lies in an alliance with the Star Luo Empire. An alliance with the Star Luo Empire? The two great empires have been embroiled in conflict for years, becoming sworn enemies. How could they possibly unite? What Qing He? Has he returned? Emperor Shui Yi suddenly shouted. His Highness the Crown Prince is still at the Spirit Hall and has not returned, Your Majesty. What commands do you have? Asked a minister standing nearby. Just then, a soldier entered the room, holding a top-secret letter. Upon noticing the number of people present, he hesitated to proceed. Read, Emperor Zhu Ye commanded. The top-secret letter was indeed meant to be confidential, and the soldier was momentarily uncertain in the presence of so many individuals. I command you to read. With that, Emperor Shui Yi coughed violently again, spewing forth a significant amount of blood. The soldier, not daring to defy the order, steeled himself and began to read aloud. Your Majesty, the cause of the deaths of the second prince and the third prince has been thoroughly investigated. A wave of gasps swept through the room, leaving everyone speechless. The deaths of the second and third princes had once sent shockwaves throughout the entire Tiando Empire. Their passing had been too mysterious, too bizarre, raising suspicions all around. The investigation had been overseen by Prince Shui Xing, yet ultimately yielded no leads, and the matter had been shelved. Who could have imagined that today the truth would finally come to light? Everyone was intensely curious about who had the audacity to kill two princes without anyone noticing. Prince Shui Xing understood the implication and considered signaling for the person responsible to leave. The emperor could no longer withstand such shocks. Read here. Emperor Shui Yi glanced at Prince Shui Xing, knowing that his brother meant well. Yet, he was consumed with a desire to know who had slain his sons, and especially two of them at that. Finally, the soldier's gaze fell upon the top-secret letter. Trembling, he read aloud two names. Ye Hao. At this revelation, everyone in the room was taken aback. Ye Hao? How could it be him? They knew that Ye Hao had only appeared long after the deaths of the two princes. Emperor Shui Yi took a deep breath, striving to calm the murderous intent swelling within him, and asked, I ask you, is this top-secret letter authentic? For where did you obtain it? The soldier immediately knelt, trembling uncontrollably as he replied, Your Majesty, this was reported by the undercover agents sent by Prince Shui Xing, who inadvertently overheard Ye Hao recounting the events. Little did the old man Shui Xing realize that his two sons had ultimately perished at my hands. And now he still foolishly hoped for me to become the future bulwark of the Tiando Empire. How ironic. The soldier, keeping his head bowed, continued to stutter. These are the very words spoken by Ye Hao that day. At that moment, Emperor Shui Yi's face suddenly flushed crimson and in full view of everyone. Fresh blood erupted from his mouth as he staggered and collapsed onto the bed. Your Majesty, Father, Your Majesty. The room erupted into chaos, filled with frantic cries. The soldier knelt on the ground, a slight smirk tugging at his lips. Quickly summoned the imperial physician. The soldier was momentarily stunned, then rose to comply. Meanwhile, within the Pope's palace, the final showdown had commenced. Enchanting. In that instant, Xiaoyu and Hulaina successfully fused, and the red mist began to engulf the entire battlefield. The two that once were had now transformed into one, their long hair billowing, clad in formidable red armor, their faces obscured by a mask, leaving only their piercing eyes visible. In each hand, they wielded a crescent moonblade. With every swing, surging red energy coursed through the blades, enveloped in the red mist, creating an eerie spectacle. All of Shrek's members, except for Tang San, found themselves shrouded in the red mist. Their senses, soul power, and speed diminished by 50%. Their movements slowed to a crawl. Visibility was reduced to mere inches. Everything tinted in red, the mist infused with an enchanting aura, causing a few who found it difficult to locate their allies to grow increasingly agitated. The entity within the mist moved with an unsettling grace. This red fog seemed to be its domain. Tang San's heart raced at the sight. He glared fiercely at Ye Hao, now understanding that Ye Hao had completely isolated him from the battle. Utilizing the purple extreme demon child, Tang San could see through everything, including the red mist before him. Yet, Ye Hao stood directly in his path. Reflecting on the teachings imparted by the master before his demise, Tang San, those 3 soul bones are of utmost importance to you. You must obtain them. Among the 3, the soul bone from the head is the most precious. Now, with Tang San's external soul bone lost, the Blue-Silver Emperor's right leg bone, which once belonged solely to him, has been usurped by Ye Hao. He is now left with nothing. Ye Hao, you have slain my teacher and brought ruin upon my family. Do you not fear retribution? As Tang San withdrew his blue-silver grass, he instead brandished the Haotian hammer. I fear nothing, Ye Hao replied with solemnity. I believe Tang Ritian has already informed you of the events from years past. Had I not intervened, it would have been our annihilation. Tang San, given your disposition, it is inevitable that you would seek vengeance. You will not rest until your enemies are obliterated. Upon hearing this, Tang San furrowed his brow. Your teacher spoke eloquently, preaching lofty principles yet possessing little true skill. Even those theories on martial souls were mere plagiarisms from the Martial Soul Hall. Tell me, since you became Yu Xiaozhang's disciple, what has he truly bestowed upon you? Tang San was momentarily rendered speechless. Lowering his gaze, he caressed the 24 bridges on a moonlit night. Does this count? My teacher taught me to discern the age of soul beasts, the knowledge of martial souls, and the principles of being a good person. As soon as Tang San finished speaking, laughter erupted throughout the room. Discern the age of soul beasts and knowledge of martial souls? Those are all found in the academy textbooks. Your teacher is no more than that. It is no wonder he met his end. I recall him entering with such bravado that day. Faced with the ridicule, Tang San glared with fury. Ye Hao waved his hand, silencing the crowd. Tang San, did you hear that? You too are soul master. Over the years, what has Yu Xiaozhang given you besides these teachings and your principles of conduct? I must say, your character leaves much to be desired. Uttering the path of death incessantly and carelessly discussing life and death, you have no right to do so. Tang San's figure swayed as he raised the Haotian hammer above his head, the dark red energy cascading downwards in an instant. He roared, and the Haotian hammer descended directly, creating a small crater where Ye Hao had once stood. With the Titan Great Ape's left leg ability, Titan Divine Power, Ye Hao, suspended in the air with his 6-winged purple light wings, felt a surge of red radiance emanating from his left leg, and a powerful pressure swept forth. Immediately, Tang San's eyes widened in shock. Half kneeling, he lifted the Haotian hammer high, hoping to withstand the terrifying pressure akin to mountains and seas. The weight enveloped him, and his arms began to numb. The ground beneath him cracked, resembling a spider's web. Above, Bibi Dong nodded in approval, casting a sidelong glance at Yin. Noticing Yin's tear-streaked face as she watched her son suffer below, her heart was wrenched with helplessness. Simultaneously, within the crimson mist, a figure of allure flitted through. And soon, the first elimination was born. Tyren was covered in blood, his skin slashed by sharp blades, revealing ghastly white bones beneath, blood pooling around him. Subsequently, Jiangzhu emerged, her clothes disheveled, hair disarrayed. She was merely unconscious, unharmed. In the red mist, Ma Hongjun trembled, engulfed in flames, scanning the surroundings with trepidation, not daring to be careless. First soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line. Ma Hongjun's first soul ring illuminated, and searing flames erupted from his mouth. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept past him, sending shivers down his spine and goosebumps all over. The alluring figure, like a wraith, thrived in the crimson mist. Suddenly, a flash of white light pierced through the red fog, and a sinister blade carved a gash in Ma Hongjun's abdomen. Fortunately, it merely grazed his clothing. Get out quickly. What kind of soul master hesitates? Ma Hongjun instinctively clamped his mouth shut, overwhelmed by anxiety to the point of sweating profusely. Soon after, from the crimson mist, the enchanting figure revealed itself, wielding 2 crescent moon blades, their surfaces seemingly soaked in blood, radiating a sinister red glow. At this moment, the enchanting figure had effectively reached the level of a soul emperor. Ma Hongjun stepped back, regretting his previous outburst. I have emerged. Show me what you can do. The alluring voice echoed in Ma Hongjun's ears, resonating long after. Clenching his teeth, Ma Hongjun realized he had come this far with no retreat. His first and second soul rings illuminated simultaneously, flames erupting around him, and a fire phoenix danced behind him, ethereal and dreamlike. First soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line. Second soul skill, Bathing Fire Phoenix. This time, the Phoenix Fire Line was even more ferocious than before, the flame's intensity causing the air to tremble. Yet, he was up against the alluring figure. With a swift motion, the alluring figure merged her two crescent blades into one. In an instant, Ma Hongjun's phoenix flames were divided by the enchanting figure. Witnessing this, Ma Hongjun was struck with dread, initially intending to muster more flames. However, the enchanting figure had somehow appeared behind him. He raised his curved blade, slashing downward with ferocity. The next moment, outside the crimson mist, Ma Hongjun was flung out. His body stained with blood, mirroring Tyren-esque condition, his bones shattered. Even should he recover, it would take at least half a year. Even upon recovery, his future cultivation of soul power would be fraught with difficulties, unless he procured rare herbs akin to the fire spirit peach, leaving him with no other options. Hongjun. Flinder's heart shattered as he witnessed Ma Hongjun being carried away, bloodied and battered. His teacher appeared to have aged a decade. Time passed agonizingly slowly. Within the crimson mist, the enchanting figure tossed out two more individuals, Dai Mubai and Oscar, both faring no better than Ma Hongjun. Due to the excessive consumption of soul power from their martial soul fusion technique, Hulaina and Xiaoyu were racing against time. In dispatching Dai Mubai and Oscar, the enchanting figure executed swift, lethal strikes without hesitation. Your teammates have already fallen. Tang San, concede. Ye Hao loomed in the air, gazing down at Tang San with the poise of a victor. Tang San looked down and realized he was alone, while Xiao Wu was beneath the heel of Xiaoyu. A curved blade poised at her throat. At this sight, Tang San felt a profound sense of helplessness. He was unwilling. A bunch of useless fools, he cursed inwardly. He himself was in no better state, sprawled on the ground, the Haotian hammer in his hands reduced to fragments, scattered around him. The power of the 100,000-year Titan, Great Ape's left leg bone was indeed overwhelming. Before him, Tang San was but an insect. I concede, Tang San reluctantly uttered. Upon hearing this, Ye Hao gradually lifted the pressure. In that fleeting moment, Tang San's hands turned a milky white, and his eyes brightened as he swiftly grasped the shattered remnants of the Haotian hammer from the ground. He swung his arms. The moment his fingers spread, they seemed to vanish. The fragments of the Haotian hammer transformed into meteors, hurtling towards Ye Hao from all directions. Tang San's gaze was sharp, utilizing the jagged edges of the Haotian hammer fragments, some of which he had secretly imbued with poison, for he was an expert in toxins. The Haotian hammer fragments soared through the air, converging on Ye Hao. Bat wing rebirth, Ye Hao murmured, anticipating this move. A dark light flickered at his brow, and he enveloped himself perfectly with the heart of death. Tang San's bat wing rebirth was entirely thwarted, yet a peculiar smile crept across Tang San's lips. Several Haotian hammer fragments suddenly reversed course, just as Ye Hao seemed to cancel the heart of death. Ye Hao felt two powerful streams of energy approaching from behind, and then his left leg glowed ominously once more. Gravitational quagmire. An unprecedented pressure crushed Tang San's entire being, just as he managed to stand. He was once again pinned to the ground by an overwhelming force. Immediately, Ye Hao darted from the air, seizing Tang San and lifting him into the sky. Meanwhile, at that moment, the two fragments of the Haotian hammer, tainted with lethal poison, pierced into Tang San's body, causing his eyes to widen in utter disbelief. You actually broke my Batwing reincarnation? Tang San's tremulous voice resonated in Ye Hao's ears. A hidden weapon? Ye Hao's lips curled into a sneer. Ultimately unworthy of the stage, Tang San, you have breached the rules. Following this, Ye Hao forcefully cast Tang San down from midair, his body crashing heavily onto the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. As the dust settled, a cold huff escaped Bibi Dong's lips, her gaze glinting with a sinister, murderous intent. What a fortunate turn for him. To launch an attack the moment he feigned surrender is entirely in line with Tang San's character. She cast a disdainful glance at the weeping Ain beside her. Now you see, this is the good son born of that Tang Hao. She then ordered for him to be taken away. I declare that the champions of this Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite competition are the Spirit Hall team. Instantaneously, cheers, shouts, and applause erupted, resounding throughout the venue. Countless voices rallied for Spirit Hall, chanting in praise. Concurrently, clandestine operations were proceeding in an orderly fashion. Sighed retracted his martial spirit and disdainfully kicked away the discarded Xiao Wu. He then turned his attention to Ye Hao. Young master. Young master. Sighed and Hulaina approached Ye Hao. Thank you for your hard work. There is nothing for you here. Once you receive the soul bones, you may depart. Understood. The siblings replied respectfully. Shrek Academy has been defeated, utterly defeated. Xiao Wu cast a resentful glance at Ye Hao, hastily rising and rushing towards the fallen Tang San. Escape. This was what Xiao Wu most desperately wished to do at this moment. Escape? Ye Hao scoffed. Do you truly believe you can? Simultaneously, the heart of death upon Ye Hao's head vanished, silently transforming into 6 massive mirrors that enveloped the entire arena. Xiao Wu, like a fish trapped in a net, found herself devoid of any means of retreat. Of course, they remained oblivious. Brother, are you all right? Xiao Wu, her eyes brimming with tears, rushed to support Tang San. His body was marred with blood, his arms pierced by the Haotian hammer fragments, the wounds already beginning to fester. Ye Hao, Before Tang San could finish, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Evil deeds will surely lead to one's downfall. Ye Hao stepped closer, gently shaking his head. Tang San, this is the price of your ambush. You had already surrendered. I simply do not understand why you chose to strike. Is it because you cannot bear to lose? Or perhaps, Tang San fell silent, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain as he pulled the Haotian hammer fragment from his shoulder and hastily consumed the antidote. Little San, Xiao Wu, Lu Erlong rushed to their side. Aside from Dai Mubai, Oscar had just regained consciousness, while the others had all been carried away. Frand, sensing the dire situation, whispered, "We must leave." Leave? Bibi Dong approached. The competition has yet to conclude. Where do you think you are going? With that, Bibi Dong produced the prizes for this competition. 3 soul bones. The soul bones shimmered in her palm, their dazzling light causing Tang San to swallow hard, yearning for them as if they were his own. As of now, he possessed none, a solitary figure. Some onlookers felt similarly, yet this was Spirit Hall. They harbored such desires but lacked the courage to act. Now, I shall present the competition rewards to the Spirit Hall team. I hope you will continue to strive and soon break through to become titled Douluos, becoming the backbone of Spirit Hall. The trio of Hulaina, upon receiving the soul bone rewards, had their eyes gleam with excitement as they bowed to Bibi Dong and Ye Hao before departing. Seeing the conclusion, Franz smiled ingratiatingly. Your Holiness, we at Shrek Academy have accepted our defeat with grace. May we take our leave? Bibi Dong smiled slightly, of course. With that, Frand and the others breathed a sigh of relief, hastily beckoning everyone to depart. However, she had to remain. Ye Hao pointed at Xiao Wu, and, at that moment, disciples of Spirit Hall hidden in the shadows surged forth, surrounding Shrek Academy completely. Witnessing this, Xiao Wu's complexion turned ashen, her body trembling uncontrollably. Fran was perplexed. While Dai Mubai and Oscar were equally baffled, only Tang San understood the gravity of the situation. Ye Hao, what do you mean by this? Are you bent on extermination? Lu Erlong questioned angrily. Xiao Wu was her daughter, and with Yu Xiaojiang already deceased, she could not afford to lose her only child. Lu Erlong, I must say you are truly blind. Ye Hao sighed helplessly. What did you say? Lu Erlong fumed. Spirit Hall cannot lay a hand on a young girl. But soul beasts? That is a different matter entirely. Ye Hao assimilit mysteriously. Soul beasts? Lu Erlong was momentarily taken aback, suddenly glancing at the head of Xiao Wu peeking from behind Tang San, her eyes filled with disbelief. Impossible, impossible. Lu Erlong still could not accept the reality, still failing to recognize the truth. Ye Hao smiled faintly, turning his gaze toward Tang San. Tang San, are you not going to explain? The girl behind you is, no doubt, 100,000-year soul beast, the soft-bone rabbit. This revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. Ye Hao's words left everyone astounded. 100,000-year soul beast. You mean to say this girl is 100,000-year soul beast? Lu Erlong stared incredulously at Xiao Wu, while Franz swayed, equally shocked. Dai Mubai and Oscar shivered, unable to believe that Xiao Wu was indeed not human. Damn fatty, it's over. Oscar chuckled, reflecting on that day when Ma Hongjun had cursed in the woods. It turned out to be prophetic. It was simply unbelievable. Dam Ye Hao. Tang San cursed silently. He shielded Xiao Wu behind him, determined not to surrender her to Spirit Hall under any circumstances. Bibi Dong stepped forward. You were the one who slipped through the net back then. I never expected your audacity to be so great as to openly approach Spear Hall. Truly, you are ignorant of your impending doom. Xiao Wu's rabbit ears stood upright in anger, yet she was helpless. You killed my mother. I will never let you go. Nor Spirit Hall, Xiao Wu declared fiercely. Humph. Bibi Dong scoffed. Xiao Wu, use your third spirit ability to escape. Tang Sen secretly transmitted his soul power. Brother, what about you? Xiao Wu's face was filled with anxiety. Do not worry. With Uncle out there to assist, I will be fine. At that moment, Xiao Wu's third spirit ring glowed, enveloping her in pink light. And in an instant, she vanished from sight. Upon witnessing this, Tang San let out a sigh of relief. But in the next second, ouch. Xiao Wu rubbed her reddened head, staring at the black, transparent wall before her, momentarily lost in thought. Chapter 209. Wait for me to return, and I shall marry you. Xiao Wu had teleported. Xiao Wu had hit the wall. Xiao Wu was utterly bewildered. Gazing at the black, transparent wall before her, Xiao Wu felt despair creeping in. She had specifically gone elsewhere, attempting to replicate the same method. Yet, it ultimately ended in failure. This series of actions left the onlookers in stunned silence. Ye Hao laughed until his stomach hurt, losing interest in the drawn-out exchanges. He raised his right hand, tightening his grip slightly. The ground surrounding Xiao Wu suddenly turned black. In the void, 6 chains shot forth, targeting Xiao Wu. As the crowd witnessed this, they couldn't help but recall the scene of the Titan giant ape from that day. It turned out that everything was indeed true. The Titan giant ape was truly captured by Ye Hao. Many had previously dismissed this, but now it seemed they had been short-sighted. The chains cleaved through the void, wielding unmatched power as they pushed Lu Erlong aside. When they reached Xiao Wu, Tang Xin stood firmly in front of her, protecting her without fail. Ye Hao, do not go too far. Xiao Wu is my sister. I absolutely will not allow her to fall into your hands. Tang Xin shouted defiantly, his gaze fiercely fixed on the black chains emerging from the void. Ye Hao remained unfazed, sighing helplessly. Truly obstinate. Tang San, for the sake of this creature, you have committed numerous heinous acts over the years. Since everyone is present today, I shall expose your scars, allowing the entire continent to see how this so-called pure and noble individual has become tainted. No, stop, Tang Xin cried out, his voice breaking with anguish. Yet Ye Hao remained indifferent, deftly manipulating the chains to encircle Xiao Wu, while the fallen Tang San, prepared with the blue silver grass to resist the death chains, lay sprawled on the ground. In an instant, Xiao Wu found herself ensnared by the chains. Subsequently, the heart of death manifested completely, 6 black mirrors appearing in midair, drawing Xiao Wu within their depths. Ultimately, she floated back into Ye Hao's palm, tranquility restored. The moment arrived with such swiftness that the person before him had yet to react. Xiao Wu, Tang San shouted, his eyes swiftly suffused with a blood-red hue. As countless strands of blue-silver grass burst forth from the earth, desperately attempting to wrest the heart of death from Ye Hao's grasp. However, with a cold snort from Bibi Dong, Tang San was sent hurtling backward, the suspended blue-silver grass snapping into fragments. Tang San collapsed to the ground, his form disheveled and battered. Were it not for the pact between the god of death and the sea god, he would surely meet his demise at this moment. Tang San, with his martial spirits, blue silver grass and the Haotian hammer, the son of Tang Hao and the 10,000-year soul beast, the blue silver emperor. Ye Hao spoke with an air of aloofness, his gaze laced with mockery. The latter bore a murderous intent that Tang San had never felt directed at him before. And today, he found himself in such a pitiful state. For mere gesture on the soul fighting platform, he had, in the name of a childhood vow with that beast, resolutely annihilated an entire team of soul masters, leaving only one survivor. Ye Hao's piercing gaze bore down on him, causing Tang San to feel a chill run down his spine as countless hostile glances fixed upon him. Soul masters were already scarce. The soul fighting platform was sacred, and this competition emphasized fairness, justice, and transparency. Just moments ago, Tang San had clearly surrendered, yet he had launched a surprise attack, ultimately failing and suffering the consequences. The act of indiscriminate slaughtering of soul masters behind closed doors was even more despicable, igniting the resentment of those present, all because of a grandiloquent childhood oath. 6 vibrant lives of soul masters were extinguished. He truly deserved to die. Tang Sin felt as though he stood before a formidable enemy. The multitude of gazes upon him causing his scalp to prickle, his eyes evasive, as if trying to dodge something. Flander was incredulous, and even Dai Mubai and Oscar wore expressions of astonishment, keeping their distance, unwilling to be caught in the crossfire. Dai Mubai, though he prided himself on not being a good person, had his share of dark history regarding killing and arson. But someone like Tang San was utterly unheard of. It was best to keep a safe distance from him. No, to never interact with him again for self-preservation. At that moment, Oscar suddenly spoke, "Dai boss. Do you remember when the fatty ate rabbit meat, which ultimately enraged Xiao Wu?" "Of course, what of it?" Dai Mubai responded. Oscar smirked lewdly, disregarding the audience around them. "I suspect those were surely Xiao Wu's descendants. Otherwise, why would she be so furious?" Upon hearing this, Tang San immediately turned his gaze toward Oscar, coldly demanding, "Oscar, what did you say?" Oscar, hiding behind Dai Mubai, whispered, "Since Xiao Wu is a 10,000-year-old beast, it's possible that during those 10 millennia before she became human, she had some kind of liaison with a male rabbit. You know, rabbits can have several litters a year, and one litter can have over a dozen offspring. Last time, when we had roasted soft-boned rabbit, Xiao Wu's gaze was far more severe than if she had killed us." Dai Mubai nodded, beginning to ponder. "I almost forgot. Fatty was the one who ate the most. And in the cabin behind Shrek Academy, he insulted Xiao Wu, asking, 'Are you a human or a beast?' This infuriated her greatly. At first, I wondered why a human would shed tears for a beast, especially since we nearly lost our lives to the Titan giant ape. Now I realize that this beast is akin to the Titan giant ape. I believe Xiao Wu must have attracted the Titan giant ape, planning to wipe us all out." Oscar nodded in agreement. Indeed, such a malicious heart. Truly, no soul beast is benevolent. The two engaged in a swift exchange, quickly finding common ground. "Traitor. Just like his father Tang Hao. Kill him. Castrate him. Slaughter him. Tear him apart." Tang San's face turned pale with terror as he cast a vicious look at Dai Mubai and Oscar, who merely shook their heads lightly. "We are merely stating the facts. Is there an issue?" Dai Mubai spread his hands, speaking with a calm demeanor. He felt as though a righteous light had suddenly shone upon Tang San's head. In that moment, Tang San was utterly ostracized by the crowd. Faced with the countless accusations labeling him a traitor to humanity, a remnant of the Haotian sect, Tang San could no longer endure. Instinctively, he glanced toward Flander, only to find that Flander had already retreated 100 meters away, standing with Dai Mubai and the others. Flander felt weary. It was not that the dean did not wish to assist him, nor that he was merely watching him wait for death. All of this was of his own making. He had brought this upon himself. "I cannot help you." Tang San again turned his gaze toward Lu Erlong. Noticing her complex expression, the daughter she had once cherished so dearly was, in fact, a 10,000-year-old beast. Furthermore, her most esteemed student, Tang San, had committed acts against humanity, all for the sake of a single vow, leading to the slaughter of humans for the soul beasts. This fellow had paved his own path to destruction. He had become the target of public scorn. Meanwhile, Tang Xiao, who had remained outside the spirit hall, rushed up from the mountainside. Upon witnessing the scene, he realized it was too late. Seeing Tang San being besieged, as the elder, he instinctively shielded his nephew. However, upon hearing the slanderous rumors, he was momentarily taken aback. Traitor? Accomplice of soul beasts? Remnant of the Haotian sect? What is all this? "Uncle, Ye Hao has captured Xiao Wu," Tang San exclaimed urgently. Tang Xiao was taken aback. "What did you say?" He had already learned from his second brother of Xiao Wu's true identity, a 10,000-year-old beast. Initially, Tang Xiao was shocked, but his first reaction was to urge Tang San to kill her, to absorb her spirit ring and spirit bone. This would revive their sect. However, Tang San had already developed feelings for Xiao Wu, just as Tang Hao had once done. It must be said, these two father and son were quite a match. "Let us go. As long as the green hills remain, we need not fear the lack of firewood." Tang Xiao urged Tang San to leave. Though he did not understand why Ye Hao had not acted yet, he knew that every minute spent here increased the danger. "Ye Hao, let her go. I beg you. I cannot live without her." Tang San suddenly wept, for Xiao Wu was his only kin in this world. "If I release her, will you still oppose the spirit hall?" Ye Hao probit. "No, absolutely not," Tang San declared resolutely, his gaze unwavering. Suddenly, Ye Hao smiled. "Tang San, have you heard the phrase, crocodile tears?" Tang San was taken aback. "What do you mean?" "A person who weeps merely to feign remorse or sympathy. That is crocodile tears. We refer to those hypocritical individuals." Upon hearing this, Tang San comprehended fully. Ye Hao was insinuating that he was a hypocrite. Seeing Tang San unwilling to yield, Tang Xiao acted swiftly, delivering a swift strike. Tang San felt a dizziness wash over him, the world around him fading into a haze as his eyes rolled back and he fainted. "Everyone, today Xiao San has spoken foolishly. I hope you will not take offense." With that, Tang Xiao hoisted Tang San onto his back and soared into the sky. As Tang Xiao began to ascend, Juve de Loire furrowed his brow. Young master, shall we not pursue them? Ye Hao shook his head. I once promised someone to temporarily spare Tang San. Do not worry. This fellow will meet his end sooner or later. What about Tang Xiao? Zhu Douluo inquired further. Tang Xiao is the same, as is the entire Haotian sect. The competition has just concluded, and we must now focus on the long term. Certain plans can now be set in motion, mother. Ye Hao looked toward Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong nodded slightly, smiling as she said, send the order down to list Tang San as a target for elimination by the Spear Hall and spread today's events throughout the entire Douluo Continent. Now, everyone may disperse. Thank you all for your efforts today. The crowd gradually departed, and tranquility once again enveloped the scene. Within the Spirit City, the Grand Elite Soul Master competition across the continent has reached its conclusion, with the champion now determined. What has left an indelible impression on both the Tiando Empire and the Xinghua Empire is not merely the competition itself, but rather the enigma that is Tang San. The revelations surrounding him are nothing short of astonishing. Betrayals, transformations of soul beasts into humans, all of which are indeed eye-opening, akin to a sharp blade at one's rear. Meanwhile, within the Spirit Hall, the atmosphere is thick with anticipation. Sister, must you depart so soon? Ye Hao inquires, as he sits across from Qianrenxue, who is preparing to leave. She nods, her eyes reflecting a sense of resignation. The competition has concluded, and her mission is thus fulfilled. I assume you have heard the recent news from Tiando City? Yes, Ye Hao affirms with a nod. Due to his identity as the heir of the Spirit Hall, the news has caused the Snow Knight Emperor to suffer a grave shock, leading to a prolonged state of unconsciousness, suggesting that his time is limited. Brother, there is something I must ask you, and I implore you to respond truthfully, Qianrenxue states earnestly, her gaze piercing into Ye Hao's. He remains silent for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement. Did you leak that information? What information? Do not feign ignorance. The two princes of the Tiando Empire were slain by me, and you have taken the blame upon yourself. Are you truly unafraid of the trouble this may incite? Ye Hao remains silent for a considerable time before breaking into a smile. I fear not trouble, but I dread the thought of you encountering any. At this, Qianrenxue is momentarily taken aback, realizing that her brother's intentions are for her well-being. The royal family is well aware of the close relationship between Xue Qinghe and Ye Hao, especially now that Ye Hao's identity is publicly known. Thus, Xue Qinghe will inevitably face scrutiny. In light of their plans, and for the sake of Qianrenshue's safety, Ye Hao's decision serves to divert attention from her, alleviating the rumors surrounding Xue Qinghe. Truly, you are my foolish brother. Qianrenxue laughs, rising to embrace Ye Hao warmly. With you by my side, I am fortunate. Ye Hao savors the warmth of her embrace, feeling a wave of comfort wash over him. Suddenly, he feels a soft, moist sensation on his lips. Qianrenxue has kissed him. Ye Hao is taken aback. This is the first time she has initiated such an act. As time passes, they part lips, Qianrenxue blushing deeply. I must go now, but wait for my return, she says, her cheeks flushed even more than before. I shall marry you, she declares, hastily leaving the scene. Outside the city, preparations are underway for the carriage back to Tiando City. In front of the Shrek Academy carriage, a profound silence envelopes the group, their emotions a tangled web. I told you, that rabbit is no ordinary being. Ma Hongjun suddenly bursts into laughter. The oracle. It's true. Unbelievable. Xiao Wu truly is a 1,000-year-old soul beast. Tang San remarks, his gaze melancholic, sighing repeatedly. Lord, how could you act so recklessly? Tai Long, enveloped in bandages, ponders life slowly. If anyone is to be pitied, it is undoubtedly Lu Erlong, who considered Xiao Wu as her own daughter. Now, with Yu Xiaojing deceased, and her daughter revealed to be a 10,000-year-old soul beast, Lu Erlong feels an unprecedented solitude. She sits within the carriage, occasionally sighing. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun approaches Flander, whispering, Teacher, your opportunity has arrived. Get lost, you little brat. Flander retorts, Kikinguma ongujunazide. Indeed, Flander knows that with Yu Xiaojing gone, Lu Erlong has no one else in her heart. This opens a window for him. However, Flander is not in a hurry. Lu Erlong is currently in a melancholic state, and approaching her now would only exacerbate her troubles. Once her mood improves, everything will unfold naturally. With this thought, Flander chuckles with delight. Everyone, let us bid farewell here, Deming announces, stepping forward. As a prince of the Xinghua Empire, he must now return home following the conclusion of the tournament. I too must leave. I have chosen to join the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School, Oscar smiles, having set his own aspirations. What about you, fatty? Maon Gujungrins I'll just wander about aimlessly for a while before returning to assist the teacher, he replies. As they bid farewell in turn, the gathering inevitably draws to a close. The Tiando royal knights prepare to set forth once more. Inside the carriage, Shui Qinghe pulls back the curtain, gazing longingly at the receding spirit hall. Though her heart is heavy with reluctance, she is aware of the mission that lies ahead. This return will indeed be stained with blood. As night descends, within the spirit hall, Bibi Dong observes Ye Hao, who is lost in a foolish grin. And she cannot help but feel perplexed. Foolish boy, you've been smiling all day. What brings you such joy? Ye Hao smiles faintly. Mother, you are officially my mother now. Sister, no, Shui has promised me. Promised you? Promised you what to bring you such delight? Bibi Dong inquires, a hint of exasperation in her tone. Shui promised to marry me upon her return, Ye Hao exclaims joyfully. At this, Bibi Dong is momentarily taken aback. Then a smile forms at the corners of her mouth. This is indeed splendid news. Reports from our spies in the Tiando Empire indicate that your plan has succeeded. The Snow Knight Emperor, upon learning of the deaths of his 2 sons at your hands, has fallen gravely ill, barely clinging to life. The Tiando royal family has marked you as their top target. With Shui returning, the probability of her inheriting the throne has significantly increased. Our plan is on the verge of fruition. Son, you should refrain from visiting the Tiando Empire too often. Ye Hao dismisses had Konjen. Fear not. The Tiando Empire will soon bear the surname Qian. There is nothing to fear. Mother, what are our next steps? Bibi Dong smiles. Patience. We shall proceed once the dust settles. The top 3 sects, the 7-treasure glazed tile school, the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan, must be eradicated. And as for the Haoqian school, with 5 titled law among them and Tang, Hao having lost an arm and a leg to you, plus being afflicted by the Spider Queen's deadly poison, I believe his time is limited. The 2 great empires can be easily obliterated. However, Bibi Dong's expression darkens as she sighs, yet my greatest concern lies here. Sea God Island? Ye Hao furrows his brow. Indeed, Sea God Island is home to the sea god Douluo Poseidon. Although I might temporarily surpass the 100th rank alongside Zhu and Zhu are using our martial soul fusion technique, Poseidon can likewise harness the ocean's power. Furthermore, while Tang San has yet to undergo the sea god's trial, he is the future heir to the sea god's legacy. We must eliminate him before he ascends to the sea god's throne. Ye Hao contemplates deeply. This indeed poses a formidable challenge. The Spirit Hall suffered significant losses when attacking Sea God Island, including 2 titled Douluo and numerous Soul Masters. The Soul Masters on the island possess unparalleled advantages. Sustained by the ocean itself. Leave the matters of the Haoqian school and Sea God Island to me. You focus on the 2 empires and the other 2 sections. By the way, what do you plan to do with that useless Yu Shaojiang? Him? Bibi Dong waves her hand dismissively. Once the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan is annihilated, I shall have someone take him away. I want him to witness the gradual destruction of his family. This is the price for daring to harm you. Agreed? Ye Hao nods, affirming that dealing with Yu Shaojiang must be approached in such a manner, a matter of both life and heart. Son, you must strive in the divine trial. Once Shui returns, you both must work hard to make me a grandmother soon. Bibi Dong beams brightly, reminiscent of the sun at its zenith. Ah! Ye Hao exclaims in shock. Isn't that a bit premature? Not at all. Shui is nearing 30, and you're nearly 15. By the time she completes her tasks and returns, you will be 17 or 18. Hurry up, Bibi Dong encourages. Subsequently, Ye Hao retrieves the heart of death from his hairpin, releasing Xiao Wu from within. Observing the unfamiliar surroundings and the 2 individuals before her, Xiao Wu's expression shifts dramatically. Ye Hao, and you, I shall not let you escape. She seethes, her body trembling with rage. Ye Hao simulated faintly. With the Titan giant ape now deceased, it was soon time for the Azure Bull Python to meet its fate. I have heard that the bond among you 3 is quite strong. Do not worry, you shall reunite shortly. Daming. Tears glistened in Xiao Wu's eyes as she recalled that fateful scene. I will kill you, she shouted, bound by chains of death, unable to move. So, what do you intend to do with this rabbit? Bibi Dong inquired. After careful contemplation, Ye Hao replied, let it serve as my 6th spirit ring. I am about to venture to the city of slaughter. This rabbit shall be my 6th spirit ring. As for the soul bone, I do not desire it. Please bestow it upon Nana. She is more suited for it. In an instant, Xiao Wu was rendered speechless, trembling on the ground. The murderous intent emanating from Ye Hao's eyes left her heart filled with despair. Very well, Bibi Dong chuckled. 100,000-year soul bone is indeed a rarity. Ye Hao refrained from claiming the soft-boned rabbit's soul bone, for he had meticulously planned for each subsequent soul bone. Bring it here, Ye Hao commanded. Soon after, Zhu and Ghost Douluo appeared. Young master, they addressed him. Ye Hao nodded, instructing them to take the rabbit away and bind it within the Elder Hall using the chains of death, waiting for the moment when his soul power reached level 60 to execute it. Understood. The two responded, subsequently dragging the lifeless Xiao Wu away, her eyes devoid of any vitality. Her fate was sealed. Mother, once I return from the city of slaughter, I shall venture into the Douluo forest to capture the azure bull python. No need for that, my son, Bibi replied with a gentle shake of her head. In recent years, due to the Titan giant ape, the azure bull python has suffered severe losses from human soul masters hunting in the Douluo forest. I must personally acquire my 9th spirit ring, so it need not trouble you. However, when you become a title Douluo, you must remain vigilant. When absorbing your 2nd martial soul, it is imperative to select the appropriate soul beast. The greatest benefit of possessing twin martial souls lies therein. I understand. I shall allocate the last spirit ring of my soul-eating spider emperor martial soul to the deep-sea demon whale king. That creature must be intercepted. Ye Hao's eyes gleamed with determination. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the Douluo forest, in a desolate area, Tang Xiao set Tang San down and picked up a small twig to kindle a fire. Alas, Tang Xiao sighed heavily. What a predicament this is. Tang San's reputation on the continent had been thoroughly tarnished, and along with him, Yu Xiaojiang was collectively branded as a useless master-disciple pair and traitors. Tang Xiao had initially intended to take him to the Haotian sect, but under these circumstances, the sect was simply out of the question. Chapter 210. The Secret Room, Duo Qianrenshua. Achievement accomplished. As night enveloped the tranquil forest, a chilling wind swept through. Tang San lay beneath a tree trunk, shivering as the cold air wafted over him. Xiao Wu, upon waking, his gaze fell upon Tang Xiao, clad in a black robe with disheveled hair. Tang Xiao sat beside the fire, tending to the flames with a dry branch. Little San, you are awake, Tang Xiao greeted with a long-lost smile. Uncle, where is Xiao Wu? Tang San feared the worst, yet still clung to a glimmer of hope. Xiao has been captured by Ye Hao. We are currently on the outskirts of the Douluo forest, where it is temporarily safe, Tang Xiao replied nonchalantly, though his eyes were already glistening with moisture. Hao Ian has become a cripple, and now Tang San's name is sullied. What is to become of this child? Poor boy. After hearing this, Tang San's body swayed, and he froze on the spot. After a long pause, he slowly turned to Tang Xiao, his voice cold and accusatory. Uncle, why did you not save Xiao Wu? You're a title Douluo, and Ye Hao is merely a spirit king. How could he possibly be your match? Tang Xiao was momentarily taken aback, then violently shook his head. How could little San's gaze hold such murderous intent toward him? No, it must be a misperception. Yet, upon looking again, he found Tang San still watching him with that same intensity, which ignited a flame of anger within him. He rose abruptly, exuding an overwhelming pressure. The aura of a tidal Douluo engulfing Tang San like a vast ocean. Gritting his teeth, Tang San trembled uncontrollably. Little San, you have truly disappointed me. What has your father taught you over the years? To harbor such murderous thoughts at such a tender age. What will become of you as you grow older? Tang Xiao's glet vementin. As for Xiao Wu, I could not save her, nor did I wish to. Upon hearing this, Tang San was utterly shocked. His eyes filled with disbelief as he stared at his uncle. Do you truly believe Ye Hao is as simple as you imagine? Let me tell you the truth. The last time I fought alongside your father against him, do you know what the outcome was? Tang Xiao paused for a moment, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Neither your father nor I were a match for Ye Hao. Moreover, Hao Ian was defeated and left with a severed arm and leg, now rendered a cripple. Upon hearing that his father had become a cripple, Tang San could no longer contain himself. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he collapsed to the ground, his expression numb. Ye Hao is even more terrifying than you can imagine. He can unleash martial soul fusion techniques, and after merging, his power rivals that of a level 99 peerless Douluo. Your father and I suffered this fate, leading to our defeat. As he spoke, Tang Xiao clutched his chest, secretly spitting out a mouthful of blood. He too had sustained grievous injuries in the prior encounter. It was no small feat to have rescued Tang San, and he could not allow any further mishaps. Father! Ah! Tang San screamed in anguish, clutching his head. The death of his teacher, his father's disability, and his mother's passing. All of these tragedies had become the final straw for Tang San. His heart ached, blood spilling from his mouth as he gazed at the pitch-black night sky with bloodshot eyes. I, Tang San, vowed to personally destroy the Spirit Hall in this lifetime. With blood and tears, Tang San ultimately made his oath. Witnessing this scene, Tang Xiao was torn between joy and sorrow. Little San, do not blame your uncle for concealing this matter. I was genuinely afraid of what you might do if you were no early on. Tang San shook his head, filled with melancholy. Uncle, I do not blame you. Where shall we go next? With Xiao Wu captured, he was now utterly alone. Let us head to Heavendo City, to the Moon Pavilion. Your emotions are unstable, and coincidentally, your aunt has considerable expertise in this area. You now bear not only the weight of blood-soaked vengeance, but also the responsibilities left by your father and the burdens of the Haotian sect. Ye Hao is preparing to confront the three sects. You must swiftly elevate your strength as a twin martial soul. If we wait for Ye Hao to act, we will truly be out of time. Understood. After a prolonged moment, Tang San nodded, his heart heavy with pain. Today marked the most arduous day since his arrival in this world. Once a twin martial soul, now a mere shadow of his former self. He was burdened with the stigma of betrayal, akin to a rat scurrying through the streets, reviled by all. As night fell, darkness enveloped the entire continent, mirroring Tang San's desolate mood. Half a month later, the long-anticipated Heavendo City was abruptly stirred by the rapid clattering of hooves. The Royal Knight Squad escorting the Heavendo Empire's team back from the competition returned, alongside the Crown Prince, Xue. A shift was imminent in Heavendo City, as the Snow Knight Emperor was nearing his end. To settle his affairs, this emperor, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, had barely managed to hold on until now. The palace was under tight security. Not even a fly could enter. Heavily armed troops amassed at the borders, prepared to thwart any attempts by the Star Luo Empire to take advantage of the situation. Now, the elite Soul Master Tournament had officially concluded, and everything had reset to zero. The Spirit Hall, the Heavendo Empire, and the Star Luo Empire were once again intertwined on the same thread. Accompanied by layers of soldiers, Xue entered the palace, fully aware of the gravity of the present situation. The power of my younger brother's move is truly devastating. I had initially intended to use poison to gradually weaken this wretched creature, but unexpectedly, my brother's technique proved to be a lethal strike. Oh, dear brother, how I have benefited from your prowess. Love you dearly. Xue secretly rejoiced, yet his expression remained grave. He surveyed his surroundings, and, upon confirming that they were indeed within the realm of the Wuhuan Temple, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Having spent years in Tiando City, Xue had long since cultivated his own influence. Father, Xue knelt sorrowfully before the Emperor Shui. It is my blindness that led me to mistake the fratricidal villain Ye Hao for a brother. Please, father, chastise me. As he spoke, Xue collapsed to the ground in despair. Emperor Shui stammered, raising his frail, aged hand to rest unsteadily on Xue shoulder, patting him gently. From now on, the Tiando Empire shall be entrusted to you. With these words, Emperor Shui breathed his last, succumbing to the void. At once, everyone was taken aback, before they all knelt in unison, filling the grand chamber with the thunderous sound of mourning. The royal family harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Ye Hao, having already marked him as a target for elimination. Tiando City had even issued a decree prohibiting Ye Hao's presence. Should he be discovered, severe consequences would follow. Observing the motionless form of Emperor Shui upon the bed, Xue, assuming the role of a dramatist, allowed tears to stream down his face as he leaned over the edge of the bed, weeping silently. Among the mourners, only Xue Beng exhibited an unusual demeanor, sensing that something was amiss. Days later, after a grand funeral for Emperor Shui, the new emperor, Xue, ascended to the throne. Meanwhile, within the Wuhuan Temple, Ye Hao wore a faint smile. The old tyrant Xue had finally perished. Did he truly believe that sealing off the entire Tiando City would be effective? Now that my sister has successfully claimed the throne, a series of purges shall follow, enabling us to cultivate our own power and gradually consume the Tiando Empire, transforming it entirely into the Wuhuan Empire. Ha! My heart is light with joy. Have I reached level 60 in soul power? At this moment, Xiao Hong approached, having gained weight over the past few days. Ye Hao chuckled, it's nothing. The situation on the continent is turbulent, yet everything is progressing towards our ideal outcome. Xiao Hong, my soul power is nearing 60. The first examination must be approaching. Xiao Hong nodded, indeed it is imminent. You should focus on your cultivation during this time. Remember, do not rush to slay that rabbit. Let it become your 7th soul ring. It will be a waste to have it as your 6th. Teleportation and the invincible body. These abilities seem rather superfluous, offering little practical benefit. While they can turn the tide in battle, for you, especially with the Death Spider Emperor S. Wuhuan, claiming it as your 6th soul ring will be a sheer waste. It will be far better to let it become your 7th soul ring. Thus, the 7th soul skill, Wuhuan Incarnation, would not be squandered. And what are the source of the sixth soul ring? Have you heard of the divine gift soul ring? Of course, Ye Hao explained. The soul ring bestowed directly by the gods can only be possessed by those who pass the trials. You are correct. Once your soul power reaches level 60, your death god S9 trials will commence. Be prepared to venture to the city of slaughter. Keep in mind, you only have 1 year. Xiao Hong's demeanor grew serious. Within that year, you must successfully navigate through. At that time, the Lord of Death will grant you the divine gift soul ring, and the duration of that soul ring will depend on your performance. However, I believe in you, given your physique, especially after enduring the baptism of the ice and fire two-headed eye. Your body is already extraordinary. You may even receive unexpected surprises, perhaps a 10,000-year soul ring. With that, Xiao Hong leaped away. I'm off. I have an appointment with your grandfather for a woohoo in exchange. Farewell. After watching Xiao Hong swagger away, Ye Hao leaned over the balcony, gazing at the vast scenery below, and a flame of determination ignited in his eyes. 9 months after Ye Hao claimed victory in the Continental Senior Soul Master Elite competition, a temporary peace enveloped the continent. Yet this serenity was but fleeting. With Xue Qinghe's ascension, while the Tiando Empire appeared tranquil on the surface, undercurrents of unrest surged beneath. He began to deal with members of the royal family, assassinations, expulsions, and exiles, until even Xue Bong fell victim, ultimately branded with a fabricated crime, leading to his demise by poison within his estate. The only one to escape this fate was Princess Xue Ku, a woman whom Xue Qinghe held in some favor. In the end, the Tiando Empire existed only in name. Subjectively, it had already transformed into the Wuhuan Empire. It was merely a matter of time before an announcement was made to the world. On this day, within a chamber of the Wuhuan Temple, Ye Hao slowly opened his eyes. His soul power had finally broken through to level 60, a feat achieved after 9 arduous months. Such a breakthrough in soul power is no small feat for a soul master. Simultaneously, a voice of great authority resonated within his mind. Congratulations, heir of the Death God. Your Death God S9 trials have arrived. Completing the 9 assessments will grant you the right to inherit the divine position of the Death God. The first trial, successfully navigate the city of slaughter and traverse the path of hell, with a time limit of 1 year. Successful completion will yield a 5% affinity with the Death God. As the words faded, a dark glimmer flashed across the scythe mark upon Ye Hao's forehead. At last, the Death God S9 trials had arrived, heralding a new mission unique to Ye Hao. He rose to gather his belongings. The city of slaughter was unlike any ordinary place, and he needed to prepare thoroughly. A year may seem neither long nor short, but completing the tasks within this time frame is akin to racing against time itself. Having packed his belongings and securing them within the heart of the Death God, Ye Hao promptly sought out Bibi to bid farewell. Mother, I must depart the Wuhuan Temple for the city of slaughter to complete my first trial. Bibi was taken aback. You've broken through to level 60? The Death God S9 trials have begun? Yes. Ye Hao nodded. I have only a year. The trials were just announced, so I rushed here to say goodbye. Bibi set aside her writing instruments and stood, gently caressing Ye Hao's cheek. Go ahead. I had hoped you might take Nana with you later, but since the assessments have begun, there can be no delays. Before you leave, visit Tiando City. Your sister has cleared out the factions within. Rather than the Tiando Empire, it has become the Wuhuan Empire. Most of the Tiando royal family has perished, leaving hardly a soul alive. Her plans have already come to fruition. Ye Hao felt a surge of joy. Then when can my sister return? Bibi shook her head. That remains uncertain. She is currently the empress of the Tiando Empire, occupied with countless affairs. I am unaware of when she might return. Your grandfather has dispatched a core member of the Wuhuan Temple to replace your sister, as the mission of the Angel Clan is of utmost importance. It is time for her to return. But whether she will face the Angel's 8 trials or the 9 trials remains unclear. Ye Hao secretly rejoiced. The convergence of the Angel, Rakshasa, and Death God heralded a new era for the Wuhuan Temple. Mother, I'm leaving now. Be safe on your journey, Bibi said, embracing her son briefly. Ultimately, Ye Hao unfurled his 6-foot purple wings and set forth towards Tiando City. Time passed swiftly, and 2.5 days went by. In Tiando City, the ascension of Xue Qinghe brought little change to the residents. Life continued as usual, with daily routines unchanged. In contrast, Shrek Academy, having lost figures like Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang, found itself in financial strain, with enrollment numbers plummeting to a pitiful few, almost in the double digits. Unfortunately, the reputations of the master and disciple were far too tarnished. Even in death, Yu Xiaojiang was often mentioned in hushed tones. Since Yu Xiaojiang's passing, Flanders had naturally paired with Lu Erlong, emerging victorious. As for Tang San, he remained in seclusion within the Moon Pavilion, his reputation on the continent having fallen to disrepute. The entire Haotian sect has descended into a state of derision towards Tang San, branding him as a remnant of the sect, asserting that such a person is utterly unworthy of belonging to Haotian sect and should rather be met with a swift breaking of his legs. Even when Tang Xiao attempts to intercede, his words prove futile. As for Tang Ho, he has been rendered completely incapacitated, his soul power stagnating at level 78. The loss of an arm and a leg at the hands of Ye Hao has led to significant blood loss. Yet the venom of the Death Spider King within him has diminished along with it. Paradoxically, his body has become quite robust, perhaps a case of fortune emerging from misfortune. Currently, he resides in the Moon Pavilion, dedicating his leisure time to guiding Tang San in his cultivation. As the night deepens into stillness, an unremarkable evening unfolds. However, at this moment, an unexpected guest appears in Heaven Do City. Within the palace, Xue Qinghe, adorned in imperial garb, has concluded a day's worth of administrative duties and, weary in body and spirit, prepares to rest. As he secures the doors and windows and begins to disrobe in preparation for slumber, a sudden presence materializes in the room. It's you, sister. It has been far too long. After a prolonged separation, Ye Hao and Xue Qinghe finally reunite. Xue Qinghe offers a subtle smile, and Ye Hao, understanding the unspoken connection, hastily employs the Heart of Death to isolate the area. You wretched little brother, it has taken you this long to visit me. Have you forgotten your sister? Discarding her disguise, Xue Qinghe remains as beautiful and captivating as ever, even after 9 months apart. Ye Hao embranges wien renjue fervently, both longing for one another, especially recalling her promise before departing the spirit hall. Wait for my return, and I shall marry you. Throughout these 270 days and nights, they have perpetually held each other in their thoughts. Alas, each has been burdened with their own responsibilities. Ye Hao must cultivate, while Qian Rinxue is tasked with fulfilling her own mission. Fortunately, everything is settled now. Ye Hao greedily inhales the fragrant scent emanating from Qian Rinxue's hair, and his spirit calms instantly. When do you plan to return? Ye Hao inquired softly. Grandfather's envoy will arrive shortly. Once I conclude my duties, I shall return. Qian Rinxue replies. And you? What brings you to the palace today? The outside world is watching you closely. Aren't you afraid? With a slight smile, Ye Hao responds. I fear not the heavens or the earth. It is merely Heaven Do City. You are the emperor now. I find it hard to believe you would allow them to capture me. You cheeky boy. Qian Rinxue laughs brightly, leaning in to kiss Ye Hao. After a moment, they part, gazing at one another with dazed expressions, both feeling a flush of warmth. Schwer, I am preparing to journey to the city of slaughter. Ye Hao states with a wry smile. The city of slaughter. Qian Rinxue exclaims in surprise, quickly grasping the situation. You are to undertake your death goddess trials. Aren't you? A hint of sorrow lingers in her eyes. Yes, Ye Hao gently pulls Qian Rinxue closer. The trials have arrived, and time is of the essence. I must complete them within a year. Today, I have come to bid you farewell. Silence envelopes them as the two share a moment in this secluded space, their breaths intertwining softly. Why don't you lie down? Qian Rinxue suggests, her cheeks flushed. Ye Hao is taken aback, unsure of her meaning. What do you mean? You want me to lie down? You rascal. You've come here, and I refuse to believe you have no ulterior motive. With that, Qian Rinxue pounces on Ye Hao, akin to a fierce tiger savoring a delectable meal. Everything unfolds naturally within the confines of the Heart of Death, which can be likened to a secret chamber. The following morning, as twilight lingers and the dawn has yet to break fully, the room remains shrouded in the aura of the Heart of Death. The floor is strewn with garments, and Ye Hao sleeps soundly, wrapped around Qian Rinxue's fragrant shoulder, both nestled in each other's embrace. After a considerable time, Ye Hao slowly opens his eyes, gazing up into the pitch darkness, recalling the events of the previous night. A smile creeps upon his lips as he glances at the slumbering Qian Rinxue beside him. Secret chamber Douluo, mission accomplished. Woo-woo. Qian Rinxue awakens, their eyes meeting, and she swiftly burrows into the covers, feeling a tinge of embarrassment at her previous boldness. Schwer, thank you for fulfilling my desires. Qian Rinxue smiles. You are departing. I must ensure you leave with a piece of me. Quickly now, I must prepare for court soon, she urges. Ye Hao nods with a smile. Yet his body instinctively draws closer to Qian Rinxue. As dawn breaks, Ye Hao's figure soars towards the horizon. Xue Qinghe, surrounded by attendants, has donned his imperial attire and gazes in the direction of Ye Hao's departure, warmth spreading through his heart. I await your return. His heart swells with affection as he makes his way to the court. Meanwhile, a fragile life resides within the Moon Pavilion. Tang San is immersed in the atmosphere of cultivation. Under the watchful eye of Tang Ho, he has begun to master the Haotian hammer. Father, when shall we seek revenge against the Spear Hall? The deep-seated hatred within Tang San has only grown heavier over the years. Tang Ho shakes his head in disappointment. Having hoped that in the tranquil confines of the Moon Pavilion, Tang San could find peace. Yet, it seems the opposite has occurred. Little San, your resentment is intensifying. It will weigh you down, Tang Ho advises earnestly. But, the less I strive, the greater the danger to Xiao Wu. I must rescue her. Seeing this, Tang Ho shakes his head. Little San, in a year's time, you shall journey to the City of Slaughter. The City of Slaughter? Tang San queries, puzzled. What is that place? I have never heard of it before. Tang Ho explains, the City of Slaughter is a den of sin, a hell of murder. There are no rules, only slaughter. Once, I ventured there, achieving 100 victories in the hellish arena, ultimately traversing the path of the damned. Thus, you can obtain a domain. A domain. Tang San's eyes light up, recalling Ye Hao's death domain, a memory that lingers in his mind. Currently, his blue-silver grass has yet to awaken as the blue-silver emperor. Thus, the blue-silver domain is unattainable. What kind of domain is it? Tang San presses eagerly. The god of slaughter's domain. Tang Ho replies, a wave of murderous intent erupting around him, causing the temperature of the air to plummet. Even the flowers and plants upon the table instantly crystallize into ice. The white essence of killing intent enveloping Tang San, saturating every corner of the room. Tang San is taken aback, realizing, so this is the god of slaughter's domain. How splendid. I must obtain it. However, domains are not something everyone can possess. And the god of slaughter's domain is a rare exception. Father, I wish to go now. Tang San cannot resist the temptation. No, Tang Ho asserts decisively. Faced with Tang San's plea, Tang Ho rejects without hesitation. Why not? Tang San persists, desperate for strength and the opportunity to grow. Even though you have become a soul king, you are still not ready. The Haotian hammer-esque techniques are insufficient. Next, I shall teach you the 9 absolutes of Haotian. Once you have fully mastered them, you may then proceed to the City of Slaughter. With only Tang San remaining as the sole hope, Tang Ho must prepare thoroughly. Second brother, what are you two arguing about? Tang Yuehua arrives, observing the father-son duo in dispute, her eyes filled with exasperation. Just getting used to it, Andy. Tang San replies, Yuehua, you have returned from the sect. How does the sect view little San? Tang Ho's gaze reflects a sense of despondency. Second brother, the sect hold a very low opinion of little San. Tang Yuehua responds, her gaze shifting to Tang San, who understands and bows in greeting before departing. After Tang San leaves, Tang Yuehua sighs, revealing that the sect's evaluation of him is quite dismal. Nearly all disciples have petitioned that he should never be allowed to ascend to Haotian sect, with the voice against him being notably strong from the 7th Elder's faction. Particularly the 7th Elder himself, who last time berated me and my elder brother thoroughly. You cannot imagine the formidable prowess of the 7th Elder's reprimands. It has remained undiminished over the years. At this point, Tang Yuehua self-deprecatingly remarked, currently, the reputation of Xiao San on the continent is utterly abominable, further exacerbated by the propaganda from the Spirit Hall, leading to a universal outcry against him. Simultaneously, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan of the 3 upper sects has also been suffering, as a consequence of the actions of teacher Xiao San, making life quite challenging for them. Were it not for Yu Xiaojiang being the son of the current sect master, he would have likely been removed from the family tree long ago. Hearing Tang Yuehua's words, Tang Hao felt his heart plummet to the depths. Outside, Tang San did not depart, but instead listened intently. Damn it, how dare those people from the sect humiliate me so? Tang San clenched his fists in silent fury, his eyes brimming with a fierce killing intent. 7th Elder, you are truly something. He gritted his teeth and coldly snorted before walking away. 2 days after Ye Hao departed from Tiando City, in a dimly lit small town, a waning moon hung high in the sky, and the darkness of dusk enveloped the land. Ye Hao walked alone through the shadowy streets, where passers-by appeared as mere shadows of their former selves, their gazes vacant as they wandered aimlessly. Upon encountering Ye Hao, these individuals would suddenly collapse to the ground, extending their bony arms towards him while incessantly muttering, "Give me a Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary?" Ye Hao scoffed derisively. Do you truly believe I am a beast, ready to serve you a Bloody Mary at your whim? He paid no heed to these people and proceeded directly to the modest tavern. Before setting off for the City of Slaughter, Ye Hao had deliberately sought out Bibi Dong as a former and contemporary harbinger of death. Bibi Dong had once spent time within its confines. The atmosphere described in the past was much the same. The air was thick with a faint scent of blood, intensifying the deeper one ventured. The tavern was shrouded in an oppressive gloom, resembling perpetual night. Ye Hao entered with an impassive expression. The establishment was crowded with individuals bearing menacing visages, eyes glinting with malice. Upon seeing Ye Hao, a handsome youth, they could not help but mock. Where did this pretty boy come from? Haven't you grown enough hair yet? Hurry back home to your mommy. Ha ha. The crowd erupted in raucous laughter. Ye Hao took a seat at the bar, glancing at the despondent staff. He rapped lightly on the counter and spoke in a calm tone, "Open the entrance. I have no desire for unnecessary slaughter." The bartender paused momentarily, then scoffed. "Do you think the city of slaughter is a place you can enter at will?" With that, he surveyed the surroundings and slowly retreated. Meanwhile, Ye Hao sensed the murderous intent that extended from behind him. "Kill him. If we slay him, we can enter the city of slaughter. This must be the king of slaughter's trial." A dozen or so men stood in unison, wielding a variety of battered weapons, broken swords, meteor hammers, spears, eyes ablaze with lethal intent as they advanced towards Ye Hao. Seeing this, Ye Hao slowly shook his head. "Why must you resort to this?" He then activated his fifth spirit ring, instantly embodying the Death Spider Emperor. Within the dim tavern, a flash of purple light illuminated the air. The scent of blood intensified as crimson liquid gradually stained the ground. Ye Hao's arms returned to normal, and he approached the bar with a slight smile. "Now, am I qualified to enter?" The bartender stared in astonishment. He prided himself on having seen many individuals, from the ruthless to the unscrupulous. But this one, killing yet maintaining a playful demeanor, was a first in many years. Typically, those who entered the city of slaughter did so out of desperation, or due to the heinous acts they committed on the continent, ultimately being forced into this wretched place. A fierce character, indeed, the bartender mused with a smile, discreetly pressing a mechanism. With a resounding rumble, the ground shook as the passage opened, crimson light spilling forth and forming a radiant beam. The aura of killing intent thickened, mingled with the faint scent of blood. Ye Hao conducted a quick self-assessment, ensuring he was prepared before leaping into the passage. "Wishing you a pleasant journey," the bartender said, sporting a sincere smile as he watched Ye Hao disappear into the tunnel. He seemed accustomed to this, lifting one of the corpses and slowly making his way outside. The blood leaving a long trail behind him, his movements remarkably practiced, clearly a professional. The passage was long, descending into darkness, a strange, cold wind brushing against Ye Hao's face. After a time, he beheld a red, ancient castle, radiating a crimson aura. A blood-red crescent moon hung ominously in the sky above the castle, which appeared exceedingly foreboding. At the entrance, a path paved with enormous bricks lay before him, flanked by burning flames that cast a chilling, terrifying glow. "Welcome to the city of slaughter, the capital of hell, the paradise for killers. Here, you can obtain anything you desire, but the price is your life." Ye Hao shook his head at the familiar narrative, striding boldly towards the city gates. Before him stood a contingent of knights clad in black armor, each wielding a heavy sword, their faces obscured, mounted on majestic steeds. The horses bore thick black armor. "Great, here comes more trouble," Ye Hao sighed wearily. In the city of slaughter, if one did not engage in killing, what would even be called? As time stretched ahead, Ye Hao found his spirit abilities mysteriously sealed by an enigmatic force. Though the heart of death continued to function normally, this force was indeed peculiar. "You have violated the rules," a knight approached on horseback, brandishing a broadsword. Ye Hao, exasperated, thought, "No more chit-chat. I have a mission to complete. Come at me." "Arrogant," the knight bellowed. His steed neighed, rearing up with powerful front hooves as the knight charged towards Ye Hao. Their bodies radiated a distinct energy fluctuation, indicating that only the law enforcement team sanctioned by the King of Slaughter possessed such capability in this unique environment. A chilling aura enveloped them. The killing intent entwined with the broadsword as the horse marched with heavy steps, exuding an overwhelming presence. However, Ye Hao remained unfazed, leisurely revealing the modified throwing weapon strapped to his wrist. Ever since acquiring Tang San's throwing weapons, the Spirit Hall had vigorously expanded its operations, with the blacksmith shop working tirelessly day and night. To innovate and develop these weapons, the Spirit Hall even sought out the renowned master craftsman, Liu Gao, in the metal city of Gongxin. Liu Gao, living up to his title as the world's greatest craftsman, produced throwing weapons that seemed reborn, significantly more powerful than the previous Tang sect models. The device on Ye Hao's wrist, crafted by Liu Gao himself, boasted 3 times the power of its predecessor, with materials of unparalleled quality. With a click, he pulled the trigger, and a glimmer of silver light shot forth from Ye Hao's wrist. The knight, charging with lethal intent, suddenly halted. After a tense pause of several seconds, the knight unexpectedly fell from his mount. What has transpired? The other knights stared in disbelief, their expressions a mix of shock and confusion. Stop playing dead, Ye Hao chuckled, approaching the fallen knight. He crouched down and retrieved the silver needle embedded in the knight's helmet, reloading it into the wrist-mounted device. Now, am I qualified to enter the city of slaughter? Ye Hao smiled slightly, a grin that unnerved the knight. The knight, bewildered, nodded and produced a token-like object from his pocket, handing it to Ye Hao. 6,666. Ye Hao glanced down, recognizing it as a lucky number. Thanks, buddy. Ye Hao entered the ominous gates of the city, his identity token in hand. The darkened entrance exuded an oppressive aura, while the towering walls displayed the daunting words City of Slaughter. Suddenly, before him appeared a woman clad in a black veil and a short, ebony skirt. Her lips were painted with dark lipstick, and a mysterious black mark adorned her cheek, rendering her exceedingly alluring. Welcome to the City of Slaughter, she purred softly, her voice imbued with an eerie charm. After all these years, she found it remarkable to be hosting such a strikingly handsome young man for the first time. As he stepped into the city, he found himself enveloped in a realm of bluish-purple hues, with street lamps illuminating the surroundings. Yet, the atmosphere within was reminiscent of profound darkness, a stark contrast to the bustling figures that traversed the streets, some slumped in corners, while others engaged in acts of violence and other unspeakable deeds. A chill coursed through Ye Hao as he realized he had entered a realm devoid of order. I shall be your guide. For the next 12 hours, I will enlighten you about the City of Slaughter. During this time, you'll be under absolute safety. However, once those 12 hours elapse, you will officially become a denizen of this city. Do you have any inquiries? She inquired gently. No need for questions. Just take me directly to the Hell Arena. Ye Hao repeated fordatly. The woman paused momentarily, taken aback. Are you certain? It is quite unprecedented for a newcomer to head straight for the Hell Arena. In my recollection, you're the first. This is akin to courting death. Don't ask any more questions. Hurry. Ye Hao urgit impatiently. Very well. Seeing Ye Hao's unwavering resolve, the woman continued on, though she wished to engage in further conversation. She was intrigued to see how he maintained such confidence in his decision. As the blood-red crescent moon cast its light upon the City of Slaughter, the place appeared even more terrifying. Upon crossing into the inner city, the stench of blood intensified exponentially, with a palpable aura of murderous intent saturating the air. Once a realm of transcendence for the god of Shura, it had morphed into a scene of grotesque carnage. The inner city was even more brutal than the outer, with slaughter occurring at every turn. The woman guiding Ye Hao, known as the Hell Messenger, regarded such occurrences as merely commonplace, akin to the mundane. The inner city required no guards. Every soul that entered was far from innocent. You have just entered the City of Slaughter. It is advisable to acclimatize yourself in the outer city. Otherwise, the dangers that await you here are indeed unknown. I implore you to remain within 5 meters of me. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety. The Hell Messenger adhered strictly to the rules, despite Ye Hao's insistence on heading straight to the Hell Arena. As they made their way, some fallen ones eyed Ye Hao with predatory intent. But upon catching sight of the Hell Messenger, they resembled wilted plants, helplessly watching as Ye Hao and his guide departed. In this lawless domain, Ye Hao understood that he could only quell violence with violence, and chaos with chaos. His purpose for venturing here was twofold: to complete the first trial of the god of death, and to enter the domain of the god of slaughter. The allure of the god of slaughter's domain was immense, yet throughout the millennia, only 8 had emerged as gods of slaughter, highlighting the extraordinary nature of the City of Slaughter. By the way, is the god of slaughter still around? Ye Hao casually inquired. Suddenly, the Hell Messenger halted, her expression turning serious as she gazed intently at him. 6666, be mindful of your tone. The esteemed god of slaughter is the ruler of the City of Slaughter, and the most exalted figure therein. I advise you to think carefully before uttering any insults towards him. Puffed. Ye Hao scoffed. Am I supposed to fear him? He is merely an old bat possessing Tang Chun, ultimately becoming the god of slaughter, even without the ability to wield soul power or techniques. The heart of death remained at his disposal. The slaughter officially commences. Ye Hao grinned, striding purposefully towards the Hell Arena in the distance. Meanwhile, a month after Ye Hao's entrance into the City of Slaughter, a lavish carriage graced the streets of the Spirit Hall. Within, Qian Rinxuel lifted the curtain. Gazing at the Spirit Hall she had long missed, a smile gracing her lips. She had finally returned after completing her mission, a decade-long dormancy culminating in the fulfillment of her purpose. Henceforth, the identity of Xue Qinghe would cease to exist. She was now solely Qian Renxue, the young master of the Spirit Hall. At present, the entire Heaven Do Empire lay firmly under the auspices of the Spirit Hall, with only the upper three sects remaining to be dealt with. A wave of nausea surged within her as she pressed a hand to her chest. Feeling inexplicably unwell throughout her journey, lacking appetite for food. What is happening to me? She murmured to herself. The carriage soon came to a halt before the Pope's palace, where Ju, the ghost Douluo, awaited her arrival. With a gentle smile, he approached and opened the carriage door, welcoming her back. "Young master, welcome home," he said warmly. "Yes. It has been quite a while since Hao, my brother, departed," Qian Renxue remarked casually. Ghost Douluo respectfully replied, "Indeed. Young master Ye Hao has ventured into the city of slaughter. It has been a month already, and everything remains normal." "That is good to hear," she nodded, her concern for Ye Hao's safety evident, especially since their bond had deepened. Throughout the month, she had found herself yearning for him, praying for his safe return. "Young master, the high priest and his holiness await you," Ghost Douluo began, but his words faltered. After a long silence, Qian Renxue sighed. What was destined to arrive would come. "Let's go meet her. Lead the way." "Understood." The Pope's palace remained unchanged, reminiscent of her memories. During her last visit, she had not taken the time to explore, but this return felt like a reunion after a long separation. Home was truly comforting. As they walked, an inexplicable dizziness overcame Qian Renxue, prompting her to halt and lean against the wall, gasping for breath. Upon witnessing this, both Ju and Ghost Douluo turned pale with concern. "Young master, what is wrong?" they exclaimed in unison. Gradually, Qian Renxue's consciousness began to fade. In the opulent bedroom, she lay peacefully on the bed, her tranquil breaths filling the space. Outside, Ju and Ghost Douluo wore grave expressions. The young master was a soul master and the possessor of the six-winged angel martial soul, so her sudden fainting was perplexing. Could it be due to fatigue from travel? On the windowsill, the heartbroken red flower shimmered with a vibrant glow. Upon seeing it, Ju was taken aback, captivated by its beauty, filled with an instinctive desire to cherish it forever. When the doctor emerged, Ju rushed forward. "What is wrong with the young master?" he inquired urgently. Ghost Douluo remained silent, patiently awaiting the doctor's response. The doctor clasped his hands and replied, "Elders, the young master does not appear to be fatigued from travel." Upon hearing this, Ju finally relaxed. Ghost Douluo coldly pressed, "Then what is the situation? The young master cannot simply faint for no reason." After a prolonged contemplation, the doctor hesitantly stated, "I examined the young master's pulse, and it seems she is with child." "Oh, she is with child." Ju's face went pale, and he stared incredulously at the doctor before lifting him off the ground. "What do you mean with child? Are you sure you are not mistaken?" Such matters were not to be trifled with. The doctor wiped the cold sweat from his brow, stammering, "How could I dare to lie about such a thing? The young master is indeed with child, and it has been for a month." "What did you say?" Ju released the doctor, letting out a deep sigh. "Old ghost, what shall we do next?" "The young master." Ghost Douluo shrugged, clearly astonished by this news. "You go to the grand offering, and I shall proceed to His Holiness the Pope," he stated, before vanishing into a shadowy form. "Hey, why must I go to the grand offering?" Douluo sighed helplessly, then strolled over unhurriedly. Within the Pope's chamber, Bibi awaited the arrival of Qian Renxue, her task now complete, necessitating her report. As she noticed Qian Renxue had yet to arrive, Bibi picked up a book from the table, perusing it patiently. Just then, Ghost Douluo reappeared like a shadow. "Has she returned?" Bibi inquired nonchalantly. Ghost Douluo gulped nervously, mustering the courage to respond. "Yes, she has returned." "Where is she?" Bibi pressed. "She is resting in bed." Ghost Douluo's heart raced. "Resting?" Bibi furrowed her brow. "What is wrong with her? Is she unwell?" "No, no discomfort. It's just..." "Just what?" Bibi urged impatiently. Ghost Douluo lowered his head. "It's just that the young mistress..." "What of her?" Bibi demanded, her imposing presence intimidating Ghost Douluo. "The young mistress is with child," he exclaimed, a sense of relief washing over him. "Is that all? What is all the fuss about?" Bibi waved her hand dismissively, though a sense of foreboding washed over her. Her expression shifted dramatically as she swiftly approached Ghost Douluo. "Tell me, when did she conceive?" Faced with Bibi's sharp inquiry, Ghost Douluo shivered and quickly replied, "The young mistress has been pregnant for a month." "A month? A month?" Bibi pondered slowly, a slight smile curling at the corners of her mouth. "That little rascal, quite the swift one. Quickly, take me to her." Meanwhile, in the Elder Hall, the Angel Temple. "Hey, your granddaughter has returned," Xiao Hong remarked, munching on a chicken leg. As long as she yes back, that's good, Qian Daolu replied. Then fell silent once more. Xiao Hong continued, and she's brought you a great-grandchild? Qian Daolu answered, still nonchalant. Qian Daolu sensed something amiss and turned to look outside at Zhu Guoguan waiting by the door. Come in, he beckoned. Subsequently, Yuan approached Qian Daolu with a bowed head, trembling slightly. What is it? Reporting to the grand offering, the young mistress has returned. Yes, I'm aware of that. Is there anything else? After speaking, Qian Daolu cast a glance at Xiao Hong, who was still chomping on her chicken leg. This dog is fond of theatrics. Grand offering? It's just what? Qian Daolu frowned. It's just that you should brace yourself. The young mistress has been pregnant for a month. Chapter 212, Bibi Dong, Qian Renshua, Mother and Son Reconciliation, Attention from the Sure God. Woo! Qian Renshua groggily opened her enchanting eyes, surveying her surroundings and realizing she was in her own room. Everything unchanged, as if time had stood still. It feels so good to be home, she smiled faintly, then rubbed her heavy head, murmuring, what has happened to me? I've been feeling this way for no apparent reason on the journey. Could it be due to exhaustion? It is not exhaustion. At that moment, Xiao Hong approached, still chewing on a chicken leg. Grandpa, Qian Renshua exclaimed joyfully, instinctively wanting to rise. But Qian Daolu gently pressed her back down. You're not feeling well. It's best you rest. Qian Daolu smiled, then asked, Xiao Shui, may I ask you something? Are you and Hao? Upon hearing this, Qian Renshua lowered her head like a child caught in wrongdoing, slowly nodding. I and Xiao Hao have indeed become husband and wife. I'm sorry, Grandpa. I didn't intend to keep it from you. Just as I thought. Qian Daolu bore no trace of reproach. Instead, his smile grew wider. Despite his efforts to stifle his laughter, the corners of his mouth could not help but curve upward. If you wish to laugh, then laugh. Don't hold in, Xiao Hong said, swallowing her chicken leg and looking at Qian Renshua with a smile. It's not due to fatigue. Congratulations. You've been pregnant for a month. Qian Renshua was momentarily stunned, instinctively glancing at Qian Daolu, incredulously asking, Grandpa. What do you mean? She looked down at her flat abdomen, recalling the recent bouts of nausea and lack of appetite, which she had attributed to discomfort or environmental factors. Yet, she had never considered it could be. Qian Daolu could no longer conceal his joy. He laughed heartily as if he had just received a long-awaited descendant. Xiao Hong is right. You are indeed a month along. What a silly child. Upon receiving Qian Daolu's confirmation, Qian Renshua suddenly gazed at her flat abdomen, gently caressing it. Her eyes filled with confusion. I'm going to be a mother. Clearly, Qian Renshua had yet to grasp the enormity of the revelation. Everything had transpired too swiftly, leaving her somewhat bewildered. At last, the angel clan will have descendants, Qian Daolu said with excitement, turning away, a glistening tear unexpectedly forming in his eye. Someone, he called softly as he stepped outside, with Zhu and Ghost Law appearing simultaneously. Should the young mistress require anything, please fulfill her wishes. During her pregnancy, I do not wish for any accidents to occur. Qian Daolu's words bore the weight of responsibility, making Zhu and Ghost Douluo feel as if they were carrying Mount Tai on their shoulders. As the future of the Angel clan now occupied the foremost place in Qian Daolu's heart. Xiao Shui, take good care of yourself. Grandpa will visit you again soon. With that, Qian Daolu prepared to leave. Aren't you leaving? He asked, glancing at Xiao Hong, who was prostrated on the ground. I shall remain. Since your granddaughter is pregnant, I must express my congratulations, especially since this child is the future descendant of that Reaper, Haozi. This is something I must take seriously. Xiao Hong declared with conviction. Hearing this, Qian Daolu nodded. With Xiao Hong present, he believed no one on the continent would dare intrude here. Not long after Qian Daolu departed, another figure approached slowly. Qian Renshua fell silent, her gaze meeting Bibi Dong, revealing a mix of strangeness and fear. Sigh. Bibi Dong sighed deeply. She had contemplated this visit for quite some time. Unsure how to face her, she reflected on the past, recognizing her father's faults. Yet the child remained innocent. Even if Qian Renshua was the child of that man, she still bore Bibi Dong's blood, having been carried for 10 months. To say didn't hurt would be a lie. Bibi Dong remained silent for a long while before sitting at the edge of Qian Renshua's bed. The little girl who had once just been born was now about to become a mother. How swiftly time passed. It felt as though a lifetime had passed in the blink of an eye. Sister, why are you here? Qian Renshua asked, lowering her head in a somber tone. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong visibly trembled. Meanwhile, Xiao Hong, who had been lying down, looked on in shock at the interaction between the two. Having long heard of their strained mother-daughter relationship, Witnessing Qian Rinxue address her mother as sister felt rather poignant. Sister, Bibi Dong murmured, tears welling in her eyes. How ironic. Bibi Dong began to weep. Qian Rinxue was taken aback, for this was the first time she had seen Bibi Dong cry. This sister, who had always been strong, was now shedding tears. Seeing Bibi Dong in distress inexplicably pained Qian Rinxue. Time indeed flew. The child who had once called for her mother was now set to become a mother herself. Bibi Dong's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she earnestly regarded the bewildered Qian Rinxue. I am sorry for you, for having lost your father at such a young age, and for not having experienced a mother's love from the moment you were born. Qian Rinxue fell into silence. Lowering her head and remaining mute, her mood heavy, Bibi Dong personally covered Qian Rinxue with a blanket and adjusted the pillow behind her. This series of tender gestures left Qian Rinxue feeling both surprised and cherished. The transformation in Bibi Dong compared to her former self is nothing short of striking, with a stark contrast in her demeanor. In truth, I should have confided in you about this long ago. The reason for my delay until now lies in my own lack of readiness. Qian Rinxue remained silent, gazing at her mother with a complex expression. In reality, your father did not perish at the hands of Ye Hao, but rather at my own. Bibi Dong's revelation left Qian Rinxue aghast, a tempest of emotions surging within her. What a shocking revelation! Xiaohong's eyes widened in astonishment as she leaned over the bed, engrossed in the unfolding drama. What did you just say? Qian Rinxue exclaimed, her voice trembling with excitement. Bibi Dong's gaze flickered as she continued. In my past, I was the saintess of the spirit hall, and as your father's disciple, I held him in the highest regard, treating him as my mentor. However, one fateful night, everything changed. That night of despair. The actions of Qian Xuanji led to my pregnancy, resulting in your birth. This can't be true. Qian Rinxue shook her head in disbelief. Her father was a towering figure in her memory, and she found it hard to accept. If you doubt my words, feel free to inquire with your grandfather. He will tell you the same. After a brief pause, Bibi Dong continued. Since the moment I gave you life, I cast you aside. While you called me mother, I reprimanded you harshly. Now, you must understand that I too have my burdens to bear. With her confession, Bibi Dong felt a weight lift off her heart, her emotions finally finding an outlet. Do you hate me, Xiao Shui? Bibi Dong suddenly inquired. I don't know, Qian Rinxue replied, confused. You took my father from me. I should despise you. Yet, for some reason, I cannot bring myself to hate you. I once believed your harshness stemmed from a lack of compassion, but now I realize that the true instigator was he, my father, who disrespected you, leading to my unforeseen arrival. But how can that be? Qian Rinxue was bewildered. Bibi Dong sighed, shaking her head. I don't know. You spoke a truth. Everything is indeed an accident. Had it not been for that twist of fate, you would never have come into this world. Yet to be fair, what has happened has already transpired and is now unavoidable. You are my daughter, and I am your mother. Upon receiving Bibi Dong's response, Qian Rinxue felt a tremor run through her, her eyes wide with astonishment. Since I acknowledge Hao as my son, I have truly begun to experience the essence of motherhood. The events of the past 20 years, orchestrated by Qian Xuanji, remain etched in my memory. However, there is no reason for me to distance myself from you. My animosity lies with Qian Xuanji, not with you. You are innocent. After speaking, Bibi Dong looked up at the ceiling, tears welling in her eyes. I'm sorry for having distanced myself from you for so long. I wonder if you would still be willing to call me mother once more? Bibi Dong's voice trembled, as if she were expending her last reserves of strength. Qian Rinxue, filled with mixed emotions, instinctively uttered mother. It was as if some unseen force compelled her. It was simply her body's instinct. Bibi Dong wept tears of joy, embracing Qian Rinxue and tenderly stroking her hair, warm tears cascading down her cheeks. In the warmth of Bibi Dong's embrace, Qian Rinxue was momentarily dumbfounded. How comforting it was. This was the embrace of a mother. Mother, Qian Rinxue called out earnestly, holding Bibi Dong tightly. In that instant, the room was filled with warmth as mother and daughter wept together. Mom, Qian Rinxue felt a surge of joy. After more than 20 years, this day had finally arrived. Good daughter, Bibi Dong smiled gently, caressing Qian Rinxue's silky golden hair. You are now pregnant and must take good care of yourself. The first 3 months are crucial for expectant mothers. Bibi Dong reminded her, drawing from her own experiences. I'm going to be a grandmother. Bibi Dong chuckled, beginning to envision the scene of the child's birth 9 months hence. Just thinking about it filled her with warmth. Damn it, something's in my eye, Xiaohong remarked, stepping out of the door and rubbing her eyes with a wry smile. How's he? Are you doing well in the city of slaughter? You probably don't know yet, but you're about to become a father. Meanwhile, in the city of slaughter. In the hellish arena, Ye Hao stood amidst the carnage, bloodied and resolute, as he slowly drew his long blade from the lifeless body it was embedded in, gazing down at the fallen around him with an air of superiority. His eyes glinted with a chilling light, sending shivers down the spines of the onlookers. Victory for contestant number 6666. As the announcement rang out, a thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd of fallen souls, celebrating wildly. This marked his 32nd consecutive victory. He couldn't help but wonder when this hellish existence would come to an end. Ye Hao forced a bitter smile and strode towards the exit, knowing well that the battles in the hellish arena were no easy feat. As the number of matches increased, so did the strength of the opponents he faced. Walking alone through the dimly lit streets, the fallen souls around him recoiled in fear, hastily retreating in disarray. Not long ago, Ye Hao had unleashed a massacre, a day that marked his first arrival at the hellish arena, where he was besieged by over 20 fallen souls. In this lawless world, slaughter reigned supreme. Ultimately, he had carved his way through the horde, leaving a trail of bodies in his wake. Since that day, Ye Hao's name had begun to echo throughout the city of slaughter, earning him the moniker of the Grim Reaper. Damn it. This city of slaughter is a place even dogs wouldn't want to linger in. When will this nightmare end? Xiao Shui. Mom, I miss you, Ye Hao lamented, shaking his head in distress. As he walked, Ye Hao suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure. Hulaina? Just as he recognized her, he saw Hulaina in peril, surrounded by an increasing number of fallen souls, all fixated on her. Clad in a trench coat and wielding a blood-red dagger, she scanned her surroundings with caution. Despite her attire, her figure was undeniably striking. Her slender arms and skin as smooth as a baby's drew the gaze of the fallen, igniting their predatory instincts. At that moment, another familiar silhouette approached Hulaina. The hellish messenger. A voice cried out, causing the fallen souls to scatter like startled birds in a frantic escape. You are currently under the protection of a newcomer. You need not concern yourself with these fallen souls. I will ensure your safety at all times. The hellish messenger said with a smile, bowing to Hulaina. Nana? Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from behind Hulaina. Turning around, she smiled knowingly. Young master. I am so glad to see you here. Young master? The hellish messenger frowned. This individual was sent by the god of death. He expected it would be two people. Ah, hellish messenger, it's good to see you. Ye Hao stepped forward with a smile. The hellish messenger returned the smile. My lord Death, it has been a long time. I heard you have won 32 consecutive matches in the hellish arena. Congratulations. Since you two are acquainted, I shall not intrude any further. With that, the hellish messenger vanished from sight. What a peculiar woman. Ye Hao mused with a wry smile. Nana, you come to the city of slaughter as well? As they walked down the street, the previously encountered fallen souls gaped in awe at the Grim Reaper's presence. The sight of this woman conversing with him sent them into a panic, causing them to flee in all directions. They had no desire to be counted among the casualties under Death's blade. The slaughter from that night was a memory they dared not forget. Young master, it seems you have quite the reputation here. I shall save much effort in the future, Hulaina remarked, having heard of Ye Hao's presence here, gathering information from her teacher before her departure. How is mother? Ye Hao inquired. Though only a month had passed, it felt like an eternity to him. The teacher has instructed me to convey a message to you before departing, assuring you that you can face the trials with peace of mind. For the Spirit Hall is under the guidance of esteemed instructors. In the heart of the city of slaughter stands a magnificent palace. Upon the central throne sits a towering figure, sipping a Bloody Mary, occasionally closing his eyes in blissful repose. The man's complexion is pale, adorned with faint crimson scales that intermittently emit a ghastly glow. Suddenly, the space before him shudders, heralding the arrival of the Hell Messenger, the great king of slaughter. The Hell Messenger bows deeply before the man. The Grim Reaper has achieved an impressive 32 consecutive victories. Indeed, the man's resounding voice echoes throughout the chamber. Additionally, it has been confirmed that one of the two remaining gods of slaughter has sent forth a champion, and the two have now converged. The Hell Messenger continues his report. The man nods, swirling the crimson liquid in his glass, as a flickering flame materializes before him, revealing the figures of Ye Hao and Hulaina. It is unprecedented for two gods of slaughter to emerge simultaneously in the city of slaughter. The Hell Messenger states, the appearance of a god of slaughter invariably results in significant losses for the city. Should we intervene? Before he can finish, the king of slaughter shoots forth two beams of crimson energy from his eyes, which swiftly pass by the Hell Messenger, enveloping him in a chilling aura of death. Fool! We cannot provoke any god of slaughter. We must let events unfold naturally. Meanwhile, in the divine realm, a figure clad in red armor slowly materializes. Damn, that Rakshasa god. I am but a breath away from my inheritance. Just a mere thread separates me. That Tang Chun is competent in every aspect, save for luck. Huh? How has the Grim Reaper's inheritor found their way onto my territory? As a red figure's eyes glimmer with a sinister hue, he is momentarily taken aback. Good heavens! He is currently undergoing the first trial of the Grim Reaper. Dual spirits, the Death Spider Emperor, the soul-devouring Spider Emperor. And he shares a maternal bond with the inheritor of the Rakshasa god. How intriguing. After much contemplation, the red figure sighs. At this moment, Tang Chun is completely finished. He has been flaunting himself in front of me. Let me teach him a lesson. With that, the red figure unleashes a wave of dark crimson light. The light descends, embedding itself atop Ye Hao's head as he walks through the streets of the city of slaughter, completely oblivious to the impending shock that awaits the Grim Reaper. Let the Grim Reaper be astonished. While he flaunts himself before me, I shall be the one who laughs last. Life in the city of slaughter has proven rather tedious. Ye Hao spends nearly every day within the hellish arena. The phrase time drags on aptly describes Ye Hao's experience. While Hulaina gradually acclimates to the brutal environment of the arena, either engaged in combat or en route to battle. Concurrently, far away in the spirit hall, Qian Rinxue is wholly devoted to nurturing her unborn child, her abdomen slightly protruding as she wears a gentle smile, embodying the essence of motherhood. Since her pregnancy, Bibi Dong has assumed the responsibilities befitting a mother, allowing Qian Rinxue to experience an unprecedented depth of maternal love, as if she were reclaiming all that she had lost over the years. Meanwhile, fertile Douluos vigilantly guard her room, remaining steadfastly by her side for protection. Chapter 213. The Affinity of Shura. Where does it come from? Within the hellish arena, the carnage continues unabated. No, perhaps it has never ceased. Ye Hao, wielding his battle blade, cleaves the approaching adversary to the ground. Blood stains his visage, and the atmosphere reaches a fever pitch. Victory for contestant 6666 has been secured, marking his 99th win. Contestant 6666. Contestant 6666. Contestant 6666. Ye Hao drives his blade into the ground, surveying the throng of fallen souls who cheer his name. It has been 9 months since he first set foot in the city of slaughter, and throughout this time, his hands have been stained with countless remnants of blood, perhaps beyond even his reckoning. In this lawless world, slaughter is the only decree. The young master is on the cusp of success. Meanwhile, Hulaina, seated in the stands, watches with heartfelt joy for Ye Hao. She recalls her teacher's words. Completing 100 victories in the hellish arena and traversing the path of hell would grant one the domain of the god of slaughter. Along with the title itself, Ye Hao is but a step away from that achievement. Inside a grand palace in the city of slaughter, the Hell Messenger silently approaches the King of Slaughter. Great King of Slaughter, the Grim Reaper is on the verge of achieving 100 victories. A new god of slaughter is about to be born. What shall we do next? As he speaks, the Hell Messenger presents a glass filled with Bloody Mary to the king. Observing intently, the King of Slaughter takes a sip, his complexion noticeably brightening. And what of the girl accompanying the Grim Reaper? The Hell Messenger respectfully replies. Her name is Hulaina, and she has secured 33 consecutive victories, gaining a modest reputation in the hellish arena. Quite commendable. The corners of the King of Slaughter's mouth lift slightly. In the Pope's chamber of Spirit City, a lavishly adorned room, Qian Rinxue, with her pronounced belly, reclines against the bed's edge, her delivery date drawing near as she readies herself for motherhood. Xiaoong, can you reach him? She inquires of the small red figure comfortably dozing on the balcony. Xiao Hong squints, yawning widely and shivering slightly. I cannot reach him. The city of slaughter is the realm of the Shura god-s inheritance, though Haozi is the inheritor of the Grim Reaper. His journey is merely to complete the first trial, and even I cannot contact him during this period. However, it seems that Haozi should be fine. It must be nearing completion since the first trial has a time limit of 1 year, and it has been 9 months since he began. I see. Qian Rinxue's gaze dims. She has been without news of Ye Hao for over half a year. She gently caresses her burgeoning belly, her eyes revealing profound maternal affection. Child, your father is a stalwart man. May you bless him with a safe return. As she speaks, tears well in her eyes. This child will surely be a source of pride for Haozi. I wonder how he will react upon learning he is to become a father. Xiao Hong grins mischievously. Oh, I look forward to that. Ha ha ha. On the outskirts of the city of slaughter, an unexpected visitor clad in a black robe makes his entrance. From a moment he steps into the tavern, numerous curious gazes are cast his way. Approaching the front desk, he coldly commands, "Open the entrance to the city of slaughter for me." Such a tone is sure to incite the ire of the attendant, who slowly turns away. Almost immediately, a dozen burly men within the tavern draw their weapons, launching an assault upon the black-robed figure. In response, the man merely smirks. "You all are courting death." With that, his soul rings illuminate, 5 rings arranged in perfect order. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 1 black. Blue-silver spike formation. Burly blue-silver grass erupts from the ground around the man, charging towards the assailants. In that instant, the raucous tavern falls into an eerie silence. Drip, drip, drip. Only the sound of blood hitting the floor remains. The blue-silver grass pierces the air, leaving multiple gaping holes in the ceiling. Those burly men, now lifeless, hang suspended in midair, their expressions frozen in terror. Upon witnessing this scene, the attendant gasps in shock, memories flooding back to the figure who had visited months prior. That individual had nearly become invincible in the city of slaughter, just one battle away from claiming the title of God of Slaughter. "Now, may I enter the city of slaughter?" With that, the man retracts the blue-silver grass, his left hand emanating a dark glow as the Haotian hammer, entwined with 4 soul rings, materializes in his grasp. He raises the Haotian hammer above his head and smashes it down upon the front desk, reducing it to rubble. The frigid hammerhead had once cornered the attendant, an icy intent of murder surging forth. The attendant swallowed hard, reluctantly pressing the switch to enter the city of carnage. With a resounding crack, the ground split in two, bathing the dilapidated tavern in a crimson glow. The man, with a tranquil demeanor, retracted the Haotian hammer and strode towards the entrance of the passage, his eyes reflecting a yearning. The city of carnage, the realm of the god of death. I, Tang San, have arrived. After a whispered incantation, Tang San resolutely leaped into the abyss. Throughout all this time, he had never forgotten the weight of the blood feud resting upon his shoulders, particularly that of Ye Hao. Even now on the Douluo Continent, the tales of the Tang family as traitors, allied with soul beasts with the intent to usurp and overturn humanity, continued to circulate. Whenever this was mentioned, everyone would unleash a barrage of vitriol upon Tang San and his father. Since his departure from Yuexian, he had encountered such disdain at every turn. Life under the incessant jabs was unbearable, prompting him to discreetly teach a lesson to those who insulted him. Meanwhile, after a brief respite, the battles in the Hell's Arena reignited. This time, it was undoubtedly the most significant battle in the history of the Hell's Arena. Ye Hao's 100 matches were imminent. A dark wave of fallen ones took their seats, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the god of death, while simultaneously wishing for Ye Hao's demise. Could that Grim Reaper truly complete the 100 matches? I find it dubious. It is said that during this 100-match contest, apart from the Grim Reaper's 99 consecutive victories, 7 of the remaining 9 participants boasted over 50 consecutive wins, and 2 had achieved 70 victories. I believe the Grim Reaper's chances are slim. After all, 100 matches are hardly an easy feat in a moment. Opinions varied widely. Soon, the 10 contenders for this round of slaughter arrived. Among them, both men and women were present, but the most striking was undoubtedly Ye Hao, on the verge of achieving 100 victories. He stood at the very center of the arena, and almost simultaneously, the gazes of the other 9 fell upon him. A piercing intent of murder surged forth, one that would likely scatter any lesser individual. Unfazed, Ye Hao unsheathed the battle blade from his back, his eyes scanning the surroundings with calm determination. Just one more match to go. The final match. Come fort. With a fierce shout, the 9 surged forward as if choreographed. They launched a lethal assault against Ye Hao, their weapons gleaming with a deadly sheen. They leaped, attacking from all directions with flawless coordination. The spectators were spellbound. The synchronization of these 9 was indeed impeccable. 5 leaped into the air, while the remaining 4 positioned themselves at 4 different angles. Such an assault was not something even a formidable opponent like Ye Hao, on the brink of 100 victories, could easily counter. Little did they know, the 9 had clandestinely reached an agreement for this match. Under no circumstances would they allow the birth of a 100-match victor. Even at the cost of their own lives, they could not permit it. They were individuals skilled in both strength and cunning, capable of achieving over 50 victories. None present were to be underestimated. Their sole aim was to eliminate the strongest Ye Hao, and when the agreement shattered, the one who remained standing would be the ultimate victor. Yet, Ye Hao remained unperturbed. He removed the heart of the Grim Reaper from his hair, having refrained from activating it for 9 months. This time, it would be a decisive blow. In an instant, the heart of the Grim Reaper flickered with a dark light, and the 9 contenders were frozen mid-air without exception. Their expressions revealed utter astonishment. As Ye Hao displayed the heart of the Grim Reaper, the King of Carnage, present in the city of Carnage, experienced an unprecedented sense of crisis. The dark red mark upon his forehead flickered ominously, exuding a crimson aura as two pairs of blood-red wings enveloped him. What manner of energy is this? Aya! The anguished cries of the King of Carnage echoed throughout the palace. After an indeterminate time, the King of Carnage slowly rose to his feet. He opened his palm, and a flame quietly appeared. The fire reflected Ye Hao's figure, while at his feet, 9 cold corpses starkly stood out. The King of Carnage was momentarily taken aback. This individual had truly achieved 100 victories. How intriguing, indeed. It appears that the formidable force I just sensed emanated from you. This power is overwhelming, nearly causing me to lose control over Tang Chun. Eliminate him. This was the thought racing through the King of Carnage's mind. However, soon after, the murderous intent in his eyes began to dissipate. No, if the 6th number were to perish here, his backer would undoubtedly bring the entire city of Carnage to its knees. All who come to the city of Carnage are inherently inclined towards slaughter, having been expelled by the Spirit Hall. Yet he is different. His goal must be the path to hell, for he has come for the realm of the God of Death. If that is the case, then I shall grant you your wish. A new generation of the God of Death has arisen in the city of Carnage. The surrounding fallen ones rejoiced, for with the birth of each God of Death, the city of Carnage would inevitably lose a significant number of its fallen. Thus far, the city of Carnage had only seen the emergence of 8 such beings, all of whom were terrifying entities. Finally, it is complete. Ye Hao cast aside his battle blade, having concluded the battle in the Hell's arena. On the upcoming path to Hell, this blade had lost its purpose. Congratulations to you, Grim Reaper. The atmosphere surged to a fever pitch, with everyone shouting the name of the King of Carnage. As the supreme ruler of the city of Carnage, he remained an eternal deity in the hearts of all fallen. King of Carnage, King of Carnage, King of Carnage, King of Carnage. The fallen shouted with all their might. Under the gaze of all, blood-red steps slowly descended from the heavens. A towering figure, adorned with 2 pairs of blood-red wings, a pale visage, and eyes of a deep crimson hue, materialized before them. He was none other than the King of Carnage. This was Ye Hao's first face-to-face encounter with the King of Carnage, whose presence was nearly as formidable as that of Qian Douluo and Poseidon, the sea god. It seemed that this ancient bat had occupied Tang Chun's body for so long. It wouldn't be long before Tang Chun was completely eradicated from this world, replaced by this old bat. Yet, what concern is it of mine? Ye Hao Shuruk. The King of Carnage fixed his gaze upon Ye Hao, and in that moment, he was taken aback. The resemblance to someone was uncanny, to a woman who had once been the God of Death in the city of Carnage. One of the only 2 gods of death remaining in the world today. Indeed, you hail from there. The King of Carnage silently rejoiced. I am delighted to welcome the birth of a God of Death today. It has been decades since anyone has achieved 100 victories. In you, I see boundless potential. Wouldn't you agree, my subjects? The power of the King of Carnage seemed to resonate with an enchanting melody. Yes, yes, yes. The overwhelming shouts surged like a tide, resonating throughout the entire Hell's arena. The King of Carnage smiled slightly, turning his gaze towards Ye Hao. Grim Reaper, your performance has truly opened my eyes. 100 victories have ignited my fervor. I hereby bestow upon you the title of God of Death. From this day forth, you may freely enter and exit the city of Carnage, and appoint those beneath me as guest officials of the city of Carnage. No, thank you. Ye Hao politely declined the King of Carnage's offer. My purpose in coming to the city of Carnage is solely for the path to hell. I kindly ask you to open it. As for the guest official position, it truly does not suit me. At this, the King of Carnage smirked inwardly. Indeed, you came for this. Suddenly, the entire Hell's arena turned a deep crimson. The surrounding fallen hastily shielded their eyes. Then, at the center of the Hell's arena, a passage quietly opened. The dark red light instantly illuminated the entire arena, and the rich stench of blood and malice began to permeate the air. Suddenly, an overwhelmingly powerful force began to spread, mercilessly drawing in several fallen beings within the hellish slaughter arena. The absorbed souls exhibited expressions of yearning, their gazes unwavering, as if they were willingly succumbing to the pull. Is this the path to hell? Ye Hao covered his face as he looked in that direction, and upon locking eyes with Hu Laina, who nodded in affirmation, he plunged headlong into the abyss. At that moment, a furious shout caused Ye Hao to momentarily pause. Ye Hao, I will kill you. Upon recognizing the source of the voice, a smile crept onto Ye Hao's face. He had thought it was someone formidable, but was merely Tang San. With a teasing glance at the approaching figure of Tang San, he noted how much more disheveled the latter had become in just half a year. Under Tang San's resentful gaze, Ye Hao leaped into the entrance of the path to hell, leaving no opportunity for Tang San to intervene. As Ye Hao vanished from sight, Tang San was engulfed in fury, his features contorted, emanating a terrifying darkness. However, the most striking aspect was undoubtedly the Haotian hammer in his grasp, which even the king of slaughter regarded with surprise. The Haotian hammer? He belongs to the Haotian sect, one of the two great slaughter gods in the world, the other being the wielder of the Haotian hammer, martial spirit. Taking a deep breath, the king of slaughter realized that the days in the city of slaughter were about to descend into chaos. With the opening of the path to hell, Ye Hao officially set foot in this ominous realm. His gaze fell upon a circular stone platform beneath which a towering column rose from the magma. The molten rock churning below. The temperature was exceedingly high, and the thick scent of blood began to permeate the air. This was indeed the path to hell. If memory served him right, there was a serpent within, known as Yes. Ye Hao clapped his hands, the 10-headed fiery sun serpent. This creature was a treasure, and he had to seize it. The moment he arrived at the path to hell, Ye Hao distinctly felt that after 9 months, his soul power could now be utilized normally. His 6-winged purple light wings unfurled behind him, and, as he took to the skies, he felt a slight unfamiliarity after such a long absence. The skill attached to the heart of the Reaper, darkened shroud, utilizing the heart of the Reaper as a foundation. Ye Hao descended into darkness. His figure glided swiftly over the magma, and midway, he spotted a 3-headed bat. That was the dark gold 3-headed bat king. Ye Hao smiled faintly, paying it no mind. He had no time to waste engaging in unnecessary battles. Completing the first trial was of utmost importance. He deftly avoided the dark gold 3-headed bat king and accelerated towards the exit. After an indeterminate period of flight, Ye Hao finally beheld a gigantic serpent lurking within the magma. The 10-headed fiery sun serpent, the supreme of serpents, its inner essence an invaluable treasure. Ye Hao swallowed hard. The 10-headed fiery sun serpent before him was indeed a priceless prize. Naturally, capturing such a creature was Ye Hao's forte. From the Death Spider Emperor to the soul-devouring Spider Emperor, from the Titan Giant Ape to the evil demon Orca King, each had succumbed to his charm. Ye Hao was undoubtedly a soul beast hunter. He cast forth the heart of the Reaper, and at that very instant, the 10-headed fiery sun serpent submerged in the magma. Sensed his presence, it stirred its massive body, causing the magma to churn violently. As the crimson-headed serpent fixed its gaze upon Ye Hao, 6 chains shot through the air simultaneously, binding the 10-headed fiery sun serpent. "Little serpent, Uncle will treat you well," Ye Hao said with a comforting smile, his right hand clenching slightly. The heart of the Reaper absorbed the 10-headed fiery sun serpent within. Another magnificent catch. With a grin, Ye Hao swiftly darted towards a nearby exit. In his mind, the authoritative voice he had not heard for 9 months resounded once more. "You have successfully passed the trial of the City of Slaughter. The first trial of the Reaper is complete. You are rewarded with a Divine Soul Ring and a 5% affinity for both the Reaper and the Azura." "What?" Ye Hao nearly bit his tongue, his gaze vacant as he instinctively exclaimed, "I can understand the affinity for the Reaper. But as for this, where did the affinity for the Azura come from?" Chapter 214, Dual Gods United, The Birth of a Child. The Azura affinity. Where did it originate? Ye Hao was quite astonished. Completing the trial of the Reaper grants affinity with the Reaper. So this sudden affinity for the Azura could only mean one thing. In the frigid surroundings, Ye Hao began to endure the excruciating pain. This white aura was the manifestation of murderous intent gradually taking shape. A purer essence of slaughter surged through Ye Hao's body. At that moment, countless white light points began to enter Ye Hao's being, surrounding him in a blinding whiteness. The only sensation he felt was the cold. This was the domain of the god of slaughter. The efforts of the past 9 months had not been in vain. Ye Hao chuckled wryly, shaking his head. Now, with the emergence of an Azura affinity, Ye Hao found himself quite troubled. He had come to understand that the combination of the Reaper affinity and the Azura affinity could only lead to one conclusion: a union of dual gods. The Reaper and the Azura. The City of Slaughter was originally a transcendent realm of the Azura god. It had been transformed into its current state by the hand of the Rakshasa god. Standing within the thicket, Ye Hao squinted against the scorching sunlight that felt blinding after 9 months of absence from it. Having ascended to level 60 with his soul power, it was time to absorb the Divine Soul Ring, the skill attached to the heart of the Reaper, darkened shroud. Ye Hao entered the range of the heart of the Reaper. This was his first time absorbing a Divine Soul Ring, and he was uncertain of the ultimate outcome. He then opened his palm, revealing a radiant golden sphere that floated above his hand. The orb was dazzling and vibrant, radiating a golden glow akin to molten gold. Alas! Ye Hao sighed deeply. Why must my fate be so arduous? Concurrently, within the city of slaughter, in the hellish slaughter arena, Hulaina's expression was complex as she donned a mask left behind by Ye Hao before his departure, concealing her delicate features. Tang-san, you truly are a formidable obstacle, she thought, her eyes glinting with murderous intent. If it weren't for the orders from the young master to avoid conflict with you, I would have disregarded it. I must quickly achieve victory to escape this cursed place. With that, Hulaina rose to register for the upcoming battles in the hellish slaughter arena. At this moment, Tang-san stood in the center of the slaughter arena, his eyes blood-red, his Haotian hammer dripping with blood. Just moments ago, Ye Hao had slipped past him, a humiliation he could not endure. Tang-san raised the Haotian hammer high, unleashing a frenzied assault that made the fallen beings around him tremble in fear. The #1 weapon martial spirit, the Haotian hammer, was well recognized. Soon, this round of slaughter came to an end. Tang-san's gaze was filled with murderous intent. His Haotian hammer, stained crimson, and the ground littered with severed limbs, the bright red blood saturating every corner of the arena. The fallen beings shuddered in fear. If memory served them right, this was Tang-san's first participation in the hellish slaughter arena. He showed no mercy towards his enemies, his cruelty surpassing even that of the recently departed god of slaughter. Tang-san's expression remained impassive, as if the carnage unfolding before him was mere routine. He withdrew his martial spirit, the Haotian hammer, and slowly left the scene, treading upon the blood-soaked ground. Ye Hao, my humiliation stems from you. My mother is dead, my master is dead, and my father is left crippled. There's no place for me in the entire Douluo Continent. As Tang-san exited the hellish slaughter arena, he observed the ongoing carnage along the way, a surge of delight filling his heart. The city of slaughter is indeed a splendid place. With that, he brandished the Haotian hammer once more and walked towards the distance. This night was destined to be anything but tranquil. In the divine realm, the god of slaughter stormed into the abode of the Azura god. Fuming, Azura god come out at once. Seeing the god of slaughter in such a state, the Azura god instantly discerned the purpose of his visit. What is the cause of such commotion? The Azura god inquired nonchalantly. The god of death wore a grim expression, as if one could wring water from his visage. Pray tell, from whence does the Shura affinity of my successor originate? In the face of death's inquiry, the Shura god appeared utterly unconcerned. You are well aware that the city of slaughter is my domain. My previous successor was named Tang-chun. Alas, he was ensnared by the scheming of the Rakshasa, leading to his demise. Do not bring up such trifles. I seek clarity on the origins of my successor's Shura affinity. Death interrupted the Shura god's forthcoming remarks. Seeing Death's relentless pursuit, the Shura god sighed in resignation and spread his hands wide. I shall lay my cards on the table. I have taken a liking to your successor. Let's split him in half. Death seethed with fury. The divine trials were meant to proceed smoothly, yet the Shura god had intruded, leaving him unable to contain his wrath. My interest in your successor is merely fate's design. Rest assured, once he completes the 9 trials, we shall both be liberated. Will we not? Death was left speechless. Let's not forget, I have prior agreements with the sea god. Your capricious meddling may provoke his ire. The Shura god remarked with a slight smile. It is precisely because of your pact with the sea god that I chose to intervene at this juncture. Death, perplexed, responded with a blank stare. The Shura god continued. I have observed both the successor of Death and the future sea god. To be frank, I lean more towards the former. That lad possesses both fortuitous opportunities and commendable character. And thus, you chose to intervene? Death's countenance remained impassive, his gaze penetrating. The Shura god waved his hand dismissively and stepped closer, embracing Death with a grin. Do not be so petty. You are the illustrious god of death. One must exhibit magnanimity. Death shrugged off the Shura god's embrace, retorting, do not attempt to ingratiate yourself. You would slay even your acquaintances. Precisely because you are an acquaintance. Who should I slay if not you? The Shura god's lips curled into a slight smirk. Let us return to the crux of the matter. The Shura god's expression turned serious. As you previously stated, Tang-san harbors ulterior motives, possessing twin martial souls. In his pursuit of shortcuts, he would even hasten the absorption of soul rings for his second martial soul. Such a person, willing to go to any lengths for his aims, is unwelcome in the divine realm. As for your wager with the sea god, I had no intention of interfering. However, for the future of our divine realm, I find myself compelled to intervene. Death grumbled. If you must fabricate excuses, at least make them plausible. Ha ha! The Shura god blushed slightly, helplessly admitting, The sea god wagered with you out of sheer frustration that a cursed Orca King is indeed one of the sea god's most critical trials. Had your successor not interfered, I would have been equally incensed. Moreover, your divine trials could use some slight modifications. After all, Tang Sim must ultimately go to Sea God Island to complete the sea goddess trials. We can manipulate the circumstances to our advantage. Upon hearing this, Death's eyes brightened. Are you suggesting we intervene? Astute. The Shura god smiled. Under no circumstances must Tang Sam be allowed to enter the divine realm. Otherwise, it would descend into chaos. A person so unscrupulous and autocratic is utterly unworthy of godhood. We shall craft the narrative in such a way that he is unable to complete the divine trials, ultimately leading to his demise at the hands of Ye Hao on Douluo Continent. As the two gods conspired, monumental changes were unfolding in Ye Hao's divine trials. Meanwhile, in a certain forest on the Douluo Continent, Ye Hao sat cross-legged within the heart of death, transformed into a golden egg, radiating beams of light. At that moment, his 5 soul rings illuminated, continuously rotating around him. A month slipped by as Ye Hao persisted in absorbing the divine soul rings. Meanwhile, within the spirit hall, today marked a momentous occasion, for Qian Renxue was in labor. It had been precisely 10 months since conception, and within a kilometer radius of the delivery room, 8 titled Douluos stood vigil in secrecy. A new member of the angel lineage was about to enter the world. 4. Qian Douluo, who was soon to be a great-grandfather. This was undeniably exhilarating. He paced anxiously outside the delivery room, hands clasped behind his back, his mind racing with worry. Each cry of pain emanating from within the delivery room caused him immense distress. Simultaneously, Bibi Dong cast glances towards the delivery room, her own anxiety mirroring that of Qian Douluo. As a mother herself, she understood the excruciating nature of childbirth. The saying that giving birth costs a woman half her life resonated deeply within her. Why is this taking so long? It's driving me mad. Bibi Dong sat on the bench outside, her brow furrowed, occasionally sighing in exasperation. Then, she glanced at Xiao Hong, who was gnawing on a chicken leg at the door. Is there any news of Hao? It has been 10 months. What is his status in the city of slaughter? The divine trials had a time limit of 1 year, and time was of the essence. Bibi Dong, being intimately familiar with the harsh realities of the city of slaughter, felt the urgency keenly. Xiao Hong swallowed the morsel in her mouth, the bone clutched in her jaws as she settled beside Bibi Dong. Fear not. Haozi has already completed the first trial of death and emerged from the city of slaughter. Bibi Dong's heart soared with joy, relief flooding her senses. And what are the others? He hasn't returned even as his wife is giving birth? She questioned, a hint of displeasure in her tone. Xiao Sighed, her countenance heavy with resignation. He is currently absorbing the divine soul rings. He was already at level 60 when he left the spirit hall. Initially, Haozi considered killing that rabbit for a soul ring, but ultimately deemed it more prudent to absorb the divine soul rings instead, leaving the rabbit for his 7th soul ring. As it stands, Haozi is deeply engaged in this process, and I cannot disturb him. It seems it will take a while longer for him to complete the absorption, as divine soul rings are not easily assimilated. Suddenly, Xiao Hong's expression shifted, her demeanor turning serious. Ever since Ye Hao exited the city of slaughter, she had known that it was the Shura god's realm of inheritance. The inexplicable Shura affinity manifesting within Ye Hao now filled her with grave concern, making her chicken leg lose its appeal. Ah, I see, Bibi Dong nodded, grasping Ye Hao's current predicament. She felt a temporary sense of relief. They suffer enough. They're about to become parents without even knowing it. Bibi Dong chuckled faintly, gazing forlornly at the delivery room that had yet to yield any news. As seconds turned into minutes, the waiting outside became torturous. Just then, Xiao Hong opened her eyes wide, grinning broadly. She has arrived. In an instant, a clear, melodic cry resonated throughout the room. The onlookers outside the spirit hall breathed a collective sigh of relief as Qian Douluo and Bibi Dong finally felt their anxieties dissipate. At that moment, the midwife rushed out of the delivery room, breathless and beaming, leaning against the doorframe as she smiled at Qian Douluo and the others. Congratulations. Great offering and His Holiness the Pope. Both mother and daughter are safe. Upon hearing this, Qian Douluo was filled with joy. Ever since Qian Xuanji's demise, the angel lineage had consisted of only 2 members. Now, they finally welcomed a new addition. He hurried into the room, not forgetting to reward the midwife with a pouch of gold soul coins before departing. The midwife beamed with delight, her hands clutching the heavy pouch, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Finally, it's done. Bibi Dong wiped the cold sweat from her brow, Her spirits lifted as she entered the room. Xiaohong followed closely behind, still clutching her unfinished chicken leg. Inside, warmth enveloped the atmosphere. Qian Daolu dismissed the crowd and strode towards the bedside of his granddaughter, gazing tenderly at the perspiring Qian Renxue who lay in bed. "You worked hard, little Shui," Qian Daolu said gently. Qian Renxue felt utterly drained, even lacking the strength to speak. She nodded silently, her gaze softening as she looked at the peaceful infant lying beside her, the child she had brought into the world. In that moment, maternal love overflowed from Qian Renxue. Qian Daolu smiled gently, his eyes glistening with moisture as he beheld the quiet child beside his granddaughter. The feeling of becoming a great-grandfather was simply exquisite. At this moment, Bibi Dong hurried over. "Mother!" Qian Renxue exclaimed. "Little Shui, you have suffered, my daughter." Bibi Dong sat beside her daughter, leaning down, their foreheads touching, her eyes filled with tenderness. Then, Bibi Dong smiled knowingly as she took the infant from Qian Daolu's embrace. This was her first encounter with a child. Due to circumstances in Qian Renxue's childhood, Bibi Dong had been anxious up until now, trembling with anticipation. Gazing at the delicate infant in her arms, Bibi Dong inexplicably felt that her granddaughter was more akin to her than even Qian Renxue. Cradling the child like a precious treasure, Bibi Dong's eyes softened, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she occasionally teased the baby. At this moment, Xiaohong approached Qian Hongxue's bedside. "Haozi has emerged from the slaughter city," she said with a smile. A simple statement left Qian Renxue momentarily stunned, her eyes brimming with tears. "As long as he is safe, that is all that matters. But when will he return?" she hurriedly inquired. Xiaohong sighed softly, responding helplessly. "It will likely take another month or two. He is currently absorbing the God-given spirit ring and is at a crucial juncture. I cannot disturb him. I can only tell you that he is safe." "Oh!" A wave of disappointment washed over Qian Renxue. She had hoped for Ye Hao's early return, yet safety was paramount. The fact that he had safely exited the slaughter city was far more important than anything else. Joy permeated the spirit hall from top to bottom. Time swiftly passed, and 2 months flew by in the blink of an eye. In the forest, Ye Hao's figure gradually emerged, his gaze profound, 6 spirit rings shimmering brilliantly beneath him. Yellow, purple, purple, black, black, red. After 3 months of effort, Ye Hao had finally completed the absorption of the God-given spirit ring. Fortunately, with the foundational support of the fire apricot and the 8-angled ice grass, and having undergone the tempering of the ice and fire duality eye, otherwise, the absorption of a 100,000-year spirit ring would have indeed been perilous. 3 months had slipped by, and the first trial of the god of death had finally been completed. Ye Hao felt a tremendous weight lift from his shoulders, releasing a long sigh of relief. The 6th spirit ring, a god-given spirit ring, came with 2 attached soul skills. The first, blood-sucking spider spike, launched a lethal poisonous spike that could kill an enemy upon contact, a wide-range offensive soul skill. The second, Spider King Avatar, created a clone with 100% of the original's power. A 100,000-year spirit ring was indeed terrifying. Ye Hao smiled faintly. However, the affinity with the Azura was truly giving him a headache. He scratched his head, having now accepted the reality of being a dual inheritor of the gods. Just as he contemplated the next trial of the god of death, Xiaohong's voice echoed in his mind. "Haozi, Haozi, I'm here, Xiaohong, long time no see." Ye Hao replied with a smile. "You finally made it out. The first trial of the god of death is complete, right?" "Indeed, successfully completed. And I've absorbed the god-given spirit ring. My first 100,000-year spirit ring has manifested," Ye Hao declared proudly. "A 100,000-year spirit ring." Xiaohong was momentarily taken aback. "You truly are fortunate. You must be the chosen inheritor of the god of death. I have a question for you. What's up with your affinity with the Azura?" This had long puzzled Xiaohong. At this point, Ye Hao felt a headache coming on. With an exasperated tone, he explained, "The Slaughter City is the transcendent realm of the Azura god. After achieving 100 victories in the Hell Slaughter Arena, I naturally ventured into the Hell Road. After emerging from it, I acquired the domain of the god of slaughter, and this sudden affinity with the Azura was genuinely shocking. I have come to realize that I am now not only the inheritor of the god of death, but also of the Azura god, a dual god in one body." Suddenly, the atmosphere grew tense. On the other end, the chicken leg in Xiaohong's hand accidentally dropped to the ground, her expression vividly reflecting her shock. After a brief moment of astonishment, she exclaimed, "Wow, you hit the jackpot. The Azura god is one of the supreme gods of the Divine Realm Committee. What incredible luck you have." "It's your luck," Ye Hao chuckled lightly. "Go to hell." Xiaohong retorted playfully. At that moment, Xiaohong, reclining on the balcony of the spirit hall, wore a mischievous smile that betrayed her amusement. "Haozi, I have good news for you." "What good news?" Ye Hao wandered aimlessly through the forest, gazing up at the azure sky, his spirits lifted. Prepare yourself mentally. What grand spectacle could I possibly not have witnessed? I even braved the slaughter city. Just tell me. Stop keeping me in suspense. Ye Hao replied casually. You have become a father, Xiao Hong stated flatly. Oh, is that it? As they walked, Ye Hao suddenly froze in place, his eyes wide with disbelief. What did you say? His voice echoed throughout the forest, startling the soul beasts within. Chapter 2:15. Returning home to embrace my daughter, what did you say? Ye Hao was taken aback. I have become a father? His eyelids twitched. The news Xiao Hong brought was so astonishing it felt like a deep water bomb, leaving his mind in a whirl, struggling to comprehend the situation. You brat. Clarify this immediately. I spent 9 months in the slaughter city, and, combined with the 3 months of absorbing the God-given spirit ring, that totals a year. What do you mean I've become a father? Surely something must have happened at the spirit hall? In response to Ye Hao's queries, a sly smile crept onto Xiao Hong's lips. Let me ask you, a year ago, before you left the spirit hall for the slaughter city, did you go to Heaven-Do City? Xiao Hong inquired. Yes, Ye Hao replied candidly. I had to go to Heaven-Do City, and Suddenly, Ye Hao's complexion turned pale, and shock filled his eyes. Are you implying that little shui? No way. You're smarter than I thought, Xiao Hong chuckled. To be honest, a month after you left Heaven-Do City, your wife, Qian Renxue, returned to the spirit hall. Not only that, but she was also pregnant. She gave birth to a girl 3 months ago, so you can rejoice in secret. Where is she? Why are you not responding? In the depths of the forest, Ye Hao fell silent. Suddenly becoming a father was overwhelming for him. Was it really that one time, and it was a hit? Ye Hao was liebsteichert, mutding. What incredible luck, haha. After a long while, Ye Hao finally revealed a beaming smile, radiating joy as if he were an old father. How is my daughter? Does she resemble me? Is she adorable? He asked eagerly. She looks just like you. Very much like you. The child is already 3 months old, and she is the darling of the entire spirit hall, showered with love and attention. Especially your mother, who treats your daughter as if she were her own, or rather, even more dearly than her own. Ye Hao was filled with delight, a grin spreading across his face as he began to feel a sense of eagerness. After the journey to the slaughter city, he had not anticipated such a grand surprise. Being a father for the first time was indeed a novel experience, and he couldn't wait to return. On the other side, Xiao Hong rolled her eyes, impatiently saying, You'll find out when you return. Coincidentally, your first trial of the God of Death is complete. The second trial involves obtaining a 100,000-year spirit ring at the 7th spirit ring, which is quite straightforward. That rabbit will suffice. Not a problem. I'll be back soon. With that, Ye Hao sprouted 6 purple wings, soaring into the sky, heading straight for the spirit hall. Home to see my daughter. A smile graced Ye Hao's face as he realized the absorption of the 6th spirit ring was complete, elevating his spirit power level to 65. The second trial seemed relatively simple. Acquiring a 100,000-year spirit ring at the 7th spirit ring was a task he could easily accomplish, especially with that rabbit as the ideal choice. Once my soul power reaches the 70th level, I shall take that rabbit to confront Tang San, and in his presence, I will slay the rabbit, striving to extinguish his spirit in one fell swoop. This way, I can avoid future complications. For it is clear that Tang San desires my demise. What does it matter? Suddenly, Ye Hao halted mid-flight, standing poised in the air. He then swiftly altered his course towards the Stardo forest. It is time to harvest the sky blue bull python, although my mother will intervene personally. This rare outing cannot be squandered. Once I return to the spirit hall, I shall become a full-time caretaker, leaving me no time for such endeavors. Without further ado, Ye Hao redirected himself deeper into the Stardo forest. Simultaneously, the solemn voice of the Grim Reaper echoed once more in Ye Hao's mind. The second trial of the Grim Reaper. Upon obtaining a 100,000-year spirit ring at the 7th spirit ring level, there are no time constraints until my soul power reaches 70, at which point a year's limit will commence, rewarding me with a 10% affinity for the Grim Reaper and Azura. A straightforward second trial indeed. Whistling and humming a tune, Ye Hao felt elated as he journeyed forth. A day later, at noon, the sun blazed fiercely in the sky. The Stardo forest lay in tranquil silence, with its foliage luxuriant and towering trees reaching for the heavens. As the premier spirit beast forest of Douluo Continent, its depths are rich and profound. Ye Hao found himself nostalgic upon returning to this place, reminiscing about the days spent capturing the Titan giant ape. He shook his left leg, anticipating the reunion of the two brothers, the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape. A slight smile graced Ye Hao's lips as he soared towards the core of the Stardo forest. During his flight, he occasionally cast his gaze downward, recalling the knowledge he had acquired a year prior. Since the Titan giant ape's capture, the sky blue bull python's hatred for humanity had reached unprecedented heights, resulting in the demise of every human who dared enter the Douluo forest. Over the years, the number of spirit beasts had significantly increased. Ye Hao flew swiftly, yet he could discern numerous spirit beasts below, including unfamiliar species, a sight that was flourishing in abundance. Before long, Ye Hao arrived at the core of the Douluo forest. Before him lay the familiar central lake, shrouded in a delicate mist, resembling a realm of immortals. The sky blue bull python was absent. Ye Hao retracted his six-winged purple light wings and landed steadily on the ground. First, I must deal with the 10-headed blazing serpent, for it occupies a crucial position. Capturing the sky blue bull python will require preparation. With that, Ye Hao removed the heart of the grim reaper from his hair, releasing the 10-headed blazing serpent. Upon its emergence, the serpent immediately targeted Ye Hao, dragging its massive body and glancing around the unfamiliar surroundings with a hint of trepidation. However, it soon opened its gaping maw, and the intense flames it conjured engulfed Ye Hao in an instant. Beasts are indeed beasts. Ye Hao evaded just in time using the heart of the Grim Reaper, and then the Death Spider Emperor enveloped him, completing the transformation. The fifth spirit ring ignited beneath him, and as Ye Hao's arms morphed into black scythes, a wave of dark light flashed. The 10-headed blazing serpent stood frozen in place, as if time itself had been paused. Its lengthy body suddenly exploded, crimson blood soaking the earth and gradually converging into the lake behind it, turning the once clear waters a deep red. Boom! The 10-headed blazing serpent was cleaved into pieces, its remains now floating on the lake's surface, transforming the previously ethereal scene into one reminiscent of hell. Ye Hao severed the serpent's head and extracted its vital inner core. Truly, the inner core of the 10-headed blazing serpent is a treasure of supreme status among serpents. If presented to Douluo Bo, it might even provoke envy in the old poison master. With a smirk, Ye Hao stored the inner core within the heart of the Grim Reaper. The moment he did so, the heavens underwent a dramatic transformation. The clear blue sky darkened, and bolts of lightning as thick as an infant's arm flickered before him. Here it comes. Ye Hao steadied his mind, recognizing that the ultimate boss was about to make its entrance. Moments later, from the depths of the forest, a colossal creature with the head of a bull and the body of a serpent emerged from the thick mist, its red eyes sending chills down Ye Hao's spine. How much time had passed since their last encounter, and yet, the usually composed and quiet sky blue bull python had turned ferocious. It was no wonder, given that the Titan giant ape, its brother, was now dead, leaving the sky blue bull python to endure profound grief. Over the years, the sky blue bull python's rampage had rendered the Douluo forest a forbidden zone for humans. From the moment Ye Hao entered the Douluo forest, he remained vigilant, keenly observing his surroundings. This not only allowed him to track the movements of the sky blue bull python, but also to survey the area. The conclusion he reached was that while the number of spirit beasts had proliferated, humans were nowhere to be found. The entire forest was desolate, resembling a paradise for spirit beasts. The sky blue bull python furrowed its brow, its gaze fixating on the lake now stained with blood. The sight of the dismembered, 10-headed blazing serpent caught its attention, and the bloodshed dramatically altered the ambience. Damn humans! It let out a thunderous roar, its gaze locking onto Ye Hao, who, in its eyes, appeared no larger than an ant. How many humans had it slain over the years? You shall perish. The sky blue bull python's eyes turned crimson, and its horns gathered blue lightning. This is bad. Ye Hao narrowly evaded as a circular pit formed where he had just stood. He felt a sense of foreboding. After all, he was merely a 65th level soul emperor. Despite possessing a 100,000-year spirit ring and 200,000-year spirit bones, in the presence of a true 100,000-year spirit beast, he was but a mere insect. Truly, it was deserving of its title as the Forest Emperor. Its power had grown even more terrifying over the years. Ye Hao tossed the heart of the Grim Reaper into the air under the watchful eyes of the sky blue bull python. As the heart of the Grim Reaper split apart, black beams of light pierced the clouds, casting an eerie ambience around them. Sky blue bull python, do you remember me? Ye Hao spread his wings and approached the creature. Unbeknownst to it, Ye Hao had secretly manipulated the heart of the Grim Reaper, preparing black chains that extended through the void, targeting the sky blue bull python. It's you. The sky blue bull python's eyes brimmed with disbelief. It was him. The human who had captured Erming all those years ago had now reappeared. Erming, Ishalavenge Arming. The sky blue bull python unleashed a bolt of lightning directed at Ye Hao. Simultaneously, Ye Hao's sixth spirit ring illuminated, bathing the area in a vibrant red glow. 6 Spirit Skill, Spider Emperor Clone. This was Ye Hao's first time utilizing a 100,000-year spirit ring. He felt a tingling sensation coursing through him. Ultimately, under the watchful gaze of the sky blue bull python, Ye Hao split into two. Two identical figures appear before it, as if they had been carved from the same mold. The Spider Emperor clone allowed Ye Hao to create a duplicate, possessing 100% of the original strength. The sudden appearance of two Ye Haos rendered the sky blue bull python's attack futile. Gravitational quagmire. The two Ye Haos spoke in unison. Almost simultaneously, they raised their left legs, which then radiated a fierce red light. An inexplicable pressure enveloped the sky blue bull python, causing its massive body to crash to the ground. This sensation was eerily familiar. This was Ming's gravitational quagmire. The sky blue bull python trembled, its eyes filled with hatred as it glared at Ye Hao. Left leg. Rage surged within it. Ming. It muttered to itself, tears streaming down its cheeks as it recalled the memories of a time long past. For 100,000 years, the bond between the 200,000-year soul beasts was unbreakable. Yet at this moment, they found themselves worlds apart. The azure bull python felt an unprecedented fury boiling within. Womans, you shall pay the price for your arrogance. The sky was shrouded in gray, and the entire central lake began to ripple ominously. With the roar of the azure bull python, the gentle ripples transformed into tumultuous waves. In that instant, every soul beast within the forest sensed the wrath of the forest sovereign. They all knelt, trembling in fear. Azure bull python, your brother has been vanquished. The two Ye Haos declared in unison. And that rabbit as well. Sister Xiaowu, what have you done to Sister Xiaowu? The azure bull python was momentarily stunned. It had been years without any news of the rabbit. You will meet her soon enough, but that will be on the path to the underworld. At these words, the azure bull python's expression grew grave, its furious gaze fixed upon Ye Hao. Simultaneously, the lightning converging at its horns intensified, illuminating the entire horizon. You will pay the price. With a thunderous shout, the gathered lightning morphed into a blue dragon, descending from the sky to strike at Ye Hao. A mere trick. The heart of death. Aid me. In an instant, the 6 mirrored facets of the heart of death converged into a singular form, effortlessly neutralizing the azure bull python's assault. The blue dragon vanished into the mirror, leaving no trace. Witnessing this, the azure bull python was taken aback. Are humans truly this formidable now? Now it is my turn. Ye Hao smiled faintly as the two Ye Haos merged into one. Subsequently, the heart of death divided into 6 massive mirrors, which flew towards various parts of the azure bull python's body. This scene was one the azure bull python would never forget. It was precisely this event that led to the capture of the Erming. Now it was his turn. No, I cannot be captured. Instinctively, the azure bull python attempted to flee, but the heart of death showed no mercy. 6 chains emerged from the mirrors, binding the azure bull python tightly. Reminiscent of the Titan ape from that fateful day, despair engulfed the azure bull python as it cast its gaze towards the overcast sky. Gather. The moment Ye Hao's command resonated, the 6 mirrors began to slowly align, and soon, the azure bull python's form shrank in tandem with the heart of death. Everything fell silent. Ye Hao retracted the heart of death, glancing at the captured azure bull python with a triumphant smile. At last, my efforts were not in vain. Azure bull python, your soul ring shall be bestowed upon my mother. As for the soul bone, Ye Hao smirked slightly and, with a swift motion, soared towards the spirit hall. I hope you bring me unexpected surprises. Time to head home and embrace my daughter. Ye Hao lafit heartily. 2 days later, a familiar figure appeared in the city of the spirit hall. After 2 days of travel, Ye Hao had finally returned from the Stardow forest. Upon entering the city, he immediately began a frenzied shopping spree, his arms laden with packages. To leave a good impression on his daughter, he had even shaved off the 3-month-old stubble, transforming back into the dashing Ye Hao. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Pope's Hall, the guarding disciples of the Spirit Hall were about to stop him when they recognized him. The young master has returned? Where has he been for the past year? Under the watchful eyes of the 2 Spirit Hall disciples, Ye Hao slowly entered the Pope's Hall, burdened with his goods. Meanwhile, within a lavishly adorned room, Qian Renshua sat on the balcony, savoring a rare moment of leisurely afternoon sunshine that enveloped her warmly. Being a mother is such a hassle, but thankfully, I have my mother around. Qian Renshua sighed with a bittersweet smile. The challenges of motherhood weighed heavily on her, feeding the child and frequent sleepless nights. However, ever since her daughter's birth, Bibi Dong had transformed completely, frequently assisting Qian Renshua with the child, treating her granddaughter as if she were her own daughter. The warmth that Bibi Dong had failed to provide to Qian Renshua was now generously bestowed upon her granddaughter, surpassing even the affections of a biological mother. At that moment, the little red creature lying lazily on the balcony opened its eyes. Haozi has returned. With that, it flipped over to continue lounging. Qian Rinxue was momentarily taken aback. Then the door swung open. As their eyes met, the air became thick with anticipation, silence enveloping them. Ye Hao set down his burdens and gazed gently at Qian Rinxue. Sister, no, Xiaoxue, I'm back. A radiant smile broke across his face. In an instant, Qian Rinxue's eyes brimmed with tears. It had been a year, an entire year. She leapt into his arms, embracing him after so long. Do you know how I've spent this past year? Burying her face against Ye Hao's chest, she wept silently, pouring out the sorrows of her longing over the year. Ye Hao felt her emotions resonate within him, holding her tightly, his large hand gently stroking her back. You've worked hard. I'm sorry. His voice was rich and magnetic, and in that moment he had so much to say. Xiaoxue, my granddaughter is hungry, hurry. Just then, Bibi Dong entered, cradling a delightful infant. Upon witnessing the scene before her, she rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Once she confirmed her son's return, a smile spread across her face. You little rascal, you finally decided to come back. Ye Hao sheepishly looked at Bibi Dong as he separated from Qian Rinxue. Mom, thank you for all your hard work over the years. Bibi Dong waved her hand dismissively, smiling. It's no trouble at all. As long as I'm with my granddaughter, any hardship fades away. Come, this is your father. He is back. A warm smile graced Bibi Dong's face as she lovingly gazed at the granddaughter in her arms. Ye Hao returned the smile, and as he opened his arms, he was met with a wail. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Ah, my daughter has already rejected me. Chapter 216, Killing De Ming in front of Xiao Wu. The 100,000-year external soul bone. Ye Hao's bitter smile was unending. To be scorned by his daughter at their first meeting was a heartache only he could comprehend. Meanwhile, the little red creature drew closer to Ye Hao, sniffing him. You just came from the city of slaughter. Your aura of bloodlust is still not perfectly controlled. I could smell the stench of blood from afar. You should come into contact with your daughter yet. It's not good for her. Outside, Bibi Dong inquired, Son, when does your second trial begin? Not for a while, Ye Hao chuckled. I've currently acquired my 6th soul ring, and my soul power has reached level 65. The second trial will commence once I reach level 70. However, comparatively, the second trial is rather simple, obtaining a 100,000-year soul ring based on my 7th soul ring. The rabbit locked away in the Elder Hall is the perfect candidate, and I intend to eliminate her. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong nodded. As long as you have a plan in mind, that's good. Now that your daughter has been born, you should temper your heart. You are now a father, and you must think carefully before taking action. I understand, Mom, Ye Hao replied with a slight smile. Next, I plan to take action against the upper 3 sects. Bibi Dong's gaze sharpened, exuding an air of authority. As expected, Ye Hao's expression turned serious. Mom, which faction do you intend to strike first? The upper 3 sects are interconnected. If one suffers, the others will undoubtedly notice. The best approach is to strike simultaneously, catching them off guard. Currently, the 7-treasure glazed tile school remains affiliated with the Heaven Do Empire. Yet they are blissfully unaware that the Heaven Do Empire has become nothing more than an empty shell, with its royal family members virtually eradicated. The Snow Breeze and the other royal members either committed suicide by poison during the snowstorm or were imprisoned. The Prince of Snow, Star, has recently been executed publicly. The remaining royal members have either been exiled or conscripted into military service. Indeed, the Heaven Do Empire is on the verge of being absorbed by the Spirit Empire. It merely requires a suitable time for an official announcement. Moreover, Shueqinghe is affiliated with the Spirit Hall, personally appointed by Qian Daolu, thus earning my trust. Bibi Dong gazed into the distance, her noble demeanor instilling a sense of awe. The 7 treasures glazed tile school and the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan must be eradicated. Subsequently, Bibi Dong turned her attention to Ye Hao, solemnly stating, now that you have returned from the city of slaughter, your second trial will not commence in the near future. The soul hunting operation against the 2 sects will be entrusted to you. Entrusted to me? Ye Hao expressed his surprise. Indeed. Bibi Dong raised an eyebrow and smiled. It is certainly entrusted to you. Your cleverness always yields brilliant ideas at critical moments. The annihilation of the top 3 sects is of utmost importance and will undoubtedly provoke a tremor across the continent. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan and the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School are not mere decorations. Their foundations are profoundly deep. Although we command a significant number of soul masters, I hope you can accomplish this task with minimal cost. Upon hearing this, Ye Hao pondered for a considerable time before finally nodding. I understand. Furthermore, what are your plans regarding the Haotian clan? Bibi Dong continued. The Haoyan clan has long sealed its gates, housing 5 tidal Douluo within. We can only outsmart them, not forcibly invade. Moreover, the location of the Haoyan clan is easily defensible. As long as they do not descend a mountain, even the most numerous soul masters will find it a one-way trip. Leave it to me, Ye Hao confidently declared. He then removed the heart of death from his hairpin. Mother, you should complete the Rakshasa God trial as soon as possible. Do you think it's that easy? Bibi Dong rolled her eyes at Ye Hao, sighing. Achieving divinity is no simple task. Your mother has spent so many years. Almost at the final step. Fortunately, with Zhu Zhu and Zhu Air, their martial soul fusion technique can allow me to briefly break through to the 100th level. Following this, Ye Hao carefully placed the heart of death into Bibi Dong's palm. Mother, you should quickly absorb the 9th spirit ring of your second martial soul. Ye Hao wore a mysterious smile. The 9th spirit ring? Bibi Dong was taken aback, asking, what do you mean? Ye Hao then led Bibi Dong outside the city. Bring the rabbit imprisoned in the Elder Hall here, he instructed. Before them lay a colossal artificial ocean, home to over 300 evil spirit killer whales. The water a deep, azure expanse. Standing before the artificial ocean, one could vaguely see the evil spirit killer whales swimming freely. Suddenly, a 30-meter-long evil spirit killer whale king leaped from the surface, transforming into human form before Ye Hao and Bibi Dong. Master, Your Holiness the Pope, the evil tiger spoke respectfully. Ye Hao nodded with a smile. Evil tiger, it has been a while. Your clan's strength has significantly increased. The evil tiger replied. This is thanks to the soul beast carcass from a year ago. After my kin feasted on the Titan giant ape, their power surged. And I have greatly benefited as well. I am confident that if I encounter the group of great white sharks led by Xiao Baigan, I will surely be able to annihilate them all. Ye Hao smiled slightly, reassuring him, don't worry, there will be opportunities. Master, does your presence imply a purpose? The evil tiger inquired. Ye Hao could not have arrived without a reason. Under the watchful eyes of the evil tiger and Bibi Dong, the heart of death soared into the sky. Then, 6 mirrored surfaces split apart once more, and a black beam of light shot downwards. As the radiance dissipated, the Tianqing bull python was bound by 6 black chains, its eyes filled with coldness as it struggled in agony. The Tianqing bull python. Bibi Dong was astounded. You've been to the Douluo Forest? She looked at Ye Hao and asked. Ye Hao nodded. Indeed. After leaving the city of slaughter and absorbing the God-given spirit ring, I initially intended to return to the spirit hall. However, upon reflection, I realized that I would be burdened with official duties if I returned. Yet, considering that my mother's 9th spirit ring was still unaccounted for, I took the liberty of heading to the Douluo Forest to capture this Tianqing bull python. Mother, please absorb it quickly. I am still waiting for the soul bone. Before Ye Hao could finish, Bibi Dong grasped him tightly, her expression filled with deep concern. Son, are you hurt? Bibi Dong asked anxiously. No, Ye Hao felt warmth in his heart. I'm tough. Besides, the Tianqing bull python is no more than an ant in my eyes. With the heart of death, this creature cannot escape. Mother, please swiftly deal with it. Once you absorb this final spirit ring, I believe that in a few years, you will surely complete the Rakshasa God trial and become the first deity on the Douluo Continent. Rakshasa God. Bibi Dong gazed at Ye Hao, lost in thought for a long time. Silly boy, we agreed that I would personally take down the Tianqing bull python. Why did you not listen? Bibi Dong gently scolded as she caressed Ye Hao's cheek, her eyes brimming with tenderness. Mother, I simply couldn't wait. Letting the Tianqing bull python linger is risky. What if another force gets to it first? Please hurry and absorb it. I will protect you. Ye Hao urged. Seeing this, Bibi Dong no longer hesitated. Her 8 spirit rings glowed, and in an instant, she completed the possession of the soul-eating Spider Empress, her arms transforming into emerald green spider spears as she soared into the air. Evil tiger. This Tianqing bull python is no less formidable than the Titan giant ape of your. Summon your kin to feast. Ye Hao glanced at the evil tiger. Immediately, the evil tiger smiled, bowed respectfully to Ye Hao, and then transformed into the evil spirit killer whale king, leaping into the ocean. Following this, hundreds of evil spirit killer whales surged from the depths, their eyes gleaming with intensity, revealing sharp fangs. In their eyes, the Tianqing bull python was prey, and a prize that would enhance their power. Some of the evil spirit killer whales were already impatient, creating waves upon the surface. Hurry, stop dawdling. At that moment, Xiao Wu was brought over by Zhu Zhu and Zhu Air. Xiao Wu, now silent and filled with resentment, especially upon seeing Ye Hao, truly wished to pounce on him and sink her teeth into him to quench her deep-seated hatred. Rabbit, it's been over a year. You've grown quite a bit. Ye Hao glanced at Xiao Wu's figure, noting that compared to the flatness of a year ago, she had indeed developed some charm. Ye Hao, what have you done to my brother? Xiao Wu gritted her teeth and demanded. You mean Tang San? Ye Hao scoffed. He is but a clay figurine crossing the river, barely able to protect himself. And you still think of him? Do you recognize this? Ye Hao pointed ahead, and when Xiao Wu followed his gaze, she froze in place. Duming, Duming. Xiao Wu was momentarily stunned. Then she cried out. Sister Xiao Wu. The Tianqing bull python trembled, glaring at Ye Hao with deep hatred. Human, you deserve to die. You killed Erming, and now you have captured Sister Xiao Wu. This world is cruel. It's either you die or I perish. Tianqing bull python, your time of death is approaching. Do you know how the Titan giant ape met its end? You will soon experience it. With that, Ye Hao stepped forward, gripping Xiao Wu's throat and forcing her gaze onto the Tianqing bull python. You have lived alongside the Tianqing bull python and the Titan giant ape for nearly 100,000 years. I know your bond has always been strong. Watch closely as I make you witness the death of the Tianqing bull python before your very eyes. Upon hearing these words, tears welled up in Xiao Wu's eyes, streaming down her cheeks as she trembled violently, filled with resentment and murderous intent, wishing to kill Ye Hao on the spot. In midair, Bibi stood resolutely. Her 8 spirit rings radiated brilliance, especially the 8th spirit ring, which the Tianqing bull python recognized. Human, I will not rest in peace even as a ghost. The Tianqing bull python let out its final roar. Ultimately, under Xiao Wu's gaze, Bibi transformed into a green beam of light, her 2 green sides crossing at her chest. One slash to seal the throat. The Tianqing bull python stood frozen, its eyes filled with unwillingness and rage. Then, its bull head separated from its serpent body, the massive head rolling onto the ground. Its serpent body naturally fell into the artificial ocean behind it, instantly staining the waters red with blood. Simultaneously, the malevolent, demonic orcas glowed with a crimson light in their eyes. The moment they caught the scent of blood, the entire artificial ocean erupted into chaos. Hundreds of these sinister orcas surged forth, voraciously devouring the body of the azure bull python. In an instant, the once tranquil artificial sea transformed into a crimson expanse, resembling a hellish realm. No, damning. Xiao Wu cried out to the heavens, her sorrow palpable. Having lived for nearly 100,000 years, their bond had always been profound. Now, she could only watch helplessly as the azure bull python perished before her eyes. A wave of anguish surged through her heart, and with a bitter taste in her mouth, she spat out a mouthful of ancient blood before succumbing to unconsciousness. What a predicament! Ye Hao shook his head and instructed Zhu Zhu and Zhuer to take the rabbit away. The enmity had long been established. Showing mercy to one's enemies was tantamount to cruelty to oneself. The rabbit now in his grasp would soon lose its value once Ye Hao's soul power reached level 70. However, to ensure Tang San's complete anguish, it was necessary to stage this poignant farewell before him. Ultimately, this could lead to his demise, conserving considerable effort in the process. Ye Hao kicked the head of the azure bull python into the artificial ocean, and at that moment, the demonic orca king leapt from the water, its gaping maw clamping down on the python's severed head. Subsequently, the orca king submerged into the depths of the artificial ocean, disappearing without a trace. Bibi approached the azure bull python's 100,000-year soul ring, and before her lay not only the soul ring, but also a soul bone shimmering with electric light. Seemingly from the head. No, this wasn't a head soul bone. Could it be? Ecstatic, Bibi unhesitatingly tossed the soul bone to Ye Hao. Haoya, fortune smiles upon you. This is a 100,000-year external soul bone. Absorb it quickly. With that, Bibi sat cross-legged in the void, applying the 100,000-year soul ring to the 8th soul ring of the soul, devouring Spider Emperor, as she absorbed the critically important 9th soul ring. 100,000-year azure bull python's soul ring. 100,000-year external soul bone. Ye Hao held the external soul bone in his hands, its shape reminiscent of a bull's head, akin to a head external soul bone. Fortune should not be too bountiful. Ye Hao smiled slightly and settled into a meditative posture. He cradled the 100,000-year azure bull python's external soul bone in his palms, closing his eyes. At the moment, he infused his soul power into the bone. It soared towards his head, establishing a connection between them. Suddenly, Ye Hao found himself in an expansive area. He surveyed his surroundings, struck by an eerie familiarity. Was this the core region of the Stardoe Forest? How could this be? Wasn't he in the Spirit Hall? How had he suddenly arrived here? Approaching the edge of a lake, he recognized it as the very spot where he had captured the azure bull python. He bent down to touch the azure waters, feeling the icy chill. How surreal! What on earth was happening? Ye Hao gazed around, bewildered, as everything exceeded his comprehension. Absorbing a soul bone had led to such an ethereal experience. Suddenly, a thunderclap echoed through the sky. Dark clouds churned, and the lake boiled, the previous celestial paradise dissipating. Creatures resembling the bull-headed python surged from the water's surface, their eyes glinting with cold malice, an overwhelming aura of murder radiating from them. Ye Hao, your time has come. The azure bull python had not perished. He had somehow. Ye Hao was taken aback. Hadn't this creature died? Wait, he was absorbing the soul bone. And then he had been pulled here. Could it be? You are not the azure bull python. The python's laughter filled the air. You have slain Air Ming. I can only imagine the fate that awaits Xiao Wu. This is my soul form. Before my demise, I exerted the last vestiges of my strength to ensure my survival. Today, I shall personally end you. With that, the azure bull python transformed into a green dragon, its body crackling with lightning, painting the sky a vivid azure. The dragon opened its massive jaws and descended, targeting Ye Hao. At that moment, the scythe mark on Ye Hao's forehead reacted. Suddenly, a shadowy figure wielding a scythe appeared behind him. The Grim Reaper? Ye Hao, now bewildered, felt a strange calm wash over him. The Reaper swung the scythe horizontally, and an astonishing spectacle unfolded. The azure bull python, now a dragon, was cleaved in two, vanishing into the horizon. To attempt to kill the inheritor, to strip away the soul. You shall never be reborn. The Reaper's authoritative voice faded, disappearing behind Ye Hao. Everything returned to tranquility. As dusk fell, Bibi Dong anxiously gazed at her son, who was still absorbed in the soul bone absorption process. Time had elapsed, and she had already completed her absorption of the 100,000-year soul ring. Observing the demonic Orcus, now satiated and absorbing their newfound power, Bibi Dong couldn't help but smile wryly. These Orcus had grown increasingly formidable, a stark contrast to their initial state upon arrival. At that moment, Ye Hao, who had been immersed in the absorption of the soul bone, suddenly opened his eyes, astonished, as if recovering from a fright. Son, are you all right? Bibi Dong inquired urgently. Ye Hao, still dazed, turned to face the imposing spirit hall behind him and his mother, who wore a worried expression, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Mifine. Just now, during the soul bone absorption, the azure bull python had not truly perished. Instead, its soul entered the soul bone to attempt to kill me. Ye Hao wiped the cold sweat from his brow, feeling damp from perspiration. What? Bibi Dong exclaimed, shocked. Ye Hao shook his head, touching the scythe mark on his forehead with a smile. No worries. Fortunately, the Grim Reaper intervened in time. The azure bull python can never be reborn. Even now, Ye Hao felt a lingering apprehension. He had underestimated the 100,000-year soul beast. Just like the deep-sea demon whale king, that creature must be kept under close watch. Today's events could very well recur at any moment in the future. I'm relieved to hear that. Bibi Dong exhaled, helping Ye Hao to his feet and tenderly wiping the sweat from his brow. Be exceedingly cautious in the future. 100,000-year soul beasts are not as simple as you might think. The 100,000-year azure bull python's head external soul bone granted Ye Hao two formidable soul skills. One was the Azure Annihilation Divine Thunder, an exclusive skill of the azure bull python, and the other was the stagnation domain. When utilizing the external soul bone, horn-like protrusions would emerge from his head, enabling him to unleash the Azure Annihilation Divine Thunder. Furthermore, his mental prowess had multiplied several times over, sharpening his mind. Combined with the stagnation domain, it would provide unexpected surprises for his adversaries, an undeniable ace up his sleeve. Grateful for the Grim Reaper's timely intervention, Ye Hao resolved to exercise caution in future soul bone absorptions. Chapter 2:17. Tang San is furious and spits blood. His soul power had reached level 68, and Ye Hao secretly reveled in his progress. Though he remained wary, the azure bull python's final counterattack had indeed been terrifying. He would certainly remain vigilant in the future. The 100,000-year azure bull python's external soul bone had elevated his soul power by 3 levels, bringing him closer to level 70, now only 2 levels away. The transition from 60 to 70 was a pivotal milestone. The true manifestation of one's martial soul was of utmost importance to a soul master. The rabbit undoubtedly represented the optimal source for a soul ring. Were it an ordinary soul ring, akin to the 8th or 9th, Ye Hao would have never considered it. Just 2 soul skills, one an invincible body and the other teleportation, held immense significance in battle. However, in the hands of Ye Hao, who bore the heart of the Grim Reaper, it seemed somewhat excessive. As for the rabbit soul bone, Ye Hao had no need for it. He had already formulated a general plan for his soul bone arrangements. Everything was well within his control. After absorbing the soul bone, Ye Hao and Bibi Dong returned to the spirit hall. The first order of business was for Ye Hao to humbly seek guidance from Bibi Dong on how to control his own murderous intent. Due to Ye Hao's overwhelming desire to embrace his beloved daughter, he found himself in a predicament. Emerging from the city of slaughter, the aura of death he carried was excessively potent. Previously, he had almost frightened his daughter, and Ye Hao had no intention of being a dreadful father. To reign in his murderous intent, it was imperative to cultivate a tranquil heart. A calm heart? Ye Hao was puzzled. He felt more composed than ever before. Bibi Dong observed Ye Hao's confusion and smiled gently as she elucidated. During your time in the city of slaughter, you were embroiled in combat almost incessantly. In my youth, I was much like you. My 100 consecutive victories in the hellish arena were merely the tip of the iceberg. The true torment lies with those wretched souls dwelling in darkness. They're the real adversaries. After a brief pause, Bibi Dong added earnestly, my son, you must take the time to reflect. Since absorbing the divine spirit rings, your soul power has surged by 8 levels. Moreover, you must effectively manage your murderous aura for the sake of my granddaughter and for your daughter as well. In the coming days, it is vital that you learn to control your murderous intent. By the way, did you encounter Nana in the city of slaughter? Ye Hao nodded. Indeed, I did. Nana has achieved 34 consecutive victories in the city of slaughter. At this rate, it will likely take her over a year to emerge. However, just as I was departing, Tang San unexpectedly appeared there. Tang San, Bibi Dong's brow furrowed, her eyes glinting with a cold light. That fellow has ventured into the city of slaughter as well. It seems he is pursuing the domain of the god of slaughter. This is dire news. If Nana is there, Bibi Dong sighed inwardly, realizing the gravity of the situation. Given Tang San's nature, Nana's presence in the city of slaughter would undoubtedly be fraught with peril. Furthermore, the conflict between the spirit hall and the Haotian sect was well known. If Tang San were to discover Hu Laina's identity while she was in the city of slaughter, it would spell disaster. In anticipation of such a scenario, Ye Hao had already taken precautions. Before leaving the city of slaughter, he had utilized the heart of death to conceal Nana's aura, rendering it undetectable to ordinary individuals. Moreover, he had advised Nana to act with caution, to avoid direct contact with Tang San, and to steer clear of engaging in the same battle as him. This foresight was the greatest advantage of being a time traveler. Ye Hao was already aware of Tang San's future actions. While Hu Laina's presence in the city of slaughter posed a significant risk, he had implemented numerous measures to mitigate it, thereby substantially reducing her danger. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong finally felt a sense of relief. Meanwhile, under Bibi Dong's guidance, Ye Hao began the process of mastering the control of his murderous aura. Driven by the desire to embrace his daughter soon, Ye Hao was determined. At that moment, within the city of slaughter, the atmosphere had significantly lightened since Ye Hao's departure. Those who had previously refrained from venturing out began to emerge from the shadows. One day, Hu Laina, adorned with the mask bestowed upon her by Ye Hao, strode through the streets, her body stained with blood and a knife in hand, freshly victorious from her battle in the hellish arena, hastening towards her quarters. During Ye Hao's absence, Hu Laina had initially struggled to adapt, but gradually she had become immersed in her surroundings, truly becoming a part of the city of slaughter. At present, she had achieved 55 consecutive victories and earned the title of Hell's Envoy. Few dared to provoke her, and the fallen souls along her path scattered in fear. Avoiding any interaction, as she walked alone, surrounded by desolation, Hu Laina sighed, longing for the day she could escape this cursed place. She gazed up at the crimson night sky, lamenting that she had not seen the sun in nearly 6 months. In this sunless abyss, despair was a constant companion. However, as Bibi Dong's disciple, she possessed the head spirit bone from the previous tournament, and her left leg bore the blue-silver emperor's left leg bone, which Ye Hao had passed to Bibi Dong, who then gifted it to Hu Laina. With 2 powerful spirit bones at her disposal, it was merely a matter of time before she triumphed in the hellish arena. As she continued walking, she suddenly halted, her gaze drawn to a bustling corner where she spotted Tang San. In that moment, Tang San, wielding the Haotian hammer, was unleashing chaos in the city of slaughter, unable to suppress the turmoil within. Blood. Only blood could quell the fury burning in his heart. I hate this, Tang San roared, raising the Haotian hammer to crush a foe, causing them to spew blood, their chest caving in. Ye Hao, he cried, his eyes ablaze with rage as he glared into the distance. To Tang San, the fallen souls before him were merely reflections of Ye Hao. The slaughter continued unabated. Hu Laina watched for a moment before turning to leave without a backward glance. Since Tang San's arrival in the city of slaughter, she had no desire to engage with him. What's more, Hu Laina only wished to escape swiftly. Being in his presence made her feel utterly uncomfortable. Even if Tang Xin sought to provoke her, it would be futile. An individual without spirit bones could never compare to one endowed with two. In addition, as the Holy Maiden, Hulaina had her own plans and contingencies. In just 10 days, a notable change occurred. Ye Hao gradually tempered his murderous aura, and the scent of blood had vanished without a trace. Under Bibi Dong's tutelage, he became increasingly adept at navigating the domain of the god of slaughter. Within this realm, the strength of his foes would diminish by 10%, while his own power would amplify to 110%. However, as Ye Hao grew, the domain would also evolve in response. At last, Ye Hao was free of worries. His murderous intent was subdued, and the scent of blood had dissipated. It is time to attend to important matters. My precious daughter, I am coming. Ye Hao laughed heartily, hastening towards Qian Rinxue's chamber. For 10 long days, he had yearned to see his daughter, watching from afar. Once a solitary wanderer in his previous life, he was now a family man with a child, a daughter at that. Ye Hao felt his heart swell with warmth. He had exerted himself to suppress his murderous aura, all for the chance to embrace her soon. Along the way, Ye Hao's palms grew clammy with nervousness, his heart raced, and his breaths quickened. Finally, he arrived at Qian Rinxue's door, trembling as he opened it, only to behold a heartwarming scene. Qian Rinxue was gently laying their daughter in the crib, appearing to have just fallen asleep. Ye Hao tiptoed, quietly closing the door, careful not to make a sound. She is asleep? He whispered, gazing at the adorable child nestled in the crib, his heart melting completely. Yes, she just dozed off, Qian Rinxue nodded, her eyes filled with tenderness. With that, they stepped onto the balcony. Have you managed to control your murderous aura? Qian Rinxue asked immediately. Perfectly. Not only have I subdued my murderous intent, but my understanding of the domain of the god of slaughter has deepened immensely, Ye Hao replied, a sense of accomplishment evident in his tone. That's wonderful, Qian Rinxue said, her throat dry from the effort of lulling their daughter to sleep. Without hesitation, she drank from her cup, quenching her thirst. Ye Hao took the initiative to massage Qian Rinxue's shoulders, his strong hands kneading her fragrant skin with care. What is the current situation in Heavendoe City? He inquired suddenly. I have thoroughly cleared the city. The royal family of Heavendoe has virtually vanished. Recently, the last heir, Shueku, has been arranged for marriage. We are merely waiting for the right opportunity, Qian Rinxue explained. I've heard that you plan to take action against the three sects? Ye Hao nodded. Indeed, not only that, but she has also entrusted me with the task of annihilating the three sections. Currently, I have no clear strategy. Destroying the three sects is not a trivial matter. It must be executed with minimal cost to achieve ultimate victory. Indeed, Qian Rinxue replied gravely, acknowledging the need for careful deliberation. During my reign as the emperor of the Tiandou Empire, an exceedingly intriguing incident transpired in Tiandou City. Oh, do enlighten me, Ye Hao inquired with keen interest. Do you recall Lu Erlong? Qian Rinxue began. Of course, what of her? A few years ago, you brazenly crushed Xiaozhang's head before her eyes, leading her to believe that he was deceased. Subsequently, not long after the conclusion of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Tournament, Flander from Shrek Academy surprisingly wed Lu Erlong, throwing a grand banquet as if to ensure that everyone in Tiandou City was aware of it. Is that so? Ye Hao chuckled heartily. Flander has certainly expedited matters. Indeed, when Xiaozhang encountered misfortune, the sister found solace under the care of the elder brother. If only he knew, he could rest in peace. Is Xiaozhang aware of this? Ye Hao inquired with growing curiosity. He is undoubtedly aware, Qian Rinxue replied with a faint smile. During that period, the dungeon was anything but tranquil. We had to station numerous guards to oversee Xiaozhang day and night. He even experienced several impulses to end his own life. Constantly muttering. What did he mutter? Ye Hao raised an eyebrow. Merely curses directed at the spirit hall, alongside vehement denunciations of Flander. Ultimately, he was beaten, and since then, he has behaved considerably more submissively. After concluding her tale, Qian Rinxue stretched luxuriously, leaning against Ye Hao's embrace and closing her beautiful eyes, appearing drowsy. By the way, Ye Hao suddenly exclaimed, Xiaoxue, your angel spirit bone possesses a camouflage effect. I wonder if, as night fell, the starry sky shimmered brilliantly, the inky twilight enveloping the land, and the spirit hall thrived with vitality. Inside the hall of the Pope, Ye Hao was filled with joy, trembling as he held his daughter in his arms, overwhelmed with emotion. Since arriving in this world, he had never experienced such elation. He had finally embraced his daughter. Witnessing this scene, Qian Rinxue chuckled softly from her seat on the sofa, remarking that this was what life should be. Ye Hao's daughter was named Qian Qiuyue, from the little red bird, he learned that his daughter's spirit inherited from her mother, Qian Renshua, was a divine-level spirit called the Six-Winged Angel, with an innate soul power of level 20. Thus, she was born at the pinnacle of the continent. Ye Hao beamed, calling out, "Call me Daddy, Daddy." Qian Renshua shook her head with a wry smile. "She is only 3 months old. It will be quite challenging for her to address you as Daddy at this age." Observing Ye Hao, who was reluctant to part from his daughter, Qian Renshua felt a genuine sense of happiness. Presently, Ye Hao bore a heavy burden, tasked not only with confronting the 3 major sects, but also diligently preparing for the impending second examination. With his soul power reaching level 68, he found his daily training progress considerably lacking compared to before. Where there is a will, there is a way. A ship will find its course when it reaches the bridge, he reassured himself, unperturbed as he continued to channel his soul power for further cultivation. Days passed in a fulfilling and joyous manner, with daytime dedicated to training and handling affairs of the Spirit Hall, and evenings spent cherishing moments with his daughter. Half a year swiftly elapsed. One day, in the city of Slaughter, the hellish arena was alive with fervent voices, as all the fallen souls shouted in unison, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the King of Slaughter, whom they revered as a deity, supreme and inviolable. To speak ill of the King of Slaughter was to invite enmity from all fallen souls. At that moment, Tang San sat amidst the fallen, casting a displeased glance at Hulaina standing upon the arena stage, her true identity concealed by a mask. Consequently, Tang San had conducted thorough investigations into this hellish emissary. Discovering her prior closeness to Ye Hao, an enemy, Tang San's eyes blazed with fury. Anyone associated with Ye Hao was an adversary. Over the past 6 months, he had relentlessly pursued Hulaina with a series of assassination attempts. Yet, before he could draw near, an inexplicable force restrained him, rendering him unable to launch his assault on her. This left Tang San utterly perplexed, and to this day, he remained at a loss. Thus far, Tang San had emerged victorious in 77 matches, second only to Hulaina in the city of Slaughter, earning him the title of Azura King. Today, I am delighted. After a 6-month hiatus, the city of Slaughter has birthed another killing god. The King of Slaughter approached Hulaina, extending an invitation. "Hellish emissary, I hereby officially bestow upon you the title of Killing God, granting you unrestricted access to the city of Slaughter. Might you be interested in becoming my guest here?" Once again, Hulaina slowly shook her head, apologizing to the great King of Slaughter. "My objective is the Hell Road. I kindly request you to open the path to Hell." Another who sought the realm of the Killing God. Witnessing this, the King of Slaughter gritted his teeth in frustration, fully aware of the powerful figure standing behind Hulaina. Ultimately, he had no choice but to reluctantly open the passage to the Hell Road. Crimson light seeping from the floor, illuminating the entire arena. Simultaneously, a formidable suction force began to spread, mercilessly drawing some fallen souls within the arena into its depths. Those drawn into the abyss exhibited expressions of yearning, their gazes unwavering, as if willingly succumbing to the allure. "The blood sacrifice of the Hell Road, is it?" Hulaina murmured, noticing the passage had been opened. She stepped forward, then halted, her gaze fixing on Tang San, who sat in the stands with a serious expression. Tang San, taken aback, was momentarily at a loss. At that moment, Hulaina removed her mask. Tang San could no longer contain himself. "Who? Laina?" he gasped, his eyes widening, his body trembling violently. "Those from the Spirit Hall, you all deserve death." Tang San gritted his teeth, yearning to charge forward. Yet the King of Slaughter's penetrating gaze bore down upon him. In the city of Slaughter, one must adhere to the rules of the realm. Hulaina smirked slightly, casting a disdainful glance at Tang San. "Tang San, over these past 6 months, how many despicable means have you employed to seek my demise? Now that I am departing, do you truly need to see my true visage? Does it infuriate you?" Hulaina taunted. In that instant, Tang San's face contorted in rage. He longed to rush forth and eradicate Hulaina on the spot. "Spirit Hall, one day, I, Tang San, shall personally destroy you." Tang San vowed, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his body trembling with fury. "Tang San, do you still remember that rabbit?" Hulaina brought up. At this, Tang San could no longer restrain himself. He extended his left hand into the void, and the Haotian hammer materialized in his grasp. The fallen souls present gasped in shock. How dare he act in such a manner, especially in front of the King of Slaughter? His audacity was remarkable. "What have you done to Xiao Wu?" Tang San's eyes reddened, gripping the Haotian hammer so tightly that it creaked ominously. "Xiao Wu, this has always been Tang San's heartache. In the clutches of the Spirit Hall, Xiao Wu's fate was all too predictable. Oh, I forgot to tell you, long before the young master departed, his soul power had already reached level 60. Hulaina shook her head, a bitter smile gracing her lips. I fear that rabbit has likely become the sixth spirit ring of the young master by now. Upon hearing this, Tang San trembled violently, consumed by rage, disregarding the presence of the king of slaughter. He raised the Haotian hammer and swung it towards Hulaina. At that moment, the king of slaughter moved. Hulaina furrowed her delicate brows, instinctively retreating a few steps. How many lives had Tang San claimed in the city of slaughter? Her heart was tumultuous with unease. As Tang San's Haotian hammer drew ever closer, the king of slaughter suddenly stirred. He lifted his blood-red arm, and an inexplicable, formidable pressure bore down upon Tang San, rendering him unable to lift his head. His limbs lay sprawled on the ground, resembling a tortoise flattened against the earth. Tang San roared, his entire being trembling violently. The king of slaughter's gaze was icy, a hint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. In my city of slaughter, you must abide by its rules. Shura King, this is your first warning, and I hope it shall be your last. The chilling words of the king of slaughter echoed relentlessly in Tang San's mind. But he remained indifferent, his focus unwaveringly fixed on Hulaina, his heart swelling with regret. At the same time, a deep-seated loathing for the city of slaughter began to fester within him. The city of slaughter, a place steeped in sin, held no value for his existence. Tang San cursed silently. Hell's emissary, hasten to the path of hell, the king of slaughter remarked, casting a fleeting glance at Hulaina. Hulaina was momentarily taken aback, compelled to acknowledge the immense power of the king of slaughter. Truly, he was worthy of being the former sect leader of the Haotian clan, Tang Chun. His prowess surpassed all the titled Douluos she had ever encountered. A flicker of satisfaction danced within Hulaina, yet she found solace in the fact that they were in the city of slaughter, where Tang San dared not act recklessly. Bolstered by this confidence, she boldly removed her mask before Tang San, mocking him openly. In that moment, Hulaina's spirits soared, akin to a gentle spring breeze caressing her heart. King of slaughter, I take my leave, she said with a respectful gesture, before leaping towards the path of hell. Then, under Tang San's despondent gaze, Hulaina's figure vanished completely from the scene. Hulaina, Spirit Hall, Ye Hao. Tang San gritted his teeth, vowing one day, I shall make you all pay the price. For Xiao Wu's vengeance. He swore silently. Shortly after Hulaina's departure, the shackles binding Tang San dissipated entirely. However, the surrounding fallen ones suddenly wore hostile expressions, regarding Tang San as their enemy without exception. Dare you show disrespect to the great king of slaughter? Shura King, you possess great audacity. Kill him. Do not think that your 77 consecutive victories make you invincible. I have slain men like you for years. Finish him. The crowd clamored, undoubtedly pushing Tang San into the eye of the storm. The fallen ones revered the king of slaughter as a deity. Tang San's offense was tantamount to courting death. In that moment, all the fallen ones in the city of slaughter seethed with rage, awaiting Tang San's departure to swarm him and end his life. Tang San's expression darkened. Xiao Wu's demise had shattered his composure, his murderous intent seeking an outlet. He scanned the surroundings, fixating on those who mocked him. You all have sealed your fates. The city of slaughter, a realm rife with evil and darkness, is unworthy of existence in this world. Just wait. Once I achieve 100 victories in the hellish arena and obtain the domain of the god of slaughter, I shall personally bring about its destruction. With a face as cold as ice, Tang San departed step by step. Meanwhile, a new wave of slaughter resumed. Half a month later, on this day, Hulaina, having been absent for over a year, unexpectedly returned to the Spirit Hall. The first thing she did was seek out Ye Hao to recount the events of that day. What a delightful mockery, Ye Hao exclaimed, applauding Hulaina. Currently, Tang San has achieved 77 consecutive victories. I believe he will reach 100 in due time. He looked at Hulaina, smiling. Nana, you have worked hard. Hulaina shook her head, offering a wry smile. Young master, it was nothing. Tang San's performance in the city of slaughter was indeed remarkable, especially when he learned of my close ties with you. During that time, he was always lurking around, even attempting a series of assassinations against me. Thankfully, I had your prior preparations, or I might have remained trapped in the city of slaughter forever. Reflecting on Tang San's astonishing methods still sent shivers down her spine. Ye Hao smiled gently. It is good that you returned safely. Your situation resembles mine when I first arrived. The murderous aura is difficult to control. To this, Hulaina solemnly nodded. Since leaving the city of slaughter and returning to the Spirit Hall, her mind had been restless. At times, Even a passing disciple of the spirit hall would cause her to feel tense. I must seek my mother. She once stayed in the city of slaughter. This murderous aura of mine can only be resolved by her. With that, Hulaina performed a respectful bow and departed. As Hulaina left, Ye Hao gazed towards the city of slaughter, murmuring, "It is a foregone conclusion that Tang San will obtain the domain of the god of slaughter, but before departing, he will undoubtedly seek to destroy the city of slaughter. That is his consistent style." After Hulaina's departure, I mistakenly believed that I had revealed the news of Xiao Wu's death to Tang San, which undoubtedly held significant importance to him. Once Tang San leaves the city of slaughter, my soul power will also reach level 70. Thus, why not stage a grand performance before him, aiming to infuriate him at once? "Come here," Ye Hao commanded. A disciple of the spirit hall approached him. "Young master, what are your instructions?" "Send personnel to scout the forest surrounding the city of slaughter. Report immediately upon discovering Tang San's whereabouts." "Understood." The disciple promptly bowed and departed. 3 months passed, and during this time, the calm persisted. The continent welcomed a temporary peace, as the two great empires remained silent, showing no signs of activity. Ye Hao stayed in the Pope's Hall, where just recently his soul power finally broke through to level 70. The second examination had begun. He waited for Tang San to emerge from the city of slaughter. In his leisure time, he devoted himself to his daughter, cherishing moments of familial bliss. Bibi regarded her granddaughter as a treasure, often holding Yuer, even through the night. Mother has poured all her love into Yuer. Even I, as her daughter, feel a pang of jealousy. Even Qianrenxue, as a mother, feels embarrassed. Ye Hao chuckled, reassuring Qianrenxue as he patted her shoulder. This is what they call intergenerational affection. But this is also for the best. Ye Hao smiled mysteriously, playfully nudging the blushing Qianrenxue. The following morning, Ye Hao finally received news of Tang San. Reporting to young master, Tang San has left the city of slaughter and is currently headed to the Moon Pavilion in Tiando City, the anxious disciple of the Spirit Hall relayed. Indeed, he has gone to the Moon Pavilion. Tang San has nowhere else to go, apart from it. Ye Hao waved his hand, and the disciple bowed and exited. He must be seeking to learn how to suppress his murderous aura. This is a splendid opportunity. Without further ado, Ye Hao made his way to the Elder Hall. There, he encountered the imprisoned Xiao Wu. She was confined within a cell, surrounded by numerous titled Douluos. Even with her extraordinary abilities, escape was impossible. Upon seeing Ye Hao, Xiao Wu transformed. Her eyes turned red, and her fur bristled. "Ye Hao, I will kill you for Daming and Erming's revenge," she screamed, shaking the iron bars frantically, her demeanor frenzied. "Rabbit, your time has come," Ye Hao remarked nonchalantly, causing Xiao Wu to tremble uncontrollably. Gradually, she subdued her fury, her expression shifting dramatically as she slumped to the ground. Her eyes filled with fear as she gazed at Ye Hao. Has the moment finally arrived? But Xiao Wu does not wish to die. "Brother, when will you come to rescue me?" Xiao Wu cried out, her sobs heart-wrenching. Seeing this, Ye Hao shook his head in exasperation, removing the heart of death from his hairpin and absorbing Xiao Wu within it. "I will take you to see Tang San now." Ye Hao grinned mischievously. With that, his figure flickered and vanished from the spot. Emerging from the spirit hall, he rapidly soared towards the direction of Heaven Do City. Meanwhile, within the city, before the Moon Pavilion, Tang San, clad in a dark robe, wore a grim expression. Ever since his departure from the city of slaughter, he had undergone a profound transformation, exuding an overwhelming aura of malevolence, accompanied by a pungent scent of blood. The city of slaughter shall face its annihilation. Tang San sneered, for he had already infused the magma of the Hell Road with the devastating poison he had concocted before leaving that cursed place. While it may not be as potent as the blood-colored swan kiss recorded in the Eye of Ice and Fire, it was more than sufficient to cause the magma to boil and obliterate the city of slaughter. As he traversed the streets of the city, countless onlookers instinctively recoiled, their expressions betraying their unease. Who is this man? Tang San paid them no heed, continuing his strides until he reached the entrance of the Moon Pavilion. Just as he intended to enter, he was halted by 2 elegantly attired guards, who declared that no one in disheveled attire was permitted entry. "Those contemptible fools," Tang San growled, akin to a feral beast. The 2 guards shuddered, their bodies turning icy as if plunged into a frozen abyss. In an instant, Tang San seized the arms of the men obstructing his path and twisted with ferocity. The air was soon filled with their agonized screams as they collapsed to the ground, clutching their shattered bones and wailing in despair. The surrounding crowd hastily parted, fearing for their own safety. "If it weren't for the fact that you are related to my aunt, I would have slain you already. Consider this a lesson." With an impassive expression, Tang San strode into the Moon Pavilion. Inside, The patrons hastily vacated the vicinity, for this man emanated the presence of a death god, an entity to be feared and avoided. He ascended the staircase with practiced ease, arriving at Tang Hao's chamber. At the moment he opened the door, he found Tang Yuehua already present. She paused in surprise, exclaiming, "Little San, you have finally returned from the city of slaughter." A smile illuminated her face. However, Tang Hao furrowed his brows, grasping Tang Yuehua's hand and shaking his head slowly. The current Tang San was utterly terrifying. The stench of blood that clung to him made even Tang Hao break into a cold sweat. What atrocities had this boy committed in the city of slaughter? Little San, Tang Hao spoke softly. Subsequently, Tang San shed his dark robe, revealing his tattered clothing and bloodied physique, marred by ghastly scars upon his chest. It was evident that his years in the city of slaughter had been anything but kind. Witnessing this, Tang Yuehua staggered back in disbelief, covering her delicate mouth. Her eyes filled with compassion. Just then, a student from a moon pavilion approached Tang Yuehua, casting a fearful glance at Tang San before whispering something in her ear. The sympathy that had graced her features vanished, replaced by a frown. Tang Yuehua gestured for the student to leave before placing her hands on her hips and confronting Tang San. "Little San, did you truly break the arms of my two gatekeepers?" Faced with Tang Yuehua's inquiry, Tang San did not refute her. Instead, he nodded earnestly. "Those two were short-sighted. Having known me for years at the Moon Pavilion, they failed to recognize me." Just as he was about to unleash further words, Tang San bit his tongue, suppressing his frustration. To everyone's astonishment, Tang Yuehua raised her arm and, with a swift motion, delivered a sharp slap to Tang San's right cheek. The resounding crack echoed in the air, leaving Tang San momentarily stunned as he gaped at Tang Yuehua. "Aunt, why did you?" The tempest of his wrath was quelled under the icy glare from Tang Hao. "You have truly disappointed me, Tang San." Tang Yuehua shook her head, a disappointment palpable. "Those two have only just arrived. How could they possibly know you? Moreover, you incessantly speak of the path of death. Are you truly so idle?" Tang San stood bewildered, his expression a mixture of confusion and shock. "What you should be focusing on now is your cultivation, to enhance your strength and restore the glory of the Haotian sect. Your father sent you to the city of slaughter for this very purpose. Yet what have you done? You have caused your aunt great disappointment." As she spoke, Tang Yuehua covered her face, tears streaming down her cheeks. Though Tang Hao was filled with rage, he felt helpless. Currently, Ain was within the spirit hall, teetering between life and death. If he could, Tang Hao would have wished to strike her down, only to be reborn with another. Curse it, he had raised a rebellious son. "Little San, you have truly disappointed your father," Tang Hao said slowly, shaking his head, leaving Tang San at a loss for words. Suddenly, Tang San burst into tears, resembling a wronged child. "Father, I encountered Ye Hao in the city of slaughter, and then I met the saintess of the spirit hall, Hulaina. She told me that Xiao Wu has been killed by Ye Hao." Tang San cradled his head, sobbing uncontrollably, collapsing into despair. Perhaps it was the emotional toll of his experiences in the city of slaughter that had weighed heavily upon him. And now, with everything spilling forth, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief. "What? You encountered Ye Hao?" Tang Hao was taken aback, hastily asking, "Did he do anything to you?" "No," Tang San wept, wiping away his tears. "When I arrived, Ye Hao had already achieved 100 victories in the Hell's killing field and left right before my eyes." After a brief pause, he continued, 3 months ago, Hulaina also accomplished 100 victories in the Hell's killing field and informed me about Xiao Wu. I loathe the spirit hall. I will kill Ye Hao to avenge Xiao Wu." With that, Tang San cried out again, his wails echoing in anguish as he pounded the ground with his fists, drawing blood. Those who heard him were moved to tears, and for reasons unknown, Tang Hao's eyes grew moist. "Little San, rise." Tang Hao helped him to his feet. Speaking earnestly, "Do not be disheartened. Although Ye Hao killed Xiao Wu, I still feel that there is something peculiar about her, an indescribable feeling." "Father, what do you mean?" Tang San stared at Tang Hao, bewildered by his words. Yet Tang Hao paid him no mind, sensing only Tang San's simmering rage. "I loved Ain sincerely, and that love is what brought you into this world. A Yin's true form is that of the blue-silver emperor, while Xiao Wu's true form is." Tang Hao struggled to find the words, recalling the tales from years past when Tang Xiao returned. Back then, they had feasted upon the soft-boned rabbit in the wilderness, which could very well have been. In that moment, Tang Hao was rendered utterly speechless. He was a stubborn man, unwilling to allow his son to associate with such soul beasts. "Father, Xiao Wu is pure. I believe in her," Tang San declared with unwavering conviction. Seeing his resolve, Tang Hao fell silent, feeling a sense of frustration rising within him. What was the point of this? After all, that rabbit was already dead. Furthermore, he had plans to form an alliance with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. This would surely bolster the Haotian sect's strength. Little San, regardless of Xiao Wu's nature. Do you still love her? Tang Hao asked solemnly, the question bearing significant weight. I love Xiao Wu, whether she is human or soul beast. My feelings remain unchanged. Tang San asserted with certainty. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao found himself unable to shake off the weight of his thoughts. With a heavy sigh, he acknowledged that the rabbit was indeed dead. Dwelling on it further served no purpose. Little San, from now on, focus on your cultivation and strive to elevate your soul power to 60 as soon as possible. However, Tang San hesitated, his eyes turning crimson. Ye Hao already possesses a 100,000-year soul ring. How can I possibly contend with him? That soul ring belonged to Xiao Wu. The difference between having a 100,000-year soul ring and not having one is akin to heaven and earth. Amidst his turmoil, Tang San felt a flicker of envy stir within him. That was a 100,000-year soul ring, the very object of every soul master's dreams. Both Tang San and Tang Hao yearned for such an elusive treasure. Soul masters, after all, place immense importance on soul rings and soul bones. Tang Hao sighed deeply, a wave of helplessness washing over him. He felt adrift, uncertain, for Ye Hao's 100,000-year soul ring made him a formidable adversary. On that day, even with his elder brother's assistance, they would scarcely stand a chance against Ye Hao. Now, with Ye Hao possessing a 100,000-year soul ring, could they still be rivals to the Spirit Hall? Father, I too yearn for a 100,000-year soul ring. Tang San's eyes sparkled with desire. Do not reach for the unattainable. Focus on absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring first, Tang Hao admonished, patting Tang San's shoulder. If I had known, I would have captured that rabbit instead of letting her join the Spirit Hall. Chapter 219. Slaying the Rabbit Before Tang San. In the bustling city of Tiando, life went on as usual, with vehicles continuously streaming past, creating a vibrant atmosphere. It had been 5 days since Tang San's return, during which he had been learning from Tang Yuehua how to control and suppress his murderous aura. The acquisition of the God of Death's domain had significantly enhanced Tang San's strength. However, now he found himself increasingly despondent, especially after hearing that Ye Hao had obtained a 100,000-year soul ring, which left Tang San with little confidence in his ability to defeat him. Outside the Moon Pavilion, Ye Hao concealed himself using the Heart of Death, striding confidently into the establishment without arousing any suspicion. Inside, he encountered numerous individuals, students performing musical compositions, nobles practicing etiquette, and various distinguished ladies from high society. It was undeniably a gathering place for the elite. In that moment, Ye Hao finally spotted Tang San, who was presently learning to play the harp. While he could utilize hidden weapons, mastering the musical composition was an infinitely more challenging endeavor. Alas, this was the decision made by Tang Hao and Tang Yuehua, and Tang San dared not defy them. The harmonious strains of the harp seemed to soothe the turbulence within, filling the room with a gentle ambience. Yet, despite this, Tang San remained restless. Xiao Wu, he murmured to himself, flames of fury flickering in his eyes. Xiao Wu was dead and had become Ye Hao's soul ring, igniting an overwhelming rage within Tang San. As the piece came to a close, all eyes turned to Tang San. He remained motionless, his rough, calloused fingers resting on the harp, creating a stark contrast with the other students. Those who studied here were undoubtedly offspring of prominent families, the epitome of nobility. In contrast, Tang San, dressed simply and being a transfer student, attracted a multitude of scornful glances from the aristocratic youths, their disdain almost palpable. Is he a commoner? One noble student ventured to inquire. Surely not. Could he truly be a commoner? What right does a commoner have to study at the Moon Pavilion? Mocking voices cascaded around him, and gradually, the blood-red hue crept into Tang San's gaze. Ye Hao observed from the sidelines, intrigued. In this land, the utmost authority belonged to the imperial power. Next in line were the nobles, creating an insurmountable chasm between the aristocracy and the commoners. Tang San, a commoner amidst the noble circle, felt as out of place as a lone wolf among a flock of pristine sheep, struggling to remain inconspicuous. Silence. Tang San's voice thundered, imbued with an otherworldly resonance. As if an envoy from the depths of hell, a palpable chill emanated from him, his cold, murderous aura swiftly enveloping the room, permeating every corner. The once mocking nobles were now rendered pale, anxiety gripping their very beings. One by one, they rose, gazing at Tang San, who now appeared as a demon incarnate. In that moment, fear gripped them entirely. Utter another word, and I shall slay you. Tang San's eyes glowed crimson as he rose slowly, 5 soul rings manifesting beneath him. Suddenly, a warm aura wafted in from a distance. It was Tang Yuehua, her hands crossed before her, emanating a gentle energy that gradually raised the room's temperature. Seizing the opportunity, the nobles fled in haste, abandoning their aristocratic airs in the face of imminent death, proving that even the nobility were less valiant than commoners when confronted with peril. Help! Murder! The cries echoed as they scattered, leaving the room eerily empty. Xiao San, you still cannot control your murderous aura. Tang Yuehua approached slowly, having witnessed the entire scene unfold. As Tang San's murderous intent receded, the crimson in his eyes faded back to normal, and the god of death's domain dissipated. The circle of nobility, Ye Hao mused thoughtfully. Though Tang Yuehua cannot cultivate soul power, her noble aura serves as an innate domain, soothing inner turmoil and seemingly counteracting the god of death's domain, a considerable nuisance. However, it appears that the infiltration mission for Hao Ian's sect may commence from here. Tang Yuehua sighed deeply. Xiao San, let's conclude for today. You should rest and gradually familiarize yourself with this environment. It is a lengthy process. Seeing this, Tang San ceased to protest and made his way outside. Being within the noble circle only served to discomfort him. The opportunity has arrived. Ye Hao's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and he followed Tang San. The moon pavilion was vast, and as they walked, Ye Hao felt an overwhelming desire to lose himself within its corridors. Truly, the moon pavilion is impressive. This etiquette academy is immense, Ye Hao remarked, shaking his head in disbelief. The opulent decor rivaled even the grandeur of the Tiandou Imperial Palace. Following Tang San, they arrived at his room, located on the top floor, offering a sanctuary free from disturbances. For Tang San, a tranquil space for cultivation was essential. The interior exuded an air of nobility, perfectly aligning with the moon pavilion's own stature. Damn Ye Hao, one day I shall avenge Xiao Wu by slaying you. Tang San gritted his teeth, his face contorted with fury. How dare you? Ye Hao shivered, furrowing his brow. To audaciously speak ill of him in such proximity was utterly intolerable. Swiftly, Ye Hao activated the barriers of the heart of death, enveloping Tang San's room within its confines. Who goes there? Tang San sensed something amiss. His years in the city of slaughter, honing his acute observational skills. The slightest disturbance could hardly escape his keen eyes. The surroundings were cloaked in a gray haze, and Tang San surveyed the area, bewildered by the occurrence. Tang San, Ye Hao called out, causing Tang San to startle and whirl around. Ye Hao. Tang San blinked in astonishment. It is you. The Hao Qian hammer materialized in his grasp, its 4 soul rings illuminating and swirling around it. Concurrently, he unleashed the god of death's domain, white murderous energy unfurling around him. You are not the only one with the god of death's domain. Ye Hao replied with a faint smile, activating his own domain. In that moment, the 2 domains clashed, the air thick with murderous intent, bloodlust surging to the heavens as both their eyes glowed crimson. The turbulent energies caused the heart of death to quiver slightly, and the very structure of the room threatened to shatter. Curse it! Tang San ground his teeth in frustration. Ye Hao's domain was evidently more formidable, and he felt an unprecedented pressure gradually enveloping him. In that instant, Tang San's domain was shattered, sending him hurtling backward, his body engulfed in an unnatural chill. You despicable fiend! Tang San struggled to rise, a grave expression etched across his face. Is it the only line you have? Ye Hao retracted his domain, nonchalantly waving his right hand as 6 chains manifested, binding Tang San. Within the heart of death, Ye Hao was nearly invincible. Ye Hao, what do you intend to do? Tang San bellowed, attempting to break free from the restraints of the heart of death. Ye Hao smiled softly. Fear not, I shall not kill you. I merely wish for you to reunite with an old acquaintance. Old acquaintance? Tang San was momentarily taken aback. Then, before his bewildered gaze, Xiao Wu materialized. Xiao Wu. Tang San was overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down his face. Xiao Wu is alive. Brother. Xiao Wu exclaimed, mirroring his joy. The 2 exchanged smiles. Having been apart for over a year, their hearts brimming with happiness at their reunion. However, at that moment, they found themselves bound by chains, unable to move. This is not the time for your reunion. Ye Hao's words shattered their moment of connection, and they glared at him with animosity. Ye Hao, let me go. Xiao Wu shouted furiously. What audacity this rabbit had. Ye Hao's expression darkened as he approached Xiao Wu. In an instant, he struck her across the face, leaving her dazed and spitting out 2 teeth. No. Tang San felt a sharp pain in his heart. Witnessing Xiao Wu's injury sent him into a frenzy. Rabbit. Tang San, Ye Hao sneered. Today is your last meeting, and I can assure you it is the final one in this lifetime. At that moment, Tang San sensed something was amiss and cried out, Ye Hao, release Xiao Wu. Release her? Can you release me? If so, I might consider it. Ye Hao replied with feigned interest. This. Tang San was taken aback. It was clearly impossible for him to let Ye Hao go. Seeing Tang San fall into silence, Ye Hao couldn't help but laugh. You see, Rabbit, Tang San clearly does not love you. Xiao Wu was momentarily stunned, but then a surge of anger welled up within her. Do not sow discord between my brother and me, she retorted, her half-swollen face struggling to articulate her thoughts. Feelings? What kind of feelings could a spirit beast like you have for a human? Humans kill your kind, and yet you don't loathe him. Instead, you have developed affection for him. That is betrayal. You traitor among spirit beasts, a disgrace. Ye Hao glared at Xiao Wu, his fury palpable. Xiao Wu fell silent, her eyes swirling in confusion as if pondering something. Time's up, Ye Hao announced, clapping his hands. Suddenly, the Death Spider Emperor materialized behind him, and the 6 soul rings beneath his feet made Tang San's eyes burn with envy. 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years. Tang San gasped. 10,000-year soul ring. His jealousy ignited. That was a soul ring of 100,000 years, a rarity in the Soul Master world. And Ye Hao was so young, yet he possessed one. He truly deserved to die. At the same time, Xiao Wu shuddered violently, trembling all over. Gazing at the vibrant 100,000-year soul ring, she could almost envision her own demise. Ye Hao transformed his right arm into a spider spear, pressing it firmly against Xiao Wu's neck. No! Tang San's eyes turned crimson as he trembled uncontrollably. Ye Hao, if Xiao Wu suffers even the slightest harm today, I will personally destroy the spirit hall in this lifetime. Tang San roared, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. If I release her, will you still destroy the spirit hall? If that's the case, why should I let her go? Ye Hao responded indiferently. Then, under Tang San's despairing gaze, Xiao Wu cried out in agony, spewing forth ancient blood from her mouth as excruciating pain coursed through her body. The spider spear pierced through her chest, crimson blood gradually soaking her clothes. Ye Hao remained expressionless, feeling the warmth of her blood upon the spear. Tang San's fury escalated, tears streaming down his face. Xiao Wu, Wu. His helpless cries could not prevent the unfolding tragedy. His eyes were bloodshot, his temples throbbing with rage. He was furious. Xiao Wu was dying right before him. 6 chains bound Tang San, rendering him powerless to alter the course of events. Tang San coughed up blood, and in that moment, he embodied the most terrifying figure. His face was dark as storm clouds, the death of Xiao Wu stripping away the meaning of his existence. Xiao Wu's screams of anguish echoed as she sensed the ebbing of her life. Ye Hao withdrew the bloodied spear before Tang San's eyes, killing Xiao Wu before him. Tang San, I shall graciously accept Xiao Wu's soul ring. Ye Hao smiled slightly, entirely unfazed by Tang San's murderous glare, which felt as if it could drag one into the depths of hell. His expression was as dark as a storm cloud. Xiao Wu's eyes were glazed over, and in her dazed state, she cast one last look at Tang San, extending her arm in a desperate attempt to reach him. Before her arm could rise, her head drooped completely. Subsequently, Xiao Wu reverted to her original form, a pink, blood-soaked soft-bone rabbit. At that moment, she lay motionless on the ground, utterly devoid of life. Soon after, a brilliant 100,000-year soul ring appeared. Its vibrant red hue was mesmerizing. Simultaneously, a piece of pink soul bone broke free from Xiao Wu's body. 100,000-year soft-bone rabbit, right arm bone. Ye Hao examined it with admiration, stating, The quality is quite good, thank you, Tang San. Tang San's eyes widened in disbelief, trembling uncontrollably. Xiao Wu, Ye Hao, you will pay for this. I will kill you. You have sealed your fate. Tang San shouted in rage. Ye Hao casually dug in his ears and then sat cross-legged. The rabbit's soul ring, guided by Ye Hao's soul power, ascended to his 6th soul ring. Having reached level 70 a month ago, the 7th soul ring was now within his grasp. He had slain the rabbit before Tang San's eyes and was now absorbing the 100,000-year soul ring right in front of him. Killing the rabbit was a blow to the heart. He paid no heed to Tang San's cries. Regardless of how he screamed, Ye Hao remained unmoved. During the absorption of the soul ring, Ye Hao remained cautious. The intimidation from the heavenly blue bull python was immense, and he had nearly met his demise last time. Simultaneously, the scythe mark on his forehead glowed, casting a dark light upon the soft-boned rabbit's soul bone before him. Ah! Xiao Wu's cries abruptly ceased. Ye Hao, what have you done? Tang San gritted his teeth, glaring at him with venomous intensity. For eternity, you shall not be reborn. A simple statement plunged Tang San into despair. Tang San's curses were harsh, but soon, the lightning from the chains served as a harsh lesson. Time passed slowly. Ye Hao severed Xiao Wu's lingering soul. Absorbing the soul ring became remarkably easy. As the sun set, Ye Hao slowly awakened. Glancing at the stable seventh soul ring beneath him, he nodded in satisfaction. Reaching level 73 in soul power is quite commendable. Meanwhile, a voice echoed in his mind, the voice of the god of death. Second assessment of the god of death. Obtain a 100,000-year soul ring based on the seventh soul ring. Assessment passed. Rewards. God of death, 10% affinity with Azura. Total 15%. A wave of comfort washed over Ye Hao as he experienced a sudden elevation in power, the black scythe mark on his forehead flickering ominously. I will kill you. Tang San seethed, smoke rising from his body, tears and snot smeared across his face. At that moment, a different voice resonated. Third assessment. Prevent the destruction of the city of slaughter. Resolve existing threats within the city. Time limit. 1 year. Reward. God of death, 15% affinity with Azura. This third assessment seems rather simple. Ye Hao mused, stroking his chin as he approached Tang San. Looking at the disheveled Tang San, he inquired, Tang San, after leaving the city of slaughter, did you encounter poison beneath the magma of the road to hell? At Ye Hao's inquiry, Tang San's eyes widened in shock. How'd he know? No, I didn't. Tang San stubbornly denied. However, Ye Hao delivered a solid punch to Tang San's abdomen, causing him to vomit. Don't think I don't know. Destroying the city of slaughter will only plunge the continent into darkness. Those are the places where the spirit hall confines the evil soul masters. You have destroyed it. Have you considered the implications for the entire Douluo Continent? Ye Hao admonishit citerni. Tang San lifted his head, a slight smirk gracing his lips. What concern is the Douluo Continent to me? Anything that brings me anguish deserves to be obliterated. The city of slaughter should never have existed. It only fills me with revulsion, Tang San retorted fiercely. Yet, moments later, he received a severe beating from Ye Hao. You understand nothing. Though the city of slaughter is brutal, what good can be found among those who enter? Every creature and structure has its intrinsic value and significance. And the city of slaughter is no exception. As he spoke, Ye Hao delivered another punch to Tang San. What right do you have to pass judgment on the lives and deaths of others, to negate anyone's worth? Wouldn't you agree, Tang San? You. Tang San gazed at Ye Hao in astonishment, disbelief flooding his eyes. What did you just say? His body convulsed, panic reaching its zenith. I said nothing. Ye Hao replied with a faint smile, turning to retrieve the lifeless body of the soft-boned rabbit from the ground. I'm off to enjoy some rabbit meat. Ye Hao stored it within his soul guide ring. After all, a 100,000-year-old rabbit was a tremendous supplement. Stop. Put Xiao Wu down. What do you mean by that? Ye Hao dismissed him nonchalantly, waving his hand. Think whatever you like. Take your time to ponder it. This is quite dull. After saying this, Ye Hao retracted the heart of death. At that moment, Tang San broke free from his restraints. Like an arrow loose from its bow, he lunged toward Ye Hao. Simultaneously, Ye Hao turned and kicked Tang San away, the wall behind him unable to withstand the force of Tang San's onslaught. The disparity between a soul king and a soul sage was insurmountable. Chapter 220, Punishment of Tang Hao. Tang San was currently at the bottleneck of level 59, merely a step away from reaching level 60. In stark contrast, having absorbed a 100,000-year spirit ring, Ye Hao now possessed his 7th spirit ring, the true body of martial soul. In terms of both soul power and physical prowess, Ye Hao overwhelmingly surpassed Tang San. Tang San felt as if his internal organs had been rearranged, the tremendous impact radiating throughout his chest. He suddenly found himself embedded in the wall. Yet the force had not entirely dissipated. The residual power even overwhelmed him, causing the wall behind him to collapse, and both Tang San and the wall were sent flying, leaving the room in disarray. Meanwhile, at the central lake of the Moon Pavilion, a pavilion stood. Second brother, Xiao San's personality has changed too drastically. I truly doubt whether sending him to the city of slaughter was a wise decision. Tang Yuehua spoke with lingering trepidation. Had she not arrived in time, the fate of those students would have been uncertain. Though their lives were not at stake, injuries were inevitable. Moreover, the name Tang San was exceedingly sensitive. If the people of Tiando City discovered that Tang San was residing in the Moon Pavilion, the consequences would be unimaginable. There would be no place for Tang San to hide across the entire Douluo Continent. After all, bearing the title of traitor and associating with Soul Beast was not something one could easily shake off. Tang Hao remained silent for a long time, reminiscing about Tang San's childhood when he was obedient. Since embarking on the path of a Soul Master and formally joining Shrek Academy, everything about him had changed. Could it be that Shrek Academy was the catalyst? A resounding crash interrupted Tang Hao's thoughts. What is happening? What is going on? Tang Yuehua's brow furrowed. The two exited the pavilion, searching for the source of the noise. It was a familiar figure plummeting at an alarming speed. Xiao San. Tang Yuehua's complexion turned pale, covering her small mouth in shock, rendered speechless. At that moment, Tang Hao leaped into action, soaring like an arrow toward the place where Tang San was falling. Upon seeing his bloodied son, whose life hung in the balance, Tang Hao's rage ignited. As he focused, he recognized an exceedingly familiar figure. In that instant, Tang Hao's pupils constricted, the murderous intent in his eyes waning slightly, instinctively stepping back. Ye Hao. Tang Hao felt a sudden dryness in his throat. Why had Ye Hao appeared here? Could it be that he intended to kill Xiao San? Ye Hao descended from above, a solemn expression gracing his features. Tang Hao. It has been a long time. Ye Hao was simulated faintly. It had only been a little over a year. Yet Ye Hao could clearly perceive that Tang Hao was far weaker than before. The loss of an arm and a leg had severely diminished his strength. His current soul power barely reached 79. As for the two vital sect inheritance soul bones, they were now firmly in the hands of the spirit hall, making retrieval impossible. At present, Tang Hao was a pariah of the sect. Ye Hao, do not push your luck. Tang Hao Godao Sopti. Undeterred despite his weakened state when confronted by his nemesis, Xiao San. At that moment, Tang Yuehua rushed over. Upon seeing Ye Hao standing there and Tang San, unconscious and possibly lifeless, her eyes ignited with fury. Spirit Hall, you've gone too far. My second brother has already been crippled, and now my nephew is in this state. Will you not relent? Tears welled in Tang Yuehua's eyes as she questioned vehemently. There's a saying, if you do not eliminate the roots of a problem, the spring winds will allow it to grow again. Ye Hao responded dismissively, casting a glance at Tang Yuehua. Mercy towards enemies is cruelty towards oneself. Ye Hao cast a serious look at the three before him. Hao Tian Sect, Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. You represent the Soul Master world today. Anyone who obstructs my path will be ruthlessly eradicated, and today, I will make an example of this father and son. As he spoke, Ye Hao unleashed his domain of the god of death. The area surrounding him began to freeze, the murderous aura gradually spreading, enveloping the world in a blanket of white. Tang Yuehua set down the unconscious Tang San, preparing to activate her noble circle. But Tang Hao halted her. Having lost his left leg and right arm, Tang Hao could only walk with difficulty, supported by his soul power. He brandished the Haotian hammer, its 9 spirit rings entwined, radiating a crimson glow. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red. Ye Hao, today, let's conclude our enmity here. Dare you engage me in a duel? Tang Hao called out loudly. A crowd had gathered, drawn by the earlier commotion. They gazed in shock at the spirit rings beneath Tang Hao's feet, an unparalleled title Douluo. Moreover, a title Douluo with 100,000-year spirit ring. Tang Hao understood that Ye Hao's martial soul fusion technique was exceedingly formidable. If unleashed, he would stand no chance. In the current situation, Tang Hao had no avenue of escape. He could only brace himself for battle. Even if it meant certain death, he would fight for his son. The domains of the god of death collided in an instant, creating a stalemate. Tang Hao, today I shall fulfill your wish. Ye Hao, having just entered the realm of Soul Sage, noted that Tang Hao's strength had significantly diminished. Had he still possessed the might of the Haotian law, Ye Hao would have had to consider his actions carefully. However, today was different from the past. A dying camel is still larger than a horse. Ye Hao had to take this seriously. In an instant, he completed the possession of the Death Spider Emperor, and, simultaneously, 7 spirit rings rose from beneath his feet, 2 of which were 100,000-year spirit ring. Tang Yuehua could hardly believe her eyes. Her second brother's 100,000-year spirit ring had come from a yin sacrifice. Yet, Ye Hao possessed 2 such rings. How had he achieved this? The brilliant light tinged Tang Hao's cheeks crimson, and upon seeing the 100,000-year spirit rings at Ye Hao's feet, tranquility was no longer an option. Tang Hao. Ye Hao's lips curled into a slight smile, intending to provoke him. Do you know where my 200,000-year spirit rings come from? One is from that 100,000-year-old rabbit I just slaughtered. As for the other, it belongs to you. With the conversation reaching this point, it is evident that Tang Hao has come to understand. This time, Tang Hao was utterly enraged. His countenance darkened as he staggered towards Ye Hao. Ayin, Ayin, Ayin. Who could have imagined that this reunion would be the last in this lifetime? Gazing at the 10,000-year soul ring beneath Ye Hao's feet, Tang Hao felt a bitter ache in his eyes. Now, he held but one intention: to kill him, regardless of the repercussions he might face. Those concerns had become inconsequential. Ye Hao, today, I shall ensure your demise. Tang Hao bellowed fiercely, wielding the Haotian hammer in his left hand, and swung it directly at Ye Hao. The hammer expanded in the wind, swiftly reaching an unfathomable size. The ice upon the lake shattered instantly, and Ye Hao felt an unprecedented pressure bearing down upon him. The last time Tang Hao had been this furious was when Qin Xuanji relentlessly pursued Ayin, ultimately leading to the sacrificial event. A similar scene, yet with a different outcome. Ayin, that name was Tang Hao's Achilles heel. Ye Hao transformed his arms into black scythes, and as the fifth soul ring illuminated beneath him, he leapt into the air at the moment the Haotian hammer descended. The oppressive force of the Haotian hammer swept across the entire moon pavilion, causing the lake's surface to tremble violently, even making the entire Heaven Do city shudder. In his fury, Tang Hao's combat prowess surged several-fold. Utilizing his six-winged purple light wings, Ye Hao soared into the sky, observing the crimson-eyed Tang Hao below, and involuntarily remarked, "Now, this is intriguing. Today, Tang Hao shall be executed." With steely resolve, Ye Hao activated his sixth soul ring, unleashing the soul skill of 10,000 years. Sixth soul skill, Spider Emperor Clone. The sixth soul ring spun rapidly, transforming into a red light that penetrated Ye Hao's brow, and to Tang Hao's astonishment, two identical Ye Haos materialized in midair. Two Ye Haos? Tang Hao was momentarily taken aback. This is acceptable. I was concerned one would not suffice. The soul rings beneath Tang Hao's feet revolved swiftly as he swung the heavy hammer, executing the chaotic cloak hammer technique. The chaotic cloak hammer technique, a method of infinite stacking, combining 81 strikes into one, capable of unleashing remarkable power. As the prodigy of the Haotian sect, Tang Hao's mastery of the Haotian hammer technique was unparalleled, even with an arm severed and blood nearly depleted. Nevertheless, his hammer techniques remained fierce. The external soul bone skill of the Sky Blue Bull Python, Sky Blue Annihilation Divine Thunder. Two pairs of azure horns sprouted from Ye Hao's head. As the sky darkened ominously, blue lightning striking intermittently, he stood suspended in the air, resembling a descending thunder god. A surge of blue lightning cascaded from his horns, colliding with the chaotic cloak hammer technique. In that instant, black smoke enveloped Tang Hao, most of his body scorched, and a faint aroma of roasted flesh wafted through the air. Sky Blue Annihilation Divine Thunder? Tang Hao's mind momentarily faltered. That was not the power of the Sky Blue Bull Python. Before he could fully comprehend, Ye Hao's second attack was upon him. The Dullness Domain. Behind Ye Hao, the phantom of the Sky Blue Bull Python emerged, an intangible pressure engulfing Tang Hao's entire being. Tang Hao found his movements sluggish, and the Haotian hammer felt increasingly weighty in his grasp. Seizing the moment, Ye Hao prepared to press his advantage. The Death Domain. Darkness enveloped Ye Hao, casting a gray shroud around him. Without exception, he ensnared Tang Hao within. Two Ye Haos, two Death Domains. A dual effect. In such an environment, Tang Hao's body convulsed uncontrollably as the deathly Spider Emperor poison lurking deep within him resonated with the Death Domain. Tang Hao spat out a mouthful of black blood, his skin turning an ominous shade. The toxin had invaded his body, and within the Death Domain, Tang Hao's power waned by 20%, rendering him incapable of employing any concealment or instantaneous transfer skills, while simultaneously instilling a mental deterrent. Ye Hao's mental strength surged by 20%, and his power increased by 10. Furthermore, under the influence of the dual Death Domains, Tang Hao's flesh began to decay, his bodily functions rapidly deteriorating. This was not the most terrifying aspect. The true horror lay in the fact that once poisoned to such an extent, his body would rot away, leading to his demise. Tang Hao, your time of death has arrived. Ye Hao grinned ominously, and the sixth soul ring illuminated once more. Sixth soul skill, Blood-Sucking Spider Spike. Behind Ye Hao, countless spider spikes began to materialize, shimmering with a purple glow, arranged meticulously, awaiting Ye Hao's command. Everything was poised for action. Suddenly, Tang San, who had succumbed into unconsciousness, regained consciousness. Blurrily opening his eyes, he felt an unbearable chill enveloping him and involuntarily shivered. Andy, his faint call caught Tang Yuehua's attention. Little San, you're finally awake. Seeing Tang San regain consciousness, Tang Yuehua's anxious heart finally found solace. Auntie, Ye Hao. Tang San stammered, racked with pain all over. Little San, your father is currently engaged in battle with Ye Hao, but for now, Tang Yuehua's eyes were fixed intently. As Tang San focused, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Could it be that he was mistaken? There were indeed two Ye Haos. Moreover, both bore an uncanny resemblance. Tang San's pupils constricted, the death domain. He was all too familiar with the death domain. Once, he had fallen victim to Ye Hao's death domain, and the experience was etched into his memory. Dad is poisoned. Tang San had a profound understanding of toxins, particularly poisons. Upon noticing Tang Hao's ashen complexion, his heart sank with the gravest of forebodings. This is bad. Annie, we must stop Ye Hao. Tang San urged desperately. Once Ye Hao's death domain is activated, it not only inflicts deadly poison, but the Death Spider Emperor poison is exceedingly swift. Those afflicted are nearly guaranteed to perish. Now, with two Ye Haos present, under the dual effects of the death domain, Dad, as he spoke, tears welled in Tang San's eyes. What? Tang Yuehua gasped in horror. She quickly shouted, Second brother, get out of the death domain's range at once. If this continues, you will die. Within the death domain, Tang Hao's body convulsed violently, blood spilling forth as the poison invaded his very organs without mercy. I wish I could, Tang Hao cried out in agony, but I cannot escape. Ye Hao would not let this opportunity slip by. At that moment, he noticed the awakened Tang San, who was glaring at him with a furious expression. Flames of wrath dancing in his eyes, surrounded by an aura of white murderous intent. Ye Hao Sukolfutkoldi. Blood-sucking spider spike go. Immediately, a tempest of spider spikes rained down upon Tang Hao mercilessly. The spider spikes descended like a torrential downpour from all directions towards Tang Hao. Witnessing the scene, Tang San felt dizzy, his mind blank. Dad, he roared in anger. Second brother, Danziu Eiko, Equali Dichagut. As the two watched in despair, the spider spikes pierced through Tang Hao's body, and the air above began to rain blood. Tang Hao gritted his teeth, black blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. He wielded the Haotian hammer, summoning the last vestiges of his strength, as sparks flew from the collision of the spider spikes and the hammer. Yet, the sheer volume of the spider spikes was beyond Tang Hao's imagination. His wretched screams reverberated through the area, sending shivers down the spines of the onlookers. With two Ye Haos and countless spider spikes raining down, Tang Hao stood no chance of survival. As the dust settled, Ye Hao retracted the Death Spider Emperor martial spirit, merging the two Ye Haos back into one. A deep pit appeared on the ground, and Tang Hao lay lifeless, his body grotesquely mutilated, blood gradually staining the earth. The era of the Haotian law had officially come to a close. Dad, Tang San knelt, trembling violently, rolling down into the pit before the lifeless form of Tang Hao. Second brother, brother, Tang Yuehua cried out in anguish, her gaze filled with hatred as she glared at Ye Hao, who stood aloft in the sky. The Haotian sect and the spirit hall will be locked in a struggle to the death. We shall not let you go. Very well, let us see who will have the last laugh. With that, Ye Hao transformed into a purple comet, swiftly vanishing beyond the horizon. Ye Hao, the spirit hall, I, Tang San, shall undoubtedly bring about your destruction. Tang San vowed silently, gazing at Tang Hao's battered form. In that moment, he could no longer contain his fury. The deaths of Xiao Wu and his father had become the final straw that broke him. Now, Tang San lived solely for vengeance. Soon, the news of Tang Hao's assassination spread like wildfire, swiftly reaching the various factions surrounding Heavendo City. After all, Tang Hao was a title Duo with a 100,000-year spirit ring. How could he be so easily slain? Opinions among the many factions varied. What? Tang Hao was killed by Ye Hao. The voice of Ning Fengji echoed within the seven-treasure glazed tile school, filled with astonishment. The spirit hall is surely preparing to strike against the three schools. Fresh reports indicated that Ye Hao had already ascended to Soul Sage and possessed 200,000-year spirit rings. Bon Duo spoke gravely, the atmosphere in the hall thick with tension. After a lengthy silence, Sword Luo sighed, Fengji, with Tang Hao now dead, Ye Hao's next target is likely to be us. Consider how young he is, yet he has already acquired 200,000-year spirit rings. I can only blame my own blindness for rescuing Tang San. It is entirely my fault. Sword Douluo lamented. Due to certain events, the seven-treasure glazed tile school now faced a grave crisis. Ye Hao's attack on Tang Hao had undoubtedly served as a warning shot to the three schools. What path should the seven-treasure glazed tile school take next? Ning Feng Ti Siket Heavidi. Meanwhile, not far from Heavendo City, within the Haotian school, chaos reigned. The information that Ye Hao was the heir of the Spirit Hall was known throughout the sect. My uncle was slain by Ye Hao. How could this be possible? Hush. This is news brought back by my aunt. I believe it to be true. Despite being expelled from the Haotian school, he remained part of the sect, especially given that he bore the bloodline of the former sect master. Alas, what a pity. The Haotian ultimately fell, and to think he met his end at the hands of Soul Sage. The disciples of the Haotian school could not help but express their lament. Moreover, this was a disgrace for the entire Haotian school. The Spirit Hall and the Haotian school had always been at odds. Now, with Tang Ho slain by Ye Hao, the powder keg had been ignited, and war was imminent. The outcome of this conflict remained uncertain. Chapter 221. The Shura Demon Sword. The news of the Haotian's death spread like a tidal wave, engulfing the entire Douluo Continent. Soul Masters were the most esteemed profession on the continent, and title Douluo were undoubtedly the elite among them, existing at the pinnacle of the pyramid. Countless individuals revered them. Yet now, the once mighty Haotian had been slain, and by a soul sage no less. The fact that Ye Hao was the heir of the Spirit Hall only intensified the fervor surrounding this event. Within the Haotian school, the disciples were abuzz with conversation. Their only topic of discussion was Tang Ho, voices intertwining in a cacophony of speculation. Meanwhile, in the hall of the Haotian school, Tang Xiao, as the sect master, was in a foul mood, his eyes reddened, holding back tears that threatened to spill. He was not only the sect master, but also the spiritual pillar of the Haotian school. Tang Ho was his younger brother, someone he had watched grow up. Now he lay dead, slain by the very hand of Ye Hao, the heir of the Spirit Hall. Tang Xiao longed to seek vengeance against Ye Hao immediately. Yet, recalling the scene from years ago when Ye Hao employed his spirit fusion technique against him, the overwhelming pressure of that absolute power rendered Tang Xiao weak, causing him to collapse into his seat. He gazed at the 5 elders seated before him, their expressions grim. After a long silence, he sighed, "Elders, there is no need for me to elaborate on today's events. My intentions are clear. We must bring my brother's remains back to the Haotian school." Though Tang Ho had been expelled from the sect, he was still the son of the former sect master, and his blood flowed with the Haotian school's lineage. Fallen leaves must return to their roots. The 5 elders, all titled Doa, had attained their ranks after the sect's seclusion, dedicating themselves to training. Impossible. The most irascible of the elders, the 7th elder, was the first to voice his dissent. Tang Ho and his son conspired with soul beasts, intending to subvert humanity. How can such traitors even think of returning to the Haotian school? I will not allow it. The 7th elder slammed his fist down, making his stance clear. Elder 7, choose your words carefully, the 2nd elder admonished, his face weary and hair graying with age. Regardless of Tang Ho's faults, he is still the son of the former sect master. Besides, how can you blindly believe the Spirit Hall's claims that Tang Ho and his son conspired with soul beasts? The 2nd elder cast a sidelong glance at the 7th elder, shaking his head slowly. The evidence is right before us. How can I not believe? The 7th elder retorted. First, Tang Ho with that 100,000-year soul beast, the blue-silver emperor, and then his son, Tang San, with the 100,000-year soul beast, the soft-bone rabbit. The two of them are cut from the same cloth, one fond of grass and the other of rabbits, with appetites that surpass one another. It is truly a case of blue surpassing blue. How can this not convince everyone? The others exchanged glances, realizing the logic in the 7th elder's words. Tang Xiao fell silent, his heart heavy with sorrow. Unbeknownst to him, tears had begun to well in his eyes. Master, the 2nd elder suddenly spoke up. What do you mean? Tang Xiao looked hopefully at the 2nd elder, for among the 5 elders, he held the most influence. My meaning is clear. Let Tang Ho return to his roots. Though he was expelled, he remains a part of the Haotian school, and that is an undeniable fact. The heir of the Spirit Hall, Ye Hao, slaying Tang Ho brings shame upon the Haotian school. We cannot forget this deep-seated enmity. The 7th elder hesitated, but was quickly silenced by the 2nd elder's piercing gaze. Excellent. Tang Xiao felt a surge of joy within. However, at that moment, the 2nd elder's expression grew serious, and he spoke in a deep tone. But before that, I have conditions. Speak, Tang Xiao urged. I wish to meet Tang San, Tang Ho's son. I have heard from Ye Hao that he possesses twin spirits. The 2nd elder's eyes glinted with shrewd intent. Tang Xiao was momentarily taken aback, then replied, Indeed. Little San does possess twin spirits. What are your conditions, 2nd elder? I hope they are not too excessive, he thought. First, bring back the head of a titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall. Second, you must slay the heir of the Spirit Hall, Ye Hao, for he has brought too much humiliation to the Haotian school. We cannot let this grudge go unanswered. Third, Tang San is now 16 years old and has reached rank 59 in soul power. I want him to reach rank 80 within 10 years and obtain a 100,000-year spirit ring. The second elder concluded his demands, then paused before adding, if Tang San can fulfill these 3 conditions, not only will I allow Tang Ho's body to return to the Haotian school, but I will also reinstate Tang Ho's status as a disciple of the Haotian school. Furthermore, the same will apply to Tang San. This outcome was indeed tempting, yet the conditions were exceedingly harsh. Tang Xiao pondered for a long while, ultimately feeling helpless. The second elder's actions were also for the sake of the Haotian school, as the reputation of Tang Ho and his son was too tarnished across the continent. Moreover, the animosity between the spirit hall and the Haotian school had festered deeply. Ye Hao's assassination of Tang Ho had become the spark that ignited the conflict, making a clash inevitable. Yet, would Tang San accept these 3 conditions? This remained a troubling question for Tang Xiao. Very well, I shall convey your message to Ye Hao. Tang Xiao sighed, tears beginning to fall slowly, leaving him at a loss for words. Meanwhile, after slaying Tang Ho, Ye Hao did not return to the spirit hall, but instead made his way to the destination of the 3rd trial, the City of Slaughter. In the City of Carnage, as usual, Ye Hao navigated his way with ease. His current objective was to alleviate the latent crisis threatening this realm, prompted by Tang San's nefarious actions. Upon his arrival, Ye Hao immediately sensed an unsettling aroma mingling with the metallic scent of blood in the air, evoking an indescribable feeling. As he passed through the city gates, the enforcers stationed there averted their gazes, scrutinizing Ye Hao intently. Why has this harbinger of death returned to the City of Carnage? They seemed indifferent. As long as order was maintained, he could indulge in his murderous proclivities at will. Long time no see. S envoy. Ye Hao greeted with a faint smile, glancing at the figure approaching him. Grim Reaper, welcome back to the City of Carnage. Have you returned with a purpose, perhaps to become a guest of honor here? The S envoy inquired with a grin. Not quite, Ye Hao replied, shaking his finger playfully. I am here to save the City of Carnage. Save the City of Carnage? The S envoy paused momentarily, then burst into laughter. This place is teeming with the fallen, rife with slaughter and sin. It is a haven of depravity. How do you intend to save it? I'm quite curious to hear your plan, she said, folding her arms with keen interest. This salvation is not what you think. Take me to see the King of Carnage, and you shall understand, Ye Hao stated plainly. In response, the S envoy stepped aside, leading Ye Hao toward the palace where the King of Carnage resided. Curiosity filled her as they traversed the city, where the atmosphere remained saturated with the scent of blood, even more pungent than before. Ye Hao, accustomed to this grim environment, walked with a composed demeanor, having once been a part of it all. Suddenly, from the shadows emerged several fallen beings, their eyes fixated on Ye Hao. Almost instantly, one of them collapsed to the ground, whether from fear or intentionality was uncertain. Trembling uncontrollably, he pointed at Ye Hao and exclaimed, "The Grim Reaper has returned." With that, he fled in terror. Who is the Grim Reaper? He is one of the current gods of slaughter, the first of his kind to emerge in decades from the City of Carnage, known for his merciless nature. Soon, the fallen began to panic, their expressions shifting drastically as they scattered in all directions. Observing this scene, Ye Hao remained unfazed. He had witnessed far too much. Behold, these individuals have lost their humanity. They are demons from the depths of hell. You speak of salvation. Pray tell, how do you intend to achieve it? The S envoy cast a flirtatious glance at Ye Hao. Her curiosity piqued once more. Simply by meeting the King of Carnage. Please continue to lead the way. Ye Hao replied nonchalantly. TCH. The S envoy scoffed, unimpressed. They arrived at a blood-red ancient fortress, entering at the behest of the S envoy. It was Ye Hao's first time at the King of Carnage's abode, a vast stronghold adorned solely in shades of crimson, more vivid than blood itself. The castle exuded an ancient charm, steeped in history. Within its walls, Ye Hao encountered the King of Carnage, lounging comfortably upon his throne, a glass of blood-red Mary in hand. Upon noticing Ye Hao's presence, the King of Carnage paused momentarily before erupting into hearty laughter. Grim Reaper, what winds have blown you back to us? He questioned, rising slowly, contemplating the depths of Ye Hao's motives for coming to the City of Carnage. Let me be succinct. Your City of Carnage is in peril, Ye Hao stated, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The King of Carnage laughed heartily at this. Even the S envoy stifled a chuckle. What danger could possibly threaten my City of Carnage? The enforcers guard the perimeter. The fallen here cannot wield soul power. And I, the King of Carnage, preside over this domain. What could threaten us? Is that so? Ye Hao mused, scrutinizing him with an enigmatic gaze. This old bat seemed fortunate, having chosen a fitting guise. Nonetheless, Ye Hao's purpose here was to address the third trial and resolve matters expediently. The crux of the issue lay with Tang San, who had poisoned him on the path to hell. Ye Hao needed to access that route. However, only the King of Carnage held the key to unlock it. Ye Hao could only rely on the king to facilitate this access. Had it been otherwise, he would not have come here. Despite the king's presence, the city of Carnage appeared tranquil, yet beneath the surface, tumult brewed, posing an ever-present risk of obliteration. Particularly concerning the path to hell. Ye Hao's smile hinted at deeper meanings. At this moment, the King of Carnage's expression shifted, his gaze piercing as he regarded Ye Hao with newfound scrutiny. In his eyes, there were no secrets to be found. One must understand that the path to hell was the true source of the city of Carnage's power. Should it falter, the city would surely crumble in an instant. Even the Hell's envoy's demeanor grew serious, her focus intensifying on Ye Hao. Ye Hao felt a shiver run down his spine. Do not look at me like that. This is someone's design. Who? The King of Carnage asked, his tone chilling. Tang San. Is it he? The King of Carnage's gaze deepened, locking onto Ye Hao. Though Ye Hao felt a chill, he steeled himself to meet the king's stare. After an extended silence, the king finally spoke. You do not lie. A slight smile emerged on the king's face as he gestured for the Hell's envoy to leave. Now that we are alone, there is no need for pretense. Should I address you as Tang Shun or Old Bat? Ye Hao inquired with a subtle grin. You seek death. The King of Carnage's aura surged, revealing his might surpassing even that of a titled Douluo, a peerless level 99 Douluo. Yet, Ye Hao remained undaunted. As the dark scythe mark on his forehead receded, a brilliant red light emanated, instilling fear in the King of Carnage. You are the scourge of Carnage, he stammered, retreating slightly in apprehension. Old Bat, your form merely usurps that of Tang Shun from the Haotian sect. I doubt you have full command over it yet, Ye Hao asserted, his composure unwavering as he gazed seriously at him. The King of Carnage, realizing Ye Hao was the inheritor of the Shura god, cursed inwardly at the city of Carnage. What is your purpose in the city of Carnage? He asked, stepping back, re-evaluating the man before him. Fear not, my intentions are straightforward. I merely seek to eliminate potential threats to the city of Carnage. I will not interfere further. You continue to occupy Tang Chen's body. I will not concern myself with that, Ye Hao replied, though the king remained skeptical. I will not easily trust you, the king stated. Ye Hao Shuruk, suit yourself. When the city of Carnage meets its end, I wonder where you will reign as King of Carnage. It took you long enough to seize this throne. Don't let it all come to naught. With a wave of his hand, Ye Hao prepared to depart, prompting the King of Carnage to panic. Wait, what is it? Ye Hao paused, glancing back. How can I trust your words? As Ye Hao had pointed out, the King of Carnage was merely an usurper. Ye Hao possessed the ability to obliterate him, and once he became the god of slaughter, he could freely enter and exit the city of Carnage. Coupled with his identity as the inheritor of a Shura god, he could easily shake the very foundations of the King of Carnage's power. Simply unlock the path to hell, and I shall provide you with the answers you seek, Ye Hao said with a gentle smile, maintaining his cheerful demeanor. Yet, the King of Carnage felt an unsettling chill from that smile, which was too disquieting. To validate Ye Hao's claims, the King of Carnage accompanied him to the Hell's slaughter grounds. At that moment, the arena was still rife with carnage, gruesome scenes unfolding before their eyes. Ye Hao, having emerged from this very place, was unfazed by the brutality. Yield to the call of slumber, if you must. For the true peril of the continent lies in its annihilation, Ye Hao mused silently. Soon after, the King of Slaughter made his grand entrance to the arena of hellish carnage, transforming it into a bustling hub as more and more fallen beings flocked to the scene. In the past, the King of Slaughter would merely announce the title of the god of death upon his arrival. Yet today was different. Before his subordinates could utter a word, the King of Slaughter, disregarding all notions of martial ethics, activated the pathway to hell. The ground split in two, a crimson light momentarily staining the surroundings. Immediately, numerous fallen beings offered their blood as a tribute, their bodies dissolving into a mist of crimson. The King of Slaughter cast a glance at Ye Hao before transforming into a beam of red light, entering the fray. Ye Hao followed closely behind him onto the path of hell. Magma surged forth, resembling a vast ocean, with a stench of blood permeating the air, and an oppressive aura of slaughter looming over them. As they traversed the path of hell, the King of Slaughter sensed an unsettling anomaly. You speak the truth. There is something amiss with the pathway to hell. It is evidently tampered with. Tell me, why would the Shura King act in such a manner? The king directed his gaze towards Ye Hao, hoping for enlightenment. The notorious reputation of the city of slaughter in the outside world was far from favorable. Most who sought it out were either fugitives, evading justice, or vicious criminals. However, from another perspective, the city of slaughter functioned as a prison, luring nefarious old masters who could enter but not escape. Thus, I believe its existence is indeed necessary. Ye Hao paused briefly before continuing. As for why Tang San sought to obliterate the city of slaughter, it was merely to prevent others from obtaining the god of death domain and its myriad treasures. He sought to destroy the bridge once crossed. Moreover, this is but one of the reasons. Another lies in the suffering the city of slaughter has inflicted upon him. He harbors a deep disdain for me in the outside world, a sentiment you likely discerned when I departed, or perhaps when the Helm Messenger left as well. Indeed, I recall my intervention at that time. The king of slaughter remarked, his memory vividly intact. You may proceed. The king stepped aside, determined to witness Ye Hao restore the city of slaughter to its former glory. Ye Hao smiled and shook his head. The third trial is relatively straightforward. He approached the bubbling magma, gazing into its seething depths, as a radiant red emblem on his forehead emitted a beam of crimson light. In that instant, the once tranquil magma began to churn violently, akin to boiling water. Not only the magma, but the city of slaughter above also stirred restlessly. A verdant mist began to rise from the magma, indicating the evaporation of some substance. Throughout this process, the king of slaughter remained silent, observing Ye Hao's actions with quiet intensity. After a considerable time, the announcement of the third trial echoed in Ye Hao's mind. By averting the destruction of the city of slaughter, you have passed the trial. Reward, God of Death. Shura affinity increased by 15%, overall affinity by 30%. Ye Hao felt a profound elevation within himself as the words reverberated. Simultaneously, the fourth trial arrived. To gain the recognition of the Shura demon sword, seize it from the hands of the previous heir within 1 year. Reward, God of Death. Shura affinity increased by 20%. Ye Hao's lips twitched slightly. He recalled that if not for the interference of the Rakshasa god during Tang Chen's trial, he would have surely inherited the position of the Shura god by now. Otherwise, how could the Haoian sect be so easily bullied? The fourth trial finally presented a challenge, akin to extracting a tooth from tiger's mouth. Ye Hao harbored no absolute confidence in this endeavor. The ancient bat inhabiting Tang Chen's body possessed strength comparable to that of the venerable master in Poseidon. Furthermore, the Shura demon sword was a divine artifact. He could not possibly contend with the ancient bat unless through a martial soul fusion technique. Yet, this was not feasible, though Ye Hao's soul power had reached the 73rd rank. The fusion technique with Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu could only be sustained for half an hour. Should a fierce battle ensue, the outcome could be dire. With a year at his disposal, he would take each step as it came. Ye Hao resolved quietly. He took a deep breath, revealing a flawless smile as he turned to the king of slaughter. What do you think? Are you satisfied? The king of slaughter paused, sensing an enigmatic depth in Ye Hao's smile, causing him to involuntarily shudder. Satisfied indeed. It is fortunate to have you. Otherwise, both the city of slaughter and I would have fallen victim to the poison of the Shura king. Thank you. Thankfully, it was merely a common toxin. Had it been something like the blood-colored swan's kiss, it would have required much more effort. With the city of slaughter now devoid of looming threats, Ye Hao had completed his third trial, while the fourth trial necessitated careful deliberation. Until we meet again, King of Slaughter. Just as Ye Hao prepared to depart the city of slaughter, the King of Slaughter called out, Wait, God of Death. Ye Hao froze momentarily, tension coursing through his body. What could this ancient bat possibly want now? What is it, King of Slaughter? Ye Hao asked, steeling himself. Thank you for your contributions to the city of slaughter. The King of Slaughter said, offering a slight bow. Suddenly, his right hand glimmered with a radiant red light. In an instant, a blood-red giant sword, over 2 meters in length, manifested in his grasp, its long and broad blade adorned with dark golden demonic patterns, exuding an intense aura of slaughter. The appearance of the giant sword sent the pathway to hell into chaos, as the magma churned and the massive boulders overhead began to fall. The sword's fierce presence caused Ye Hao's heart to race, and he instinctively stepped back, furrowing his brow at the King of Slaughter, curious about the ancient bat's intentions. Ye Hao remained silent, quietly observing the King of Slaughter, eager to see his next move. Yet, the giant sword in the King's hand felt hauntingly familiar to Ye Hao. Thank you, God of Death. Were it not for you, I would surely have perished, and the entire city of slaughter would have been lost. The King of Slaughter paused before continuing. I know you are the heir of the Shura god. This Shura demon sword is wasted in my hands. Therefore, I entrust it to you as a token of my gratitude. You are far more suited to wield it." With those words, Ye Hao felt a surge of disbelief wash over him. He stared incredulously at the king of slaughter, especially at the Shura demon's sword he presented. It felt like a stroke of fortuitous luck. The winds of fortune could not be resisted. Are you truly giving this to me?" Ye Hao stammered, unsure how to articulate his astonishment. This Shura demon sword is a divine artifact of the Shura god, and now that Tang Xun is compromised by my influence, with a little more time, I shall entirely usurp him, the king affirmed, clenching his fists. He continued, "Take it. You are more deserving. As the heir of the Shura god, you have the right to possess it." To the king of slaughter, the Shura demon sword was a burdensome possession, while Ye Hao was the rightful heir. The king of slaughter was resolute. In the future, Ye Hao would undoubtedly come for the Shura demon sword. By proactively bestowing it upon him today, the king ensured he had nothing to fear. Henceforth, he could continue as the sovereign of the city of slaughter, blissfully ignorant of the outside world. This was the king of slaughter's current mindset. At this moment, Ye Hao still felt a tinge of unreality. Just moments ago, he had envisioned countless scenarios of battling the city of slaughter, and without exception, the king of slaughter emerged victorious. Now, it felt as though a feast had been laid before him without requiring any effort on his part to pass the fourth trial. Ye Hao checked it helplessly, and after confirming the reality of the situation multiple times, he stepped forward to grasp the hilt of the Shura demon sword. The blade felt cool to the touch, emanating a sharp aura that resonated with Ye Hao, as if their essences had merged, indistinguishable from one another. Simultaneously, a commanding voice, imbued with the authority of the Shura god, reverberated through Ye Hao's mind. In the fourth trial, one must gain the recognition of the Ashura demon sword and wrest it from the hands of the former heir, with a time limit of 1 year to pass the assessment. The reward includes the death god and a 20% affinity with Ashura, culminating in an overall 50%. Has the trial been successfully completed? Ye Hao felt a strange sense of unreality as the Ashura demon sword transformed into a crimson light and vanished into the red mark upon his brow. Completing 2 assessments in a single day was quite unprecedented. With a wry smile, Ye Hao shook his head, contemplating that this was likely the simplest endeavor within the divine trials. When reflecting on the 9 trials of the sea god, the comparison was stark and starkly amusing. "Death god, I have another request that I hope you will grant," spoke the king of slaughter, his voice laden with a chilling aura. "I knew it. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, and the king of slaughter must have ulterior motives," Ye Hao mused silently. Now that he had acquired the Ashura demon sword and completed the 4th trial, he was curious about what the king of slaughter wished to convey. "Please go on." Ye Hao prompted. "I wish for you to kill the Ashura king." The king of slaughter exuded an overwhelming murderous intent, causing the very air to ripple violently. Such a trivial task. Ye Hao sighed inwardly, wondering what he had expected. "Is that all? That fellow wishes to see me dead. I am aware of your enmity towards him. Furthermore, I cannot easily leave the city of slaughter. Otherwise, I would personally see to his demise. Thus, I entrust this matter of slaying the Ashura king to you." Without hesitation, Ye Hao agreed. Soon after, he departed the city of slaughter with practiced ease, soaring once more towards the city of Heaven Do. Meanwhile, the 5th trial loomed over the city of Heaven Do. The streets were rife with anxiety as the populace buzzed with chatter regarding the earlier battle. The death of the Hao Qian'o, titled Law, sent shockwaves through the community. The prowess of Ye Hao, the young master of the Spirit Hall, who had managed to slay a title Douluo, suggested that the Spirit Hall sought to unify the Douluo Continent. Rumors spread like wildfire, permeating every alley and thoroughfare. The Moon Pavilion stood in ruin, the surrounding lake devastated. Yet the pavilion itself remained relatively unscathed. Following the recent events, the number of visitors to the Moon Pavilion had significantly dwindled, much to Tang Yuehua's relief. Currently, Tang San was a sensitive figure. With Tang Hao's demise, the only one capable of protecting him was his aunt. Inside the room, Tang San knelt motionless upon the floor, his expression dark as though it could drip with despair. He remained silent, fists clenched tightly, blood seeping from between his fingers. It was evident that the weight of his fury was monumental. First, his beloved had been slain, and now Tang Hao. Each of these tragedies inflicted deep wounds upon his heart, leaving him yearning to exact vengeance upon Ye Hao. This was his most fervent desire, yet one he felt powerless to fulfill. The Spirit Hall, Ye Hao, and all of you shall face the consequences of your actions. Tang San seethed, suppressing his rage. Just then, Tang Yuehua entered, tears glistening in her eyes. She glanced at Tang Hao's lifeless form on the bed. a stark contrast to the jovial brother she had spoken with moments before. Her heart ached, her eyes swollen from weeping. "Little San, you must take care of yourself," she said softly, sitting beside him and gently patting his shoulder in an attempt to console him. "Aunt, I will destroy the spirit hall. I will kill Ye Hao to avenge my father, Xiao Wu, and my mother," Tang San declared, his gaze burning with murderous intent. Everything begins with a challenge. The spirit hall is a colossal entity. To challenge, it requires more than just one person's strength. The news of your brother's death has reached the Haotian clan, and your uncle is deeply saddened, as are the 5 elders, who are equally outraged. "This is a disgrace to the entire Haotian clan," Tang Yuehua continued. "Your father belonged to the Haotian clan, and as the saying goes, fallen leaves return to their roots. That is where his roots lie. The 5 elders wish to meet with you." Tang San looked up in surprise. The 5 elders wish to see me? In his mind, the elders were not on good terms, especially the 7th elder, who was known for his explosive temperament. He recalled that Tang Hao's actions had led to the spirit hall's vendetta against the Haotian clan, culminating in the death of the 7th elder's son, which had fueled the elders' hatred towards Tang Hao. "Little San, the 5 elders have said that if you can fulfill 3 conditions, not only can they restore your brother's status as a disciple of the Haotian clan, but they can also welcome him back into the sect. Furthermore, you can reclaim your ancestral lineage," Tang Yuehua said, hope brimming in her voice. However, as she recalled the harshness of those conditions, doubt crept in. Are these conditions even feasible? "What conditions?" Tang San inquired eagerly. Tang Hao's dying wish had been to return to the clan, and now an opportunity had arisen. "First, you must reach rank 80 soul power within 10 years. "I can do that," Tang San replied confidently. "Second, you must bring back the head of a title Douluo from the spirit hall." "I can do that too," Tang San asserted resolutely. As for the 3rd condition, Tang Yuehua fell silent before finally sighing softly. "You must kill Ye Hao." "Killing Ye Hao." Tang San was momentarily taken aback, but his eyes soon glowed with a fierce light, his breath coming in ragged gasps. These 3 conditions were undeniably tailored for him. "I can achieve that." Taking a deep breath, he bore a strange smile. "Please inform the clan that Tang San will definitely visit the Haotian clan." With that, Tang San fell silent once more, kneeling before Tang Hao's corpse, unmoving. Tang Yuehua watched her nephew, her heart heavy with sympathy for the poor child. "Little San, your soul power has reached level 59. Yet you still struggle to master your killing god domain. Among your father's wishes was a requirement that you spend a year at the Moon Pavilion learning music and the etiquette of nobility. I hope you can focus and complete that. Once you do, you can go to the Haotian clan." Tang San did not respond, but it was clear he acquiesced. 3 days later, in the city of Heaven Do, the death of Tang Hao merely stirred ripples among the masses. The common folk continued their daily lives, rising with the sun and resting at dusk. However, for the upper 3 sects, this was a calamity. The spirit hall was poised to unleash its wrath upon them. Within a hotel in the city, Ye Hao had secured a private room. At present, the city of Heaven Do, and indeed the entire Heavenly Do Empire, was effectively under the control of the spirit hall. The Azura demon sword proved to be a super artifact. He believed that killing an ordinary title Douluo was within reach. In recent days, Ye Hao had been studying the Azura demon sword, discovering that its powers far exceeded his expectations. Next, his sights were set on the upper 3 sections. Ye Hao rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan is a given. If Yu Shaojiang wishes to kill me, he must be eradicated. As for the Haotian clan, that is a given. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile clan, perhaps they can be persuaded to join forces. If not, their destruction can wait." Ye Hao collapsed onto the bed, his body relaxing as if all his bones had turned to jelly. It had been a long time since he felt such comfort. Ever since becoming the young master of the spirit hall, he had not enjoyed a moment of peace. The slightest disturbance could trigger a cascade of consequences. Thus, he needed to be prepared. He resolved to visit the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile clan at an opportune moment to see if he could persuade them to capitulate. Just then, a crow landed on the windowsill. Ye Hao narrowed his eyes and rose to the balcony, capturing the crow in his hands. He opened the envelope clutched in its talons and began to read. 3 conditions? Ye Hao was momentarily taken aback. The 2nd elder of the Haotian clan had laid out 3 conditions for Tang San. First, he must reach rank 80 soul power within 10 years, which was certainly achievable for someone of Tang San's caliber. The 2nd condition was to return with the head of a title Douluo from the spirit hall. Ye Hao chuckled at this. While it posed some difficulty, it was not insurmountable, especially considering Tang San's hidden strengths. The 3rd condition, however, was to kill Ye Hao. His expression darkened, as though he had been struck by a storm. "They want to kill me?" Ye Hao fumed, tearing the letter to shreds. How could the second elder of the Haotian clan come up with such a demand? Tang San harbors animosity towards me, and with Tang Hao's demise, it is akin to delivering a public slap to the Haotian sect. Their desire to devour my flesh and strip my bones is palpable. Soon after, a raven descends. Upon unsealing the letter, I discern that the upper three sects intend to convene a clandestine meeting at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, aimed at strategizing against the forthcoming actions of the Spirit Hall, commencing tomorrow. Goodness, they possess quite the keen senses and are banding together. A slight smile graces Ye Hao's lips. The upper three sects, such a harmonious alliance. Ye Hao incinerates the missive and bids the raven farewell. I am eager to witness the nature of their discussions. Chapter 223. Tang Chun is already deceased. The fifth trial entails acquiring a 100,000-year spirit ring during the 8th spirit ring, with soul power reaching level 80, and the formal assessment begins. With a time limit of 1 year, Ye Hao murmurs to himself, "What a series of examinations, each simpler than the last. This is not merely leniency. It is as though an ocean of leniency has been laid before me." Ye Hao laments helplessly. This may well be the easiest trial in the divine assessments. Unlike the 9th trial of the sea god, which was far from benevolent. Compared to Ye Hao's current situation, this is akin to paradise. Alas, I intended to maintain a low profile, but fate has other plans. Ye Hao shakes his head wryly, gazing towards the direction of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and soars skyward. Under the cover of the Heart of Death, none perceive his presence. The upper three sects have gathered, and I'm keen to uncover their ulterior motives. On this particular morning, the atmosphere is notably grave. Within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, disciples guard the outer and inner perimeters, rendering the entire sect an impregnable fortress. The castle gates are firmly shut. No one may enter or exit without express orders, and violators face severe punishment. This has not occurred in quite some time. Ye Hao descends gracefully from the sky, landing with poise, and surveys his surroundings. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, indeed a bastion of grandeur, boasts an architectural style that could rival the imperial palace of Tiando. The pavilions and towering castles evoke a sense of awe, were it not a sect. One might suspect Ning Fengji harbors ambitions of usurpation. Ye Hao chuckles at his own jest. A stir arises from within. Ye Hao's gaze shifts towards the main hall of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and he strides forth unabashedly, with the Heart of Death in his possession. He fears not exposure. The sect master Ning Fengji, the Sword Duo, and the Bone Duo, along with 2 elders, are likely gathered here. So he decides to listen in on their machinations. Upon entering the hall, Ye Hao takes a seat in an unoccupied chair, crossing his legs and scrutinizing the individuals before him. Meanwhile, the atmosphere within the hall is stiflingly oppressive, leaving one breathless. Today marks a significant meeting for the upper three sects, convening the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, Haotian Sect, and Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, primarily to discuss strategies against the Spirit Hall's impending actions. The Spirit Hall is poised to strike, and Tang Hao's death serves as a stark warning. The representative from the Haotian Sect is the second elder, while the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan is represented by Yulin Yin, father of Lu Erlong and brother to the sect master, Yu Yuanjin. The 3 factions have congregated to deliberate on future plans. Esteemed colleagues, the primary purpose of today's gathering is to strategize our defense against the Spirit Hall. Do any of you wish to voice your thoughts? Ning Fengji, seated at the head, regards the 2 seated individuals with a serious expression. I have naught to say. The Spirit Hall has always been at odds with my Haotian sect. The Spirit Hall's young master has slain Tang Hao, which is a profound humiliation for us. The Haotian sect is fully prepared for an all-out war against the Spirit Hall. The second elder asserts vehemently, his eyes aflame with indignation. Tang Hao's death, without question, has delivered a resounding slap to the face of the Haotian sect. Coupled with past grievances, it is fair to say that the 2 sides have reached a point of irreconcilable enmity. Subsequently, Yu Lumian sighs. Our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan feels similarly. We are determined to stand against the Spirit Hall to the bitter end. They have slain my nephew, Yu Xiaojing. Though his reputation was tarnished, having long departed from our clan, he remains one of us, and my elder brother often reminisces about him. The Spirit Hall's unjust actions shall surely lead to their downfall, and they will face divine retribution in due time. Ning Sectmaster, what are your intentions? Both the second elder and Yu Lumian fix their gazes upon Ning Fengji, who stand in a position of strength, backed by the Tiando imperial family. Their confrontation could potentially embroil the entire Tiando Empire in conflict, making it a war that transcends their individual factions. A single thread pulled could unravel the entire tapestry. Ning Fengji appears indecisive. His current status is considerable. Since Xue Qinghao rose to power, as his mentor, Ning Fengji has naturally become the imperial teacher. His standing within the Tiando Empire rivals that of the emperor, Xue Qinghao. Ning Sectmaster, do you intend to wait until the spirit hall arrives at your doorstep before making a decision? The second elder sighs softly, having discerned Ning Fengji's hesitation. Within the upper three sects, it is common knowledge that Ning Fengji is a man who weighs his interests carefully. Given the prospect of openly opposing the spirit hall, he must be cautious, considering myriad factors. Ning Fengji's indecisiveness suggests he is apprehensive about something. Ye Hao, utilizing the concealment skill of the Heart of Death, sits cross-legged nearby, keenly observing the unfolding drama with great interest. He is eager to discover whether the so-called camaraderie of the upper three sects is genuine. Is it a collective response to shared losses, or will they ultimately disband? Thus far, it remains a mystery. Sigh. After much contemplation, Ning Fengji finally rises and exhales a heavy sigh. To speak candidly, the young master of the spirit hall, Ye Hao, once bestowed upon my daughter a divine herb, the Chilua tulip, which enabled our sect to manifest the 9-treasure, glazed tile, martial spirit. Humph. The Bon Douluo scoffs. Times have changed, Fengji, if you continue to hesitate. By the time the spirit hall truly arrives, it will be too late to speak of anything. Yet Ning Fengji hesitates, clearly troubled. The sword Douluo interjects. Old Bone is correct. The moment we saved Tang San, we became targets for the spirit hall's aggression. The lives of our 2,000 disciples are at stake. Ning Fengji looks helplessly at the others. You may have misunderstood my intentions. My concern stemmed from a few years back. When I participated in a competition at the spirit hall, I inadvertently gleaned information that what did you discover? Yu Luomian prompts eagerly. The Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi has successfully broken through to the 100th level, Ning Fengji states, his tone laden with gravity and fatigue. This is his greatest apprehension to date. What did you say? The second elder, Yu Luomian, and the accompanying disciples are collectively astounded. The 100th level, a mere legend. No one has achieved it in millennia. Who would have thought the Pope of the Spirit Hall could? Is this news credible? The second elder questions, his brow furrowed in concern. Absolutely credible. Ning Fengji affirms with a resolute nod. Esteemed colleagues, the Spirit Hall is exceedingly formidable. If we wish to contend with them, we must forge an alliance with the Tiando Empire. Only then might we have a glimmer of hope. After a lengthy silence, the room remains hushed, without exception. The gravity of this revelation is overwhelming. In the past, our sect master, Tang Chun, reached level 99 in soul power, departing from the Haoyan sect in search of a method to break through to the 100th level. Now, after all these years, I wonder if my uncle succeeded? The second elder's gaze turns despondent. Had Tang Chun still been alive, the Haoyan sect would not have fallen to such a state. When the tiger falls in the plains, it is prey to dogs. Anyone can trample upon it. Tang Chun is dead. At that moment, the air trembles, and Ye Hao, wearing a smile, materializes before them. In this instant, an eerie silence envelopes the surroundings, leaving all present in a state of shock, speechless at Ye Hao's unexpected arrival. Ye Hao, how dare you approach? The Bon Douluo erupts in fury, his form enveloped in sinister shadows as he swiftly appears before Ye Hao, a thorny bone dragon roaring menacingly behind him, as if it could devour the very heavens and earth. In the realm of the upper three sects, what a spectacle awaits today. I am eager to witness the extent of your capabilities. A faint smile graced Ye Hao's lips as he extended his right hand into the void, summoning forth a blood-red giant sword exceeding 2 meters in length. The elongated and robust blade was intricately adorned with dark golden demonic patterns, exuding an aura of lethal ferocity. With the Azura demon sword manifested in his grasp, Ye Hao wielded it with the poise of a descending deity. The crimson mark upon his brow resonating in harmony with the sword itself as he swung it down. Boom! A tremendous crash reverberated through the vast hall, unleashing a tempest that sent tables and chairs soaring, the fierce gusts slicing through the air, stinging the faces of all present. He is none other than Ye Hao. The second elder's gaze sharpened, and he summoned the Haoyan hammer, its 9 soul rings igniting, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. He would not allow this opportunity to slip through his fingers. The death of Tang Hao had sullied the reputation of the Haoyan sect. Moreover, Ye Hao's earlier proclamation that Tang Chun was already deceased ignited an unprecedented fury within the second elder. Who was Tang Chun? A prodigious talent who single-handedly ascended to the rank of a peerless Douluo. Foolish youth, I shall see what merit you possess. The second elder advanced with the hammer raised. its surface glowing ominously with a red light, the air thick with murderous intent. Yet, as the smoke dissipated, the second elder found himself bewildered, witnessing the bone daw being hurled through the air, blood spewing from his mouth. Simultaneously, the blood-red giant sword was poised to descend. The overwhelming pressure, the chilling aura, and the astonishing bloodlust sent shivers down the second elder's spine. He swung the Haotian hammer in a wide arc, preparing to meet the colossal sword head-on. He did not doubt the bone Douluo's strength. A confident smile appeared on his face. The Haotian hammer is renowned as the world's foremost weapon spirit, possessing a remarkable restraining effect on all other weapon spirits. Youngster, you have slain Tang Hao, bringing shame upon the entire Haotian sect. Today, you dare to come here alone. Very well, I shall slay you and allow Bibi Dong to experience the anguish of losing a child. The second elder had never felt such rage before, his eyes glimmering crimson as the aura of the Haotian hammer enveloped the entire hall. In that moment, everyone sensed the impending drama. However, at the moment of impact between the blood-red giant sword and the Haotian hammer, an astonishing scene unfolded. The Haotian hammer began to fracture, spiderweb-like cracks spreading across its surface. The second elder was taken aback, disbelief etched across his features. The Haotian hammer is the world's foremost weapon spirit. What manner of weapon is this? He gasped in astonishment. Ye Hao smiled faintly. Title Douluo? Merely that. In the instant the Haotian hammer shattered, Ye Hao gripped the Azura demon sword tightly, aiming for the second elder's head, intent on decapitating him. But in the next moment, a silver giant sword descended from the heavens, rescuing the second elder just in time. Ye Hao rested the Azura demon sword upon his shoulder, surveying the retreating second elder with a grin. Did you not just boast about the Haotian hammer being the world's foremost weapon spirit, effective against all weapons? How is it that your Haotian hammer crumbled so easily? Could it be that your Haotian hammer is a counterfeit? The second elder, still shaken, wiped the blood from his lips, feeling a deep apprehension towards the red giant sword in Ye Hao's grasp. He had narrowly escaped death. If not for the timely intervention of the sword daw, he might have perished. I was careless. I did not evade, the second elder murmured, wiping the sweat from his brow as he expressed gratitude to the sword daw. What indeed is that weapon? Even my 7-killing sword trembles. The sword daw, alarmed, felt the 7-killing sword in his hand quiver as though in fear of the blood-red giant sword. Are you the young master of the spirit hall? Ye Hao? Yu Luomian rose, gazing at the bone Douluo, now supported by Ning Fengji, feeling a parched throat. Such a formidable individual. No wonder he was capable of slaying Tang Hao. You hail from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan? Ye Hao Archit Anayibral. Indeed. What weapon do you wield? Yu Luomian inquired. This weapon is the key to Ye Hao's victory over 2 title Douluo. Previously, he had heard that the young master of the Spirit Hall was merely a soul sage, albeit with 200,000-year soul rings. Yet, before him stood 2 title Douluo, one of whom was the Bone Douluo, known for having the continent's highest defense. And yet he had almost been slain by a single strike. And the sword Douluo, Yu Luomian noted the quivering 7-killing sword, the foremost weapon of attack in the continent. Ye Hao's sudden appearance ignited a fury among those present, their eyes filled with enmity directed at him. If glares could kill, Ye Hao would have perished countless times over. You have no right to know, Ye Hao replied with a slight smile, the Azura demon sword being a super artifact. Though he was the inheritor of the Azura god, this was his first time wielding the Azura demon sword in battle, and he had yet to fully master its most potent power. Just moments ago, the second elder of the Haotian sect could have been vanquished. It was a great pity. Ye Hao, have you come to declare war today? Ning Fengji inquired, his brow furrowed. You could say that, the upper 3 sects, what a sight indeed. Do you believe that I alone could slay all of you? Ye Hao revealed a confident smile. Arrogance. One of the disciples from the Haotian sect could not help but shout. Yet in the next moment, Ye Hao swung the Azura demon sword, a crimson glow slicing through the air, reminiscent of a descending demon. Before the disciple of the Haotian sect could gather his wits, he was cleaved in 2, blood splattering everywhere. Tang Tian, the second elder, howled in anguish. This was the last remaining hope of his lineage, now felled by Ye Hao. The Haotian sect will not let you escape. You have slain Tang Hao, and now one of our disciples. Do you truly not fear the wrath of the Haotian sect? Your Tang Chun has already met his demise. Do I still have reason to fear you? Ye Hao scoffed, resting the Azura demon sword on his shoulder, his gaze sharp as he regarded the crowd. With Tang Chun dead, do I still have reason to fear you? Currently, Tang Chun has been possessed by that old bat. It won't be long before that old bat fully occupies his body. Tang Chun will naturally cease to exist. What do you mean by that? The second elder furrowed his brow, wiping away the blood trickling from his lips, trembling as he queried. The former sect master Tang Chun is a 99th level peerless Douluo. How could he possibly be dead? I speak the truth. He is dead, and I have no reason to deceive you, Ye Hao remarked, a slight smirk gracing his lips. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect, and the Haotian Sect are all present. Just right. I have come not for any other reason but to deliver your death warrants. Death warrants? Ning Fengji's brow tightened, anticipating the inevitable. Ye Hao, are you not being overly arrogant? The upper three sects are united. Even if the Spirit Hall is powerful, can you truly eradicate us all? Yu Luomian roared, his mood reaching a peak of frustration. United? Huh, what a joke. When the Spirit Hall pressured the Haotian sect, where were you? Ye Hao lafit heartily. Now that we intend to annihilate you, you suddenly recall your unity? Why did you not act sooner? The crowd fell silent, merely staring in disbelief. Since you have chosen this path, follow it to the end. Do not look back, nor think of seeking our refuge. We have no need for so-called fence-sitters. With that, Ye Hao vanished in a flash, as though he had never been there. Silent departure? The Bon Douluo was taken aback. Ye Hao had left without a sound. How is that possible? He is too arrogant. The second elder seethed with indignation, feeling humiliated before the crowd. The once prestigious Haotian sect had been reduced to this state. Not only that, but they had also lost a talented disciple, showing utter disdain for the Haotian sect. He possesses the capital for such arrogance. Ning Fengji let out a deep sigh. That blood-red great sword must be Ye Hao's greatest reliance. Sword Douluo, are you familiar with the sword in Ye Hao's possession? Sword Douluo shook his head in confusion, having never laid eyes on the fearsome blood-red great sword himself, which was enough to make even the 7 kills sword tremble. Meanwhile, Ye Hao had not departed, but rather utilized the concealment effects of the Heart of Death. Observing the few individuals before him, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Which of the 3 great sects should he extinguish first? The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Family, or the Haotian School? Among them, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Family would be the easiest to eliminate. Despite being the world's foremost beast martial soul, they possessed only a single title Douluo. Next would be the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, with Sword Douluo renowned for his offensive prowess and Bon Douluo for his defenses, yet they were not insurmountable. The most formidable opponent remained the Haotian School. Following Tang Hao's demise, only 6 title Douluos remained, making it the most challenging. Coupled with the complex terrain of the Haotian School, which was easily defensible yet difficult to assault, it would likely require considerable effort. Shaking his head, Ye Hao decided to leave the Grand Hall in search of an old acquaintance. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School spanned a vast expanse, and after wandering for quite some time through pavilions and exquisite palaces, Ye Hao finally arrived at the rear of the sect. The area was adorned with vibrant flowers and picturesque scenery, resembling a splendid garden. Not far off, Ye Hao squinted his eyes and spotted a familiar figure approaching. Ningrongrong. It had indeed been a long time. The little girl from years past had blossomed into a young lady. After more than 2 years apart, Ning Rongrong had matured significantly, transforming from a mischievous and charming girl into a cultured and graceful young woman. She was truly a product of a prestigious sect, exuding an aura that surpassed that of ordinary women. However, today, Ning Rongrong seemed different, her brows furrowed with a hint of distress. She sat alone in a gazebo in the garden, sighing heavily. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is about to face a calamity. Why? Why must the Spirit Hall seek our destruction? The young girl scratched her head, utterly perplexed. At this moment, she felt immense confusion, uncertain of what the future held. It was said that the Spirit Hall was advancing aggressively, prompting the 3 great sects to unite in an effort to guard against their impending attack. The entire sect was on high alert, a state not seen in a long while. That is because you obstructed our path. The moment the words left his mouth, Ye Hao appeared silently before her. Ning Rongrong, akin to a startled bird, jumped in fright. Ye Hao, what are you doing here? Ye Hao smiled slightly. Why shouldn't I be here? Ning Rongrong, it's been ages. You've grown quite a bit in over 2 years. Why you too? Ning Rongrong stammered, clenching her fists as she suddenly demanded. Why do you seek to destroy us? What have we, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, done to deserve this? In response to Ning Rongrong's inquiry, Ye Hao answered candidly. Do you remember the events of years past? The Spirit Hall dispatched 2 title Douluos to eliminate Tang San. And just as we were about to succeed, your Sword Douluo, your grandfather, intervened. Is that all? Ning Rongrong's brows knitted together, her gaze fixed intently on Ye Hao. There's more, Ye Hao said, finding a rocky outcrop to sit upon. Just moments ago, the three great sects allied, with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, and the Haotian School, gathering once more. Are you not afraid of my father and Sword Grandpa discovering your presence? You, the young master of the Spirit Hall, appearing so brazenly here. Are you truly unafraid? Ning Rongrong's lips curled into a smug smile. Ye Hao had indeed ventured into a den of tigers, armed only with his own courage. Without entering the tiger's den, how can one hope to capture its cubs? I just met your father and exchanged pleasantries with the others from the three sects, severely injuring your self-proclaimed defensive expert, Douluo, and even killing a disciple from the Haotian school. I suspect they are still deliberating their strategy to counter us. Ye Hao looked at her with a smile. What did you say? Ning Rongrong covered her mouth in disbelief, taking a step back, her face filled with incredulity. You injured Bone Grandpa? Are you still the Ye Hao I once knew? Yours simply as she spoke, her eyes unwittingly glistened with unshed tears. Fear not, Bone Douluo will not perish. I merely imparted a lesson. He attempted to kill me the moment I appeared, leaving me no choice but to retaliate in self-defense. Ye Hao glanced at Ning Rongrong, knowing that his purpose for visiting today extended beyond this. Ning Rongrong, enjoy your time as a young lady while you can. Ye Hao surveyed his surroundings. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was grand, its opulence rivaling that of the Spirit Hall and the Tiando Imperial Palace. Gazing at the exquisite castle, Ye Hao sighed deeply. Soon, all of this will be reduced to ashes. The three sects have united. We fear not the Spirit Hall, so come at us with all you have. Ning Rongrong's fighting spirit surged, her tear-filled eyes locked onto him. Your father's alliance with the other two sects signals an intention for open warfare against us. To be honest, I had no intention of obliterating you. After all, we both hail from the Tiando Royal Academy. However, your father's actions have greatly disappointed me, as have those of your Bone Grandpa, who sought to end my life the moment I arrived, granting me no opportunity to speak. Ye Hao paused, observing the tear-streaked face of Ning Rongrong before solemnly stating, thus, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, the Haotian School, and now the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, none shall escape. Give me a reason. Ning Rongrong's expression darkened. What reason? Ye Hao inwit it. Why does the Spirit Hall seek to annihilate us? Ning Rongrong retorted coldly. I suspect it is not limited to us. The two great empires are likely within your sights as well. You are indeed astute. Ye Hao replied jandidly. Locking eyes with her, I have clearly stated one reason, and, as you mentioned, the two empires are indeed targets within our scope. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School maintains close ties with the Tiando Empire, and you obstruct our ambition to unify the continent. For this alone, we find it necessary to eradicate you. The existence of empires is redundant. One is sufficient, while more become burdensome. Where there is conflict, there will be war. As the saying goes, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Whether the Tiando Empire or the Xinghua Empire, they wage wars for their own selfish interests. Were it not for the Spirit Hall's role in maintaining balance, would there have been such prolonged peace on the continent? Ning Rongrong fell silent. Discussing this with you is futile. Ye Hao waved his hand. I did not come solely for this, aside from visiting an old classmate. There is another matter of utmost importance. Before Ye Hao could finish his sentence, disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School surged forward, encircling him tightly in mere moments. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is remarkably swift. Have I unwittingly walked into a trap? Ye Hao chuckled self-deprecatingly. Ning Rongrong, it is time to repay the debt you owe me. Ye Hao turned his gaze toward Ning Rongrong, who shook her head in confusion, momentarily at a loss for his meaning. However, Ye Hao then drew forth the Azure Demon Sword, causing the atmosphere to grow heavy and oppressive, as if the very air had thickened. The moment the Azure Demon Sword emerged, the sky darkened ominously. Ye Hao, sword in hand, emanated a fiery red aura, resembling a demon that had emerged from the depths of hell, with a crimson mark on his forehead, accentuating his presence. Protect the young lady. The disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School unleashed their martial souls, with some being battle spirit masters among them. In an instant, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Tower blazed with brilliance, with Ning Rongrong's 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Tower shining the brightest, becoming a beacon in the night. It is time for me to reclaim what is rightfully mine, Ye Hao stated simply, leveling the Azure Demon Sword at Ning Rongrong's 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Tower. A red beam shot forth from the sword, and the frontline disciples hastily activated their martial soul defenses. Soul rings illuminated, and impenetrable walls began to materialize quietly. However, This is the Azura Demon Sword. The crimson radiance emanating from the sword effortlessly cleaved through them, causing blossoms of blood to erupt as the disciples in the front row were taken down one by one, the ground gradually becoming stained with their blood. At that moment, the red sword light swiftly struck towards Ning Rongrong's 9-treasure glazed tower. Clang! It sounded akin to shattering glass. Blood trickled from the corner of Ning Rongrong's mouth. And simultaneously, her 9-treasure glazed tower was reduced by 2 layers, its brilliance dimming momentarily. Just then, Ning Fengji and the others, alerted by the commotion, arrived at the scene, their eyes widening in shock. Rongrong! Ning Fengji shouted, his fury igniting. Ye Hao, how dare you lay a hand on a little girl? Are you even human? Ning Rongrong was his only daughter and the future of the 7-treasure glazed sect. The 9-treasure glazed tower was irreplaceable. Ye Hao remained unperturbed, boldly stepping in front of Ning Rongrong, a red glow emanating from his forehead. Under Ning Rongrong's terrified gaze, the shattered 9-treasure glazed tower began to reassemble. She could feel her injuries starting to mend. That previous strike had left her feeling as if she would shatter completely, her martial soul destroyed. Yet now it was being restored, turning decay into miraculous renewal. However, her martial soul was no longer the 9-treasure glazed tower, but rather an ordinary 7-treasure glazed tower. All done. Ye Hao rose, fixing his gaze upon Ning Fengji with a serious expression. The debt owed by the 7-treasure glazed sect has been repaid. The 9-treasure glazed tower is no more and shall never reappear. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji felt as though the very heavens were collapsing. His legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse onto the ground. The 9-treasure glazed tower represented the hope of the sect, signifying that Ning Rongrong could ascend to the rank of title de law. Yet now, Ye Hao had destroyed the 9-treasure glazed tower, extinguishing any hope of revival for the 7-treasure glazed sect. Ning Fengji had contemplated making final arrangements should the 7-treasure glazed sect be obliterated by the Spirit Hall. With the 9-treasure glazed tower, Ning Rongrong would have been the ultimate chance for the sect's resurgence. Now this dream had ultimately shattered. Ye Hao, from this day forth, the 7-treasure glazed sect will pursue you to the ends of the earth. Ning Fengji's eyes turned red, his body trembling as he spoke. Ye Hao sheathed the Azura demon sword, his expression stern. It should be thus. Years ago, I gifted the tulip of the mirage to your sect, allowing the 9-treasure glazed tower to come into existence. Now, with the 9-treasure glazed tower gone, I reclaim what is mine. It is merely a pity for that tulip of the mirage. I wonder how many years it will take to grow again. Ye Hao shook his head. With all settled. Until we meet again. With that, Ye Hao turned to leave. However, at that moment, the Sworddaw and Bondo rushed before Ye Hao. Their auras surged, and murderous intent surged in their eyes. In their minds, Ning Rongrong was even more important than themselves, and Ye Hao had dared to harm her. As Tang San famously said, Ye Hao seeks his own demise. You wish to kill me? Ye Hao smiled slightly, the Azura demon sword and the red mark on his forehead glowing almost simultaneously. You are far too early. Ye Hao swung the Azura demon sword, cleaving forward. Witnessing this scene, the Sworddaw and Bonda dared not underestimate him. The 9 soul rings beneath their feet gleamed. The 7 killing sword and the bone dragon appearing in succession. Chapter 225, 7 killing sword collapse. The 9-treasure glazed tower was gone, destroyed by Ye Hao's own hands. This also foretold the impending end of the 7-treasure glazed sect. The sword and Bondaw felt an unprecedented fury, charging forward without hesitation. The Sworddaw wielded the 7 killing sword, the massive blade slicing through the air, splitting the void itself. The Bonda's bone dragon soared behind him, as if tearing through the heavens. Their soul rings radiated a dazzling light, an overwhelming sense of pressure swiftly descending upon the battlefield. Both possessed soul power exceeding level 95. One at 96, and the other exactly at 95, their combat prowess incredibly formidable, one being the continent's foremost attacker and the other the continent's premier defender. Meanwhile, Ning Fengji furrowed his brow, summoning the 7-treasure glazed tower with his right hand. With the disappearance of Ning Rongrong's 9-treasure glazed tower, he felt his anger swell. It represented the last hope of the 7-treasure glazed sect. Was it truly gone just like that? Ning Fengji could not accept it. The rising hope had been shattered. The 7 treasures turned into glazed glass, stating 1. Strength, 2. Speed, 3. Soul, 4. Control, 5. Attack, 6. Enhancement. 6 soul rings entwined around the tower, and in an instant, countless dazzling beams of light surged into the sword and bone Douluo. In a heartbeat, Ye Hao felt the murderous intent emanating from both of them. Their strength had increased severalfold. Goodness, Ning Fengji was truly frantic, releasing all 6 soul skill from the 7-treasure glazed tower. Just short of summoning the martial soul's true form. The 7-treasure glazed tower was indeed the continent's premier auxiliary martial soul, and Ye Hao had not expected it to enhance the sword and Bone Douluo's power to such an extent. In that case, he was eager to see just how formidable the sword and Bone Douluo truly were. Ye Hao instantly completed the possession of the Death Spider Emperor, and simultaneously, the 6th of his 100,000-year soul rings suddenly illuminated. The 6th soul skill, Spider Emperor Clone. In an instant, 2 Ye Haos appeared on the battlefield. One wielded the Azura demon sword, while the other held the Heart of Death suspended in his palm, both identical in appearance. The spectators were left agape. Was this the power of a 100,000-year soul ring? The 2 Ye Haos wasted no time. The one with the Azura demon sword confronted the sword Douluo, while the one with the Heart of Death engaged the Bone Douluo. Clang! The Azura demon sword and the 7-killing sword clashed, sending shockwaves throughout the arena, causing the stone tiles beneath their feet to crack, resembling a web of spider silk. Surprisingly, the sword Douluo, with his 7-killing sword martial soul, found himself suppressed by Ye Hao's Azura demon sword, completely lacking any retort. The sword Douluo's face contorted in shock, his eyes widening in disbelief. What on earth is this weapon? The sword Douluo wondered, speaking to himself. Before he could catch his breath, Ye Hao unleashed another strike. The Azura demon sword radiated a crimson glow, captivatingly beautiful, while the surging killing intent sent a tremor of fear through the sword Douluo, a feeling he had never experienced before. As the sword fell, the ground trembled violently, deep gashes appearing on the surface, and cold sweat streamed down the sword Douluo's brow. How is this possible? Observing the scene before him, Ning Fengji was left speechless. Ye Hao was merely a soul sage, although he possessed 200,000-year soul rings. How could he possibly rival the sword Douluo, a title Douluo? Furthermore, with the assistance of the 7-treasure glazed tower, the sword Douluo's combat power was now several times greater than before. The probability of him cleaving Ye Hao in two was a certainty. Understand. Ning Fengji's eyes lit up, fixated on the crimson long sword in Ye Hao's grasp, and spoke. Sword uncle, be wary of the blood-colored long sword in Ye Hao's hand. It is the foundation of his strength. The sword Douluo appeared troubled as Ye Hao's attacks came relentlessly. The blood-colored long sword in Ye Hao's hand made the sword Douluo feel as if the 7-killing sword was trembling violently, nearly slipping from his grasp, his hands becoming numb. Meanwhile, Ye Hao, wielding the Heart of Death, clashed directly with the Bone Douluo. Utilizing the specific 4 skills of the Heart of Death, Ye Hao continually toyed with the Bone Douluo, at times binding him, at others freezing him in place, and then transforming his hands and his sides to deliver fatal blows. Fortunately, the Bone Douluo, renowned for his unrivaled defense, could only sustain slight injuries from Ye Hao's repeated assaults. Yet this ignited his rage. As a title Douluo, how could he endure being toyed with by a younger generation in such a manner? The 5th soul skill, Bone Prison. The Bone Do radiated a chilling black light, with bone spikes erupting from the ground around Ye Hao, rising like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. They surrounded Ye Hao entirely, while the Bone Do leaped into the air, his fists glowing with darkness, crashing down from above, his eyes blood red. In the Bone Douluo's mind, Ning Rongrong was his dearest treasure. Anyone who harmed her must pay the price. He understood the significance of the 9-treasure glazed tower to the 7-treasure glazed sect. And now that it was gone, everything was lost. The Heart of Death is accompanied by the skill, Abyssal Binding. A faint smile graced Ye Hao's lips as he maneuvered the Heart of Death towards Bone Douluo. You should consider yourself fortunate that my Heart of Death has yet to imprison a soul. Until now, it has merely ensnared various soul beasts. At this moment, however, you shall be the first to be shackled by me. Go. With a flick of his wrist, the Heart of Death suddenly erupted, fragmenting into 6 mirrored shards that encircled Bone Douluo completely. Meanwhile, Sword Douluo, having noticed Bone Douluo's predicament, activated the 6th soul ring of his 7-killing sword. The 6th soul skill, 10,000 swords returning to the source, allowed him to instantly conjure thousands of swords with his soul power, launching them like arrows towards their target. Thousands of 7-killing swords materialized in the air, aimed directly at the Heart of Death. Sword Douluo understood that Ye Hao's creation was extraordinary. He had witnessed the Titan giant ape being bound by it during their time in the Spirit Hall. Should Bone Douluo meet the same fate as the Titan giant ape today, the 7-treasure glazed tile school would indeed be in grave danger. The 7-killing swords descended like a torrential rain, imbued with a chilling aura of death. Yet, these attacks proved utterly ineffective against the Heart of Death, which remained unyielding and motionless. Witnessing this scene, Sword Douluo was taken aback. What on earth is this object? Is it truly impervious, even to my 10,000 swords returning to the source? With that thought, Sword Douluo fused with his 7-killing sword, igniting the 7th soul ring. However, this time his target was not another, but Ye Hao himself. Capture the thief by seizing the king. Defeating Ye Hao would render the situation moot. Simultaneously, the 7-treasure glazed tile tower in Ning Fengji's grasp radiated an extraordinary brilliance, its luminous energy surging into Sword Douluo. His aura intensified as he prepared to unleash his 7th soul skill, 7-killing true body, which would multiply his combat prowess and elevate his attack power to formidable heights. He transformed into a colossal 7-killing sword, empowered by the assistance of the 7-treasure glazed tile tower, creating an overwhelming pressure that even Ye Hao could not help but acknowledge. "Do you wish to kill me first?" Ye Hao said, momentarily taken aback before breaking into a resigned smile, two versions of himself merging into one at that instant. "You are not worthy." The Shura mark on Ye Hao's forehead manifested, resonating with the Shura demon sword in his hand. Behind him appeared a figure cloaked in a chilling aura, its form composed of tangible killing intent, enveloped in dark red demonic patterns, its body radiating a dark crimson glow, clad in armor adorned with ominous runes, and possessing blood-red eyes. The domain of the God of Death. As the domain of the God of Death was unleashed, Ye Hao resembled a demon emerging from the depths of hell, wielding the Shura demon sword, which exuded an unimaginable aura of slaughter, even overshadowing that of Sword Douluo himself. The 7-killing sword descended with a thunderous crash. As the sole master of the sword on the continent, Sword Douluo was undoubtedly exceptional. A single sword could split the heavens. The massive sword blade plummeted straight down, as if to cleave Ye Hao in two. The Shura demon sword in Ye Hao's grasp gradually transformed into a blood-red hue, its killing intent swirling around the blade. With the Shura demon sword in hand, Ye Hao's gaze lost its former tranquility, replaced by an infinite expanse of crimson. A dense aura of slaughter enveloped his entire being. The surge of red light. The boundless aura of carnage permeated the 7-treasure glazed tile school. At that moment, Sword Douluo's form wavered, and the 7-killing sword exhibited a flicker of trepidation. This was a genuine occurrence. Sword Douluo, momentarily uncertain of the situation, beheld the killing intent radiating from Ye Hao's eyes as the divine power of Shura rapidly surged within him. The Shura demon sword pointed directly at Sword Douluo, coldly declaring, "Shura, judgment." An ominously heavy voice erupted in Sword Douluo's ears, while the crimson Shura demon sword effortlessly overpowered the 7-killing sword. In an instant, a red light streaked through the air as Ye Hao, wielding the Shura demon sword, collided with the massive 7-killing sword transformed by Sword Douluo. The moment they met, the air shattered, and a powerful gust erupted from the center of their clash. The numerous disciples of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, along with their leader, Ning Fengji, were left in a state of disbelief. Meanwhile, the onlookers, Yulim Yin and the second elder of the Haotian sect, felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, their fists clenched tightly. Sword Douluo should have been able to eliminate Ye Hao, yet one disciple swallowed hard, sensing that the situation was far from simple. "Master Sword." Ning Fengji was filled with anxiety, as was Ning Rongrong. "Grandpa Sword. Grandpa Sword." As the smoke began to clear, the crowd was left dumbfounded. The 7-killing sword had shattered into two, while the Shura demon sword pierced through Sword Douluo's body. "What is this?" Sword Douluo's voice grew somber, his breaths becoming shallow as he felt the grip of death tightening around him. The Shura demon sword. With that, Ye Hao withdrew the Shura demon sword, executing the motion with fluidity and decisiveness. Thud! Sword Douluo staggered and collapsed, his eyes filled with resentment and fury as he finally fell, blood staining the earth. The 7-killing sword lay nearby, broken in two. "Grandpa Sword." Ning Rongrong's eyes brimmed with tears. In that moment, she could no longer concern herself with appearances. Rushing to Sword Douluo's side, desperately shaking him. "Ye Hao, you have killed Master Sword." Ning Fengji ground his teeth in fury, his eyes ablaze. The 7-treasure glazed tile school would never let this matter rest. Meanwhile, Bon Douluo was struck as if by lightning, witnessing the fall of his friend and comrade. To him, Sword Douluo held a unique place in his heart. They were not merely friends but rivals as well, often bickering, yet knowing each other like no one else. Bon Douluo descended into madness, his 7th soul ring glowing fiercely, as he began to unleash his 7th soul skill. Ye Hao swiftly grasped at the air with his left hand, and 6 chains extended from the 6 mirrors, ensnaring Bone Douluo completely. The heart of death reassembled, imprisoning Bone Douluo once again. The heart of death flew into Ye Hao's palm, hovering there. Casting a glance at the tearful Ning Rongrong, Ye Hao spoke, "Rest assured, your grandpa's sword is not dead. I have merely rendered his 7-killing sword martial soul powerless. From this day forth, he shall be but an ordinary man. I have spared him out of consideration for our past as schoolmates." Then, Ye Hao turned his gaze toward Ning Fengji, his eyes brimming with contempt. "Ning Fengji, I had no desire for matters to escalate to this point. All of this is attributable to you." "Me?" Ning Fengji was taken aback, bewildered by Ye Hao's accusation. "I am fully aware of your discussions with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan and the Haoyan sect in the hall earlier. Years ago, I gifted you the Tulip of Carrara to win your favor, and my purpose for coming here today was also for this reason. Yet you have cast aside this goodwill based on mere hearsay from these people. What is it? Are you unable to relinquish your current status? Or is it the glory bestowed upon you by your title as the imperial teacher of the Tiando Empire that you cherish so dearly?" Ning Fengji was astonished, tightening his grip on the staff. Submitting to the Spirit Hall would not only spare your 2,000 disciples from disaster, but would also ensure the survival of the 9-treasure glazed tile martial soul. Moreover, your status would only rise higher than it currently stands. Yet, to curry favor with the Haoyan sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, you have conspired with them. Now, my identity is well known throughout the continent. I bestowed upon you the Tulip of Carrara, allowing Ning Rongrong's 7-treasure glazed tile to evolve into the 9-treasure glazed tile. You should understand my intentions." Ye Hao paused for a moment before continuing. "Ning Fengji, you are a clever man, but sometimes intelligence can lead to one's downfall. Just as I mentioned earlier, you do not wish to be subservient to the Spirit Hall. You wish to maintain your current position. I have now rendered Ning Rongrong's 9-treasure glazed tile powerless merely to reclaim what was originally mine. Regrettably, I have empowered my adversary, but fortunately, it is not too late to mend my ways." At this moment, the second elder and Yu Lumian approached, resolutely positioning themselves beside Ning Fengji, thus declaring their allegiance. "The upper 3 sects are united, and we shall never tolerate the insolence of the thieving Spirit Hall." The second elder trembled with rage, his words stumbling over one another. "My Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family stands in solidarity with the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, Spirit Hall. Do with us as you will." Yu Luomian refused to yield. Upon hearing these words, Ye Hao's expression remained calm as he clapped his hands, a slight smile gracing his lips. With a sword held aloft in one hand, he pointed at the gathered crowd and proclaimed, "Excellent. You have all done remarkably well. 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, and Haoyan School, heed my words. The game officially commences now." Chapter 226. Ning Fengji treads further down the path of self-destruction today. Ye Hao had intended to win over the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, but to his astonishment, Ning Fengji unexpectedly allied with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family and Haoyan School. Given the gravity of the situation, the necessity of forging an alliance with the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School had vanished. Should an alliance be successful, it would not be surprising if Ning Fengji secretly contacted the other 2 sections. After all, Ning Fengji was a man who valued benefits. Who could say that one day he might not stab Ye Hao in the back? Rather than allowing such uncertainty, Ye Hao preferred to sever ties decisively. He had no patience for those who wavered. Such indecision would only bring him endless trouble. "Ning Fengji, I can assure you that everything you currently possess is bestowed upon you by the Spirit Hall." With those words, Ye Hao turned and departed. The heart of death unfurled behind him as he leaped into the air, swiftly vanishing into a streak of purple light on the horizon. "Grandfather Bone." Ning Rongrong gazed at Ye Hao's receding figure with tears in her eyes, her expression heavy with sorrow. "Father, what shall we do next?" Although Grandfather Sword is not in mortal danger, his spirit has been rendered useless by Ye Hao. And now, Grandfather Bone has been captured. Does this mean the Spirit Hall will truly obliterate our 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School? She wept. At that moment, Ning Fengji found himself utterly bereft of ideas. His heart weighed down as if struck by lightning. With the sword Douluo incapacitated and the Bone Douluo captured, their current state left the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School with no room for resistance against even a casual dispatch of a titled Douluo or Soul Douluo from the lower 4 sections. The disparity between the existence of the sword and Bone Douluo and their absence was stark. Without these 2 titled Douluos, the school could not even claim its rightful place among the upper 3 sections. Sighing deeply after a prolonged silence, Ning Fengji felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. The 9-treasure glazed tower was lost, the sword Duo was incapacitated, and the bone Duo had been taken by Ye Hao. The once proud 7 treasures glazed tile school now lay in shambles, and he felt as though he had aged a decade. It is all my fault. I am to blame for everything, he murmured to himself in self-recrimination. Perhaps the spirit hall truly was a sanctuary worth considering, as it might preserve the lives of over 2,000 disciples of the sect. Had he known this would unfold, he believed Rongrong's 9-treasure glazed tower would not have vanished, and Uncle Sword would not have been incapacitated, nor Uncle Bone captured. Was Ye Hao correct in asserting that he could not relinquish his status? No, aligning with the Tiando Empire would undoubtedly benefit the 7 treasures glazed tile school's development. Now that matters had reached this juncture, if he were to surrender to the spirit hall, it would undoubtedly become a source of ridicule for the entire continent. It would be better to walk this dark path to its end. While the spirit hall was powerful, could it truly rival the Tiando Empire? Moreover, he was the teacher of Qinghe, the imperial teacher of the Tiando Empire, his status only second to Qinghe. By allying with the Star Luo Empire, the upper 3 sects, the Star Luo Empire and the Tiando Empire, could the spirit hall truly oppose the entirety of the continent? Ning Fengji mused in the depths of his heart, wary of voicing such thoughts openly. With everything now set in stone, the 7 treasures glazed tile school had irrevocably severed ties with the spirit hall, and a great conflict was now inevitable. Yet, what did Ye Hao's parting words truly mean? Everything I possess is granted by the spirit hall? After pondering for a moment, Ning Fengji shook his head. How could that be possible? Meanwhile, Ye Hao returned to the hotel in Tiando City after leaving the 7 treasures glazed tile school. Securing the doors and drawing the curtains, he felt an immediate sense of relief, collapsing onto the bed, utterly drained of energy. The sword Douluo was indeed formidable. Had it not been for the Shura demon sword in his possession, he would have stood no chance against him. And that Shura and judgment, how they had drained his soul power to exhaustion. Fortunately, he had secured the bone Douluo beforehand. Otherwise, the situation would have been far more challenging. He resolved to be cautious in his use of it henceforth, assessing circumstances as they arose. Tomorrow, he would return to the spirit hall. He had just stirred the hornet's nest. Ning Fengji was no fool and would undoubtedly take action. Ye Hao stroked his chin, formulating a plan. The eradication of the upper 3 sects was a long-term endeavor. Haste would yield no fruitful results. There was no need to worry excessively. First, he would escort the bone Douluo back to the spirit hall, and then everything could be deliberated at leisure. With that, Ye Hao lay back on the bed and pulled the covers over him. Within seconds, he succumbed to a deep slumber, having fought against 2 titled Douluos, leaving him utterly exhausted. The following morning, before the sun had risen, a swift carriage from the 7 treasures glazed tile school hurriedly departed, making its way toward Tiando City at breakneck speed. The distance between Tiando City and the 7 treasures glazed tile school was short, and it wasn't long before the carriage entered the city. Meanwhile, in the hotel, Ye Hao stretched languidly, having slept for an entire day and night. His soul power had recovered significantly, and his physical strength was nearly restored. He prepared to fly to the spirit hall that day. Rising and drawing back the curtains, he basked in the warm sunlight, shaking off any lingering sleepiness. Time to go home and see my daughter, Ye Hao exclaimed joyfully. Having not seen her in far too long, his anticipation palpable. At that moment, a swift carriage sped past his line of sight. It was the carriage of the 7 treasures glazed tile school. Ye Hao squinted slightly. The carriage bore an emblem of a glazed tower, unmistakably marking it as belonging to the 7 treasures glazed tile school. The carriage was grand, its roof adorned with jade carvings, and its gilded body sparkled under the sun. Driven by horses of rare breed, possessing a hint of soul beast lineage, capable of traversing great distances effortlessly. What business did the 7 treasures glazed tile school have in Tiando City? Ye Hao gazed in the direction the carriage had departed. Realizing it was heading toward the Tiando Empire, he rubbed his chin, beginning to piece together the puzzle. The Tiando Empire had been rendered impotent by their machinations. This had remained undisclosed. Previously, when his wife ascended to the throne, she had conferred upon Ning Fengji the title of imperial teacher, a move that was understandable to garner his favor. However, the timing of the 7 treasures glazed tile school's entrance into the Tiando imperial palace suggested that they were harboring some ulterior motive, and he resolved to uncover the truth. With determination, Ye Hao vanished from sight, utilizing the concealment effect of the Heart of Death as he made his way toward the Tiando imperial palace with familiarity and ease. Upon arriving at the palace gates, the carriage of the 7 treasures glazed tile school came to a halt. Ning Fengji, it seems my conjectures were correct. Presently, He served as the imperial teacher of the Tiando Empire. Even the wily old fox Ning Fengji would never suspect that the Tiando Empire had been rendered powerless by their plans. It was likely that he had come to contact Shui Qinghe and perhaps lay the groundwork for future schemes. Ye Hao stood at the entrance, unnoticed by anyone. Observing as Ning Fengji stepped out of the carriage, he concluded that the old fox was undoubtedly up to something devious. Upon seeing the imperial teacher arrive, the soldiers at the gates dared not obstruct him, immediately opening the grand doors of the imperial city and dispatching someone to announce his presence. Ye Hao followed closely behind, entering the Tiando Imperial Palace alongside Ning Fengji. In the resplendent and luminous hall of the Imperial Palace, Shui Qinghe, adorned in a majestic yellow robe, sat regally upon the throne, embodying the aura of the Emperor of the Heaven-Do Empire. "Master, what brings you here?" he inquired, rising to approach Ning Fengji, instinctively sensing the unease that enveloped his teacher. This astute mentor, known for his shrewdness, had come unexpectedly, indicating that pressing matters were at hand. "Qinghe, the seven-treasure glazed tile school has been destroyed," Ning Fengji lamented, his countenance darkening as tears welled in his eyes. The previous day, spies from a school had reported that the young master had vanquished the sword Douluo, captured the bone Douluo, and publicly humiliated the three sections. Ning Fengji's sudden visit today undoubtedly pertained to this calamity, and Shui Qinghe silently acknowledged the old fox's remarkable acting skills. "Master, what has transpired? How could the seven-treasure glazed tile school have met such a fate?" Shui Qinghe pressed, his concern palpable. After recounting the events of the previous day, Ning Fengji appeared utterly dejected, sighing heavily. The once vibrant leader of the sect seemed to have lost his vigor, with the sword Douluo and bone Douluo gone. He felt as though he had lost both his right and left arms. Now, he stood alone and vulnerable, like a flickering candle flame in a tempest, liable to extinguish at any moment. "Umph." Shui Qinghe struck the armrest of the dragon chair in a display of indignation. "The Spirit Hall is truly audacious, daring to act against the Emperor's own mentor's school." He feigned outrage, then turned to Ning Fengji, attempting to offer solace. "Do not despair, master. Though we have lost the sword Douluo and the bone Douluo, you still have me." "Qinghe, I have been waiting for you to say that," Ning Fengji responded, his spirits lifting momentarily. Shui Qinghe was left speechless. "Master, have you devised a strategy to counter the Spirit Hall?" he inquired. Indeed, Ning Fengji's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes growing solemn. "I have forged an alliance with the Haotian clan and the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. The three sects will stand together in adversity. Qinghe, you understand that should the three sects fall, the Spirit Hall's next target will undoubtedly be the Heaven-Do Empire." At this juncture, Shui Qinghe grasped Ning Fengji's intent to ally with the Heaven-Do Empire, seeking to establish a formidable support. "Master, as you know, relying solely on the Heaven-Do Empire may not suffice. The Spirit Hall is far too powerful." Shui Qinghe slowly shook his head, acknowledging the harsh reality. Ning Fengji continued, "You are aware of the Spirit Hall's might. We are no match for them alone. Thus, I urge you to contemplate this deeply. For the future of the Heaven-Do Empire and the consolidation of the throne depend on it. The Spirit Hall stands as the greatest obstacle. They have absorbed the free soul masters across the continent, resulting in 70% of soul masters now serving the Spirit Hall. If this continues, the people will only recognize the Spirit Hall, forgetting you, Qinghe." This proclamation furrowed Shui Qinghe's brow, for he was a confidant of Qian Daolu. Ning Fengji's words evidently stirred within him a desire for vengeance, yet for the sake of the plan, he chose to endure. "Understand. What method do you propose, master?" "I'm all ears," he asked. Ning Fengji then produced a map, unfurling it upon the ground. "The Douluo Empire?" Shui Qinghe expressed his astonishment. "Indeed," Ning Fengji replied, hope mingled with deep resentment in his eyes. "If we ally with the Douluo Empire, we can unite the three sects, the Heaven-Do Empire, and the Douluo Empire. Even a formidable Spirit Hall will have to weigh their options." Ning Fengji's proposal undoubtedly called for a coalition against the Spirit Hall across the continent, a decisive maneuver. Shui Qinghe concealed a murderous intent behind his gaze, swiftly masking it. He took a deep breath and inquired, "Master, how can you be so certain that the Douluo Empire will ally with us? The two great empires have harbored animosity for ages. This cannot be resolved overnight. Mutual interests unite us," Ning Fengji asserted firmly. "The Spirit Hall's power is immense, and the Heaven-Do Empire is already in peril. I believe the Douluo Empire will recognize this shared interest. There are no eternal friends in this world, only shared benefits. I trust they will agree." Thus, the two conversed for an extended period before Ning Fengji, took his leave. As He watched him depart, a surge of murderous intent ignited within him. What a cunning Ning Fengji, seeking to ally with the Star Luo Empire, combined with the three sects. This undoubtedly mobilizes the entire continent's strength against the Spirit Hall. He rubbed his chin, contemplating, this matter is of utmost significance. I must report to the Grand Priest without delay. At that moment, Ye Hao, who had been lurking in the shadows, made his silent appearance. I pay my respects to the young master. He knelt respectfully. How did you arrive here? When did you appear? Rise, Ye Hao replied coolly. I overheard your conversation just now. Slowly standing, He said, Young master, Ning Fengji has truly lost his wits. How shall we respond? Ye Hao smiled slightly. The trifling three sects do not concern me. Does he not wish to utilize the Heaven Do Empire's strength? We can turn his own tactics against him. Dispatch the Heaven Do Royal Knights to the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and additionally allocate 2,000 Soul Masters to be stationed at both sections. When the time is right, we will strike from within and without. Understood, He acknowledged. And what of the Haotian clan? He cautiously inquired. The Haotian clan has closed its gates, as is well known across the continent. Furthermore, with 6 titled law within their ranks, we cannot afford to provoke them. Doing so would be a waste of resources, Ye Hao replied. Moreover, let our communication with the Star Luo Empire be temporarily shelved. For now, the 3 sects remain our greatest threat and must be eradicated swiftly. At your command, He affirmed, promptly setting about his orders. Ning Fengji, you intend to leverage the Heaven Do Empire's power against us. But this will only hasten the downfall of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Seated upon the throne, Ye Hao caressed the golden armrest, chuckling. Everything you possess now has been granted by us. It is time to reclaim what is ours. The next day, as per Ye Hao's directives, He promptly issued orders to deploy the Royal Knights and 2,000 Soul Masters to the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Upon hearing this news, Ning Fengji's anxious heart finally found solace. He believed stability had been achieved. With soldiers from the Heaven Do Royal Knights strategically positioned throughout the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the 1,000 Soul Masters being meticulously arranged. For the safety of the sect and the preservation of the 7 Treasure Towers' legacy, Ning Fengji was determined to prepare comprehensively. Unbeknownst to him, the hidden threat was already in gestation. Meanwhile, after concluding matters in Heaven Do City, Ye Hao, having traversed for 5 days and nights, finally returned to his long-cherished home. The feeling of returning home was truly delightful. Upon arriving at the Spirit Hall, his first destination was the Elder Hall, where he encountered Douluo. Ye Hao removed the Heart of Death and released the Bone Douluo. The moment the Bone Douluo regained his freedom, he immediately lunged at Ye Hao, his 9 soul rings glowing, and the bone dragon behind him soaring into the sky. Yet, before the Bone Douluo could truly make his move, Douluo cast a powerful glare, overwhelming the Bone Douluo with immense pressure, causing him to collapse to the ground, his bones creaking under the strain, rendered motionless. Bone Douluo, your path has narrowed. Ye Hao squatted, offering a wry smile. Ye Hao, what have you done at Qinshin? The Bone Douluo demanded. His brow furrowed as he struggled against the oppressive force, hoping to eliminate Ye Hao right then and there. The sword Douluo lives. I merely rendered his 7-killing sword martial soul useless. From now on, he is but a shell of his former self. Upon hearing this, the Bone Douluo fell into a frenzy, trembling with rage, akin to a slumbering beast awakening. Ah, you have rendered him useless. I will kill you. The Bone Douluo roared in fury, though his strength was waning. The pressure exerted by Douluo was overwhelming, so formidable that Bone Douluo found himself devoid of any courage to resist. He was merely a level 95 title Douluo, while Douluo stood as a level 99 peerless Douluo, the epitome of strength in a world devoid of deities. At that moment, Bone Douluo finally became aware of Douluo approaching from behind. Why you are Bone Douluo? He stammered, trembling uncontrollably. He had been imprisoned in the Spirit Hall, and now Douluo was right before him. Take him away, Douluo said coolly, barely sparing him a glance. Shortly thereafter, Demon Douluo entered, casting a disdainful glance at the fallen Bone Douluo before escorting him away. Only a title Douluo could be held in such a manner, unlike the useless master, who remained confined in the dungeons of the Spirit Hall, doomed to never escape. Grandfather, Bone Douluo is imprisoned in the Elder Hall. As a title Douluo, he cannot be contained in an ordinary prison, said Ye Hao. Douluo nodded, acknowledging, you've worked hard during this time. I've heard about the affairs of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. That young lad is quite remarkable. Not only did he incapacitate Sword Douluo, but he also captured Bone Douluo alive. With the loss of 2 titled Douluos, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School will no longer hold the prestige of the upper 3 sects. His grandson was not merely the inheritor of the divine. Moreover, Ye Hao's true strength was such that even Qian Daolu could not fully discern it. However, what puzzled Qian Daolu was the disappearance of the scythe mark on Ye Hao's brow, replaced by a red emblem resembling a sword. Could it be? Indeed. Ye Hao yawned, his joints cracking. The current Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School resembled a toothless tiger, rendered incapable of action. I've been on the road for so long. I need a rest. Grandfather, I shall take my leave. After giving Qian Daolu a brief farewell, Ye Hao departed. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School had no room for resistance. The naive Ning Fengji still believed that the royal knights dispatched by the Tiando Empire and the Thousand Soul Masters were their final trump card. How naive he was! With matters concerning the upper 3 sects settling down, Ye Hao needed to carefully contemplate how to execute a decisive strike. He planned to first target the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, while saving Haotian Clan for last. After all, dealing with 6 titled Douluos was no trivial matter. It was imperative to achieve victory with minimal casualties. Ye Hao had formulated a plan regarding the Haotian Clan. Resolute, he decided to visit his daughter, whom he had not seen for quite some time and missed dearly. Daddy! As soon as Ye Hao entered the room, a melodious voice rang in his ears. A girl in a light pink dress, barefoot and with short golden hair, rushed towards him. Ye Hao similed Genti, crouching down to embrace his daughter. You where? Have you missed Daddy? He inquired warmly. I have, replied the obedient girl. At that moment, Qian Renshue emerged from another room. Having heard Ye Hao's arrival, she instinctively knew he was back. Witnessing this harmonious scene brought a smile to her face. This was what life should be. Family blissfully united. You've worked hard, Qian Renshue said as she took Qian Xiuyu from Ye Hao's arms, signaling a maid to take the child to the Pope's palace. Given the current timeline, it was now Bibi Dong's turn to care for the child. Ever since Ye Hao's daughter was born, Bibi Dong had given the maternal love that Qian Renshue had missed out on all those years, doing so selflessly. I never expected that when I appointed Ning Fengji as the imperial teacher, he would ally with the upper 3 sects, Qian Renshue remarked, shaking her head slowly. She had intended to reveal to Ning Fengji at a critical moment that he was a man driven by self-interest, one who prioritized benefits above all else. Had she known beforehand that the Tiando Empire would cease to exist, she was certain that Ning Fengji would not hesitate to join the Spirit Hall. On one hand, there was the Chiluak tulip gifted by Ye Hao. On the other hand, for the sake of over 2,000 disciples in their sect, it was clear to Ning Fengji whom to ally with and whom to distance himself from. Such a simple truth he could not have been oblivious to. Alas, Ye Hao was sighed. Lamenting, the only one to blame is Ning Fengji for being overly suspicious. As the leader of a sect, he has proven himself competent. Having developed the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School to its current stature, his methods are commendable. However, the crux of the matter is that his cleverness has backfired. From the beginning, I never intended to confront the upper 3 sects. My aim was to win over the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Yet, upon arrival, I was taken aback by their alliance against us. Thus, you destroyed Ning Rongrong's 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Qian Renshue raised an eyebrow, gazing deeply at Ye Hao. You are quite ruthless. The 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda is no more. From this day forth, it will exist only as a legend. I have no fondness for flip-floppers. I particularly despise those like Ning Fengji, who are solely motivated by self-interest. If one day they were to stab me in the back, it would be utterly unforeseen. Rather than that, it is far better to eliminate them swiftly. Ye Hao replied, nonchalantly, sprawling comfortably on the sofa, crossing his legs. Wife, he said, pulling Qian Renshue close and inhaling the fragrance of her hair. Does your angel soul bone possess a camouflage effect? Qian Renshue tilted her neck, looking at him in confusion. Yes, why do you ask? Do you have some mischievous scheme in mind? She queried. Ye Hao grinned widely, revealing his pearly whites. A mischievous smile dancing on his lips. I plan to infiltrate the Haotian clan and hope to harness the power of the angel soulbone. Infiltrate the Haotian clan? Qian Renshue shook her head. That is exceedingly dangerous. Although the Haotian clan has long since closed its gates, its strength should not be underestimated. Not only are there 6 titled Douluos, but with the upper 3 sects now united and the Haotian clan's terrain being easy to defend, yet hard to attack, your reckless approach would surely invite peril. Without a second thought, she firmly rejected the idea. Ye Hao's plan was fraught with risk. Setting aside the Haotian clan, consider the matter of you killing Tang Hao. They will harbor a deep-seated hatred for you. Think of your identity. You must not act recklessly, Qianrenxue advised earnestly. At this, Ye Hao felt warmth in his heart as he gently embraced her, placing a tender kiss on her flawless forehead. Rest assured, I cherish my life more than anyone. I have ventured through the city of slaughter. What is the Haotian clan to me? A den of dragons and tigers? Those frail and elderly, though they have attained title to law, are no threat to me. The only one who poses a genuine danger is Tang Xiao. Only by dealing with him can I dismantle the Haotian clan from within. Moreover, do you notice any significant changes in me? Ye Hao inweited. Changes? Qianrenxue cupped Ye Hao's handsome face, scrutinizing him carefully from all angles. Finally, she noticed something unusual at his brow. What happened to your black side mark? It has vanished. Qianrenxue was perplexed. As the inheritor of the god of death, she was aware of the mark on his brow. The unfamiliar red emblem before her sent a chill through her, evoking a sense of dread. This is the mark of the Azura god's inheritance, Ye Hao explained. Azura? Qianrenxue rolled her eyes at Ye Hao, exasperated. Your luck is truly remarkable. I've heard from Xiao Hong that not only are you the inheritor of the god of death, but now you're also the inheritor of the Azura god. One person, two divine positions. How can one person be allowed to exist so bountifully? Qianrenxue said with a hint of jealousy. Ye Hao chuckled, shaking his head, muttering softly, You're also the inheritor of the angel. That day will eventually come. What did you say? Nothing, nothing. Ye Hao shook his head and then declared. This matter is thus amicably settled. Seeing Ye Hao's unwavering resolve, Qianrenxue ceased her objections, silently praying that this journey to the spirit hall would pass without incident. For a considerable period, Ye Hao had enjoyed a peaceful existence, spending 3 solitary months within the spirit hall. During this time, he diligently implemented numerous modifications aimed at dismantling the 3 major sects, while the covert plans of the Haotian sect were progressing in a methodical manner. Concurrently, Ye Hao resolved to take decisive action against the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, laying the groundwork for his infiltration into the Haotian sect. On this day, Ye Hao ventured alone into the dungeons of the spirit hall. The dark, lightless cells were infested with gray rodents, each the size of a fist, scurrying into their burrows. The ground was damp, and the air was thick with an unpleasant stench. Where's Yu Xiaojiang? Take me to him, Ye Hao demanded. His primary objective for entering the dungeon remained Yu Xiaojiang, with the imminent expedition to annihilate the 2 sects. It was imperative to extract this man, believed to be dead by the outside world, so he could witness the destruction of the sect firsthand. Following his guide, Ye Hao arrived at a solitary cell, where he was confronted by a disheveled Yu Xiaojiang, emanating a foul odor and appearing utterly deranged. Having been imprisoned for 2.5 years, Yu Xiaojiang had not seen the sun for a single day. The news of Lu Erlong's marriage to Flender had plunged him into despair, leading him to feel devoid of purpose and hope. He languished in sorrow, muttering incessantly, ultimately devolving into this pitiable state, even repelling the rodents that scurried about. Yu Xiaogang, Ye Hao did it. A wave of sympathy washing over him at the sight of the once respected figure reduced to this wretched condition. If Tang San were to witness his mentor in such a state, how devastated would he be? Yu Xiaojiang suddenly jolted, recognizing the familiar yet loathsome voice. He stood, gripping the iron bars of the cell tightly, baring his decayed teeth in a snarl. Ye Hao, I shall kill you. I will annihilate the spirit hall. You will pay for this, he screamed, shaking the bars in a frenzy. Once filled with ambition, he now found himself with nothing, his wife gone, his closest brother having betrayed him, and his reputation in tatters, reduced to a figure despised by all. Ye Hao waved his hand dismissively. The stench emanating from Yu Xiaojiang was overpowering, surpassing even that of the depraved souls in the city of slaughter. Yu Xiaojiang, after 2.5 years. It seems you've been quite comfortable in your little abode, Ye Hao remarked with a smirk. I will kill you. I have nothing left. You have destroyed me. Yu Xiaojiang persisted in his tirade against Ye Hao. Destroyed you? Ye Hao laughed scornfully. Yu Xiaojiang, you had destroyed yourself. You possess neither talent nor integrity. Relying on stolen merit to deceive others, you have proclaimed yourself a master without any wisdom. What your dignity? Yu Xiaojiang was left speechless, merely glaring as he continued to shake the cell door in madness. The door was unyielding, designed to confine someone as significant as Yu Xiaojiang, crafted from deep-sea silver. It was impenetrable. You conspired to kill me, colluding with Tang Xiao and Tang Hao. Now, your demise is imminent, Ye Hao declared, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Yu Xiaojiang trembled, gulping nervously as he stammered, I did not conspire to kill you. It was Tang Xiao and Tang Hao who sought your demise. To still be obstinate at death's door is truly a sign of stubbornness, Ye Hao retorted. Disdain etched upon his face. I truly did not. All of this was instigated by Tang Xiao and Tang Hao. I am innocent. Please release me, Yu Xiaojiang pleaded, tears streaming down his dusty cheeks. Having languished in the dungeon for 2.5 years, he had constantly yearned for freedom. In this lightless abyss, he lost his sense of direction and even contemplated suicide multiple times. Yet, clinging to life seemed preferable, and he ultimately relinquished those thoughts. Moreover, the dungeon was exceedingly secure, designed for holding evil soul masters. Given Yu Xiaojiang's unique status, he was granted special treatment, confined to a solitary cell, which only deepened the envy of the other imprisoned evil soul masters. Is that so? Ye Hao inquired with keen interest, scrutinizing him. Then might I ask, who uttered those words in the hall of the Pope 2.5 years ago? You and Tang Xiao. Tang Hao conspired against me on the road? Tell me, who spoke those words? Ye Hao's narrowed gaze bore into Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Xiaojiang felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat trickling down his back. Avoiding Ye Hao's penetrating state. It was the dog who said it. I certainly did not. He remained shamelessly defiant. Ye Hao had grown accustomed to his antics. Yu Xiaojiang, your time is at an end. Ye Hao's voice resonated coldly, akin to a death knell. The words struck Yu Xiaojiang like a thunderclap, rendering him incapacitated. He slumped to the ground, clutching his head and screaming in despair. Ye Hao expertly wielded his domain of slaughter, recognizing that such an unrepentant individual required a ruthless approach. Bring him out, Ye Hao commanded. The heavy door of the dungeon swung open. Yu Xiaojiang, curled up on the floor, was forcibly dragged away. Ye Hao, where are you taking me? He gritted his teeth, fearing for his life. To the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, Ye Hao replied coolly. Yu Xiaojiang felt his mind whirl. He had been away from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan for over 20 years, and the world believed him to be dead, including his former clan. The prospect of returning to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan instigated malevolent thoughts within him. No, I will not go. I will not go, he screamed, struggling desperately. Slap! Slap! The only response was 2 resounding slaps across his face, silencing his protests. You are going home, and you still dare to be picky? Have you had enough of the dungeon? Should I keep you locked away until you perish, or throw you into the city of slaughter? Ye Hao shook his head. No, 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 no. Yu Xiaojiang shook his head fervently, muttering, going home is good. Going home is good. As Yu Xiaojiang was led away, Ye Hao paused momentarily, summoning a disciple of the Spirit Hall forward. Young master, what are your orders? The disciple inquired respectfully. Find someone capable of perfectly mimicking Yu Xiaojiang's handwriting. It must be indistinguishable, with no errors whatsoever. Furthermore, the content of the letter should state, Yu Xiaojiang is not dead and has escaped from the Spirit Hall back to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Prepare 2 copies. One for Tang San at the Moon Pavilion and the other for Lu Erlong at Shrek Academy. Ensure it is well done, Ye Hao instructed with precision. Understood. The disciple bowed and promptly departed to fulfill the task. The game has begun, Ye Hao mused, a slight smile gracing his lips as he gazed toward his target. To dominate Douluo, one must first obliterate the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. The following morning, within the Moon Pavilion of Heaven Do City, Tang San had immersed himself in his studies for 3 months, mastering the intricacies of music. He had promised Tang Yuehua to remain at the Moon Pavilion for a full year before returning to the Haotian sect, striving for a complete reconciliation with his roots. However, from Tang Yuehua's hints, it was evident that the 7th Elder was exceedingly difficult, harboring the most significant objections to Tang Hao and his son. Little San, there is a letter for you, Tang Yuehua said, handing him an unmarked envelope. The only notable feature was the words inscribed in the center, to my disciple, Tang San. The 6 characters were striking. Tang San was perplexed. Who would take the time to send him a letter? The moment Tang San grasped the letter, he was momentarily rendered speechless. His hands trembled violently with excitement as he exclaimed, "This is my teacher's handwriting. He is still alive." Unable to contain himself, Tang San eagerly unfolded the letter. The contents mirrored the oral account provided by Ye Hao on that fateful day. Yu Xiaojing had escaped from the Spirit Hall and returned to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. This summons to the clan was of utmost importance regarding matters pertaining to the Spirit Hall. The revelation that his teacher was alive sent waves of exhilaration coursing through Tang San. Damn the Spirit Hall for daring to imprison my teacher. This is splendid news. He is safe and back with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. With his involvement, our chances of annihilating the Spirit Hall will increase significantly. Just as Tang San prepared to depart, Tang Yuehua obstructed his path. Little San, calm down. Don't you find this letter rather peculiar? She cautioned. As he pondered her words, Tang San gradually regained his composure, scrutinizing the handwriting, which undoubtedly belonged to Yu Xiaojing. However, an unsettling feeling lingered within him, suggesting that the situation was not as straightforward as it appeared, as if someone had orchestrated it. And this letter's arrival is indeed suspicious. I have examined it closely. There is no doubt it is my teacher's handwriting, Tang San contemplated. Perhaps I should visit Shrek Academy. Both Dean Flinder and Vice Dean Lu Erlong would recognize my teacher's handwriting and could confirm its authenticity. Wait, Tang Yuehua interjected. What now? Tang San asked, perplexed. Don't forget, Lu Erlong has remarried Flinder. If you present this letter to her, you would disrupt their normal lives, Tang Yuehua replied, hands on her hips, exuding a sense of exasperation. After mulling over her words, Tang San conceded that Tang Yuehua had a valid point. If Lu Erlong were to learn that Yu Xiaojing was alive, it could lead to unforeseen complications. After all, since Lu Erlong's marriage to Flinder, it was rumored that Flinder had not shared a bed with her even once. It was evident that Lu Erlong still harbored feelings for Yu Xiaojing. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, in a small wooden cabin on the back mountain, Lu Erlong and Flinder were residing there, having spent a considerable amount of time together since their marriage. The daily affairs of the academy were left in the hands of the hapless Zhao Wujia, who was lamenting his burdens. Inside the cabin, Lu Erlong, still as radiant as ever in her flowing azure attire, and with her hair styled in a woman's fashion, casually watered the flowers with a kettle while humming a melodious tune. Meanwhile, Flinder reclined comfortably in a chair, his legs crossed, thoroughly enjoying this lifestyle. Although it had been 2.5 years since their marriage, Flinder felt content, even if he could not share Lu Erlong's bed. This existence was the life he had always yearned for. With a long sigh, Flinder gazed up at the cerulean sky. Xiaojing, I will take care of your sister-in-law. You can rest easy, he murmured to himself. Suddenly, Lu Erlong set down the kettle and approached Flinder with a calm demeanor. Erlong, what is the matter? Is something troubling you? Flinder inquired, noticing the worry etched on her brow. It was clear that she still could not forget him. Well, Lu Erlong stammered, her hands tightly clenched. Flinder furrowed his brow and quickly rose, his expression filled with concern. Come to my room tonight. With those words, Lu Erlong retreated into the wooden cabin, leaving the air thick with tension. Flinder stood frozen, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. The news felt as if a pie had fallen from the sky and landed squarely on his face. Flinder removed his crystal glasses, tears streaming down his cheeks. 2.5 years. You have no idea what I have endured during this time. I have finally awaited this moment. Ha ha ha. He dared not laugh out loud, secretly reveling in his elation, his heart racing and his face flushed. He wished the night would come at once. Dean Flinder. At that moment, Zhao Wujia rushed over, panting and bewildered by Flinder's goofy grin. Boss, have you lost your mind? Zhao Wujia shook Flinder's shoulders. Flinder quickly cleared his throat, adopting a serious tone. Wujia, mind your manners. Is there something you need? Tang San has arrived, Zhao Wujia replied softly, gesturing toward the figure in the black robe approaching from a distance. Tang San's current identity was quite sensitive, and he could not afford to be seen openly. At this time, Shrek Academy was sparsely populated, largely due to the fallout from Tang San and Yu Xiaojing situations. Little San, you're here. Flinder's mood brightened considerably. Meanwhile, inside the cabin, Lu Erlong summoned her courage to utter those words, her heart racing and her head spinning. People must live, after all. What must be forgotten must ultimately be forgotten. Lu Erlong had always cherished Flinder's care over the past 2.5 years. Perhaps it was the only way to repay him. As Lu Erlong prepared for her next steps, her attention was suddenly captured by a letter resting on the table. Is this for Flinder? By some inexplicable force, she approached it, glancing at it briefly, causing her water kettle to slip from her grasp. With a crash, the sound of the kettle shattering outside drew the attention of the others. Lu Erlong was a person of routine, and it was unlikely she would encounter trouble. When Flinder burst through the door, he found Lu Erlong seated on the sofa, weeping profusely, clutching a letter tightly in her hands. Erlong, what is wrong? Flinder asked as he approached Lu Erlong with concern. Lu Erlong sobbed, offering no response as she continued to weep. Her tears pulled at Flinder's heartstrings. While Tang San observed the letter tightly clutched in Lu Erlong's hands, already envisioning the worst. He cast a sympathetic glance at Flinder and sighed deeply. Flinder, Xiaojing is alive. Lu Erlong exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion. Flinder, momentarily speechless, accepted the letter from Lu Erlong's grasp and opened it with impatience, scrutinizing its contents. As Tang San leaned in to take a look, he noted that it was indeed identical to the envelope he held, with matching handwriting, confirming it was authored by the same person. Damn it, Flinder silently cursed, realizing that tonight's tranquility was about to be disrupted. After being gone for so long, why return at such a critical moment? Is this some cruel joke? Flinder's resentment toward Yu Xiaojiang's unexpected revival grew intensely. After enduring such a long wait for this day, Flinder felt a wave of frustration. Had he arrived just a day later, he feared he would have been finished. Flinder fell silent, leaving the letter behind as he walked away alone, feeling dejected. Tears streamed down Lu Erlong's cheeks. I must return to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. I must see Xiaojiang, she declared resolutely. Simultaneously, Tang San produced an identical letter from his pocket and presented it to Lu Erlong. Vice Dean Erlong, please take a look at this. Is this letter not penned by our teacher? Upon receiving the letter, Lu Erlong merely glanced at it before confidently asserting, it's him. It must be him. Vice Dean Erlong, do you not find it suspicious that this letter arrived under such strange circumstances? It feels as though someone orchestrated it. Tang San speculated. What do you mean someone orchestrated it? Lu Erlong retorted, her temper flaring. As someone consumed by love, she paid little heed to such concerns. Now that Yu Xiaojiang had returned, she was already preparing to return to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, hastily dismissing her earlier conversation with Flinder. This narrative epitomizes the concept of infatuation, where one is consumed by thoughts of romantic encounters, utterly oblivious to the lurking dangers presented by the letter. At this moment, Lu Erlong, Flinder, and Tang San set forth towards the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Lu Erlong is filled with excitement, Flinder is engulfed in gloom, and Tang San is steeped in skepticism. Three individuals exhibit three distinct psychological traits. In the blink of an eye, 2 days have passed, and they draw ever closer to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, nearing their destination. Meanwhile, before the gates of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, Ye Hao arrives alone. According to the arrangement made 3 months prior, the Royal Knights and 1,000 Soul Masters have infiltrated this place. They are the true infiltrators. Following Ye Hao's command, they commence their operation. Chapter 229, The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Family, is no more. The dim, overcast sky casts an eerie pallor, while flames erupt from the ground, turning the moon a deep crimson, presenting a scene of unsettling strangeness. This night is destined to be drenched in blood, heralding the demise of a colossal family from the annals of Douluo Continent, marking the dawn of a new chapter in history. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, a lineage steeped in history, ranks the lowest among the 3 great sects, with every member possessing the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul, the most formidable beast martial soul in existence. Its patriarch, Yu Yuanjin, is a titled law of the 95th rank. Ye Hao has meticulously planned this action to eradicate the 3 great sects. As he stands before the mountain gate, he gazes up to behold a colossal dragon sculpture, rendered with lifelike precision, emanating an intangible pressure. This is the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. The ground outside is littered with corpses, as is the adjacent lake, stained crimson with blood. Within the confines of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, the cacophony of battle rages, the clash of weapons resonating through the air, mingling with the scent of blood, no less pungent than that of the City of Slaughter. Clearly, as Ye Hao issued his command, the Tiando Royal Knights and the 1,000 Soul Masters have already made their move. These 1,000 Soul Masters are the elite of the Spirit Hall. While the Royal Knights are not mere commoners, they're also a battalion of Soul Masters, totaling over 3,000. Ye Hao has exerted considerable effort to eradicate the 3 great sects. He has not summoned any elders from the Spirit Hall, but has instead brought along his 3 titled Douluos, Zhu Zhuqing, Zhe, and Xiaohu. The 3 have long shed their beast forms and now stand as formidable humans. They sweep through the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family with relentless force, causing chaos and disarray among its ranks. Even the darkened sky is stained with red. This night is destined to be one of sleeplessness. The operation has commenced, and with Zhu Zhuqing and the others present, the ancient dragon of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family stands no chance against them. Bring Yu Xiaojiang here, Ye Hao commands. At that moment, Yu Xiaojiang is brought, blindfolded, to the gates of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, entirely unaware of the unfolding events. The sounds of slaughter echo around him, overwhelming his senses. He instinctively retches as the acrid scent of blood engulfs him. Ye Hao, where you brought me? Yu Xiaojiang inquires, a sense of impending doom washing over him. You have returned home to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, Ye Hao replies, gesturing for the blindfold to be removed. As the blindfold falls away, Yu Xiaojiang is momentarily blinded by the sudden light. Tears springing to his eyes. He has not seen light for 2.5 years, and this brightness is almost overwhelming. The immense dragon before him is unmistakably the emblem of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family. "I'm home," he stammers, his voice choked with emotion. However, upon noticing the bodies strewn at his feet and the garments they wear, he is struck dumb, as if struck by lightning. The scene before him is a mountain of corpses, a veritable sea of blood, the lake outside the sect tainted crimson, drifting remnants of bodies creating a hellish tableau. "No, no, no," Yu Xiaojiang gasps, tears streaming down his cheeks. "It's all gone, it's all gone." His body sways, knees giving way as he collapses to the ground, gazing helplessly at the inferno consuming the blue lightning tyrant dragon family. The weight of despair crashes upon him as tears flow freely, like pearls spilling from a broken string. The blue lightning tyrant dragon family is no more, utterly annihilated. "Ye Hao, you will pay for this." Yu Xiaojiang roars, his eyes aflame with vengeance. Charging recklessly towards Ye Hao. The ground, stained with blood, his kin's blood, fueled his rage. Though Yu Xiaojiang had long departed from the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, the blood of that lineage still coursed through his veins, an unbreakable bond. A fury he had never known ignited within him as the 2-century-old soul rings flared to life beneath him, and Luo, Sanpao, appeared at his side. Together, man and beast charged at Ye Hao, undeterred by the disparity in power. In that moment, Yu Xiaojiang felt he had nothing left to lose, not even his own life. In truth, he had lost everything 2.5 years prior. The only vestige of his hope lay with the blue lightning tyrant dragon family. Now, with that family reduced to ashes, he saw no reason to continue living. He pressed on, determined to confront Ye Hao. Yet, the overwhelming difference in strength struck him like a thunderbolt. Before Ye Hao even moved, the powerful aura emanating from his realm of slaughter forced Yu Xiaojiang to grit his teeth, his bones cracking under the pressure, his face contorting in agony. The disparity in power was insurmountable. Ye Hao shook his head. "Yu Xiaojiang, you seek to kill me, to destroy the Spear Hall. Now your retribution has come. I intend for you to witness the obliteration of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, right before your eyes. You are the architect of its demise, the source of all evil since the moment you sought my life." This day was fated. Ye Hao's gaze was icy as he fixed his stare upon Yu Xiaojiang. "Ah, no, no, no," Yu Xiaojiang cried out, but his pleas fell on deaf ears. Ye Hao's soul rings ignited beneath him, and in an instant, he manifested the Death Spider Emperor, his arms transforming into black scythes, 6 purple wings unfurling from his back. A flash of purple light streaked past, severing the colossal blue lightning tyrant dragon statue, its head thundering to the ground. Ye Hao retracted his martial soul and ascended the blood-stained steps, bringing Yu Xiaojiang with him to witness the slaughter of his kin. As Yu Xiaojiang was led up the steps, he was in a daze, his eyes vacant, resembling 2 black voids, surrounded by the remains of his family members. "It's all gone, it's all gone," he murmured, descending into silence. The weight of his grief too immense to bear. They traversed through the ruins, moving past the flames. At last, Ye Hao arrived at the heart of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, where the battle had come to a close. Zhu Zhuqing, Zhuer, and Xiehu, drenched in blood, their eyes still ablaze with the ferocity of battle, immediately subdued their killing intent and bowed respectfully upon Ye Hao's arrival. "Master," they intoned, "Ye Hao nodded. Is it over?" "Indeed, every member of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family has been slaughtered. Patriarch Yu Yuanjin self-destructed, and all remaining high-ranking members are dead. We incurred over 1,000 casualties among our soul masters, while the blue lightning tyrant dragon family is utterly annihilated," Zhu Zhuqing reported. "Master," Zhuer added, producing 3 soul bones from behind her. "These are the soul bones from Yu Yuanjin." "Well," Ye Hao said, gazing up at the heavens, "this night bore no stars. The moon was painted crimson by the flames, and the scent of blood thickened in the air. Expedite the reporting of today's gains, and include these 3 soul bones as well. Quickly cleanse the battlefield of corpses, pay respects to the fallen soul masters, and once all is settled, we shall make our swift exit," Ye Hao commanded. "Young master, what should we do with Yu Xiaojiang?" inquired one of the soul masters carrying him. At that moment, Yu Xiaojiang, with tears nearly dried, appeared utterly devastated, collapsing to the ground, his body smeared with the blood of his kin, presenting a woeful sight. "I shall obliterate the Spear Hall. I will annihilate all of you," he muttered, lost in a daze. "Kill him. He has become utterly useless," Ye Hao instructed. The 2 men, understanding the order, hoisted the limp Yu Xiaojiang and gradually moved towards the exit. "Please, no, Don't come any closer, Yu Xiaojing cried out, tears and snot streaming down his face. He understood all too well that a miserable life was preferable to a swift death. He would rather return to the abyss of the dark prison than perish here. Ye Hao, you cannot kill me. If you do, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao will not let you go. My disciple, Tang San, will seek vengeance for me. You cannot kill me. You cannot. Yu Xiaojing wept, indeed. He was crying. Ye Hao waved his hand, signaling to let Yu Xiaojing down. Approaching him, he asked coolly, then tell me, what value do you hold by remaining alive? I have little patience for those who waver, and I despise treacherous scoundrels who strike from behind. Yu Xiaojing, do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your schemes. Just moments ago, you were vowing to kill me while inciting me, claiming that Tang Hao and his brethren would not spare me. No, Yu Xiaojing protested. You must have misheard. I never said that. You cannot kill me. I do not wish to die. Ye Hao shook his head, utterly disillusioned with Yu Xiaojing. The words he had spoken moments ago now seemed like mere nonsense. To put it plainly, I have already slain Tang Hao. Yu Xiaojing's gaze sharpened, and he shook his head vehemently. Impossible. That cannot be. Tang Hao is a titled Douluo. There is no way you could have killed him. You are deceiving me. He had witnessed Tang Hao's formidable battle prowess firsthand. Moreover, Yu Xiaojing was a devoted admirer of Tang Hao, completely rejecting Ye Hao's claim. Tang Hao could never have fallen at the hands of Ye Hao. It was simply inconceivable. Boring, Ye Hao waved his hand dismissively. At present, Yu Xiaojing held no value, and thus there was no reason to keep him alive. Take him away. At that moment, a disciple of the Spirit Hall approached with a report. Young master, 3 individuals have been spotted 5 kilometers from us. Flinder, the principal of Shrek Academy, Vice Principal Lu Erlong, and Tang San. Arriving so swiftly, Ye Hao pondered, then commanded, hasten to clear the battlefield and instruct the Spirit Hall disciples to retreat. As for you, he turned to Yu Xiaojing, a slight smirk gracing his lips. I shall soon take you to meet your beloved. No, I should say Flinder's wife. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yu Xiaojing spat out a mouthful of blood, overwhelmed by rage. It was an eternal pain within him. His closest friend had stolen his woman, igniting a deep-seated hatred for Flinder. With a gaze full of resentment, he fixated on Ye Hao. Your brother truly is something. Ever since we announced her demise, Flinder has cared for Lu Erlong with unparalleled attentiveness. It is said their child is nearly a year old. How swiftly time flies. Ye Hao remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Yu Xiaojing coughed up blood once more, trembling. Even the sound of his gritted teeth was audible. Flinder, you scoundrel. Taking advantage of my misfortune, and I once considered you my closest brother. But soon, Yu Xiaojing's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Ye Hao. You must be lying to me. Ye Hao smiled faintly. Believe what you will. You will soon learn the truth. Meanwhile, in the outskirts of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family forest, I have an ominous premonition, Lu Erlong remarked as an unsettling tremor coursed through her heart. Do not worry. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family is one of the top 3 sections. Our primary purpose in visiting is to see Xiaojing, Flinder replied, sighing deeply as he glanced at Lu Erlong, fearful of losing her. Only one more night, just one more night. Flinder lamented inwardly, unable to express his discontent openly. Beside them, Tang San was visibly agitated, holding 2 identical letters, having scrutinized them for some time. This is definitely the teacher's handwriting. He sensed an impending trap. Shaking his head, he concluded no, this is. Suddenly halting, Tang San unleashed his killing god domain in an instant. The ominous aura surged forth relentlessly. At the same time, Lu Erlong and Flinder halted, perplexed, gazing at Tang San. After a moment, Tang San's expression darkened. Blood, I can smell it. Having emerged from the city of slaughter, he possessed a keen sensitivity to the scent of blood, able to detect it even from several miles away. Vice Principal Lu, I fear something grave has transpired within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Tang San intoned gravely. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lu Erlong retorted vehemently. Our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family is the foremost beast martial soul family and one of the top 3 sects. How could anyone dare to strike against us? Unless. With that, Lu Erlong shot off like an arrow towards the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. I sincerely hope my fears are unfounded. Flinder and Tang San hastily followed in pursuit of Lu Erlong. When they arrived at the lake on the outskirts of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, they were immediately horrified by the scene before them. The lake had been stained crimson, littered with corpses, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family lay engulfed in flames. Consumed entirely, with the fire still raging, the scent of blood rising to the heavens, resembling a hell on earth. Lu Erlong trembled violently. her legs giving way as she collapsed to the ground, her gaze fixed upon the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, silent tears streaming down her cheeks, unable to fathom the horrific scene unfolding before her. Chapter 230. The Golden Triad no longer exists. The blue lightning tyrant dragon family was gone, utterly obliterated, reduced to mere dust of history, forever lost to this land. The earth lay ravaged, stained with blood, and the ground was strewn with unending corpses. A veritable inferno of human suffering. Lu Erlong trembled uncontrollably, tears cascading down incessantly. The blue lightning tyrant dragon family had vanished, completely extinguished. Who could have done this? Lu Erlong roared in fury. At that moment, she was filled with an unrestrained wrath. The dormant dragon awakened at last. Igniting with azure dragon flames, she appeared terrifying. Behind her, Tang San and Flender instinctively took several steps back, all too aware of one undeniable truth. Women could be fearsome, especially one with Lu Erlong's fiery temperament. The destruction of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family incited an unquenchable rage within her. This ancient lineage had finally met its end. Flender sighed deeply, gazing at the mountain of corpses. How could such a fine family as the blue lightning tyrant dragon be destroyed? Could it be the Spirit Hall's doing? Flender immediately thought of the Spirit Hall. Aside from them, there was hardly any force on the continent capable of such devastation. Regret washed over him as he recalled the day of his marriage to Lu Erlong, when the blue lightning tyrant dragon family had personally sent representatives, including Lu Erlong's father, to obstruct Yu Shaojiang from uniting with her. Flender vividly remembered Lu Erlong's father beaming with joy, akin to a radiant chrysanthemum. And why was he so joyful? Flender mused. Perhaps it was due to Yu Shaojiang's presence. After all, Yu Shaojiang and Lu Erlong were kin, sharing an inseparable blood bond, and their union would surely provoke widespread disapproval, tarnishing the honor of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family. This further underscores the pivotal moment when Lu Erlong's father personally intervened to obstruct the marriage of the two. Time has passed, and the once vibrant figures are now mere memories. It is too late to voice any sentiments now. It is over, utterly over. The raging inferno continued unabated, illuminating the dark night sky with an unnerving brilliance. Lu Erlong, Tang San, and Flander arrived before the gates of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, only to be met with a grim sight of lifeless bodies, devoid of any signs of life. Utterly and irrevocably deceased. Simultaneously, Tang San bent down to examine the fallen corpses. The blood was still fresh, a pungent scent lingering in the air. Tang San furrowed his brow, muttering to himself. This incident is inextricably linked to the Spirit Hall. I am 100% certain that it is the work of the Spirit Hall, Tang San declared with unwavering conviction. The Spirit Hall's intentions to strike against the three sects have ceased to be a secret. For Tang San, who was on the verge of stepping into the Haotian sect, the destruction of the Spirit Hall and the demise of Ye Hao had become the sole purpose of his remaining days. Erlong. Flander gently placed a hand on Lu Erlong's shoulder, his heart heavy with emotion, unsure of how to offer comfort. He deeply empathized with the torment Lu Erlong must have felt at that moment, a pain that was truly unbearable. Tang San shared this sentiment, having experienced it himself and wishing never to endure it again. The trio ascended the blood-stained steps slowly, with Flander supporting Lu Erlong, whose legs had grown weak, overwhelmed by the horrific scenes before her. Lu Erlong clung to the hope of finding a survivor, even just one. At last, when they reached the once thriving blue lightning tyrant dragon family, the sight before them was utterly shocking. The ground was littered with corpses, all clad in the uniform attire of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family members. In that moment, Lu Erlong felt as if struck by lightning, collapsing to the ground in despair, nearly losing consciousness. Erlong, are you all right? Flander exclaimed, rushing to support her, trembling uncontrollably. Damn the Spirit Hall. Tang San gritted his teeth, summoning the Haotian hammer spirit as he furiously struck the ground. The hammer collided with the earth, resulting in a violent explosion that formed a deep crater. I understand now. Tang San's eyes lit up as he withdrew two identical letters from his pocket. Vice Dean Erlong, Dean Flander, we have fallen into a trap, Tang San exclaimed, sensing the impending danger. The Spirit Hall mimicked the handwriting of our teacher, exploiting Vice Dean Erlong's longing for him to lure us here. Their objective was to force us to witness the annihilation of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family. They are truly ruthless. Flander nodded, surveying the surroundings. You speak the truth. The atmosphere here is decidedly unsettling. He then glanced at the two letters in Tang San's hand, shaking his head. These letters must have been forged by the Spirit Hall using Xiao Gang's handwriting as a template. The Spirit Hall is formidable and resourceful. I never imagined they could achieve such a level of deception, truly a case of killing both the body and the spirit. However, Flander pondered, what could be their purpose in ensnaring us here? Before he could finish, Lu Erlong suddenly stood up, her expression dark as she snatched the envelope from Tang San's hands. Her eyes fixated on the letter, once treasured, now filled with contempt. As Lu Erlong tore the letters apart, they seemed like death warrants that had claimed the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Who destroyed the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family? Lu Erlong bellowed. At that moment, amidst the blazing inferno, a disheveled figure staggered forth. He approached Lu Erlong and the others, and the trio braced themselves, summoning their respective spirits in response to the perceived threat. After 2.5 years of rigorous training, Lu Erlong and Flander had ascended to the rank of SoulLand, their 8 spirit rings glowing as their cat, eagle, and fire dragon spirits materialized. Tang San's blue-silver grass surged forth, and 6 spirit rings appeared as he activated the purple extreme demon child, his eyes shimmering with a violet light. However, Flander charged ahead, enveloped in golden feathers, his demeanor fierce as he advanced towards the unknown figure, eager to make a favorable impression on Lu Erlong. He was determined to act decisively. With the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family decimated and Yu Xiaojiang presumed dead, the sudden appearance of this ragged individual seemed highly suspicious. Undoubtedly tied to the Spirit Hall, Tang San employed the purple extreme demon child to pierce through the haze of confusion and reveal the truth. When the figure materialized before his eyes, he was momentarily taken aback, then shouted, "Dean Flander." "Stop!" "Huh?" Flander turned, perplexed by Tang San's command. Just as he intended to cease his assault, it was already too late. With a sickening sound, Flander's right hand morphed into a golden claw, akin to the lethal talons of a cat eagle, and he fatally struck the individual before him. Blood began to drip as Flander gazed at the stranger, his body trembling involuntarily. He could hardly believe his eyes, glancing back at Lu Erlong. At that moment, Lu Erlong, tears streaming down her face, rushed towards the now lifeless body of Yu Xiaojiang. "Xiao Gang, you truly are not dead?" Flander stammered in disbelief, unable to articulate his shock. Blood trickled from his right hand, enveloping him in warmth as he slowly withdrew his claw from Yu Xiaojiang's chest, his eyes wide in horror, instinctively stepping back. I killed him? I actually killed Xiao Gang by mistake." Flander collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by guilt as he looked upon the dying Yu Xiaojiang, unsure of how to face the reality of his actions. The best of friends had perished at his hands, filling him with profound remorse. Nearby, Ye Hao, concealed by the heart of death, witnessed the scene unfold with shock. He had planned to capture the Golden Iron Triangle using the Master, but never anticipated that Flander would inadvertently kill Yu Xiaojiang. It was beyond his imagination. Are they truly brothers? Ye Hao questioned it. Meanwhile, Lu Erlong hurriedly cradled the fading Yu Xiaojiang in her arms, only to find him unresponsive, disdainfully pushing her away. He weakly extended a trembling finger, pointing first at Lu Erlong, then at Flander, his gaze wavering, breathing shallow and labored, on the brink of death. Flander, and you. I loved you so dearly, but you have entangled yourself with Flander. I am so terribly disappointed in you." Yu Xiaojiang's final words were uttered with diminishing strength, his right hand falling limply to the ground, motionless, as his blood gradually stained the earth, marking the end of his life. Silence enveloped the scene, not only for Lu Erlong, Flander, and Tang San, but for all present, as they grappled with the weight of their emotions. None had foreseen this outcome, that Yu Xiaojiang would perish at Flander's hand. In an instant, Tang San's gaze towards Flander shifted dramatically. His teacher had been killed by his own hand. As the saying goes, a father's murder is an unforgivable sin. In Tang San's heart, Yu Xiaojiang had always been like a second father to him, a sentiment that could not be disputed. Now, Yu Xiaojiang was dead, not at the hands of the Spirit Hall, but by Flander, who, while not a blood brother, was akin to one. Xiao Gang. Lu Erlong could no longer contain her anguish, collapsing onto Yu Xiaojiang's cold body, wailing uncontrollably, her eyes filled with hatred directed at Flander, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards him. In that moment, Flander too was engulfed by sorrow, questioning himself, knowing it had not been intentional. The destruction of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family weighed heavily on him. As Lu Erlong's husband, he too felt the burden of grief. He had genuinely not recognized that the person before him was Yu Xiaojiang. Had he not been killed by the Spirit Hall long ago? "Flander, I hate you." Upon the utterance of Lu Erlong's words, Flander was utterly shattered, collapsing to his knees, his heart fracturing into numerous pieces. The impact of this statement was monumental, equaling the anguish he felt upon personally causing the demise of Yu Xiaojing. Flander realized that Lu Erlong had begun to loathe him throughout. She had never truly let go of Yu Xiaojing. The words she spoke days prior were merely a nostalgic reminiscence, a tribute to the deceased, for though he was gone, she must carry on. Yet, at this pivotal moment, a letter from the spirit hall stirred emotions within Lu Erlong, rekindling her memories of Yu Xiaojing. The tragic incident left the three in profound shock, whether for Lu Erlong, Tang San, or even the instigator, Flander himself. Nearby, Ye Hao emerged from the heart of death, letting out a deep sigh as he approached the trio. Flander, I never expected you to have personally killed Yu Xiaojing. Upon seeing Ye Hao, the three transformed their grief into resolve, uniting against this formidable foe, their spirits alight beneath their feet as they prepared to confront him. Ye Hao, did you annihilate the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan? Lu Erlong asked through tears, hoping against hope to hear Ye Hao confess despite the irrefutable evidence laid bare before her. It was I, Ye Hao acknowledged with a nod, choosing not to conceal the truth. The destruction of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon was a crucial step in the Spirit Hall's unification of the continent. Even had he refrained from acting, others within the hall would have taken matters into their own hands. Why? Lu Erlong's aura surged, enveloped in blue flames, resembling a warrior goddess as she charged at Ye Hao without hesitation. Why did you destroy the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan? She unleashed a barrage of punches, fueled by fiery energy, striking without discernible technique. Ye Hao refrained from employing his spirit, deftly avoiding Lu Erlong's onslaught. To him, it was evident that her fury had clouded her judgment. Had he unleashed his soul skills at that moment, she would have surely perished. With a swift motion, he delivered a kick that sent her flying. This is the grand scheme, the overarching momentum of unifying the Douluo Continent. I cannot halt it. I can only execute it in silence. Ye Hao lamented, his hands clasped behind his back. Lu Erlong, the moment Yu Xiaojing sought my life, colluding with Tang Hao and Tang Xiao to bring about my demise, you ought to have anticipated this day. Humph. Tang San scoffed, gritting his teeth. Ye Hao, you deserve to die. You brought ruin to my father and murdered Xiao Wu before my eyes. A wretch like you has no right to exist in this world. Ye Hao remained unfazed, pointing a finger at Tang San in reproach. I, Ye Hao, do not claim to be a good person, but what of you? A hypocritical villain, endlessly preaching the path of death, arbitrarily deciding the fates of others. What right do you have to do so? You, who mingle daily with a soul beast. Hold on. You are not even human. Your veins flow with the blood of both human and soul beast. You are not a person at all. What gives you the audacity to lecture me? In response to Ye Hao's tirade, Tang San's features contorted with rage. Silence. The domain of the god of death erupted around him. He brandished the Haotian hammer in his left hand, launching it directly at Ye Hao. The death of his teacher had ignited a fury within Tang San, a wildfire now unleashed. At that moment, Lu Erlong and Flander ascended into the air, joining forces to attack Ye Hao. Chapter 231. The next target, 7 treasures glazed tile, school the 3, fueled by desperation, charged at Ye Hao with all their might. The death of Yu Xiaojing had stripped Lu Erlong of all reason, though she harbored immense hatred for Flander. The events had transpired. The annihilation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan was inextricably linked to Ye Hao. He was the true culprit. Ye Hao, I vow make your blood spill on the spot. Lu Erlong cried, her voice echoing skyward, her being enveloped in searing dragon flames. Simultaneously, her 7th spirit ring glimmered, transforming her into a colossal fire dragon. Enveloped in blazing flames, she charged toward Ye Hao with overwhelming force, a spectacle of fire ascending to the heavens. 7th soul skill, Crimson Dragon True Form. This was Lu Erlong's true martial spirit. Concurrently, Flander's 7th spirit ring illuminated, morphing him into a massive cat eagle that swooped down, its golden claws poised to rend Ye Hao asunder. In this moment, a tide of murderous intent surged forth, akin to a tempest that instilled fear within Lu Erlong and Flander, as if they stood on the precipice of demise. Yet, in the next instant, both Flander and Lu Erlong coughed blood, feeling their strength dissipate, as if their very essence had been drained, their spirit energy vanishing utterly. I have rendered your martial spirits useless. From this day forth, you shall live as ordinary mortals, Ye Hao declared, retracting the Shura demon sword. To incapacitate their martial spirits was a torment more profound than death itself. Lu Erlong's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to summon her martial spirit, to harness her energy. Why? How can this be? Where has my spirit energy gone? Witnessing this, Flander was momentarily taken aback, only to follow Lu Erlong's lead, experiencing the same fate. Regardless of their efforts, no spirit energy manifested. They had irrevocably become mere mortals. My spirit energy is gone as well, Flander gasped in horror, staring at Ye Hao with trembling trepidation. Could it be true? Ye Hao smiled faintly, crouching to pat their shoulders in a gesture of consolation. Embrace your new existence. As ordinary people, I no longer wish to sow death. You Xiaojiang met a deserved end, yet I had no desire to kill either of you. Hence, I have severed your martial spirits. From now on, live on as ordinary individuals. With that, Ye Hao departed, casually kicking Yu Xiaojiang's lifeless body into the flames, allowing it to be consumed by the inferno. No, Lu Erlong's heart shattered, tears streaming down her face, instinctively yearning to plunge into the flames. She was held back by Flander, preventing her from advancing another step. Xiaogong, Xiaogong, Xiaogong. No matter how fervently Lu Erlong cried out, the merciless flames ultimately engulfed Yu Xiaojiang, reducing him to ash, dissipating into the ether. Thus, Lu Erlong was left utterly despondent, her eyes vacant as she collapsed to the ground, as if she had lost all meaning to live. After a prolonged silence, she slowly lifted her head, but this time, her gaze was profound and terrifying, enough to send shivers down the spine of anyone who dared to meet it. Flander, I hate you. This simple, flat statement shattered Flander's heart completely. He understood that Lu Erlong could no longer accept him. To have personally caused the death of Yu Xiaojiang, a once beloved brother, was an unforeseen consequence for Flander, who had never wished for such an outcome. All he had ever wanted was to impress Lu Erlong, to earn her affection. Who would have thought Yu Xiaojiang was still alive? Truly a stroke of misfortune, Flander cursed inwardly. The conflagration continued unabated, the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan consumed entirely. Flames reaching skyward, persisting until dawn. This ancient lineage had finally met its demise. After departing from the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan, Ye Hao felt an immense weight lifted from his shoulders, deeply exhaling as he sat in the carriage. At last, I have completed a task. Next, it is time to turn my attention to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. With the sword Douluo incapacitated, the bone Douluo captured, and Ning Fengji left to fend for himself, he naively believes he can rely on the Heaven Do Empire? How laughable. After 2 days of travel, Ye Hao and his companions finally arrived at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. That night, in the stillness of the night, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was engulfed in a cacophony of chaos. The disciples had fortified the sect like an impenetrable fortress, while the royal knights of the Heaven Do Empire and the spirits affiliated with the Royal Soul Masters stood poised for battle, armed to the teeth. In the secluded courtyard of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji sat alone, gazing up at the inky black sky. The heavens were unkind this evening, devoid of even a single star. Beside him, the sword law appeared even more aged than before, the passage of time etching lines upon his countenance. With his sword, the seven-killing sword rendered useless, he was now merely an unremarkable old man, nearing a century in age. Master, what occupies your thoughts? Sword Douluo Continent inquired. Breaking the silence, as was customary, Ning Fengji had spent several consecutive nights in this contemplative state. Ning Fengji remained silent, merely letting out a weary sigh. I ponder the future of our sect, which, much like the night sky above, is shrouded in darkness. I can discern not a glimmer of hope. Is it truly destined that the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School will be annihilated by the Spirit Hall? He murmured, feeling the weight of overwhelming pressure these past days, his eyelids twitching without warning. While he harbored doubts about such a prophecy, an unsettling premonition lingered, as if monumental events were imminent. Rest assured, Master, should the Spirit Hall make a move, although I lack the strength to fight, Sword Douluo Continent was interrupted by a fit of harsh coughing. Patting his chest, and taking a moment to regain his composure, I will stand with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, come what may. A faint smile graced Ning Fengji's lips as he assisted the Sword Douluo in settling down, their bond akin to that of old friends who understood each other profoundly. However, in that very moment, upheaval struck. Boom! A series of thunderous sounds shattered the tranquility of the night, prompting both Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo to rise simultaneously. Exchanging alarmed glances, indeed, the storm they had anticipated had arrived. Dad! Dad! At that moment, Ning Rongrong rushed in, breathless. Observing her distress, Ning Fengji stepped forward with concern. Rongrong, What has transpired? Sword Douluo Continent remained silent, but his expression was grave. Unbeknownst to us, the Royal Knights and the Royal Soul Masters have launched a fierce assault on us. What did you say? Ning Fengji's pupils constricted, his legs nearly giving way beneath him. Impossible, this cannot be. Ning Fengji shook his head in disbelief. Rongrong, is this news reliable? It is true. Ning Rongrong affirmed with conviction, nodding vigorously. They have begun a massacre. The disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School are utterly unable to resist. Most of them are soul masters, and we were caught off guard, which led to this chaos. Kill! 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 The cries of battle reverberated around the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Flames rising into the sky, igniting the dark twilight. Impossible, this cannot be, Ning Fengji murmured, as the Imperial Master of the Heaven Do Empire. How could the Royal Knights dare to attack us? He turned to Ning Rongrong, pressing for clarity. Rongrong, is what you say truly accurate? The Royal Knights are truly. I speak the truth, Father. While the Green Mountains stand, we need not fear the absence of firewood. We must retreat swiftly. It'll be too late if we delay. Ning Rongrong's eyes brimmed with tears of urgency. No. Ning Fengji resolutely refused to flee, striding toward the source of the clamor. I must confront them directly and demand answers. Why has the Heaven Do Empire suddenly turned against us? It was my command, a voice interjected, and Ye Hao appeared silently, as if conjured from shadows. The three present felt a chill of danger, and Ning Rongrong instinctively hid behind Sword Douluo Continent. Ye Hao, you must explain this madness to me, Ning Fengji demanded, his voice laced with fury. Ning Fengji, do you still naively believe that the Heaven Do Empire would come to your aid? Ye Hao's self-assured smile bore a mocking edge as he scrutinized the trio before him. At his words, Ning Fengji stood frozen in disbelief. Are you implying that you have taken control of Qinghe to coerce him? Huh. Ye Hao's laughter was devoid of warmth. I am not as sordid as you imagine. Truth be told, Xue Qinghe has always been a pawn of the Spirit Hall. His mission was to infiltrate the Heaven Do Empire, ultimately usurping the throne to become the current emperor, Xue Qinghe. As Ye Hao's words echoed, the three were struck as if by lightning. The revelation was a staggering blow to their very core. Ning Fengji, in particular, stood agape, his body trembling violently. How could this be? Xue Qinghe is one of your own? Impossible. I refuse to believe it. Bring Xue Qinghe to me. I demand a question to myself. Ning Fengji's gaze was steadfast as he fixed it upon Ye Hao, yearning for a direct confrontation with Xue Qinghe. He is now the emperor. Soon, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School will face annihilation. He has no interest in you. Ye Hao waved dismissively as he approached the trio. The Xue Qinghe of the past is no more. He has been slain and replaced by one of our own. I trust you grasp the gravity of my words. Silence enveloped them as the magnitude of the news left them speechless, their minds reeling. What a vile scheme by the Spirit Hall. You had plotted this from the very beginning, all for the sake of unifying the continent. Ning Fengji clenched his fists tightly, the realization dawning upon him that he had been blissfully unaware all along. One could only lament the perfection of Qian Renxue's disguise. Her years of subterfuge had indeed borne fruit, a natural talent for the role of an actress. Whatever you say, when I departed, I made my intentions very clear. Everything you possess now is a gift from the Spirit Hall. The title of Imperial Master is indeed grand. Ye Hao grinned widely, his smile radiant yet ominous in the eyes of Ning Fengji and his companions. You are beyond redemption now. The Sword Douluo has been rendered powerless, and the Bone Douluo has been captured. Ning Fengji, Ning Rongrong, surrender now, and I can call for a ceasefire. Prepare yourselves mentally for the lives of those 2,000 disciples of yours. This was their final opportunity. Chapter 232, The Fall of Shrek Academy, Daydreaming. Today I would rather die in battle than surrender to your Spirit Hall. The three had resolved their hearts, ready to sacrifice everything at a moment's notice. As the night blazed with flames, the air thick with the scent of blood, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School transformed into a hellish battlefield where slaughter reigned supreme. Ning Fengji, let me be honest with you. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan has been exterminated by my hand. Your Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School stands alone. Do you truly believe you can endure until the end? Ye Hao's expression turned grave as he revealed yet another shocking truth. Upon hearing this, even the steadfast Ning Fengji could no longer maintain his composure. His eyes widened in horror, speech failing him as fury coursed through him. What did you say? Ning Fengji stammered, trembling uncontrollably. Even Ning Rongrong, who had been hiding behind Sword Douluo Continent, turned pale, her beautiful eyes betraying her terror as she gazed at Ye Hao with trepidation. Is this still the Ye Hao I once knew? Ning Rongrong pondered. He has become so terrifying, truly like a blood-soaked demon from the depths of hell. The contrast between him and the Ye Hao was stark, worlds apart. You destroyed the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan? Sword Douluo Continent found it difficult to reconcile, grappling with the fact that an esteemed sect had been obliterated. The scene now mirroring the past. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ning Fengji's sanity teetered on the brink as he glared at Ye Hao. I have contacts within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. If you annihilated them, they would have informed us immediately. Ye Hao's derisive smile returned. Do you still not understand? The entirety of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan has been eradicated, with only a handful of outer disciples spared, but they too shall soon meet the same fate. The individuals you infiltrated within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan have all perished. The dead do not convey any tidings. At this very moment, Ning Fengji has completely lost his composure, trembling and drenched in cold sweat, his face reflecting sheer terror, his back already soaked. The Spirit Hall's methods are ruthlessly unforgiving, offering no opportunity for reprieve. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan is now but a relic of the past, and soon it shall be the turn of your Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Ye Hao stepped forward slowly, now undeniably the foremost among them. Ye Hao, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School shall never let you escape, nor shall the Haotian School. We will stand firm until our last breath, Ning Fengji declared resolutely. In a deadlock, where all faces are grim, even the once deposed Sword Douluo Continent stood forth, fiercely confronting him. Though the seven-kill sword is no more, he was once a titled Douluo, and his spirit must endure. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School now finds itself in a life-and-death struggle. None shall escape unscathed. The school will fight until the final moment. Whether the Spirit Hall wishes to kill or maim is of no consequence, Ning Fengji asserted unwaveringly. At the same time, Ning Rongrong stood firm, alongside them, the three forming a formidable front before Ye Hao, exuding an aura of defiance. They understood well that together, the three of them could not withstand the power of Ye Hao, who could easily dispatch them with a single hand. Two support-type soul masters and a title though rendered powerless were hardly a match. Outside, the cries of battle echoed fiercely, the slaughter relentless. Their courage was commendable, yet Ye Hao merely clapped his hands, hesitating to speak. Ning Fengji, Ning Rongrong, Qinshin of the Sword. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is on the brink of annihilation. As for you, Ye Hao's lips curled into a slight smile. I shall capture all of you and send you to the Spirit Hall to accompany Gu Rong. No sooner had he spoken than he ruthlessly removed the Heart of Death from his hair, casting it forth. The Heart of Death suddenly expanded midair, enveloping the three of them completely. Regardless of their resistance, they could not escape the fate of being captured alive. The Sword Douluo was no longer a title Douluo, and both Ning Fengji and Ning Rongrong were merely soul masters wielding the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda, incapable of resisting the bindings of the Heart of Death. Thus, the three high-ranking members of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School were captured. Engaging in idle chatter was a mere waste of breath. Action spoke far louder than words. Ye Hao mused with a self-deprecating smile. He then retracted the Heart of Death and turned his gaze towards the inferno engulfing the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. By tomorrow, all would be reduced to ashes. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School would become a part of history. Ye Hao lamented with a heavy heart. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight illuminated the remnants of what was once the Grand Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, it had entirely transformed into dust. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred remains and the nauseating odor of blood. The fierce battle had finally drawn to a close. The ground was stained with blood, and disciples of the Spirit Hall were busy dealing with the corpses, mountains of them scattered across the field. As over 2,000 disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School lay lifeless, their bodies cold, Ye Hao lingered for a long moment, his heart a tumult of emotions. In just 2 nights, I have obliterated 2 formidable sects, and now only the Haotian School remains of the upper 3 sects, a tough nut to crack. Easy to defend, yet difficult to assault, a strong offensive would inevitably incur substantial losses. It seems necessary to infiltrate them soon. Ye Hao shook his head. First, I shall return to the Spirit Hall for a brief respite. Soon, the Haotian School would undoubtedly receive word of the demise of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. At that moment, they would surely fortify their defenses. After annihilating the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ye Hao departed from Tiando City, returning to the Spirit Hall to report. The forthcoming confrontation with the Haotian School would prove to be exceedingly arduous, a hard bone to chew. News of the destruction of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan was sweeping across the entire Douluo Continent like a tidal wave. Reactions varied. Each person left speechless. Two of the upper three sects have been vanquished. Who possess such formidable power? The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan had been eradicated. Could it possibly be the work of the Spirit Hall? Shoo! Are you seeking death? The various factions were all left dumbfounded, painfully aware of the true culprit behind the annihilation of the two super sects, unspoken yet understood among them. Meanwhile, within Shrek Academy, a somber atmosphere pervaded the desolate grounds. Since the conclusion of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite competition, the reputation of Shrek Academy had plummeted. Defeated by Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang, the new intake from last year had scarcely any members, and this year had seen an unprecedented low, breaking the Academy's enrollment record, establishing a historical nadir. The dilapidated academy was devoid of vitality, the ground littered with fallen leaves, unkempt and in disarray. Presently, few remained at Shrek Academy. Apart from the original teachers who continued to hold their ground, the rest had either resigned or departed for other institutions. Truly, as the saying goes, when the people leave, the warmth fades and the world becomes cold. On the back mountain of Shrek Academy, Flinder and Lu Erlong had returned from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, journeying in silence, their inner turmoil unexpressed. Inside the wooden cabin, Lu Erlong lay on her bed, silently weeping, her family destroyed, her powers stripped, rendered utterly powerless. Seeking vengeance felt like an insurmountable task. Flinder sat beside her, gazing at his calloused hands. Even after washing them, the memory of personally slaying Yu Xiaojiang lingered vividly, as if it had transpired just yesterday. The irony was palpable. His once closest brother had fallen by his hand. Now, the news of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School's obliteration had reached their ears. They knew well it was the Spirit Hall's doing. What a powerful Spirit Hall, Flinder lamented, glancing at the tearful Lu Erlong, his words caught in his throat. Erlong, I leave. The simplicity of her command pierced Flinder's heart, and he rose to exit. Before departing, he added, the Spirit Hall has annihilated the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Their next target will undoubtedly be the Tiando Empire. For the sake of Shrek Academy, and for our safety, I have been contemplating this journey back. I have decided, Flinder clenched his teeth, to dissolve Shrek Academy. This was the most difficult decision Flinder had ever made. Shrek Academy was his life's work, and to say he felt no pain would be a lie. A long silence enveloped the wooden cabin. You are the dean. Do not disturb me unless it is of utmost importance, Lu Erlong replied coldly, turning away to weep once more. Her heart had already succumbed to despair. Flinder sighed deeply, a wave of helplessness washing over him, aging him by several years. He trudged along, resembling a wandering specter. In the afternoon, on the grounds of Shrek Academy, a meeting for all staff and students was convened. The student body scarcely surpassed 5, with teachers predominantly being the original staff of Shrek Academy. Flinder approached the stage, each step a struggle, gazing down at the remaining students. Flooded with memories of the Academy's vibrant beginnings, once bustling with life and formidable presence. Now, just a few stragglers, hardly a force to be reckoned with. Ahem, ahem. Flinder cleared his throat. The purpose of today's assembly singular. I believe you have all heard of the demise of 2 of the upper 3 sects. Their next target will undoubtedly be the Tiando Empire. For the safety of all, I hereby announce the dissolution of Shrek Academy. As the final word left his lips, a profound sense of relief washed over him. The weight on his shoulders lifted. After the announcement, the crowd stood in stunned silence, disbelief etched on every face. The elderly followers who had accompanied Flinder throughout his journey were overwhelmed with sorrow upon hearing the news of the impending dissolution of the Shrek Academy, their tears flowing freely in profound anguish. As for the fewer than 5 remaining students of Shrek Academy, they scattered in haste, grabbing their belongings and rushing out. In their haste, they even donned uniforms from other academies, igniting Flinder's fury. It had infiltrated the very core of Shrek Academy. What he believed to be the last vestiges of its dignity turned out to be mere pawns sent by rival institutions. I had suspected as much. While enrollment in other academies surged, Shrek Academy saw not a single soul. After venting his frustrations, Flinder felt a measure of relief. Boss, Shrek Academy has disbanded. Zhao Wuji approached, stating the obvious. Me? Flinder gazed up at the cerulean sky, momentarily at a loss regarding his path forward. Despite the dissolution of Shrek Academy, I remain its headmaster. I intend to reside here for the remainder of my days, nurturing Erlong as a form of penance for myself. With that, Flander waved his hand dismissively. Wujia, you should leave as well. Shrek Academy is no more. With your strength, you could undoubtedly secure a vice principal position at another academy, providing you with greater opportunities for advancement. I'm not going anywhere. Wujia protested vehemently. Have you forgotten our original intention in founding Shrek Academy? Flander paused. A moment of hesitation passing before he shook his head with a sigh. Shrek Academy has disbanded. I shan't repeat myself. If you wish to stay, then stay. The atmosphere turned bleak, a palpable sense of desolation enveloping the scene. Meanwhile, within the Haotian sect, news of the annihilation of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan reached them, igniting outrage among Tang Xiao and his 5 companions. Infuriating. The accursed Spirit Hall has eradicated 2 sects without a trace, declaring war against the entire continent. Elder 7 raged, trembling with fury. Alas, Elder 2 sighed. It is too late for lamentations. The Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile School, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan have fallen, with even their leaders unaccounted for. Given the nature of the Spirit Hall, their chances of survival are exceedingly slim. We are not in a time for grieving. With the 3 upper sects reduced to just us, the Spirit Hall will undoubtedly come after us. Sect leader, what strategies do you propose? Tang Xiao fell into silence, the downfall of the 2 sects leaving him in a reactive state. I have nothing to add. Let everyone continue to train diligently. An arduous battle awaits us in the future. Moreover, we must intensify patrols both within and outside the sect. Should any unknown individuals approach, if a single warning is insufficient, I need not elaborate further. Additionally, Tang Xiao continued, the sect has been sealed for many years, with only a little over 200 disciples. They cannot contend with the forces of the Spirit Hall. I plan to summon the former 4 affiliated sects back. Do you have any objections? That seems unwise. The remaining 3 sects are in dire straits after the destruction of 1. Elder 7 interjected, taking a stand. While incorporating the remaining 3 would significantly bolster our strength. Can they truly forgive us for their past grievances? Inviting them back to the Haotian sect now would be akin to pushing them into a furnace. His words resonated with the others, and a consensus emerged. Chapter 233, The Voice from the Sea God Years Ago. The Haotian sect heartlessly expelled the 4 affiliated sects, paying no heed to their plight. Survival was their sole concern, leaving little room for compassion. Consequently, the affiliated sects suffered tremendous losses, a root cause of their enduring animosity towards the Haotian sect. Since the destruction of the first clan, the remaining 3 sects have been living in constant fear. Now, to attempt to reintegrate them into the Haotian sect would undoubtedly be akin to thrusting them into the flames. The very thought is implausible. Well, it seems I misspoke, Tang Xiao sighed. The current Haotian sect was akin to a fragile spark in the wind, susceptible to being extinguished at any moment. The destruction of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School had indeed caught the Haotian sect off guard. Their future appeared bleak. Elder 2's expression was grave. The once mighty Haotian sect now stood at the brink of annihilation, with not a single ally remaining. Are we truly to be obliterated by the Spirit Hall? Damn it, I refuse to accept this. Elder 7, consumed by rage, smashed his fist against the chair, shattering it before storming out. Tang Xiao remained silent, his heart heavy with unease as a stone weighed upon him. The quiet eradication of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan raised suspicions of deeper conspiracies. Tang Xiao rubbed his chin, deep in contemplation. Meanwhile, at the lake outside the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, a violent coughing fit erupted as Tang San abruptly awakened, his eyes wide with shock as he leaped from the water surface. Damn you, Ye Hao! I never imagined his strength could escalate to such heights, nor did I comprehend the true nature of that crimson sword. The Haotian hammer is the supreme weapon spirit. How could it possibly be reduced to ash with a single strike? Tang San surveyed his surroundings, horrified to find the lake littered with the bodies of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan members, the blood still staining the waters red. In the distance, the clan's ruins smoldered, flames flickering amidst the thick smoke that billowed into the sky. My father is dead, Xiao Wu is gone, and now even my teacher. Tang San clenched his fists tightly as he swam to the shore, gathering a handful of kindling from the remnants of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan's ruins. He added dry branches to the fire, which flared to life with renewed vigor. Flander, remember this, Tang San's brow furrowed, his heart filled with vengeful intent. His only teacher had been slain by Flander right before his eyes. How could he remain calm? Ye Hao was a man of ruthless resolve. Perhaps Flander had already met his demise at Ye Hao's hands as well, Tang San pondered. Just as he contemplated his next course of action, a voice of great authority resonated within his mind. After 2 days and nights of travel, Ye Hao returned to the spear hall. He promptly reported his mission, having obliterated 2 of the 3 upper sects, with the Haoian sect being a formidable adversary to tackle. Entering the hall of the Pope, he found Bibi engrossed in her administrative duties. Upon seeing Ye Hao, she paused, setting her writing instruments aside. "My son has returned. You must be weary." Ye Hao shook his head, taking a seat across from her, pressing his temples as he sighed. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan are indeed formidable ancient sections. Had we not prepared in advance, their annihilation would not have been a simple feat indeed. Bibi nodded in agreement, grateful that Xue Qinghe had ascended to the throne. Ning Fengji's reckless decision to allow Spirit Hall disciples disguised as royal knights to infiltrate both sects ultimately ignited the flames that led to their destruction. What are your plans for the leaders of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? Bibi inquired. Yu Yuanjin is dead, and Ning Fengji has been captured alive. He is currently imprisoned in the Heart of Death, along with the crippled Sword Douluo and Ning Rongrong, Ye Hao replied. And how do you intend to deal with them? Bibi regarded Ye Hao, eager to hear his perspective. With Yu Yuanjin deceased, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan has become a relic of history. As for Ning Fengji, he is a man who values profit and is easily swayed. I plan to strip Ning Rongrong of her abilities, rendering both her and Ning Fengji ordinary citizens. After all, I once shared a classroom with Ning Rongrong. Killing them would only tarnish my reputation, Ye Hao concluded. In response, Bibi nodded and said, "Let us proceed as you suggest. However, there is one stipulation. They must live under the surveillance of the Wuhuan Temple, and anyone they come into contact with must be thoroughly investigated to prevent any potential interactions. You need not worry. I've already made the necessary arrangements." The mother and son conversed for a while, and soon after, Ye Hao exited the papal hall. He sought a relatively spacious residence in the city of Wuhuan, one that was conveniently located near the city center and could accommodate 4 to 5 individuals. The house appeared remarkably tidy and well-equipped. Here, they would be subjected to the Wuhuan Temple's 24-hour scrutiny, for their identities were indeed exceptionally unique. "Release me. You have imprisoned me." At that moment, Ghost Leopard Douluo and Demon Suppression Douluo arrived to apprehend Bon Douluo. "Gurong, behave yourself." Demon Suppression restrained him by pressing down on his shoulder, rendering him immobile. "Oof." Gurong scoffed coldly. "You thieves of the Wuhuan Temple. If you dare, just kill me. Capture me is no great feat enough." Ye Hao said impatiently, furrowing his brow. "It is you, Ye Hao." Gurong's eyes widened in rage upon seeing his nemesis. "I brought you here for no other reason than to reunite you with a few old friends." After Ye Hao spoke, the Heart of Death surged forth, and a flash of purple light illuminated the scene. "Tre samilyor figures emerget nameli ning fengti ning rongrong," and Jian Dao Qinshin, who had been imprisoned by Ye Hao on a previous occasion. As the 3 surveyed their unfamiliar surroundings, relief washed over them upon seeing Gurong, as they had feared that Ye Hao's intentions might endanger his life. "Rongrong, Fengji, Qinshin, what brings you here?" Gurong's expression darkened. "Ye Hao, could it be that you have already?" He seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. "Grandpa Bone, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has been destroyed." Ning Rongrong broke down in tears, her sorrow akin to a weeping pear blossom. "What?" Gurong's eyes widened in disbelief. This was the very outcome he dreaded and had anticipated. To his shock, the once mighty 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School had indeed been obliterated. "Do not look at me with those eyes. If glances could kill, I would have perished 1,000 times over." Ye Hao chuckled self-deprecatingly. "I have come here today not for any other purpose than to allow you to decide your own fate, to live or to die." Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong quickly hid behind Jian Dao Qinshin, trembling with fear. "Ye Hao, what do you mean by that?" Ning Fengji's brow furrowed as his palms began to sweat. He had already anticipated the worst. "It is quite simple. If you wish to die, I can grant you that. If you wish to live, I can also facilitate that. It all depends on your choice," Ye Hao explained. Ning Fengji's grip tightened. They were now like meat on a chopping block, with no rights to choose. Before them lay a life or death decision, and Ye Hao had shown them all the mercy he could muster. "I do not wish to die. I want to live," Ning Rongrong exclaimed, desperation in her voice, as she could not bear the thought of losing those closest to her. She understood the tempers of Bon Douluo and Jian Douluo, and with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School gone, the likelihood of them choosing death was all too high. A slight smile graced Ye Hao's lips as he turned to the other 3. "And you? Do you wish to die, or do you wish to live? In response to Ye Hao's inquiry, Douluo showed no restraint. Ye Hao, just kill me. The 7-treasure glazed tile school has perished, and we have been captured by you. We are at your mercy. Spare us the pretenses. Be a man and give me a swift end. Douluo's eyes blazed with fury. Indeed, Jian Dao Chunxin nodded, coughing a few times before continuing. I am now but a useless husk. My days in this world are numbered. Ye Hao, grant me a quick death, and I may even be grateful to you. The destruction of the 7-treasure glazed tile school lies heavily on my shoulders, and as the sect leader, I am bound to die alongside them. To live on in shame is a disgrace. I owe it to the over 2,000 disciples of the sect. With that, Ning Fengji clenched his fists. The three had resolved themselves to death, hoping Ye Hao would grant them that release. But Ning Rongrong was utterly shocked. She did not want her dearest ones to leave this world one by one, for that pain was far worse than death itself. Ye Hao, I beg you, do not kill Grandpa Jian and the others. Whatever you wish me to do, I will comply. In light of Ning Rongrong's heartfelt pleas, Ye Hao shook his head in distress. Your request is quite easy to fulfill. With that, the Shura demon sword reappeared in his hand. At that moment, Ning Fengji, Jian Dao Chenxin, and Douluo closed their eyes, bracing themselves to accept the arrival of death. With a swift motion, Ye Hao swung the sword down, the red mark on his forehead resonating with the Shura demon sword. Ah! Ning Rongrong covered her eyes with her hands, screaming in terror as tears streamed down her cheeks. The air became thick with tension, every breath becoming faintly audible. When Ning Rongrong timidly lowered her hand from her face, the sight before her was utterly shocking. To her astonishment, Ning Fengji, Jian Dao Chenxin, and Gu Rong were still alive, and not only that, they bore no injuries whatsoever. But in the next moment, Gu Rong and Ning Fengji suddenly coughed up blood, and even Ning Rongrong herself followed suit. The three felt as if their soul power had vanished without a trace, dissipating like a burst balloon. Most alarmingly, their martial spirits had also. Ye Hao, what have you done to us? Ning Sengti guspit, blood spilling from his mouth as he spoke. Nothing much. I merely rendered your martial spirits useless. As of now, you are all mere mortals, Ye Hao replied, with a slight smile as he clasped his hands behind his back. What did you say? Gu Rong's eyes widened in disbelief. As a titled Douluo, he could distinctly feel the loss of his soul power and the shattering of his bone dragon martial spirit. The fall from grace was jarring, and he struggled to adjust. From this day forth, the 7-treasure glazed tile martial spirit will cease to exist, and the 7-treasure glazed tile school will become a relic of history. How despicable! Ning Fengji clenched his fists, his teeth gritting as he said, Ye Hao, just kill us. Is this your way of humiliating us, to strip us of our martial spirits? Ye Hao's lips curled into a slight smirk as he surveyed the four before him. Rest assured, I will not kill you easily. I will let you live out the remainder of your lives burdened by guilt. That is far more merciful than killing you outright. To end your lives would be far too lenient. With that, Ye Hao beckoned, and numerous disciples of the Wuhuan temple emerged, surrounding the area. They will monitor your daily lives at all times. Your every move will be under their watchful gaze. Moreover, do not entertain any thoughts of rebellion. You are now devoid of everything, nothing more than mere shells. Live forever in guilt and self-reproach, and do not even think of ending your own lives. They will not allow you that reprieve. With those words, Ye Hao departed alongside the two titled Douluos. Once the three had left, the disciples of the Wuhuan temple concealed themselves in the shadows, beginning to observe the actions of Ning Fengji and the others. Dad, what shall we do now? Ning Rongrong sopet. At that moment, Ning Fengji felt utterly lost, a wave of defeat washing over him. He longed to dash his head against a wall to end his life. However, the presence of Wuhuan Temple's disciples around them afforded him no opportunity for such an escape. It is my fault. I underestimated the Wuhuan Temple. This is all my doing. Ning Fengji appeared aged beyond his years, the destruction of the sect weighing heavily upon him, his heart shrouded in perpetual melancholy. Simultaneously, no matter how Douluo attempted to muster his remaining soul power, it ultimately proved futile. How infuriating! My soul power has vanished completely. How can this be? Ye Hao, if you have the courage, kill me. Gu Rong shouted, his heart brimming with resentment and rage. To have fallen from the heights of a titled Douluo to the depths of an ordinary mortal, with both his martial spirit shattered and his soul power eradicated, felt like a waking nightmare. Alas, Jian Dao Chenxin sighed, patting Gu Rong on the shoulder, and said, Do not waste your efforts. My 7-kills sword is shattered, and my soul power is now on par with yours, vanished without a trace. We VE reached an age where we have few years left to live. Moreover, Jian Dao Qinshin spoke softly. For Rongrong's sake, we must strive to live a few more years. We must not act foolishly, living under another's roof. We are bound by their whims. However, Gu Rong was reluctant, lamenting that with their sect destroyed, living in such humiliation was worse than death. At this moment, Ning Fengji found himself similarly ensnared, unable to extricate himself from the scene of his sect's demise, consumed by guilt and self-reproach, feeling that living was akin to dying. Chapter 234. Ye Hao once again clashed with Tang San as the hidden sixth of the Haotian sect. The matters concerning the seven-treasure glazed tile sect and the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex clan had temporarily come to a close. Ye Hao now prepared to confront the Haotian sect, a formidable adversary. To bring about its downfall would require considerable sacrifice. Given that Ye Hao's current soul power stood at level 75, the fifth trial merely entailed acquiring a 100,000-year soul ring, a task far too simple for him. Thus, he resolved to rest for a while before tackling the Haotian sect. Shura, Shura, Shura. The vast expanse of the divine realm echoed with the furious voice of the sea god. Within the divine realm council, the Shura god regarded him with a smile. Fully aware of the sea god's intentions for his visit, Ye Hao's use of the Shura demon sword against Tang San had not escaped his notice, and this time, he was undoubtedly here to seek retribution. Shura, I demand to know, where did the Shura demon sword in the hands of the Grim Reaper's heir come from? The sea god questioned, his tone brimming with indignation. Huh? What do you mean by that? Why can't I comprehend? The Shura god feigned ignorance, scratching his head in a display of bewilderment. Upon witnessing this, the sea god's expression darkened. Do not tell me you are unaware. Have you and that Grim Reaper conspired together? Faced with the sea god's inquiry, the Shura god stiffened, responding, no, absolutely not. The agreement you made with the Grim Reaper is known to all 5 gods. As for the Shura demon sword wielded by the Grim Reaper's heir, it is simply that the heir obtained the sword's recognition through the city of slaughter, which led to this occurrence. As the Shura god spoke, he discreetly observed the sea god, noting the deepening pallor of his countenance. Enough, the sea god declared in a low voice. I do not care what agreement you have with the Grim Reaper. However, one thing is certain. You must instruct the Grim Reaper to seek out his heir. Under no circumstances are you allowed to act against him before my heir has completed the 9 trials of the sea god, nor may you use the Shura demon sword against him. After speaking for quite some time, the sea god felt his throat parched. As he turned to leave, the Shura god suddenly remarked, Poseidon, you have been a god for 10,000 years. I have always believed your judgment to be impeccable. Yet this time, you are mistaken. Knowing a person's face does not mean knowing their heart. Take the time to observe your heir more closely, and do not act solely on impulse. Pausing for a moment, the Shura god continued, your agreement with the Grim Reaper remains in effect, and I shall not intervene. However, one point. Once your heir completes the 9 trials of the sea god, it will also mean that the Grim Reaper's heir can strike decisively. Advise your heir to be cautious, lest they meet their end immediately after achieving the 9 trials. The sea god remained silent. There is no need for your concern. With that, he departed in a huff, his destination unmistakably the Grim Reaper's temple. In the divine realm, a single day equates to a year on Douluo Continent. At that moment, half a year had passed on Douluo Continent. During this time, the Spirit Hall had been rapidly developing, diligently amassing soul master strength in preparation for unifying the continent. Once the Haotian sect was annihilated, their next target would be the Star Luo Empire. Throughout these 6 months, Ye Hao demonstrated how to embody the Sixth's intent to the fullest. To obliterate the once mighty Haotian sect, he transformed himself using Qian Rinchue's angelic soul bone, deliberately killing a disciple of the Haotian sect to assume their identity. Now, Ye Hao had been infiltrating the Haotian sect for 3 months, having gained a comprehensive understanding of its inner workings. Ye Hao's identity within the Haotian sect was that of Tang Yu, the very person he had slain and replaced 3 months prior. For this plan, Ye Hao had prepared thoroughly, mastering the Haotian sect's secrets, such as the 9 absolutes of Haotian and the chaotic wind hammer technique. The Haotian hammer's fearsome reputation across the continent stemmed from its formidable techniques. Coupled with the emergence of figures such as Tang Chun and Tang Hao from the Haotian sect, there also existed the great Sumuru hammer, a closely guarded secret of the Haotian sect, which could unleash godlike power through the explosive force of its rings. Such divine techniques had long been Ye Hao's aspiration, yet not just anyone could learn them. Only the next Haotian sect leader would be eligible. One day, Tang Xiao unexpectedly summoned Ye Hao. Tang Xiao is calling for me? Could he have recognized my true identity? Ye Hao Musit. His infiltration of the Haotian sect had been known to very few, and he considered his acting skills top-notch. Surely he had not revealed his true self. With a heart full of curiosity, Ye Hao steeled himself and made his way to Tang Xiao. The Haotian sect stood majestically atop a mountain, encircled by peaks, with but a single path leading into the mountains, a bridge forged of iron chains. The surroundings were blanketed in white, frost flowers drifting down, refracting rainbows in the sunlight. It seemed the chains leading down the mountain had long since frozen. A slip of the foot would result in a fatal fall into the abyss below. Master, Ye Hao approached Tang Xiao with a respectful bow. There, he spotted Tang Yuehua sitting nearby. The siblings appeared to be discussing some matter. Tang Yu, you have arrived, Tang Xiao greeted with a slight smile. There was no trace of murderous intent. It seemed his disguise had been successful. Ye Hao inwardly reveled in his achievement, thinking that if he had become an influential figure in his past life, he would certainly deserve accolades. Master, did you summon me for something? Ye Hao inquired. At this moment, Tang Yuehua interjected. Indeed, there is a task for you. Soon, my nephew Tang San will be arriving at the Haotian sect. You, along with Tang Long and Tang Hu, are to wait at the mountain gate to escort him in. That is all. Ye Hao was momentarily taken aback. He was to receive Tang San. Aware of Tang San's impending visit to the Haotian sect, Ye Hao had long known this. In his 3 months as a disciple, he had mingled among the Haotian sect's members, seeking to gather as much information as possible about the sect. Tang Xiao was currently at level 96, with 5 elders ranging from level 91 to 93, and over 200 disciples, numbers that paled in comparison to the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex clan and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, both of which had been destroyed 6 months prior. The Haotian sect was deemed a tough nut to crack, primarily due to its treacherous terrain, making it easy to defend, yet difficult to attack. A direct assault would incur heavy losses. Additionally, with only one path into the mountains, severing the iron chains would provide the most effective defense. Without flying-type soul masters, few could breach it. It must be said that the Haotian sect's location was indeed a wise choice. Understood, Ye Hao replied, bowing once more before retreating. Shortly after Ye Hao departed, Tang Yuehua remarked, Tang Yu has undergone quite a transformation. His strength ranks among the top in the 3rd generation of disciples. Such is the nature of disciples. Only when they grow strong will we no longer fear the spirit hall. Tang Xiao chuckled, settling into his position as sect leader, sighing. Since the spirit hall obliterated the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect and the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex clan, they have remained eerily quiet. It leaves me feeling somewhat unsettled, as if they are plotting something. Dear brother, there is no need for you to fret unnecessarily. The Haotian sect is currently under strict lockdown, and should the spirit hall exhibit any signs of movement, our geographical advantage will allow us to hold our ground without engaging. Tang Yuehua sighed bitterly, shaking her head. The pressure exerted by the spirit hall on the Haotian sect was overwhelming, leaving Tang Xiao restless, fearing a sudden assault akin to the inexplicable annihilation of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan half the year prior. The reasons behind their destruction are rife with speculation. Some claim it was a surprise attack. Others suggest the involvement of an unknown powerhouse. While some believe that the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan provoked a formidable entity, leading to their tragic downfall. As for the truth, it is likely known only to the spirit hall. Alas, Tang Xiao felt a profound sense of helplessness wash over him, a wave of frustration swelling within. He could only hope that the Haotian sect would not follow in the footsteps of the other 2 sects after my demise as the sect leader. I cannot let down my ancestors, he mused quietly. At this moment, Ye Hao had exited Tang Xiao's residence and was leisurely making his way down the mountain. Deep in thought, Tang San was coming to the Haotian sect, and given the current circumstances, it seemed that 90% of the sect members would reject Tang San's return to the fold, which would only serve to embarrass the sect. The remaining 10% consisted mainly of Tang Xiao, Tang Yuehua, and those closely related to the deceased Tang Ho, which could not amount to any significant influence. The majority of the power within the Haotian sect lay in the hands of the 5 elders, as long as they opposed it. Even Tang Xiao's extraordinary strength would be in vain. After all, the power of the collective is the most formidable, Ye Hao contemplated. It was rather amusing that Tang Xiao had assigned him to welcome Tang San, as it had been half a year since Ye Hao had last seen Tang San. He was eager to see how much Tang San had grown. However, one perplexing matter continued to elude Ye Hao's understanding. The national treasure of the Heaven Do Empire, the vast sea cover, had mysteriously vanished. Upon learning of this, Ye Hao was initially taken aback. Yet soon, in the realm of dreams at night, The god of death quietly appeared to inform him that the sea god had bestowed the vast sea cover upon Tang San, a crucial item for his sea god's trials. Moreover, the sea god was already aware of Ye Hao's acquisition of the Shura god's legacy and had established a pact with the god of death, prohibiting any interference with Tang San's affairs and forbidding any harm to him or the Shura demon sword in his presence, at least until Tang San completed the sea god trials. And I'm not allowed to touch him? Now I am Tang Yu, not Ye Hao. Surely, the sea god wouldn't mind if I taught him a lesson in my identity as Tang Yu. Ye Hao chuckled heartily as he strode down the mountain. Tang Long and Tang Hu, both third-generation disciples, shared the same status as Ye Hao. They had waited for 3 days in the house at the foot of the mountain. Yet Tang San still had not made an appearance. Damn it, what kind of arrogance is this? It has already been 3 days, and he still hasn't shown up. Tang Long cursed. The temperature at the foot of the mountain was notably low, especially since the weather had changed since December, with heavy snow falling and temperatures plummeting. The sky was overcast, devoid of any vitality. The ground was blanketed in snow, and the three huddled together in a house on the outskirts of the sect, kindling a bonfire. Tang Long and Tang, who were shivering from the cold, although they were soul masters and had soul power to protect them. Sitting here for an extended period was futile. Ye Hao, protected by the heart of the god of death and strengthened by the fiery and icy herbs, was impervious to both fire and poison. Therefore, the chill was merely a minor inconvenience for him. What do you think the second elder means by summoning Tang San alone? Is he planning to accept him into the Haotian sect and have him recognize his ancestry? Tang Hu inquired. This matter had stirred quite a commotion within the small circle of the Haotian sect. Tang San's impending arrival had the disciples eagerly awaiting, all curious to witness the individual who had garnered disdain and contempt across the continent. There must be something remarkable about him. What? Recognize his ancestry? Tang Long burst into laughter. Don't even think about it. Our Haotian sect would never accept such a disloyal and unfilial person who considers spirit beasts as siblings. That would be a disgrace to the Haotian sect. The two exchanged their thoughts, expressing their disdain with great fervor. This sentiment was shared by the vast majority of the Haotian sect, not just a few. He still dares to wish to recognize his ancestry? Just because he possesses twin martial souls, he thinks he is so impressive? What a pity for Tang Ho to have such a rebellious son, Tang Long lamented. Hey, Tang Yu, what are your thoughts on Tang San? The two noticed Ye Hao's silence and asked. They were curious about Ye Hao's opinion, as Tang San's decision to stay or leave was a matter of pride for the Haotian sect. As Ye Hao was about to respond, he suddenly sensed a subtle shift in the atmosphere. It's so cold. Tang Long rubbed his hands together as the temperature around them plummeted. This cursed weather. Tang Hu cursed. Just then, Ye Hao detected something amiss. He noticed that the bonfire before them had inexplicably frozen into a solid block of ice. Simultaneously, a powerful killing intent began to permeate the air, emanating from behind them. The god of death's domain, Ye Hao frowned deeply. He was acutely sensitive to the god of death's domain, and he possessed it himself. Tang San has arrived. We must leave quickly, Ye Hao urged. Although the two were perplexed by his words, at that moment, the wall behind them suddenly collapsed, revealing a figure clad in black robes and wielding the Haotian hammer. This individual was masked, concealing their true identity. However, the Haotian hammer in their grasp revealed that they were affiliated with the Haotian sect. Who are you? Why are you attacking us? Tang Long shouted angrily. However, the cloaked figure seemed to offer no opportunity for response. Brandishing the Haotian hammer, they charged forward, leaving a trail of white snow in their wake. Damn it! Ye Hao exclaimed instinctively. Tang San was wielding the hammer against him, and throughout this encounter, Ye Hao had remained silent, preoccupied with his plans for the destruction of the Haotian sect. Damn it! Even a mud figurine would feel anger. How dare you bully me? Chapter 235. So you're called Tang San? Quite arrogant. Frost flowers fell, blanketing the world in white. The atmosphere was tense as Tang San, brandishing the Haotian hammer, charged forward with unwavering determination, intent on joining the Haotian sect and annihilating the spirit hall. The Haotian sect was Tang San's last hope. There was no place left for him on this continent. The opinions of the people on the continent about him varied widely, with many expressing disdain, as Tang Ho and Yin, along with Tang San and Xiao Wu, represented an inherent enmity between humans and spirit beasts. Humans hunted spirit beasts for soul rings, while spirit beasts became adversaries due to the excessive slaughter by humans. As for Yin and Xiao Wu, they were merely rare exceptions among spirit beasts. The Haotian hammer. Tang, who was the first to notice the Haotian hammer in Tang San's possession, his face reflecting surprise. So, you're indeed Tang San, Tang Long exclaimed. In response, Tang San remained silent, his killing intent rising as he lifted the hammer high above his head, charging towards Ye Hao. Ye Hao furrowed his brow, keenly aware of the overwhelming killing intent. It was evident that Tang San had made considerable progress in the 6 months since they last met. With his soul power likely between level 62 and 64. Ye Hao muset kuyutli. At the same time, Ye Hao was no ordinary individual and would not stand idly by to be struck. With a flash of dark light from his right hand, an ancient hammer appeared, the Haotian hammer. This was made possible thanks to Qian Renshua. The soul skill derived from her angelic soul bone was truly remarkable. Back in the Heaven-Do Imperial Palace, Qian Renshua had expertly disguised herself, deceiving many, including Ning Fengji, the former leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, who had not noticed her ruse. Ye Hao's current predicament is such that his soul power hovers around level 65, adorned with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black soul rings. In truth, his soul ring configuration comprises 1 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black, and 2 red, with a soul power reaching 77. Ever since his soul power surpassed 75, the ascent has become exceedingly arduous. After years of relentless training, he has only managed to achieve 2 levels in half a year. Becoming a title Douluo is not a feat attainable by just anyone. Clang! The Haotian hammer collided with another, producing sparks that danced like fireflies. In the vicinity surrounding the two, the snowflakes beneath their feet seemed to surge skyward in a wave, shimmering with a spectrum of colors under the sun's rays. Ye Hao maintained a composed demeanor, his steps steady, his gaze fixed intently upon Tang San. Compared to 6 months ago, Tang San now exuded a greater calmness. A blue, azure triangular mark manifested at his brow, revealing that he had indeed acquired the Hanhai Qianquan shield, rendering him significantly more formidable than before. Ye Hao mused inwardly. With a gentle exertion of strength, Ye Hao's Haotian hammer momentarily eclipsed Tang San's, hovering ominously above his head. In that instant, Tang San felt the hair on his body stand on end, overwhelmed by the immense pressure emanating from the hammer, sending chills down his spine. This individual's strength is undoubtedly on par with mine. Haotian sect truly deserves its reputation as the foremost sect in the world, Tang San reflected. Simultaneously, Tang San began to retreat, and Ye Hao's Haotian hammer descended with force, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air, while crystalline snowflakes scattered, leaving Ye Hao enveloped in white. Wait, Tang Long interjected, stepping between the two to halt their impending clash. My brother, you wield the Haotian hammer. Are you the Tang San spoken of by my aunt? He inquired, casting a glance at the robed figure of Tang San. Tang San lifted his cloak, responding coolly indeed. That is I. And who might you be? While the Haotian hammer in Ye Hao's grasp suggested he was likely a disciple of the Haotian sect, Tang San still felt the need to inquire. I am Tang Long, this is Tang Hu, and the one you are about to face is Tang Yu. Tang Long introduced each of them in turn. We are all disciples of the Haotian sect. I see. Tang San acknowledged with a slight nod, though his fighting spirit remained undiminished as he focused intently on the trio before him, causing Tang Long and Tang Hu to shiver involuntarily. What dreadful weather, the two complained, unaware that it was not the weather causing their discomfort, but rather the chilling aura of killing intent emanating from Tang San, whose murderous resolve had not waned for a moment. We have come at the behest of our sect leader to escort you down the mountain. Now that you have arrived, let us hasten to meet him, Tang Long explained. However, Tang San remained unmoved, planting his Haotian hammer firmly at his feet, and coldly demanded, Did you just insult me? At Tang San's inquiry, Tang Long and Tang, whose expressions shifted dramatically as they exchanged glances, internally cursing Tang San for his keen ears. So, is that your reason for attacking us? Tang Hu questioned. Indeed, Tang San affirmed, his grip on the Haotian hammer unwavering as his gaze bore down on Ye Hao, who was impersonating Tang Yu. All three were soul emperors, yet Tang Yu's strength was indeed formidable. The previous blow had been withstood, and he had even countered. This individual was not to be underestimated, Tang San thought, furrowing his brow. Aware of their own shortcomings, Tang Hu and Tang Long begrudgingly offered apologies, realizing they had been overheard. Tang San then turned his attention to Ye Hao. And you? Apologize. His icy glare suggested that had it not been for his aunt's reputation, these individuals would have long met their demise. The past events weighed heavily on Tang San's heart, and he had bottled up much frustration over the years. Now seeking an outlet. Me? Ye Hao pointed at himself, unable to suppress a chuckle. What are you laughing at? Tang San retorted, raising his Haotian hammer. I find it amusing that your hearing is so poor. I have not uttered a single word, yet you demand an apology from me? Is that not laughable? Ye Hao smirked, avoiding direct eye contact. This only served to enrage Tang San further, his fury igniting as he no longer considered the fact that Ye Hao was a disciple of the Haotian sect, and he charged forward with his hammer raised. Seeing this, Tang Long and Tang Hu were taken aback. This Tang San was utterly unreasonable, attacking without provocation, even when Tang Yu had said nothing at all. Stand your ground, Tang Long and Tang Hu. I shall confront him myself. I have long heard tales of your exploits, but to see you in person, Tang San, truly resembles the fierce reputation you hold, Ye Hao remarked with a slight smile, gripping his Haotian hammer, which instantly glowed crimson, akin to a heated branding iron. Ye Hao's words ignited Tang San's wrath, and he raised his Haotian hammer to unleash the chaotic cloak hammer technique, determined to teach this brash disciple of the Haotian sect a lesson. Clang, clang, clang. The two Haotian hammers clashed in a dazzling display, shadows flashing past. Ye Hao could distinctly sense Tang San's heightened power, likely due to the Hanhai Qiankuan shield. Each time Tang San wielded the Haotian hammer, the blue triangular mark upon his brow radiated an oceanic glow. Tang San's hands trembled as blood began to seep from his palms. What tremendous strength, he exclaimed, shaking his numbed right hand, while the blue-silver grass surged from all directions, enveloping Tang Yu like a cocoon. Still resorting to the same old tactics, Ye Hao thought, shaking his head in disapproval. At that moment, Tang Long and Tang Hu sprang into action. They unveiled their Haotian hammers, the 6 soul rings swirling around them as they launched an unprecedented offensive against Tang San. In these peculiar times, with the spirit hall potentially poised to strike at any moment, the disciples of the Haotian sect must unite. Indeed, as the rumors suggested, Tang San proved to be obstinate and unyielding. Tang Hu, wielding his Haotian hammer, caught Tang San by surprise with the chaotic cloak hammer technique. Tang San staggered backward, blood spilling from his lips as he cast a grim look at Tang Hu. Simultaneously, Tang Long approached from behind, and the 3 of them surrounded Tang San. 1 against 3? What skill is that? If you possess the ability, face me one-on-one, Tang San declared, unafraid of any one of them. 1 against 3, or 3 against 1, what does it matter? Ye Hao grinned, flashing his impeccable white teeth at Tang San. With that, the trio charged forth without regard for martial ethics. Clang, clang, clang. 3 Haotian hammers descended upon Tang San, causing him to spit blood and struggle under the onslaught, their attacks fierce enough to leave even him reeling. How infuriating! Tang San gritted his teeth, drawing a few flying daggers from the 24 bridge Mingyuan Knight at his waist. You have forced my hand, he shouted, launching the daggers, which flew toward him from all directions. Child's play, Ye Hao scoffed, his presence causing the flying daggers to freeze mid-air, as if time itself had slowed. This was the effect of Ye Hao's delayed domain, thanks to the soul bone affixed to the head of the heavenly blue cow python. Tang San stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the bizarre scene before him. The daggers hung suspended in the air, moving at a snail's pace, leaving him utterly bewildered. In that instant, Ye Hao advanced, treading upon the pristine snow, leaving a trail behind him. He delivered a decisive punch to Tang San's forehead, distorting his features and causing him to spew blood. Meanwhile, Tang Long and Tang, who had long harbored grievances against Tang San. Indeed, they had apologized for their earlier remarks, yet Tang San remained obstinate. Moreover, Tang Yu had not uttered a single word, but Tang San insisted on demanding an apology, his tone brimming with arrogance. Each strike he unleashed was vicious, every blow a lethal intent, embodying the very essence of the rumors surrounding him. Initially, Tang Long and Tang Hu had held a shred of doubt, but now they recognized the truth in the tales told. After all, the information disseminated by the Spirit Hall cannot be taken at face value. However, judging by the current circumstances, it appears that Tang Long and Tang Hu have seen through Tang San. He is precisely as they perceive him. Without hesitation, they strike, leaving Tang San with no opportunity to retaliate. You force my hand, Tang San growled, as the triangular mark on his forehead erupted with a brilliant azure light. In the next instant, Ye Hao surged forward, his right leg aglow with a radiant blue aura, placing a hand firmly on Tang San's crown, effectively suppressing the imminent emergence of the vast ocean sphere. What? Tang San exclaimed, momentarily stunned by this unexpected maneuver. As he regained his composure, he thought incredulously, is your name really Tang San? How audacious! Ye Hao's palms swiftly descended upon his face, reminiscent of that fateful encounter in the Soto Great Soul Arena. The sound of slaps echoed repeatedly, causing Tang San's cheeks to swell rapidly, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. After what felt like an eternity, Ye Hao's hand grew numb, and he finally released Tang San. At that moment, Tang San's visage was marred, 5 distinct handprints etched into either side of his face. His eyes glistened with rage, the aura of the god of death emanating from him, saturating the air with a palpable sense of menace. I. Ye Hao smirked. What is this? Did I ever utter a single curse against you? Can you not distinguish our voices? The rumors had long preceded Tang San, claiming he was one who often spoke of death. Was this not a manifestation of the very path he had touted? Tang Yu leaned closer to Tang San, a sly smile gracing his features. This scene ignited a profound loathing within Tang San, who had scarcely arrived at the Haotian sect before suffering such a humiliating defeat. The bruises on his face had yet to fade, and being struck in public had utterly obliterated his dignity. Just you wait, Tang San seethed, his teeth clenched, casting a venomous glare at Tang Yu. Just give him a lesson, Tang Long suggested. We must hurry. The sect master and my aunt are waiting for us. We cannot keep them anxious, Tang Hu added, a look of disdain crossing his face, utterly disappointed in Tang San. Let us go, you doomed one, Tang Yu declared. Tang San trembled with fury, his hatred for Tang Yu now rivaling that for Ye Hao. In his mind, only Ye Hao had ever spoken of death. Now, it seemed he had gained a rival in that regard. The 3 figures receded into the distance, as Tang San clenched his jaw, wiping the blood from his lips, and hastily pursued them. For silhouettes swiftly traversed the mountains, making their way toward their ultimate destination, the Haotian sect. The heavy snow blanketed the mountains, thick flakes swirling in the air. The valley was shrouded in mist, the mountains standing miles apart, with the only path being a rickety iron chain bridge. The bridge had frozen solid, suspended over an abyss that seemed to stretch into infinity, a sight that sent shivers down one's spine. Tang Long and Tang, who moved with remarkable speed, quickly putting distance between themselves and Tang Yu, as well as Tang San. Ye Hao remained unperturbed. Relying on his 200,000-year-old soul bones, he traversed the icy bridge with ease, untroubled by the prospect of falling. For he could always rely on his blue-silver Emperor soul bone to fly. Meanwhile, Tang San wore a sinister smile, a shadow cast over his features. He retrieved a throwing knife from his waist and hurled it towards the point where the chains connected to the cliff. Damn it! Ye Hao's brow furrowed, sensing a chilling presence behind him. As the chain snapped, both Tang San and Ye Hao found themselves in peril. This is the price of provoking me. Next time, think twice before challenging someone of my caliber, Tang San mused with a smirk. Using the momentum, he dashed toward the shore, just as the chains broke. However, at that moment, Ye Hao grasped his right foot tightly, causing Tang San to freeze in place. I anticipated you would resort to such underhanded tactics. To prevent any mishaps for Tang Long and Tang Hu, I deliberately lagged behind, Ye Hao said, precariously stepping on a solid ground. He glanced back at the sheer cliff, a shiver coursing through him. Had it been anyone else, they would have met a gruesome fate. Today, if I do not incapacitate you, I shall no longer be known as Tang Yu, Ye Hao declared, his eyes ablaze with determination as he slowly advanced toward Tang San. Chapter 236. Tang San is defeated. Today, if I do not incapacitate you, I shall no longer be known as Tang Yu, Ye Hao declared ominously, preparing for confrontation as he approached Tang San. In response, Tang San brandished the Haotian hammer, bracing himself as he fixed his gaze on Tang Yu, whose aura now radiated an overwhelming intensity, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. In truth, from the moment Tang San stepped onto the iron bridge, Ye Hao had anticipated that Tang San would attempt some form of ambush. After all, the earlier series of slaps had severely bruised Tang San's pride, and he was known to retaliate against perceived slights. Having witnessed Tang Yu's earlier actions, Tang San had already marked him with the seal of death, placing him on equal footing with Ye Hao. The iron bridge was undoubtedly a treacherous place, a step away from paradise or doom. Tang San cleverly sought to exploit this. Yet he had miscalculated. Tang Yu was not the true Tang Yu. Had it been the former, he would have likely met a grim end long ago. Tang San's complexion darkened. Realizing his precarious position, he had assumed Tang Yu would plummet off the cliff, meeting a tragic fate. When they returned to the sect, he would simply claim that Tang Yu had accidentally misstepped, leading to the disaster. Only Tang San and Tang Yu remained at the scene, with Tang Long and Tang Hu far ahead, out of earshot. The mountaintop was enshrouded in mist, the heavy snow continuing to fall, and the iron chains were frozen solid. It would be entirely plausible for Tang Yu to accidentally fall. Even if Tang Long and Tang Hu turned back to discover Tang Yu's demise, they would eventually suspect Tang San. But Tang San could simply deny it, for he had the audacity to withstand the scrutiny, having learned well from Ye Xiaojing. However, at that moment, Tang Yu was undoubtedly furious, detesting any betrayal from behind. Don't come any closer. Tang San retreated, still feeling the sting from Tang Yu's earlier display of strength. His face had yet to recover from the swelling. Ye Hao seethed with anger, but he reconsidered. This was a crucial moment for stealth within the Haoyan sect, and he should maintain a low profile. Such incidents should be avoided to prevent attracting unwanted attention. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Tang Yu's mind, a method to impart a profound lesson to Tang San. Meanwhile, Tang Long and Tang, who had already made their way to the gates of the Haoyan sect, numerous disciples had gathered there, their purpose solely to observe what Tang San looked like, to see if he truly matched the rumors. However, the reality was stark when questioned by the gathered disciples. Tang Long and Tang, who recounted the events that had transpired. This incited a wave of outrage, igniting a firestorm of anger among the disciples, as Tang San's actions shattered their perceptions. Just then, a familiar voice echoed from afar. Tang Long, Tang Hu, bring a few brothers over here. The voice of Tang Yu rang out, causing Tang Long and Tang Hu to exchange glances, momentarily bewildered. With a sense of curiosity, they ventured forth, accompanied by a throng of Haoyan sect disciples. At the scene of the crime, Tang San jolted, furrowing his brow, a sense of unease taking hold. Tang Yu, what are you planning? Tang San inquired, his tone grave. What am I planning? Tang Yu's face was a mask of fury. Of course, I plan to deal with you. Please spare me. I apologize. Is that not sufficient? Tang San anticipated the scene that would unfold upon the arrival of the Haoyan sect disciples. Tang Yu scoffed. You nearly cost me my life, and now you want to apologize? It's too late. If apologies had any worth, we might as well throw you off the cliff and then apologize afterward. What do you think? Tang Yu relentlessly pressed on, each word a precious gem, piercing deeply into Tang San's innermost thoughts. However, the detestable Tang San gritted his teeth, cold sweat beading on his brow. He yearned to reclaim the incriminating evidence. Yet Tang Yu would not permit it. The dagger embedded in the cliff served as irrefutable proof of Tang San's guilt. A mere thrashing could attract considerable attention, but a collective assault by many would yield a different outcome. In this scenario, I too become a victim. How amusing I can still deal with you. Ye Hao thought to himself, secretly reveling in the situation. Suddenly, a multitude of unfamiliar figures appeared in the distance, all clad in black vests, their arms as thick as their thighs. They bore expressions of confusion, led by Tang Long and Tang Hu. Upon their arrival, and the moment they laid eyes on Tang San, their brows furrowed, and the atmosphere grew unbearably tense, the temperature plummeting. At that instant, Tang San struggled to swallow, trembling as he looked at Tang Yu, a dreadful thought surfacing in his mind. Tang Yu, why have you summoned us? Inquired one of the Haoyan sect disciples. As the crowd gathered, Tang Yu instantly transformed into a theatrical figure, stepping forward to recount Tang San's previous misdeeds. Thus, I stand before you, while he lingers behind. Due to prior events, Tang San attempted to sever the iron chain bridge, intending for me to plummet into the abyss. Behold, the dagger lodged in that cliff is irrefutable evidence. Tang Yu's words ignited a furious wrath among the Haoyan sect disciples. When Tang Long approached the cliff's edge and extracted the dagger, it was indeed the one used by Tang San. We had previously engaged in combat with him. No sooner had Tang Long spoken than countless disciples brandished their Haoyan hammers, their faces contorted with rage, pushed to the brink of fury. What a despicable act from Tang San. How dare he lay hands on our Haoyan sect members? Does he wish for death? Just because we have kept our gates closed for so long, does he think we are mere soft persimmons to be squeezed at will? Why bother with words? Let's teach him a lesson. The disciples of the Haoyan sect encircled Tang San, an oppressive atmosphere rendering him breathless. Trembling uncontrollably, Tang San glared hatefully at Tang Yu, silently cursing. You have paved the way for your own demise. This thought could not escape his lips. No, I cannot sit idly by. Instinctively wishing to utilize the Han Hai Qianquan shield's invisibility skill to escape, the next moment, Tang Yu seized the opportunity, forcefully pressing his hand against Tang San's forehead, pinning the shield in place. Ye Hao, possessing a heart of death, was quick to detect Tang San's peculiarities and the timing of the shield's activation. He acted first, delivering a punch to Tang San's cheek. Blood and teeth mingled as Tang San's face swelled considerably. Do you truly think our Haoyan sect is a pushover? Advance! Tang Yu shouted, fully exploiting their numerical advantage. The surrounding disciples of the Haoyan sect surged forward without a second thought for Tang San, unleashing a torrent of fists and feet, forcing him to curl up in the snow, howling in agony, his cries echoing incessantly. Oh, ah! Tang San's entire body throbbed. Punches and kicks came without relent. Beat him to death. The disciples of the Haotian sect, inflamed with rage, though Tang San was the son of Ye Hao. The latter had long been expelled from the sect. Even with the Haotian hammer in hand, they would not recognize him as one of their own. The assault was merciless. Some even wielding Haotian hammers, striking him repeatedly. The scene could only be described with one word: tragic. Meanwhile, within the Haotian sect's internal assembly hall, Tang Xiao sat solemnly in the seat of the sect leader, patiently awaiting Tang San's arrival. Surrounding him were 5 elders taking their places. Today, Tang San's visit to the Haotian sect was primarily prompted by the second elder's request. He wished to ascertain who Tang San truly was. As for the 3 conditions proposed years ago, the second elder had acted with the sect's interests in mind. He did not believe Tang San could fulfill them. After all, one must possess a goal, mustn't they? Where is he? Did he not arrive at the sect? Why has he not come yet? The 7th elder urged impatiently, harboring little fondness for Tang San, already devising how to unleash his scathing remarks. Calm down, 7th elder. Since Tang San has arrived at the sect, we shall see him sooner or later, the 2nd elder replied nonchalantly. Indeed, 7th elder, haste makes waste. After a year of my training, little San has made significant progress. Tang Yuehua said proudly, filled with confidence in Tang San. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the assembly hall as disciples of the Haotian sect, led by Tang Long and Tang Hu, began to enter slowly, dragging someone behind them. The individual was a gruesome sight, barely clinging to life, bloodied and battered, eliciting a sense of horror. Oomph. The 7th elder frowned. Tang Long, Tang Hu, did you not think to announce your arrival? Faced with the 7th elder's inquiry, Tang Long had no retort, his strong arms unceremoniously throwing Tang San to the ground. A heavy silence enveloped the room. The 5 elders were bewildered, at a loss for what had transpired. As for Tang Yuehua and Tang Xiao, they stood in shock, staring at the pitiful figure of Tang San lying on the ground, bloodied and battered, leading Tang Yuehua to tears. She hurried down from above, gently propping Tang San up. Little San, little San, little San, she called, yet no response came. Tang San remained silent, his eyes tightly shut, blood covering his body, and numerous boot prints marking his face, a striking sight. Tang Xiao's brows knitted tightly. A powerful aura surged forth instantly. What on earth happened? He demanded in a deep voice. Tang San had just arrived at the Haotian sect and had been subjected to such brutality, which clearly shattered his understanding. In his memory, disciples were not meant to be treated this way. While many harbored grievances against Tang San, none should have resorted to such violence unless he had committed some heinous act inciting public outrage. What? The 7th elder exclaimed. His curiosity piqued as he approached Tang San for a closer look, causing his scalp to tingle at the sight of the heavy-handedness displayed. Who did this? Who is responsible? The 7th elder's unexpected outburst resonated through the hall. The crowd paused momentarily, astonished. Was this not the elder who loathed Tang San the most? Why the sudden shift? They exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed. We all did it together, the disciples of the Haotian sect replied in unison. Well done. The 7th elder laughed heartily. Old 7. The 2nd elder shot a fierce glare at the 7th elder, reminding him of his position. The 2nd elder shook his head, noting the severity of Tang San's injuries, and sighed. Fortunately, it is merely superficial. A period of rest will suffice. The 2nd elder, addressing the gathered crowd, inquired, tell me, why did you beat Tang San to such a state? This was a question shared by the 2nd elder, Tang Xiao, Tang Yuehua, and the other elders. There seemed to be no reason for such a brutal attack. No recent grievances existed. The matter is as follows. Tang Hu began. We all banded together and struck without restraint, resulting in Tang San's current condition. Upon hearing Tang Hu's account, Tang Yuehua gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief, unable to fathom that Tang San could engage in such actions. Tang Yu, is this true? She implored, looking at Tang Yu, the supposed victim. Tang Yu not that. Oh ni. Is indeed so. He produced the dagger Tang San had used and approached the assembly. The sect leader should recognize this. It is Tang San's dagger. Had I not seized his ankle in time, I would have surely been ambushed and cast into the abyss, my remains lost. With that, Tang Yu lowered his head, feigning a look of grievance. Tang Xiao, silent until now, instinctively gripped the dagger upon receiving it from Tang Yu, shattering it with force. Take Tang San away and see to his treatment, Tang Xiao commanded with a wave of his hand. Subsequently, Tang Yuehua lifted Tang San and, before departing, cast a lingering glance at Tang Yu. Subsequently, she let out a sigh, murmuring to herself, Ah, the third party, you have truly disappointed me this time. As she watched the crowd disperse, the second elder patted Tang Yu on the shoulder, offering words of consolation. Do not worry. The sect will not easily overlook Tang San's actions. They will surely provide you with a satisfactory resolution. The seventh elder, brimming with indignation, had just learned of Tang San's misdeeds and, in a fit of rage, had delivered several kicks to him, his fury seeking an outlet. Brother, how can you allow such a person to return to the sect? Someone like him must be expelled and forever barred from entering the Haotian sect. The seventh elder's pronouncement prompted the disciples of the Haotian sect to nod in agreement, their voices rising in unison. Tang San, be gone from the Haotian sect. Tang San, be gone from the Haotian sect. At this moment, it was evident that the entire sect had lost faith in Tang San, collectively urging his expulsion in a fervent outcry. Very well, I shall decide on this matter. Until Tang San's injuries have healed, everyone must remain vigilant in their duties and be cautious against any sudden attacks from the Spear Hall. I do not wish to witness a tragedy akin to that of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School or the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan unfold within the Haotian sect. The second elder waved his hand, signaling for everyone to take their leave. As Tang Yu moved through the crowd, a secret satisfaction welled up within her. With this, Tang San's reputation within the Haotian sect had been irrevocably tarnished, and the plans ahead would proceed uninterrupted. It would not be long before the Haotian sect faced complete annihilation. The infiltration plan of the Haotian sect was well underway.